acts themselves, instead of engaging in a prolonged conflict, said Seedy, in reply to her musings. Penelope's gaze fell onto a diverse species of tropical fish, but Seedy refused to tell her anything about them this time. He did, however, send her progressively harder data packages to decrypt for on-the-spot training purposes. Penelope needed to transform a specific set of binary codes into the creatures she was currently observing to distinguish each of them properly. A lionfish with its brown and white prickly-shaped body darted into a large school of fish while trying to secure its lunch. Penelope took a section of his data and began decoding it when another fish with black dots and a yellow yawning mouth swam into their vicinity. Seedy knew she excelled at decryption, so he tried misleading her by inserting lines of code that inevitably went nowhere. But like any puzzle, once you've eliminated all the false trails and dead ends, you're always left with the correct path. Once the clown triggerfish had received a name, it retreated to the far side of the giant aquarium as she tapped on the glass to say hi. Lieutenant Carson then rested a hand on Penelope's shoulder, causing her to flinch away from the unexpected touch. "Sorry, they're here." Dr. Thomas, alongside a lovely woman she hadn't met before, stood near the room's entrance, both of them eyeing her carefully. Penelope's doctor had ditched his formal white lab coat in favour of a more casual dress shirt and dark brown slacks, whereas the blonde-haired woman wore grey dress pants and a soft pastel blouse. "Please excuse this unplanned interruption," said the attractive woman. "My name is Dr. Lewis, and I work in the Earth Rangers Zoology Department. Have you ever heard of the Earth Rangers before?" Penelope slowly nodded her head while looking at Dr. Thomas expectantly. "As your doctor, I'm here to make sure you're all right with us observing you." "Observing? I thought it was you who wanted to meet me here. Not us, exactly. We first discovered her on Earth J-34, which was a planet covered entirely in oceanic water," said Dr. Lewis. "And after several days of listening to conversations between my colleagues and I, she grasped the basics of our language quickly. Then, to everyone's surprise, requested asylum on an Earth other than her own. To this day, we still don't know why she chose to flee her Earth so suddenly, or why she trusted perfect strangers to aid in her evacuation. While they spoke, a fearsome new predator warned all others of its impending arrival. This caused all additional forms of life to abandon that portion of the tropical environment entirely." "Oh, here she is now," said Dr. Thomas, indicating towards the east. Penelope redirected her gaze back to the aquarium, expecting to see an alien megalodon shark with 50 rows of razor-sharp teeth approaching them from the distance. Instead, however, she got a beautiful silvery squid with shimmering, semi-transparent skin, maneuvering herself lazily through the crystal-clear water. The lengthy cephalopod built up tremendous speed before propelling herself through the seawater using 2 of her longest tentacles. She could latch onto objects and gently launch herself forward, thanks to strong suction cups at the ends of each limb. Its 5-foot-long slender frame rapidly plunged into a series of small reef fissures before bursting back into view. Once the squid noticed Penelope's presence, it stopped in front of her, flashing a spectrum of translucent colours. "Good evening, human woman. Can you understand what I'm saying?" asked the female squid in a soft, only just perceptible vocalization. When the creature spoke, her phrases echoed off Penelope's consciousness like a ringing cadence. However, something about the lilt sounded very familiar. "Yes, can you hear me?" "I can." It's an unexpected treat not having to use the translator. One of her main tentacles pointed to a built-in speaker on Penelope's side of the glass enclosure. "Do I know you from somewhere? You and I have not met. But you have encountered my mate prior to this meeting. He bared a resemblance to your patriarch in battle." Seedy educated her on the meaning of patriarch. "Do you mean to tell me that black squid pretending to be my father is your husband?" exclaimed Penelope. Her loud outburst exhilarated the female squid, who whirled around the station's ocean in utter joy. "I am grateful that he is still alive, but he is not my life partner, only a mate." "So that was your voice I heard inside my head?" "Yes." He described an interest in seeing our offspring. So when I felt his life energy waning, I cried out, fearful of his impending demise. The zoologist took a step closer to Penelope's side, her face flooded with excitement. "It's true then, you can communicate with anyone," said Dr. Lewis, unable to contain her enthusiasm. "Please accept my apologies for the deception, Your Majesty. I wanted you both to converse in her native language so that I could see your amazing talents for myself." "I don't mind at all. How did I do?" "Very impressive. However, the black squid is her mate, not a spouse. Although that's just splitting hairs when it comes to any species, really." "What else did she say?" "She's glad that she doesn't have to rely on the translator." The zoologist quickly took out her computer tablet and began jotting down notes. Not like the translator. "Is there anything we can do to make it simpler for her to communicate with us?" asked Dr. Lewis. Penelope relayed the doctor's inquest, uncertain whether she was speaking in some strange gurgling voice. Vibrations in the water. "She prefers that over pictures and words." "I knew it. I told them it was working." "Suck it, Doctor. Sing." Dr. Lewis then regains her composure before continuing. "We'd like to know more, if that's possible." Penelope asked the cephalopod if she had any further demands. But, with nothing more to say, the aquatic creature hurriedly swam away. Try not to take offense to that. Unlike dolphins, squids get right to the point. Before they parted ways, Doctor, Lewis offered her a position on their research team. Penelope told the biologist she'd think about it, and the lieutenant led her back down the path that proceeded towards the market. Jacob peeked at the two women standing next to each other through the slit in the heavy steel door and noticed the lack of any handcuffs. "I see that the war is finally over, and peace now reigns across the land." Carson handed Penelope the bag containing her suit and weapons, then strolled back the way they had come. "Tough crowd." "What does a soldier know about peace?" asked Penelope with a mischievous grin. "More than you'll ever know, pup." "Come on in." Jacob extracted her blade from its scabbard at the counter, then scrutinized the green spider guts and Mooney's dried blood. "Now this is what I like to see, a proverbial rainbow of butchery. I can't wait to see how it happened." "It was quite a show," said Penelope, seeking to change the discussion to her current predicament. "Jacob, why didn't you just tell me to pick out another jumpsuit?" His brow furrowed slightly as he had been waiting for this question to come. "Because they swore me to secrecy, pup. And I believe you are who they claim you are." Stunned by his honest admission, Penelope burst into an unexpected rage. "You don't know anything about me. I'm not their goddamn pawn to be moved around a chessboard. The Empress is a part of your world, not mine." A fresh stream of tears pricked the corners of her eyes. "Why hadn't she been born on one of our Earths? Isn't that what they all actually wanted? To control me?" Jacob reached beneath his counter and pulled out an oil stain rag to hand to her. Penelope accepted it with a brief thanks. "When I saw the indentation you put in my floor, then cross-referenced the two items you had just picked out, I had no choice but to reach that same conclusion, but I told not a soul about it." "You have my word." "I know you didn't, Jacob, and for what it's worth, thank you." "And now you're the Empress," he said, pausing to study Penelope's miserable expression. "How much have you found out so far?" She blows her nose with the dingy cloth and relayed her encounter with the Queen of Inspiration on stage. "Now I know why you're scared shitless. Who filled you in on all the gruesome details?" "Vanessa. She's my hair and makeup artist." Jacob's face lit up with comprehension once Penelope's inside woman was divulged. She also told him everything they had discussed thus far. "Good, she's a trustworthy person. Once the four queens are satisfied with your identity, they'll want a certain level of influence over you, regardless of what Earth you came from. I've always had my suspicions why the four of them can't easily defeat one another. My theory has always been that they're too evenly matched. However, with your presence now stacking the proverbial deck, their next skirmish amongst each other might not end in a draw. So what do I do then? That's easy. Become an island unto yourself. This entails making judgments that are solely in your best interests alone. In a crisis such as this, you want to be your own source of refuge in an otherwise sea of deception. Remember these words of wisdom, pup. All right, I have people that I trust and can confide in. Good. However, in this instance, trust only long-term relationships up to this point. And no more sudden outburst. Jacob was right, of course. Penelope needed to control her temper before she lost it in front of the wrong person, who then might use her unrestrained words against her at a later date. If I'm not mistaken, you owe this island a story. Jacob grins, then takes her things into his stockroom. Given that you upheld your end of the bargain, this is the one time I'm thankful for recounting this tale, he said, rummaging through several drawers inside the back. After a few moments, Jacob returns to the front counter wearing a black semi-automatic pistol holstered on his right side. He invited Penelope to inspect the gun by setting it down in between them. She gingerly touched the large firearm as though it were a timid animal about to run away. Don't worry, it only works with my wife's fingerprints. I mean, my ex-wife's fingerprints. Penelope pretended not to hear the regret in his voice, and downloaded the gun's specifications from CD's internal database, which he had been amassing within a semi-dormant area of her brain. It was a Desert Eagle Mark 19, loaded with 7 rounds of .50 caliber ammo. This type of ammunition could penetrate concrete walls, armored personnel vehicles, as well as through nearly anything else that didn't have the proper protection. Penelope considered showing off by discharging the magazine and removing all the bullets from their chamber. Something in which only the certified gun owner's thumbprint could do. However, instead of chastising her for showing off, CD demonstrated the most efficient method of powering up the gun using his flames to activate it. She might be able to accomplish the dismantling rather quickly. Despite this, Jacob would definitely try to stop her. But Penelope couldn't allow him to do that. She envisioned herself flipping the Desert Eagle onto its side and swinging the grip directly across Jacob's left temple. He was a big guy, so Penelope would have to put all of their shared power behind the swing, causing a massive contusion inside his skull. Jacob's unconscious figure sagged over the counter while blood gushed from the fresh cranial fracture in his head. As the intrusive thoughts faded from her mind, someone other than her friend fled deeper inside her subconscious. Penelope also sensed CD in close pursuit of the hostile thing they had both helped to create. Frank was still apparently observing the outside world and now felt some sort of deep-seated jealousy at her growing relationship with Jacob. Although this time, Frank had disguised himself as CD, so Penelope couldn't quite tell the difference between the two at first glance. The Desert Eagle is a bit too much gun for me, she said, only spreading her petite hand atop the black pistol. I'm more of a Walter PPK girl myself. That's fair enough. As for why I brought it out to show you, this is my lucky charm, and it's the only thing I've kept from the incident in question. As commander, it was my job to secure the doorway from a sudden retaliation if the Earth we were visiting was already occupied. My men and women were among the first to depart through the portal, and numbered 22 in total. Our task was to establish a perimeter around the entrance first. That included removing shrubs and sapling trees to improve our overall line of sight. After that, the botanists would arrive next. It was their responsibility to identify the plants we chopped down to approximate which planetary timeline we were currently on. Timeline? What does that have to do with parallel Earth exploration? Asked Penelope. Jacob peered at the ceiling, trying to come up with the best way to describe it. Here, this might help. In 1961, John F. Kennedy was our president for just about 3 years. However, on other, less common Earths, he served a full first and second term. Because his assassination never happened on those few rare Earths, these planets now have a 5-year altered timeline to reconcile with, as well as the bleed-through ripple effect that often happens to worlds of that nature. Now, consider the dinosaurs never dying out due to an extinction-level event, but instead evolving within their ever-changing environment over hundreds of millennium. That makes sense, said Penelope. But who's John F. Kennedy? Nice try, pup. We document every player's Earth history into our archives. Major irregularities are a big deal around here, and I'm afraid to say, aside from yourself, the Earth you hail from is as plain as vanilla ice cream. Penelope grinned smugly at her failed attempt to stun Jacob. He then pulled out his carving knife, settled at an unfinished spot on the counter, and told her about his journey to Earth X-62 Gamma. Chapter 27. 7 of motion resumed. Arms resting on his heckler and Coke G-36 assault rifle's rail mount, Jacob watched as several botanists filed through the freestanding doorway. Their light blue hard hats and yellow reflective vests easily set them apart from the rest of his people. Jacob's 2 detached regiments of 11 soldiers apiece wore an unobtrusive hexagonal camo design, with varying shades of greens and greys nestled inside each profile. He decided to make the tour around the door for the 100th time that day, within the last quarter of an hour. Regardless of how anxious he felt about a particular assignment, this calming ritual of his always put his mind at ease. However, no matter how many jumps Jacob made in the past few years, he figured that the anxiousness that came along with it would never truly go away. The door was strategically positioned in a vast open field of low vegetation, which was encircled by an immense grove of towering trees unfamiliar to him, whereas the grassy plain they now wandered about stretched roughly 50 feet in all directions. The out-of-place entranceway that led them back home sat smack dab in the middle of an isolated region, giving them a clear, visible picture of the surrounding area. Although Jacob's superiors had only recently discovered this Earth on their parallel star charts, they were eager to get the initial exploration underway, which was perfectly fine with him, seeing as though the bonuses they were promised had already been cleared inside each of their checking accounts. Jacob was just about to give the signal for additional non-combatants to proceed through the door when a breach in their perimeter to the southeast went off. "I got a small furry heading your way, Commander. I think we just scared it off," said one of his rangers, over their two-way radio. As if on cue, a creature the size of a small dog dashed into the clearing. The small, furry animal resembled a wild boar more than anything else, with a pig-like snout and 6 curved black stripes running down its brown backside. When it saw Jacob's modest regiment of soldiers and civilians, it shot to the left, back into several clumps of tall grass. He then turned to one of his runners, who wore a set of light grey fatigues as well as a sidearm holstered on their right thigh. If the radios ever were to go down due to atmospheric conditions, these men and women were to transmit the commander's orders in person. "Get me a zoologist over here private," he said, following the unknown creature's trail. The runner saluted Jacob briefly, then hurried through the door, prohibiting anyone else from entering until they found the individual in question. Several botanists who had already made it to this side of the terrain before the perimeter breach were methodically collecting plant samples around the entranceway, with only a few courageous souls venturing beyond the massive grove of trees where his Earth Rangers stood at vigilant attention. Because of the unexpected sight of a fleeing animal, Jacob almost called everyone back to the doorway. But he knew all too well how annoying it was when someone interfered with his work. Besides, they were in the animals' territory after all. "Come in, Ben," said Jacob over his two-way radio. "I got a pair of tree huggers heading in your direction. Stop them if they try passing the tripwire. I don't care how much they complain about it. You got it, Commander." They had encircled the perimeter with red-mounted lasers that were linked to individual junction boxes that spanned every 100 feet or so. If someone or something activated one of these tripwires, their wrist compasses would immediately point towards the breach in security. Jacob's runner reappeared a short time later, accompanied by an annoyed middle-aged woman with long fair hair and freckles across the bridge of a dainty nose. She stood dressed in a dark brown camo jacket over light tan attire and lugged a large heavy-duty plastic dog crate in both hands. This might have served as the source of her frustration at one point, but Jacob's big mouth would soon redirect her ire towards him. "Ma'am, the furry has long since vanished. It's got a 2-minute head start on you through that clearing over there." With that brief, one-sided exchange, the zoologist was soon peering at him in utter distaste. "I really don't like that terminology, Commander. A rodent or small mammal shouldn't be too hard to remember." "Now should it?" Jacob sighed to himself and signalled the runner over to him once more. "Pause the procession here and take my place when you return." "Yes, sir, Commander." The runner vanished inside the doorway again. Then Jacob gestured in the general direction of the fleeing animal before guiding the civilian scientists further into the forest. The zoologist promptly found the mammal's trail, and they were soon at the very edge of one of his tripwires. Lieutenant Santiago turned away from a pair of interesting-looking oak trees once the two of them had breached her sector. "Is everything okay, Commander?" asked the stern-faced soldier, eyeing his civilian counterpart carefully. Dressed more like Jacob, the lieutenant wore an olive-green ballistic vest filled with assault rifle magazines, C4 charges, and a short-barrel pump-action shotgun inserted beneath her rucksack. Unlike Jacob's greying features, however, Santiago had long raven-black hair tied together in 2 woven pigtails. And with a compact jawline chiselled from the hardest of granite, her no-nonsense expression could intimidate anyone with just a single look. "We're looking for a small animal with black stripes on its back. Have you put eyes on it yet, Lieutenant?" "Oh, that cute little thing. You just missed it." She pointed her FN Scar assault rifle's short barrel beyond their current perimeter. The zoologist put down her dog crate, then took out a pad and pencil. "What did it look like, Lieutenant?" "Oh, I don't know. Kind of like a small hog with reddish-brown fur. Was there anything else that stood out to you?" "Yeah, like the commander said, it had black stripes running down its back and a short white tail." As she began writing down the lieutenant's description, the pencil suddenly slipped from her fingers and landed near the 2 trees that Santiago had been admiring just moments ago. After a cursory inspection of both their lower trunks, the zoologist's voice grew low and fierce as she took in her surroundings in greater detail. "We have to go back to the door." When neither Jacob nor Lieutenant Santiago moved from their respective positions, she quickly took him by the arm. "Are you listening to me? We have to go, like right now." She extended an arm towards Santiago, waving her over to them, as if afraid to take a step in either direction. "Ma'am, are you all right?" asked the lieutenant. "Dinosaurs," the zoologist said in a whisper, as if just saying the name aloud would call the terrible lizards down upon them. And with that single word, she now had their undivided attention. "Are you sure about that, ma'am?" asked Jacob. "From what I heard, the odds of us stumbling on an Earth such as that are quite astronomical." "I'm very aware of the odds, Commander. And the name's Dr. Lewis. But you can call me Cindy if that'll get both your legs moving. I once toured the dinosaur Earth's first major city a few years back." She then gestures to the base of the 2 massive trees. "Do you see these claw marks at the bottom of each trunk? A long-extinct Cephalodon made those scratches. It lived over 130 million years ago and sounded like the mammal you were just describing to me. Once the 2 soldiers spotted the set of claw marks, they now practically appeared at the bottom of every tree around them." Jacob pushed down on the button of his shoulder-mounted radio. "I need a sound off on everyone positioned on the outskirts of our perimeter." Each of his Earth Rangers sounded off one by one until he received no response from 2 troopers who were stationed not too far away from one another. "Davis Johnson, check in," asked Jacob again, trying to keep any unnecessary fear out of his voice. And after moving to a group channel, he integrated the scientist into the call while endeavouring to be as brief as possible. "That's it. People were heading home. I got 2 soldiers not responding and we have an Earth 000 confirmation. Let's keep our heads together and evacuate back through the door as quietly as possible." While waiting for a second check-in, Jacob made the ladies double time it back towards the clearing. The Rangers acknowledged his orders to converge on the door. However, a Major Taylor didn't respond at the 3rd round of check-ins. Due to the current positioning of his now missing troops, he knew that the attacks were taking place on the eastern edge of their perimeter. As Jacob's orders grew louder and more concise, Cindy and Santiago found themselves sprinting even faster towards the door. East side is down. I repeat, east side is down. High-capacity tracer rounds are now authorized. I want anyone with M2 heavy machine guns to hold the door until everyone else gets through. In a fit of sheer desperation, he searched the eastern perimeter through a grove of dense trees in the hopes of seeing who they might be up against. But this new adversary had been dispatching his people silently thus far. Jacob's trusted colleagues and friends, whom he had known for years, were about to be abandoned on this parallel world, or at least what was left of their bodies would be until a second expedition came to recover their remains. Most honourable soldiers still live by the phrase, "no one left behind." The idiom was as old as war itself, and it's an excellent practice to follow even when not in a combat situation. However, all the honourable soldiers on this earth were no longer enlisted men or women. The days of killing one another on someone else's orders had long since passed. And those Jacob had fought alongside on the battlefield nowadays earned a contractor's salary much like himself. They were all soldiers of fortune now, and bound by various parallel Earth contracts, so leaving people behind was all part of the job. If no one returned, their employers would send a second or even a third squad in its place. As their commander, Jacob's duty was to document the casualties and ensure that they compensated all the loved ones of the fallen. He often found himself jumping from earth to earth, visiting families who were expecting to see their friends and relatives appear at their front door. In the end, however, they'd see his somber face instead. Then, as a consolation prize for their grievous losses, Jacob would hand over his subordinates' final paycheck, as well as their death benefits. Lieutenant Santiago angled her rifle high into the air, bracing for some towering dinosaur to attack them once they had broken through the dense grove of trees. But Cindy just waved at her to get closer, and Jacob nodded his assent, making it an official order. They huddled beside Doctor Lewis while still racing towards the fast-approaching tree line. We would have real shit luck to encounter a Tyrannosaurus Rex out here. The dinosaurs we need to be worried about are more around the stature of an adult ostrich, said Cindy, lowering Santiago's rifle to the appropriate height. They're classified underneath various species types, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call them raptors. Jacob's team of 3 finally broke through the clearing, only to be met by 2 of his men, preparing to mow them down with their MP5 light machine guns. They quickly took them out of their crosshairs once Jacob appeared at their rear. One of them pointed their weapon at the door, while the other aimed the way they had come for added cover support. The first burst of gunfire erupted from the eerie silence, signalling that contact with the enemy had been officially made. When we get to the door, don't wait for anyone to follow and don't look back. Just go through the portal, said Jacob in Doctor Lewis's ear. She gave him a tight-lipped nod as they finally saw their adversaries break out of the forest. Santiago, I want you to get her over there. Then hold the door. I'm on it, sir. Over 6 feet in height and bipedal by nature, bird-like dinosaurs with bright white feathers rushed on 2 legs out of the eastern forest while numbering in the hundreds. The uppermost parts of their skulls were coated in numerous black, rounded scales that softened into a dark grey as they travelled down their thick necks, while spherical curved beaks with a sharp point on their ends protruded from their massive heads. Near the base of their bodies, sparsely coloured feathers streamed down their dark-scaled legs as 4 sharply hooked talons dispersed the dinosaur's weighty steps with each elongated stride. With no tiny dinosaur arms to speak of, longer black and white feathers covered every portion of their constantly fluttering chicken-like wings. The prehistoric birds squawked out their loud battle cries as they wildly attacked anything that appeared different from them. However, the immediate burst of fire from his soldiers' high-capacity assault rifles soon drowned out all their shouts of violence. Jacob's rangers found it impossible to slaughter the dinosaurs fast enough as they rushed out of the tree line from multiple directions. The raptors' front line attempted to take flight over the hellstorm of bullets raining down on them, displaying some sense of awareness. However, the instinctive action only lifted them off the ground briefly, as every other shot found its way into the row of birds behind them. The raptors' claws sunk deep into the ground, allowing the feathered lizards to launch themselves forward at incredible speeds. With bodies resembling gigantic chickens and heads like prehistoric birds, his officers soon presented them with the Dino Chicken moniker. Jacob killed 5 dino chickens with a single sweep of his assault rifle as they chased after 2 fleeing botanists heading towards the door. They died fast enough when it came right down to it, but still maintained the numbers advantage over his ever-dwindling team. His squad of now 15 had formed a half-circle around the door and were firing indiscriminately at the continuous waves of stampeding dinosaurs. His people then tossed their empty magazines onto the ground and immediately reloaded them with expert precision. Attached to a 4-foot-tall tripod, 2 M2 heavy machine guns with cock loading levers fired 5.56mm rounds from a large magazine drum and sat positioned on each side of the standing door, shredding any dino chickens unfortunate enough to be within their line of sight. Jacob quickly crept towards the rear of the circle, then tapped Santiago on the back. Once her ammo reserves had run out, she fell back so he could take up her place and resume firing. "I'm nearly out, Commander," she said inside his left ear. "If you're low on ammo." "Head back through the door," Jacob silently revelled at his standing burst of fire. It was a strange yet exhilarating sensation, not being able to turn his back on the enemy at the risk of being overwhelmed himself. Back on his Earth, some animals could recognize the threats of humans as well as the weapons they carried. And although the dino chickens tried avoiding the brightly coloured tracer rounds out of pure instinct, they had no real concept of either humans or the destruction they could cause. As a result, Jacob's rangers slaughtered the birds with a gradually moving wave of automatic fire. This, however, did not imply their overall security. Anyone who ventured too far from their blockade of tracer fire would get picked off immediately and dismembered right on the spot in a flurry of flapping feathers. The birds bounced off their unyielding choke point as their constant bombardment swung towards the south, forcing the rangers to shift in their positioning. A couple of his men emerged from the tree line on the wrong side of the battlefield, saving all their lives that day at the cost of their own. The surging of winged dinosaurs relinquished their impending victory to set upon the 2 opposing soldiers instead. The dino chickens made up for their lack of flight by leaping into the air and dragging his rangers to the terrain in mere seconds. Once Jacob had seen them in action, he soon understood why there were no alarms sounded from his men or women on the outer perimeter. They sunk large talons deep within the soldiers' backs, penetrating both lungs as a result. Gurgling blood silenced his rangers' final attempts to scream out. Then sharp beaks descended from above, ripping heads off of dead bodies. Dino chickens pressed into his thinning line of soldiers while they shifted their angle of fire several more times. Jacob felt a tug at his waistline, but remained focused on his task at hand, killing 10 large birds of prey who had pressed up against their line of fire. Dr. Lewis had seized his Desert Eagle from its holster and fired alongside Lieutenant Santiago at the stampeding flock of dinosaurs. "I thought I told you both to go back home." "We really wish we could, Commander." Jacob shot a blind burst of fire from his assault rifle before quickly surveying his surrounding area. The dino chickens had pushed them well out of range of the portal back home. However, while they were being slowly routed away from the door, Jacob's runner, who had made it back to safety, was now tossing care packages of ammo and preloaded assault weapons onto the planet's surface. As Jacob's shoulder steadied each one of Cindy's 7 shots, she dispatched every dinosaur she took aim at with lethal precision. With only 11 soldiers and one lightly armed civilian remaining, his 2 mounted machine guns now both sat unmanned and out of commission. Jacob needed to make one last push for home, regardless of the danger it would put them all in. "We're moving, people. Assume Delta 1 formation." He gripped hold of Cindy's waist and waited for Santiago and 3 other troops to reload one last time behind them. Then they formed a Delta grid pattern with their backs facing the door. A Delta 1 formation was the gathering of 6 people standing shoulder to shoulder and proceeding in a straight line towards their destination. However, with 5 extra people at his disposal, they faced the opposite direction and picked off any stragglers coming from their blind side. The prehistoric birds' aggressive speed soon became hampered as they struggled to run through the corpses of their fallen comrades. "I'm switching sides," said Jacob, getting Cindy as close to the door as he could manage. He then hurled her into the portal with little to no fanfare and picked up the MGL multiple-shot grenade launcher that sat near the doorway. Jacob fired 3 fragmentation rounds in quick succession and watched them careen into the air, scattering the dino chickens with each concussive blast. He even launched several more shots high beyond the clearing to slaughter those that were still on their way. Unaffected by the distant explosions, a dino chicken rushed towards him before ascending into the air. Knowing that the grenade launcher would endanger himself as well as others from this distance away, he quickly reached for his sidearm to dispatch the soaring bird. Jacob, however, felt nothing at his side but an empty holster. He then glimpses Cindy's lovely face, cradling an empty pistol to her bosom, while on the other side of the door, putting an exclamation point on his rotten luck. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world getting someone out of harm's way before biting the big one himself. Besides, the dino chickens were quite effective in all their methods of killing. At the very least, someone else would have to write the mission report of this absolute shitshow of an operation. A blast from Santiago's 12-gauge pump-action shotgun caught the dinosaur in mid-flight, but not before its dead carcass fell atop Jacob's body. Then a searing pain raced down the right side of his face, and a warm liquid began to fill in the socket where his right eye used to be. Jacob would soon ultimately fall unconscious on the planet's surface, now affectionately known as Dinosaur Earth 2. Chapter 28. Queen of Orientation. Jacob awoke several days later in a windowless hospital room, clothed in a blue medical gown that was several sizes too small for him. While a white bandage covered one side of his throbbing face, the antiseptic odor in the air and the dismal brown walls surrounding him suggested that this wasn't his Earth, but a subsidiary planet owned entirely by the organization he was working for. Jacob was here to be debriefed, and if they didn't like his answers, they may indeed sequester him here for months due to the planet's relaxed laws. In order to measure this Earth's technological development, Jacob turned to the continuous beeping of his heart monitor. However, when he shifted his head to look around, a searing pain shot across his brow, admonishing him for the sudden movement. From what he could briefly ascertain, this room appeared to be more like a storage closet than a patient's quarters. Additional heart monitoring equipment, as well as other portable instruments that were medical in nature, sat crammed against the corner of the limited space. Jacob gingerly reached for his bandaged eye. However, the fear of what he might find made him instantly snatch it away. "Cheap bastards couldn't even spring for the nanobot treatment," he said, muttering to himself. His corporate overlords soon made their presence felt, once word of his regained consciousness had spread. General Hall was his direct supervisor, and they never really got along much, even after their retirement from the armed forces. Now that man was the true dinosaur in all of this. He was a nightmare to work with because of his staunch support of the military way of life, despite his departure from the army. Jacob had to persuade the majority of his colleagues to join him on the sole condition that he'd be the only one in regular communications with the general. With a sturdy physique and a head full of greying hairs, General Hall entered Jacob's unadorned room wearing an all-black uniform and holding a computer tablet in one hand. However, the general chose to forgo the array of medals and commendations that adorned the left side of his chest that day. Instead of sitting down, He stood beside the only other visitor's chair in the small, affordable room. "Why did you leave your post, Commander?" he asked Jacob without preamble. "Perimeter check, sir. That's not what I heard. It was my understanding that you were chasing some kind of animal." Laying back in his bed, staring up at the ceiling, Jacob briefly recounted those days' events. "We lost a lot of good men and women over there," said the general, interrupting his report. "I can't help but to think that we could have avoided these casualties if you had just stayed at your post. Part of my duty, General, was to see to my rangers' needs. Checking the perimeter in person is a part of that duty. I'm sure you'll be able to find it somewhere on that tablet of yours." Jacob learned that one of the advantages of residing in the corporate world was that he could nip at his boss's heels without fear of retaliation. If he didn't assert himself adequately, the CEO would note his meekness at the next quarterly review. He was in effect the general's replacement later down the line. Thus, instead of making him scrub the latrines for a week, the general said nothing in response to the blatant disrespect. When he didn't bite at Jacob's challenge, they moved on to more pressing matters. "How many rangers did we lose that day?" asked Jacob, hoping to move the conversation along. The general's features sank somewhat as he considered their new topic of discussion. 13 in total. 9, however, made it back to us safely. What about the civilian scientist? Because you paused the procession when you did. We only had 5 civilian contractors over there. That includes your zoologist friend. Dr. Lewis, was it? Anyway, they are all safe and accounted for, and wish you a speedy recovery." Jacob closed his one good eye in a silent prayer of thanks. It was the Ranger's responsibility to defend citizens of all socio-economic classes, while on any unknown Earth. In terms of mission outcomes, this should provide some solace to the families of those who died while carrying out their task to safeguard others. "You're to receive a Blue Seal commendation on your records," said General Hall in a subdued reluctance. A Blue Seal served as the Multiverse's equivalent of a Purple Heart for civilian contractors. It came with a pay increase and your choice of next assignment, as well as other bonuses, which he couldn't recall at the moment. Jacob was going to instruct him to give it to the families of those who had died while under his command. But survivor's guilt was a slippery slope that would only serve as self-punishment in the long run. "Lieutenant Santiago is to receive the Gold Life-Saving Medal for pulling you out of there when she did." "Thank you, sir," said Jacob, not knowing the true circumstances surrounding his rescue. "She's a good soldier, sir, and deserves the recognition." General Hall nodded once before departing the room as quickly as he had entered. Not too long after he had gone, Cindy peeked her head inside the hospital apartment, wearing a cheerful smile that was unfamiliar to him. "I see you're finally awake, Commander. It's Jacob when I'm off duty, ma'am. Well, for saving my life, it's Cindy all the time." She entered his room carrying a basket piled high with fresh fruits and dark blue balloons tied to its handle. "I heard about your commendation, so I added some balloons to your basket. I hope that was okay." "Yes, thank you. How are you doing?" Cindy gingerly sat down in the chair beside him. "I can honestly say getting tossed through the door so quickly, like that was a novel experience to have. I only received a bruised tailbone and some mild shock to show for it, though. But forget about me. How are you feeling?" Jacob summed up the information on his medical chart, which he had briefly gone over before her arrival. 3 serious lacerations that extend from the right brow down to the cheek, with the right eyeball irreparably damaged. In genuine concern, she placed a hand atop his. "But I'm not complaining about it," he said, sensing her worry. "Things could have gone a hell of a lot worse. We all feel that way. About the mission, I mean. If you hadn't stopped the line of people waiting to come over, things could have turned out quite differently." "Can you tell me what happened after this?" asked Jacob, gesturing to his bandaged eye. "Oh, it's already being told around headquarters like some kind of action movie. Your Earth Rangers sure know how to tell a captivating story." Cindy then clears her throat and begins impersonating one of his men. If he wasn't mistaken, it sounded like Miller's husky voice she was attempting to reproduce. The commander carried the lovely scientist in one arm. That's me, by the way. While with the other, he blasted the dino chickens' heads off with his assault rifle, never missing a single shot. Then hurls her through the portal with the other non-combatants, as though she were weightless. I don't know why, but I really liked that part. The commander then flung his rifle aside because it wasn't killing the dinosaurs fast enough. That's when you picked up that explosive launcher thingy of yours. Grenade launcher. Yeah, that thingamabob. And I swear on my father's life, this is what happened next. You fired 4 shots into the air, 3 of which landed in the heart of the dino chickens herd. With only 20 or so still remaining, they ran past us, choosing to get as far away from the blast zone as possible. Cindy then folded her arms smugly, dragging out the moment for effect. Okay, what happened next? A freaking Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's what happened next. Jacob pushed himself onto his elbows, surprised by her admission. We had already created a lot of noise and were drawing unwanted attention from all directions. So, when a T-Rex poked his head into the clearing, I nearly pissed myself. That was Miller, who pissed his pants. Not me, she said, poking at Jacob's sore ribs. Cindy then switched back to Miller's theatrical voice. The commander struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex square in the face with his 4th consecutive shot, the ultimate boop on the nose. I'd want to point out that the T-Rex had only just arrived when you fired that last shot. It was like getting punched in the face when you first walk into a room. I kind of felt a little bad for it, you know? The poor thing couldn't even assert its dominance before having its face completely blown off. Once the T-Rex fell dead to the earth, the bird-like dinosaurs all but forgot about us and fled the area entirely. You then started slaughtering any of them who came too close to you with your combat knife. Until a leaping raptor blindsided you with a taloned foot across your face. That's when Santiago dragged your unconscious body back through the door. Come on. That didn't really happen. Cindy throws a couple of empty-handed stabs in midair. What, the part about your sweet knife skills? Or the part about Santiago dragging you back home? They both laughed at the ridiculousness of going toe-to-toe with even one of those dinosaurs, let alone a handful all at once. When the deep gashes on his face tugged at a pair of fresh stitches, Jacob's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Okay, I surrender. Now stop making me laugh. I meant the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Did I really hit one of them? I've got the proof right here. Cindy takes out her cell phone and scrolls through a couple of pictures. Once Dr. Lewis had found the images she was looking for, she handed him the evidence. The Tyrannosaurus's eyes and nostrils stood coated in dark green scales, with a pale yellow tinge cascading down his stomach while concluding across its wide tail. About 38 feet in length, the dinosaur's corpse rested face down at the edge of the clearing, while countless trees lay toppled over in the nearby area. The T-Rex fought for its last moments of life by digging cavernous claw marks into the surrounding terrain. Cindy then noticed what Jacob was staring at. They told me that the Tyrannosaurus Rex tried getting up several more times before finally succumbing to its injuries. Above its left eye, a small crater formed from the grenade's concussive blast. The large divot his weapon had left behind spewed purple goo across the forest floor. Jacob quickly recognized the irony of the situation after reaching for his bandaged eye for a second time. We got lucky. We got very lucky, she said, taking her device back. Cindy fidgeted with the phone on her lap, uncertain of how to broach another topic of discussion, which was taking place while Jacob had slept. If you have something more to say, I'm listening. I mean myself and the other researchers visited the families of the Earth Rangers that were lost and personally gave our condolences. Jacob quickly pulled himself out of bed, allowing his bare feet to slap against the cold floor. Those were my duties to carry out. Not yours, he said, still hazy from his injuries. However, Cindy merely places a hand on his chest before he can fully stand. It's already done. Now get back into bed, she said in a soothing yet decisive tone. We're all aware that it was your responsibility, but you were in emergency surgery at the time. And the families needed to be informed. If it was my loved ones out there, I would want to know as soon as humanly possible. She then put him back into bed with a tender strength that only a mother could conjure up. I informed them of your injuries and that you'd be arriving once the doctors had cleared you for travel. Most of them understood and sent you their well wishes. When his head stopped swaying from side to side because of the loss of half his vision, the interior of the room also ceased in its constant twirling. Jacob's eyesight hadn't been stellar to begin with, and now, with his depth perception completely gone, he was facing the prospect of a second retirement. You said most of them? There were some that wished their children had stayed in the military instead of doing off-world contract work. Yes, I see. When the doorways between Earths opened on Jacob's planet, military advancement was no longer a realistic option for career soldiers. Those looking to move up in the ranks, for example, found it much more difficult to do it in this brave new world of doppelgangers. Why bother training fresh new recruits when you could just re-enlist a battle-tested soldier from an entirely different planet? So, these newly disillusioned men and women packed up their belongings and went through the door, where a different kind of war was raging. When a conflict on a parallel world concluded, another war erupted somewhere else. Soon, these different battles and skirmishes began to merge together as one, creating an unsustainable situation for all parties involved. In the end, no one knew what they were truly fighting for, or who was the true enemy in all of this. Even Jacob made the parallel tour for a short time after that. This stage of his career ended spectacularly when he suggested to a superior officer that they adopt his strategy instead of the plan agreed upon by the higher-ups. However, instead of simply dismissing Jacob's idea, they slapped him with a diagnosis of parallel fatigue and sent him back home. He later found out that they carried out his plan to the letter, in which his former unit received medals for the successful operation in question. Blacklisted from all future engagements for the next 3 years, going into contract work became the only real viable option for him. Sometime later, however, Jacob's parallel duplicate was killed while investigating an unclassified Earth on the Multiverse's outer ring. The benefactor that supported those same expeditions opted to recruit a new Jacob as a replacement for the old one instead. Numerous years later and countless jumps underneath his belt, Jacob now found himself lying in this hospital bed, staring up at a beautiful woman with one working eye. That wasn't all I wanted to tell you, Cindy said, her face flushing with this confession. We need you, Jacob. What I meant to say is that I need you. Need me for what? We're building a base on Dinosaur Earth 2, and we want you to command the main facility there. Jacob slowly waves a hand over his bandaged face. I don't think I'll be passing the Earth Ranger's mandatory fitness exam after this. Cindy's expression brightens as she quickly acknowledges his problem and begins rummaging through her purse. She then took out a small cherrywood box, no bigger than those containing an engagement ring inside, and handed it over to him. Her seductive eyes took a long, slow blink at Jacob as she smiled softly to herself. He cracks open the wooden box by lifting the 2 metal clasps held on either side of it. A single eyeball was nestled in between a dark crimson silk cloth depression and peered back at him through branching optic nerves fashioned from thin gold wiring. How did you get something like this? Only gold and silver Earths have this kind of technology. I told her about your situation and she insisted on making things right. If I have anything to say about it, his career is just starting. Those were her exact words. Her who? The Queen of Orientation herself, that's who. She was the one who funded the expedition to that particular Earth. Cindy then gives Jacob a surprised look. Wait, you didn't know? The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end at the mere mention of the monarch's name. However, Jacob hid his alarmed features quite well. Being low on the totem pole has its advantages. What does she want for this? He asked, laying the box down some distance away from himself as if it was radioactive. I take it that the Queen didn't handpick you for this excursion, did she? Apparently she did some time ago, but I was definitely her second choice. What does she want for this? Asked Jacob again. Cindy's once bright, self-satisfied grin soon faded into a puzzled frown. I assumed it was compensation for your injuries. Early retirement was strangely looking more and more appealing the longer they spoke on the matter. Jacob then leans in closer, like the Queen of Orientation might walk through the door at any second. They say that she personally hunts down any individuals who are unable to pay off their debts to her. Cindy's sudden burst of laughter quickly cuts through his conspiratorial whisper. Those are just a bunch of old wives' tales, you silly goose. When she could finally control her amusement at the situation, Cindy took out her cell phone yet again. But if this truly bothers you so much, I'll call her to verify the gift's real purpose. You have a direct line to the Queen herself? She held up a finger, stalling any more of Jacob's questions. Yes, this is Dr. Lewis. Please inform Her Majesty that Jacob's awake and I'm with him right now. Cindy paused for a few moments before speaking again. Yes, Your Majesty. I'm sitting in front of him as we speak. He's doing well, but he's concerned about the cost associated with the eyepiece. Cindy then presses the speaker function on her cell phone. Go ahead, Your Majesty. Thank you, Doctor. Lewis, you now have my undivided attention, Commander. Completely caught off guard by the Queen's familiar voice, Jacob barely had time to consider his words. Yes, Your Majesty. Although I appreciate this generous and costly piece of equipment, I fear it may be too expensive underneath my current salary. Is this your way of telling me you want a raise, Commander? Of course not, Your Majesty. I believe you already gave me one of those when I signed on to the expedition. It's just that the eyepiece is too expensive for me to pay back. The Queen of Orientation's chuckle over the phone was deep and throaty. I can appreciate your honesty, Commander. Over the years, my Jacob and I have had some quite interesting ethical discussions on the matter of handing out expensive gifts. He was also especially adamant about not hiring his parallel double to take his place if he died. Do you know why he felt that way, Commander? Jacob thought for a moment about what his parallel counterpart might have said to persuade her against such a position. There are promising men and women out there that are just waiting for a chance to prove themselves. But that will never happen if you keep looking to the past for safer solutions. The Queen took in a deep gasp of breath which became lodged inside her throat. Yes, bravo, Commander. Those were almost his exact words. So, you didn't listen to his advice then, said Jacob, with a twinge of betrayal in his voice. I'm stubborn that way, Commander. As for your other concerns, the eyepiece is compensation for your valiant efforts on Earth X-62. I'm not selling it to you, nor am I giving it to you out of nostalgia for my past relationships. My Jacob is dead now, and I won't dishonor his memory by attempting to replace him entirely. Because of that, I'll be keeping our correspondence solely professional. It was embarrassing for me to defy his wise counsel in such a brazen manner, but I wasn't sure who I could trust for such a crucial assignment. After her awkward admission, the Queen of Orientation fell completely silent. So Jacob responded to her words by filling in the void left behind. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your candor as well as this kind and generous gift. I understand you need me for another job. Yes. I need you to work with Dr. Lewis to establish an operational base on this problematic Earth of ours. Jacob then looked up at Cindy's expecting face and thought about all the terrible lizards awaiting their arrival just beyond the door. They'd need a lot of firepower to get him back over there, although he knew that the Queen of Orientation had the capacity to provide him with whatever weapons and equipment he needed from her vast financial resources. Yes, Your Majesty, I believe I'm the right person for the job. Chapter 29. The Moon. As Jacob concluded his tale of man-eating dinosaurs and contracts with royalty, he slid his ex-wife's handgun back into its holster. Penelope beamed at him impishly with eyes aflutter and fingers interwoven on the countertop. You never said anything about this being a blossoming love story, Commander. Jacob could only gaze down at his half-finished carving, uncomfortably aware of how the relationship would eventually end some decades later. Although time had healed both physical and mental wounds, he was hesitant to reopen that particular part of his life. A real love story for the ages. Let's just pretend you didn't figure that last part out. All right, pup. Sure, I get it. But in full disclosure, a doctor. Lewis offered me a job in the Earth Rangers zoology department just before I came here today. She wouldn't happen to be your doctor. Lewis. Jacob lets out a deep groan in response to her inquiry. One and the same, pup. That damn smart-ass squid brought her onto my ship. Penelope nodded once, deciding to drop this sensitive matter entirely. So you decided to work for the Queen of Orientation then? Pup, I still work for her now. And in some respects, we all do while up here. This lavish spaceship surrounding us is one of her most cherished pet projects, perhaps even more treasured than her nanobot research. Anyway, the Jacob before me carried her rifle around like some damn lost puppy, and even helped her line up a shot or two during one of her many-man hunts. I've had a very long time to reflect on both our past and present decisions. Penelope fixes her gaze onto Jacob's murky white iris. Does that mean you can see me clearly with both of your eyes? He blinks twice, changing the seemingly blind eyeball to match with the light hazel one on the left. Although they were scarcely visible, the iris's newly golden capillaries suggested that an intricate machine had manufactured this costly product. I can see a great deal with this thing, pup, especially when someone punches a small crater into my floor. He dangled the allegation in front of Penelope, trying to make light of the whole situation. Sorry about that. I'll pay for all the damages with my points if that'll fix it. Don't worry about the floor. Just keep in mind of where we are and avoid causing any hull breaches in the near future. Deal. Is that why you really think I'm one of them? Jacob considers her question for a moment. Let's simply say that I hope you are. A fresh perspective never hurt any long-standing organization. Although my ex-wife's interest in you only serves to support this theory. I'm sure as shit she'd give her right arm for that unique talent of yours. It would definitely make her job a whole lot easier. Jacob then withdrew to his stockroom to retrieve her refurbished belongings while Penelope grabbed the pricey compass to add to her loadout. Once he'd wished her luck in the next round, she departed the market with a bit more optimism than before. Penelope returned to the food court and ordered a large platter of various kinds of sushi from a Japanese restaurant, which claimed to be the best in the entire multiverse. With this final purchase, as well as the one made inside the market, she was Earth Point broke once more. When Penelope walked through the front door, Vanessa had already left for a prior engagement, and Sam roamed the halls in anticipation of the upcoming show. So she placed their meal on the coffee table and waited for the outlandish commercials on the television to end. The notion of vacationing across the Earth's continents inside a two-person pod felt a bit too treacherous for her taste, with most of the planet's surface covered in a layer of volcanic magma. As Penelope had suspected, the game show edited out the audience's wild behavior, as well as the Queen of Inspiration's subsequent meltdown at her suggestive outfit. Instead, they played a modified intro of Penelope's exploits in the preliminary rounds. Thus, she paused the show and tried explaining to Sam everything that took place after her introduction. However, the events in question felt decades old and tricky to relay to him clearly. CD's authorized tampering with Penelope's memories had dulled those past few hours like a well-worn knife, and he had done an amazing job of it. What little she could properly relate to Sam left him completely stunned. "Is this the power that Vanessa was warning us about?" he asked. "If I had to hazard a guess, this was almost certainly the Queen's signature powers on display," said Penelope. "She must have had a lot riding on controlling this Empress character to flaunt her gifts out in the open like that. Now, I think only my death will provide her with some kind of solace. So, you're still not convinced that you're the Empress yet?" She studied her half-eaten plate of sushi without a response, longing for people to stop asking her that question. "Let's finish watching. There's still a lot more you have to see." While they sat through the first half of the show, Sam placed a hand inside hers and squeezed it reassuringly, each time he felt her arm tense up. Needless to say, by the end of Penelope's spider ordeal, both their hands sat hot and sweaty, but to Sam's credit, he never once let her go. He did, however, cast nervous glances in her direction as she cut a path through the swarming spiders with lethal precision. Then, to corroborate her psychic abilities, she began predicting each of the spiders' movements right down to the slightest twitch of their venomous mandibles. No scramble, leap, or swing from the ceiling could evade Penelope's spinning sword, and she met each act of aggression with the death of a spider. Not even the desk she stood upon could withstand her buzzsaw-like destruction across the room. Soon, Penelope would have to dive out of the office to evade an appearing centipede about the length of 2 compact cars. Once the first half of her round had reached its conclusion, Sam reclined on the sofa next to her with a deep exhale. That was one hell of a fetch quest. This simple observation had completely jolted Penelope out of the spell she was under. Sam's overjoyed enthusiasm at her amazing victory only made the hollowness within her stomach deepen. She had no idea how strange it would be to watch herself beneath this level of mind-altering detachment. He soon stared incredulously at Penelope when she returned to the laboratory and laid across one of the metal tables. "It's a safe zone. Check out the barricades blocking each door." She got to her feet and stretched, arching her back at different angles. They all have a certain pattern to them, and they're all stationed on the outside. Sam turned his attention back to the screen, eager to get a glimpse at one of the exits. "I think they're about to go to a commercial break, so if you need to use the restroom, now's the time." Sam hopped from the sofa and dashed into the guest bathroom. "CD, you still in there?" asked Penelope. "Yes, I'm here. Let's not tamper with my memories anymore. It makes me significantly more disoriented than I anticipated. I can instruct you on how to implement it on your own. With your current aptitude, it should be a simple matter to perform. Perhaps later. For now, I want to keep things fresh in my mind for round 2. I shall leave it to your discretion then." "Thank you. I won't let it interfere with my overall training. What's going on with the hunt for Red October? If you're alluding to Frank, I have trapped him within your optical lobe. If he tries leaving this location, I shall secure him there permanently." "Good. Now it's time to prepare Sam for my one-person rendition of Cats, with an actual cat." Penelope wandered around the small kitchen, waiting for him just outside the restroom door. "Hey, buddy, just checking in on your tummy condition." Sam soon exits the lavatory and pats his stomach several times quickly. "Plumbing's almost back to normal," he said. "Bathroom's all yours. What are your thoughts, now that you've seen me in action?" He held his gaze onto Penelope's face for so long that it nearly forced her to look away. Then Sam surprised her with a second bear hug of the day. "I have a confession to make," he said, pulling her back to arm's length. "Vanessa already prepared me for what to expect. Now that I know you can take care of yourself in this crazy game show, I couldn't care less how many languages you can speak. You're my best friend, and nothing will ever change that." "Thanks, Sam. I really appreciate that. More than you'll ever know." As the second half of the show was underway, so did Penelope's conversation with Mooney, the lioness. They conversed in a feline-like dialect, while Sam raised pertinent questions that only an intellectual mind like his could devise. Number. Penelope didn't realize she was speaking in that fashion until Kate replayed the scene on stage. And yes, Mooney's specialized dialect did cause her throat to feel somewhat sore after making use of her untrained larynx. While they chatted about the subtle nuances in Penelope's overall demeanor, segments of her memories began to resurface, as well as her guilt at being forced by Frank to kill Mooney at the last second. However, when the subsequent buried memories pushed their way in between less clouded ones, she complained of an oncoming headache and withdrew to the guest bedroom. Penelope then curled up in bed, with the crown of mental health nestled around her forehead, and thanks to CD, soon began to sleep soundly. When she awoke within the crown's dream realm once again, Penelope was dressed in a long blue t-shirt that extended well past her knees, which portrayed a row of galloping unicorns on its back. A 9-year-old Penelope stood just outside her front door, only to have it slammed shut in her face. Terrified by the door's sharp bang, the young girl fled the porch barefooted and into the chilly night air. Now prepared for this body-swapping eventuality, the real Penelope allowed herself to be guided around by these once-elusive memories. Tossed back into this surreal state, she observed her younger self strolling down a very familiar street corner without any real direction, while in order to stay warm, she huddled her hands beneath tightly clinched armpits. That night, she had learned an invaluable lesson about her father's fragile ego, and it was to never praise John while Frank was still within earshot. He had dragged Penelope out of bed and into the frigid darkness before she could even grasp what was happening. "If my roof isn't good enough for you, then go stay with him," he said, slamming the aforementioned door. When Frank put Penelope out for the night like the Flintstones' saber-toothed cat, she was forced to rely on her backup plan instead. There was a rope inside John's backyard that she could tug on to get Sam's attention from the second floor. The cord would then trigger a bell within his bedroom. Once Sam turned on his light, she knew it was safe to approach from the front. Unfortunately, neither of those things would happen that night, because both father and son were traveling through the air on their way to Mexico City. Penelope glanced up at the star-filled sky, imagining that one of the shimmering lights was their airplane flying overhead. Although the idea of it only served to make her feel even colder than she already was. Thus, Penelope wandered around the peacefully silent cul-de-sac, just as she had done so many nights before. The chilly weather in this part of the world wasn't anything that she couldn't readily handle. It was her freezing feet that prompted her to return home and simply take her medicine. That's what Frank would call it, just before slapping her around for a bit. Penelope could see that the living room lights were still on from 4 houses down the block. Frank was, without a doubt, still awake and drinking to excess. Probably taking in an old gangster film or a re-aired sporting event. Okay, if you don't want to freeze to death out here. "It's time to take your medicine," Penelope said to herself in a capitulated whisper. Hence, she began the lengthy walk back to her home with shoulders hunched over in utter defeat. "What on God's green earth are you doing out here at such a late hour?" The sound of another person's voice within her vicinity almost sent Penelope into a dead run. She turned to see a middle-aged woman with dark brown skin, dressed in a bright yellow coat, while leaning over her porch's railing for a better look at Penelope. Inside one of the woman's hands, a tiny reddish glowing amber floated beside her, making irregular spirals in the night. She then followed Penelope's eyes to the lit cigarette. "Now I know what you're thinking. It's a bad habit. But going cold turkey never really worked out for me. So, I indulge in the addiction once in a while." Penelope, in fact, had no idea what this woman was thinking. She saw little choice but to freeze in place, like an animal caught in a snare, while hoping this individual couldn't make her out from only a few feet away. When the stranger's form became backlit by the lights from her porch, Penelope noticed she was wearing additional yellow pajamas underneath the oversized coat. Once the young girl's predicament became painfully clear, she removed her jacket and immediately wrapped it around her shoulders. The stranger's accumulated warmth transferred itself into her body, sending a wave of relief throughout her back and bottom. However, the pleasant heat formed around the winter coat came to a full stop at her bare legs and exposed feet. "Is that you, Penelope?" asked the woman, putting the 9-year-old girl at a clear disadvantage. "Yes." "Who are you?" She tried speaking succinctly, but her chattering teeth simply wouldn't cooperate. "My name's Mel. I'm a friend of Sam." "Sam?" "Yes, dear. Now can we go inside before both of us catch our deaths out here?" Mel attempted to lift Penelope off the ground, but she altered her centre of gravity, making the task far more difficult. "Oh, I see. So, I'm a kidnapper now." Penelope rapidly nodded her head in agreement. Linda was a friend of mine as well. When she'd come over to chat, Sam was often by her side. His father found it difficult to speak about his wife after the accident. So Sam and I would tell each other stories about Linda to make sure we would never forget her. Now, do you need any more proof than that? Number. Good, because I've always wanted a red head for my collection. Before Penelope could replant her feet again, Mel had already whisked her up and inside the house in one sweeping motion. Once the delightful heat reached Penelope's hardened feet, all the fight drained out of her entirely. She really wouldn't have mind putting the lotion on her skin if it kept her out of Seattle's frigid weather. Mel places Penelope down in the center of a living room with high ceilings that were filled to the brim with porcelain sculptures of all shapes and sizes. In front of the tall lemon-yellow walls, glass shelves lined with small to mid-size figurines occupied every space and corner of the extensive parlor. Some were cartoon-like in nature with simple expressions on their faces, while others had so many detailed curves to them. You could spend hours pointing out new features within each sculpture. However, a unique section of them sat alone behind their own isolated shelving. And although much of the paint had already faded away, their faces still smiled at the viewer with cheerful grins while holding things such as toys or candy. The next row above them were a set of white businessmen in retro suits trying to entice her with cigarettes and alcohol. You have a very good eye. Those are the most expensive ones in my entire collection. Penelope turned back to Mel, still wrapped up inside her thick coat. Where are all the women figurines? She asked, peering around at other display cases. Mel gave her a knowing smile. We're around here somewhere. The women of that era had different priorities back then. Even though everyone enjoyed drinking and smoking in those days, said Mel, motioning to her crushed cigarette bud on the table's ashtray. Men made most of the money back then, so it was prudent to sell things like cigarettes and alcohol to them more aggressively. Take a few steps over to that alcove. Those couple of shelves are just for us. Can you tell me what they're trying to sell to us? Penelope saw a row of white women wearing dresses that still had their price tags within the ceramic models. They also stood beside washing machines, refrigerators, and sometimes even kitchen sinks. Interior designer tips? Asked Penelope without real confidence. Mel burst into laughter at the young girl's naive speculation. More like indentured servitude wrapped up in an expensive dress. Hands resting on her chest to prevent a second round of laughter, Mel shook her head no. I don't want to confuse you. An indentured servant means something totally different in this situation. At the time of their production, a large portion of society believed that a woman's place was in the home. They frowned upon women running their own businesses or even making their own money. So they sold any and everything kitchen related to us, with the promise of making a woman's life at home much easier. Penelope was very mindful of the fight for women's equality, even at such a young age. However, her instinctual need to keep those opinions to herself within the presence of Frank had spilled over to her everyday interactions. So instead of commiserating with this kind lady, she made a conscious decision to feign ignorance. As Penelope wandered to her left, she spotted black people with chains around their necks and arms, while a different group of black women wore deep red gowns and white aprons around their waist. She understood what slavery was and how it divided the country even to this very day. Penelope found the act of owning another human being a grotesque practice, to say the least. In some horrific way, she knew that her father felt that he owned her as well. Mel watched as her eyes darted from floor to ceiling in an attempt to hide her emotional disdain for the historical display. Well, you go on ahead, girl. We got a certified Maya Angelou over here. Let's get some hot cocoa and cookies in you before you go off protesting in just your underwear. She took hold of Penelope's hand and led her into a modest kitchen, free of any dirt or grime. And after sitting her down at the table, Mel put a kettle over the stove, then ignited the blue and orange flames to life. Were your family slaves? Asked Penelope, with the words coming out faster than she would have liked. I'm sure they were, dear. However, finding records of my ancestors has proven to be more difficult than I had anticipated. Back then, Black families got frequently separated, so tracing their movements from so long ago is a full-time job. Now tell me about your family. My mom is dead, she said, practically blurting out her response. Margaret. Yes, I know, dear. And I'm so sorry for that. Penelope's face brightened as someone spoke her mother's name aloud without fear of any retaliation. Saying Margaret's name within the company of Frank, and you were cruising for a serious bruising. While her Aunt Karen got mournfully quiet when her older sister's name was invoked. Thus, finding another person who remembered her and wasn't afraid to talk about the past was precisely what Penelope had needed. Perhaps Sam was onto something with all of his clandestine excursions to Mel's welcoming home. You knew my mother too? We met on numerous occasions, dear. Margaret was a very kind person. We even sat at this exact table and merely chatted about everyday life. Penelope regarded this old round table, in need of a fresh coat of white paint, and now viewed it as a consecrated item worthy of display at a museum. Or was it that other table I threw away last year? Asked Mel to herself. I can never remember. Anyway, I first met Margaret when she came by to introduce herself to me and my mother. Once her and your father had settled into their new home, we soon made our little chats a regular occurrence after that. Bless both of their loving souls. We miss you greatly, said Mel, making a sign of the cross with her right hand. Penelope decided not to pry too much into her mother's passing at their first actual introduction. We assured her that if she needed anything, we were available day or night. And did she? Need anything? I mean, Mel gave Penelope a sorrowful grin. I'm so sorry you never got to spend the same time with your mother as I did with mine. Mel then took the same hand she'd made with the cross and put it over her heart. I pledge on my honor to tell you everything I can remember about Margaret, down to the smallest detail, and as many times as you would like. I made the same promise to Sam as well. Penelope shifted her gaze elsewhere, fighting back tears of utter joy. But why? Asked Penelope, still not accustomed to this level of kindness from a complete stranger. Mel fiddled with the stove's knob, then took a seat in the chair across from her. I was lucky enough to spend a significant amount of time with my mother, even at her bedside on her very last days on this earth. Did you know that your mother loved to paint? No, I didn't. Penelope prepared to devour every morsel of information that came her way, while eagerly shaking her head at the same time. Then time slowed around the two of them, putting an end to the crown's therapeutic influence. Chapter 30. The Moon Resumed. Mel's reassuring words lingered on her motionless lips as an 18-year-old Penelope regained control over her body. Dressed in her recently purchased sweater and jeans, she took hold of her dear friend's still hand. A short time later, Ceedy walks into the kitchen, clad in a greyish tweed suit and fedora hat, while still portraying the elderly gentleman from her past. He also leaned heavily against a wooden cane that supported the right half of his body, which had a small silver knob at the base of its grip. Why did you stop the memory? Asked Penelope, trying to keep the irritation out of her voice. That was the Crown's doing, not mine. I'm also curious about what transpired next, for I have yet to recover this specific memory. Penelope matches Mel's fixed stare with unmistakable affection. She kept her promise and told me everything I wanted to know about my mother. Then we ate shortbread cookies shaped like little flowers and drank hot chocolate. After that, I fell asleep on her couch, still wrapped up in her yellow jacket. I honestly couldn't believe that she never asked me what I was doing out there, half naked and in the dead of night. Do you imagine she was aware of your abuse at home? Knowing her the way I do now, I'm sure she was. Once I started coming by on a regular basis, she would always threaten to kidnap me in order to take my, quote, lovely red hair. Yet the next day, Mel declared me more trouble than I was worth, then prepared me a big breakfast before sending me on my way. Penelope then stood up from the table, reverting back to her infamous jumpsuit and crown, while allowing the xiphos and copper-plated shield to reappear at her backside. However, that was the one promise she never kept, no matter how many times I'd wished that she would. But that's not important now. With Frank locked away, are you going to be my coach this time around? Yes. Although Frank remains quite free at the moment, I've only managed to corner him within a residence on your street. Granted, his assistance would serve no real purpose for this leg of our journey. Your swordsmanship skills lack the desired proficiency for adequate survival. Therefore, you must continue your training with me as your sparring partner. But first, I'd like to show you something outside that might interest you. Geez, buy a girl dinner first before you just try putting the moves on her like that. CD holds the front door open for Penelope as she steps back into the chilly night air. Just beyond Mel's driveway, a four-sided fish tank sat propped atop a small two-door wooden cabinet, while a bluish-white glow emanated from within the glass enclosure. CD simply stood there grinning like a proud father at the unassuming aquarium filled with the strange, shiny liquid inside. We must take into account all of the harm that your body has endured whilst competing in this extremely competitive game show. Otherwise, your vessel will unquestionably rupture and perish. Thus, I have come up with this solution. She peered inside the shimmering chamber, only to see what appeared to be a small herd of motorized seahorses exploring their limited environment. A dark metal plating extended from trunk to tail of their curving chromium bodies, similar to the pipefish species' defining ring system, while a paper-thin foil-like substance acted as their dorsal and pectoral fins. Finally, a silver snout was nestled in between two eyeless orbs, which lay atop both metallic cheek spines. All right, I give up. What are they supposed to be? During your most recent injuries, I seized a small sampling of nanobots for experimental purposes. Then, I modified their behavior so that they would follow my instructions and not self-destruct upon completion of their scheduled tasks. Now intrigued by CD's top-secret side hustle, Penelope looked inside the aquarium with greater fascination. Various medical implements rested snugly against their curved brood pouches, ready to be deployed like an intricate Swiss army knife. When Penelope pressed her palm against the glass, they greeted her touch with a surge of energetic swimming. So, these were the little buggers that were healing me and Sam this entire time? Number. The little buggers you are referring to no longer exist. These are fourth-generation nanobots I bred from their former adaptations. That's fantastic. But I only see 5 of them. Aren't there supposed to be like thousands? To be more precise, there should be hundreds of thousands. These are just a few different examples to illustrate my overall plan properly. I wanted to prepare you for this scenario, as their testing phase is imminent. But how do they vary from the ones given to me when I arrive back on stage? According to my research on the subject, this specific experiment has not yet occurred. Thus, my findings on the nanobots' newest behaviors would be inconclusive. However, I must arrange each of their commands rather precisely so as not to delete their per-programmed medical code inadvertently. CD's life-changing science project disappeared from the public road once he became pleased with his explanation. If Penelope's personal battalion of nanobots performed as advertised, he could heal her on the fly, or even within the actual round itself, if she so desired. CD then gestures to a house across the street from her and Sam's respective residences. Frank hides within that location. Unfortunately, I'm having difficulty accessing the inside from out here. She follows his gaze to a reddish-black brick house with a slanted triangular rooftop, and soon understood why he was having so much trouble accessing it. Now he's hijacking all of my damn memories. This Frank knows that I've never been inside that house before. CD slapped his wooden cane against the rigid concrete pavement once he heard her justification for his course of action. Even though your assumptions are valid, your inability to recognize the reality of the situation is a significant setback to your overall recovery process. Self-deception is common while under difficult situations. Nevertheless, lying to me as well as yourself is a foolhardy exercise with no long-term benefits. Now step beneath the lamppost and adopt your sword stance. Seedy's stern rebuke was uncomfortable to hear, but not entirely unexpected. She still couldn't accept that the violent father who tormented her thoughts was simply another version of herself, constructed from the traumatic memories of her past. And if she was fleeing from a highly intelligent extraterrestrial crystal bent on her immediate capture, that's precisely where she would hide. The 7 residences that encircled the entire cul-de-sac acted as their arena in this bout of sword training, while 4 elevated lampposts made from aluminium provided most of the light in this darkened area. Both Sam and Penelope's 2-story properties were undoubtedly the most impressive homes on the shortened block, which were built to accommodate larger families and included a massive window out front with a spectacular view from the home's parlour. Whereas the second was Mel's 1-story residence, which was covered from top to bottom in hardy wood plank siding. Because the property had the most square footage out of all 3, the majority of the homeowner's front and backyard stood considerably reduced in size as a result. Lastly, there was the modest 1-story brick dwelling that Frank presently concealed himself in. This offered the purchaser an option between a dark reddish cinder block or a light greyish speckled slab of the same model. And although they gave the purchaser less of everything, it was very affordable for first-time home buyers. Penelope walked to the location where Seedy had indicated with his cane, but not before the frigid night around them changed drastically in temperature. What started as a pleasant warmth in the air quickly turned into a sweltering heat. After gazing up at the moonlit sky, Penelope wipes a forearm across her damp brow. "Hey, Seedy, what's going on with this wacky weather in here? It is 93.6 degrees Fahrenheit with a 55% humidity index. Training under hotter temperatures will help increase your overall muscular strength." Seedy raises his cane at a slight angle, mirroring Penelope's current defensive posture. She moved her breathing into a steady rhythm while attempting to ignore the oppressive heat currently beating down on them. Penelope began their sparring session by slowly walking around him towards the street's only real exit. This prompted Seedy to either turn with her or risk being attacked from behind. She then tested his hold on the cane by taking quick hacks at his walking stick with her blade before committing to a full-on assault. When their weapons clashed against one another, her sword surged forward as she prepared to breach his first line of defense. However, Seedy evaded the wild thrust towards him with several formulaic parries that sent her stumbling backwards. He then countered her attack with a few swinging strikes of his own. His cane's tip soon struck Penelope across the knuckles of her sword hand, sending the copper xyphos clattering to the asphalt. She clenched at her stinging hand in pain, ready to call for a quick time-out. However, was unconvinced that he would interrupt the exercise until a significant amount of time had passed. So, rather than petition for a break, she did a ground roll towards her fallen xyphos and performed a crouching swing into the air. Penelope knew he was well out of her sword's range and that she was swinging at nothing, but simply needed some time to collect her thoughts. Seedy waited for her in front of Mel's house, showing no urgency to launch into any assault of his own. Thus, she sought out quick killing blows several times more, only to end up entirely disarmed and with a decisive strike to a body part of his choosing. Penelope rubbed at her blistered backside and came to the unpleasant realization that her current strategy wasn't working. So instead of trying for a critical blow, she concentrated on scoring a succession of quick hits to his walking stick alone. Smacking Seedy's cane aside 5 successful times in a row, and she soon figured out what he was trying to communicate to her with his inaction. She imagined him saying, "Perhaps you should use this time to become better acquainted with your weapon, rather than going for a decisive blow." Seedy would, however, never tell her that directly, while their training session was still underway. Penelope needed to become more self-sufficient in the art of swordplay, while simultaneously employing his tremendous speed if she truly wanted to win their little skirmish. Hence, she sparred with Seedy as predicted, but was also preparing to launch her surprise attack when he least expected it. Night soon gave way to daylight within the boiling heat, and they continued to fight without stopping. She quickly fled out of Sidi's reach and conjured up a hand towel out of thin air to wipe at her sweaty face. He had bound himself to a set of specific sword maneuvers to which he wouldn't deviate from as long as she didn't directly go for a body shot. Thus, Penelope rushed back into their sparring drill, matching Sidi blow for blow with a series of light deflections and hefty strikes to his weapon. Once they were in a steady rhythm, she noticed his cane arm would sink downward on several occasions, leaving his upper body vulnerable to a counter-offensive. Hence, Penelope waited until that late afternoon before carrying out the first phase of her plan. When the sun set behind the western homes, the scorching atmosphere also eased in temperature. Similar to Penelope's previous drills with Frank, her body didn't tire out as quickly or experience the strain of physical exertion within this somewhat realistic dreamscape. Time also seemed to pass by much slower than it did in the real world. Therefore, when another day of hot weather came and went, she forced herself to concentrate on her developing plan. When Sidi's weapon arm fell several more times, as Penelope had estimated that it would, she charged at his defenses with breakneck speeds, attempting to conceal the fact that she was siphoning off small amounts of his blue flame. Once Sidi felt his powers being drained, he slipped back out of reach to make the necessary adjustments to his flow of energy. But Penelope continued to test his resolve by delivering a second round of sword thrust aimed directly at his upper body, now stuck at their agreed-upon boundary lines and with very little room to maneuver. Sidi launched himself over her head by performing a forward flip that extended the distance between them by several yards away. She then turns on her heels and crouches into a runner's stance, with both knees bent toward her aerial target's projected landing spot. Prepared for this exact moment, Penelope takes off like a kinetic projectile, leaving a basketball-sized crater in her wake. Large chunks of concrete and asphalt exploded from beneath her feet, as though fired from a warship's cannon. Once Sidi inevitably made contact with the Earth's surface, Penelope was already on top of him, her sword poised and at the ready. This time, her continuous assault on his person appeared to be random at first glance, while blue sparks erupted from each solid contact made with their respective weapons. Penelope would appear to be attacking Sidi from one direction, only to reverse angles and strike him in the opposite. And rather than deflect his powerful barrage, she ducked and dodged as many of them as she could, leaving her sword free to continue its offensive. The hits Penelope couldn't readily avoid, however, slapped against her arms and legs in the hopes of driving her off. Then, as if on cue, Sidi's arm fell again, leaving the critical gap in his defenses wide open. Penelope smacked down his cane as hard as she could, sending the walking stick even lower, exposing his entire midsection. Sidi swung the undamaged cane to his left, seeking to thwart an impending attack that never came. Rather than aiming for his vulnerable midriff, Penelope ran inside his unprotected guard instead. He twisted his hips in such a way to avoid a fatal stab, but only succeeded in evading her copper shield instead, which had been moved to Penelope's sword hand. Now held in her right hand, the Xiphos tore through Sidi's tweed suit and into his upper pancreas swiftly, causing blood to pool around the deep stab wound. She then rolls away from a counterattack aimed at the back of her neck before taking up a defensive stance with her sword and shield once again at the ready. Sidi stared down at the large puncture in his side with absolute indifference that now seeped metallic-scented blood beneath his white dress shirt. He then produced a second wooden cane out of nowhere and got into an entirely different sword stance than before, which resembled the one Vanessa had shown them a few days prior. Oh, come on. You really have nothing to say? No. At a girl? Or let's take a quick break. Although subterfuge is an inventive strategy, it cannot replace the actual skill needed for true weapon mastery. Would you like to take a break? Asked Sidi, somewhat lowering his guard. She used his subtle hesitation to launch a brand new string of attacks, but, in the end, dual-wielding Sidi was a very different beast than one-handed Seedy. To compensate for Penelope's earlier funneling of his powers, he adopted a greater speed that she couldn't readily match. Seedy would frequently breach her defenses in order to deliver a pair of devastating wallops she may well never hope to counter at her current level of proficiency. Then took a page from her playbook by starting a barrage of random attacks. No longer able to keep up with both Canes at once, Penelope was forced to deflect each of his attacks out of pure necessity. Seedy's constant bombardment continued for several days more, pressing her to struggle for every inch she gained. At the start of the 6th day, he only allowed her a 15-minute water break. Seedy then ceased his offensive entirely when Penelope's lungs began to burn and all of her counterattacks became sloppy and lethargic. After realizing that the sparring session was finally over, she collapsed onto her back and began pouring generated buckets of cold water onto her face. As a consequence, a fit of water-induced choking coughs forced her to rotate onto one side. Seedy then approaches Penelope and pokes her in the face with one of his canes. Preparing to shout at him for the unsportsmanlike conduct, she noticed that her laboured breathing had returned to normal and all her aches and pains had gradually gone away. The time has come to awake from your slumber. I must now focus all of my efforts on capturing Frank. It is possible that I will be unavailable for some time. What if something happens? Asked Penelope, rising to her feet. We have one more night of training before the second round of the games begins, but I will be available in case of an emergency. And with those final words, her eyes fluttered open inside the guest bedroom. Penelope got out of bed, preparing for the pain in her muscles to cry out for attention. However, when the discomfort never came, she rolled both shoulder joints back and forth just to be sure. Yet, Penelope felt completely fine this time around, so she took a long, hot shower, then dressed in her old set of clothing before joining Sam and Carson in the living room. Her friend had always been an early riser, and relaxed on the couch in a green long-sleeve shirt while attentively watching the local news. Lieutenant Carson, however, was dressed in a casual white t-shirt and jeans as she flipped through the latest beauty magazine beside the staircase. Good morning, Lieutenant. Any appointments for me today? Yes, good morning, Empress. Penelope cringed at the nickname/royal title, but kept all objections to herself. You have a quick follow-up with Dr. Thomas. Then you have one more guest that prefers to remain anonymous. Sam turns away from the television screen when hearing about her last appointment. Anonymous? Should we be worried? Carson scans through her scheduling tablet for more information. She passed all the security checks and currently works as a promoter for the games. They both visibly relaxed before shrugging at one another. Probably some commercial they want me to take part in, said Penelope. Can't say I didn't see this one coming. Dr. Thomas arrived while they were eating breakfast and stuck one of his grey examining devices onto Penelope's forehead. After a few minutes of questions and answers, he gave her a clean bill of health and hurried off to attend to his next appointment. Then, around 30 minutes later, a young woman with short golden hair and wearing a black worker's uniform came inside lugging the portable washer and dryer in either hand. She reassured them that Marek was in good health and that it was just one of his days off. They sped through the brief process of having their garments washed, then watched as the worker quickly departed. And they call these rest days, said Penelope, muttering underneath her breath. Sam inhaled his clothes deeply, as if auditioning for a detergent commercial. At least you're no longer viewed as a criminal, he said with another inhale of his slacks. I guess the grass really is greener on the other side. The lieutenant looks up from her magazine after Penelope's statement. We could always go back to how things were. If that is what you wish, Your Majesty. There's no point if your heart's not truly in it, Lieutenant. It is not, Your Majesty, she said, reopening her magazine. Later that day, the safe zone judge who settled things between Penelope and Lieutenant Carson came by to see them. When the two familiar bailiffs entered the home, everybody stopped what they were doing and rose to their feet. Please sit, everyone. This is an unofficial meeting. I just wanted to check in on the game's #1 player. Because she still had on her long black robes, they all regarded her unofficial meeting with cautious courtesy. With Judge Sparrow's impromptu visit, Sam and the lieutenant found something more entertaining to do outside. And once alone, the two women exchanged polite pleasantries before the actual conversation began. Penelope pulls out a kitchen chair for Judge Sparrow and sits down across from her. "What an unexpected pleasure, Your Honor. I'm just here to get a better look at you this time." "You're not concerned about my well-being, are you, Judge?" After seeing round one for myself, "No, dear, I'm not." Judge Sparrow gave her a hesitant smile before cautiously leaning forward. "You're a ringer, aren't you?" "A ringer, Your Honor? You know? One of those skilled competitors brought inside the games to shake things up. Did you know that the odds of you winning haven't changed at all? The bookies still think you'll die out there. Perhaps it's because they don't believe I'm this Empress person everyone's talking about." Judge Sparrow swept that idea aside with a wave of her hands. "I don't believe in that fairy tale nonsense, and neither should you." Penelope could have kissed the woman right then and there with those few remarks alone. "It's pretty ridiculous, huh?" She grinned at this rational person broadly, but became kind of flummoxed when a part of her took issue with the whole fairy tale statement. "Yes, it very much is. Like you of all people would have some sort of extraterrestrial spirit hiding somewhere inside of you." The larynx in the back of Penelope's throat quickly seized up, and she would have collapsed onto the floor if not already seated. She was relieved that no liquids were inside of her mouth at the time, because the comedic spit-take in the judge's face would have been rather embarrassing. Penelope battled back an oncoming panic attack and tried to appear as uninterested as possible on the topic at hand. An extraterrestrial spirit. "That sounds pretty mental," said Penelope, regaining some of her internal composure. "Oh, it truly is, dear. The Queens have some crazy doctrines out there, that's for sure," said Judge Sparrow, finally noticing Penelope's pallid face. "Are you all right, champ? You look as though someone has just walked over your grave." Penelope took several long breaths, attempting to restore the colour to her bloodless features while trying to investigate the subject even further. "I had no idea about the alien spirit aspect of their teachings. That sounds utterly terrifying. Will they try to implant an extraterrestrial inside of me or something like that?" Judge Sparrow pats her on the forearm, attempting to ease all her concerns. "No, I believe the alien they speak of is independent of their influence. According to what I've heard, they're okay with the Empress never even showing up, let alone implanting something inside of her. Only God knows what those 4 women would get up to if they did." The judge then looks up at a wide-eyed Penelope, having finally heard her own words. "I'm sure you'll be fine, though." Penelope stood from the table alongside the judge as she apologized for the brief visit, while feigning a prior commitment elsewhere. Regardless of these evolving circumstances around CD, as well as the beliefs surrounding the origins of their powers, she needed to keep her true goal in sight. And that was surviving these last 2 rounds, no matter what the cost was. "Don't forget to bet it all on me," said Penelope with her confidence now shaken to its very core. Before leaving the home entirely, Judge Sparrow turns to give her a reassuring smile and fires a pair of finger guns in her direction. Chapter 31. The moon resumed, when Sam and the lieutenant returned from their walk. Penelope snuggled up on the sofa beside him to watch television, much like they had always done on those carefree days back home. Things were a lot simpler in those years, and she yearned to revisit those much happier times. Judge Sparrow's enlightening conversation echoed throughout her thoughts, casting doubt on everything that she had believed in since their arrival here, so much so that the emotional strain on her body soon fell victim to a dreamless sleep. Penelope awoke sometime later with a series of stomach cramps that intensified in pain with each movement of her midsection. "How long was I asleep for?" she asked Sam, wincing in pain with each word. Lieutenant Carson peered up from her magazine and replied in his stead. "He's gone for a walk. A real one this time. You've been asleep for about 2 hours now." She stood up from the sofa, ready to excuse herself to the restroom, but instead doubled over onto the floor in extreme agony. Now writhing back and forth in debilitating pain, Carson hurried around the sofa, instantly concerned for her well-being. "I'm calling Doctor. Thomas," said the lieutenant, taking out her cell phone. Without warning, CD pushed her consciousness off to the side, then seized control over her larynx. "That won't be necessary," he said in his usual clinical manner. "I'm currently experiencing menstrual cramps. Please assist me to the bathroom." The lieutenant lifted Penelope to her feet while simultaneously stashing her cell phone away. "Are you sure? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We all experience things of this nature." CD then relinquishes control over Penelope's mouth, just in time for her to clean up his mess. "I know. I just don't want Sam to find out." "He doesn't seem like that kind of guy to me," said Carson, supporting an arm around her waist. Penelope clenches her stomach as another surge of pain hits. "No, he's just the opposite. He'll mother hen me to death if he ever finds out." Lieutenant Carson fought to hide a grin before responding. "Now that sounds more like him." She slowly guides Penelope through the kitchen and into a short corridor that leads to this floor's lavatory, where she immediately stands watch outside the bathroom's door. The ground floor guest restroom was hidden beneath the stairs and had the same elaborate white crown moulding as the rest of the house, while a pearl-coloured wainscoting trim barely reached the height of Penelope's slim hips. With both hands now gripping the ceramic sink, she grimaced within the frameless mirror at the unpredictable waves of pain. "What the heck are you doing inside of me, CD? You need to pass waste through your gastrointestinal tract." "Shit? Are you telling me I have to take a shit?" "That is correct." Penelope opens the bathroom door a slight fracture to find Carson still standing vigilantly at her post. "I'm sorry for worrying you, Lieutenant, but it was only a false alarm. It appears as though I just need to drop the kids off at the pool." Carson looks at her in confusion. However, Penelope continues to smile at her through the narrow slit in the door, hoping that it wouldn't take long for the lieutenant to understand her crude slang. She finally nods once in comprehension before leaving Penelope to her privacy. On any other normal day, she would sit down, do her business, wipe from top to bottom, then flush. Inspecting the contents of the toilet bowl afterwards only came with a doctor's prescribed orders or the consumption of a cupcake topped with blue frosting. Today, however, she made an executive decision to look inside. After the dense lump exited her system and collided with the water, it made a single splash before rippling throughout the 20-inch bowl. Penelope washed her hands for the advised 20 seconds and reluctantly peered inside her porcelain throne. The submerged crystal that housed her extraterrestrial companion now sat alone at the bottom of the pristine toilet. However, it appeared more like a yellowish calcified stone than the lovely homogeneous she discovered beneath a tree almost a full week ago. "CD, if that's you down there, I'm not swallowing you again. It is not. I continue to exist within you." He soon disclosed his current location by projecting an image of her brain's right hemisphere. Penelope exhaled with relief and flushed the now empty crystal down the toilet. "Sorry, buddy." "No keepsakes." She then scrubbed her hands clean again. "What exactly does this mean for us now?" "This implies that we are now two halves of the same coin." CD senses her confusion before elaborating further. "Without a crystalline enclosure, I can no longer thrive outside the oxygen-rich environment in which I used to. At present, we are now in an indefinite, symbiotic state. I benefit from this connection by acquiring additional knowledge I could not have otherwise obtained in my previous form. And you may now utilize my powers at your full discretion." "So, what you're trying to tell me is that the training wheels are finally off. That's no reason to relax your guard or neglect the mental exercises that I have assigned to you. Jacob has already warned you that this spaceship could sustain additional damage if you are not careful." "Roger that." The front door opened, then closed once more, signaling that Sam had returned from his second walk. However, the lieutenant keeps her word and only gestures towards the bathroom once Sam inquires about her whereabouts. But when the front door opens and closes for a second time, Penelope ignores the eerie silence that accompanies it. She takes a deep breath and finally broaches the subject that was really on her mind. "Seedy, did you know about the Empress? And what set of conditions led to me obtaining this de facto title before it even happened?" The alien entity that now resided inside her brain said nothing for a long moment, confirming most of her suspicions. Yes and no. "When you were compelled to pick me up that day?" "No, I didn't. However, once I gained access to this Earth's internet, then my answer would have to be yes. I found a queen's powers, which aligned with my own and surreptitiously presented us as that person. Although the queen in question was irrelevant to me at that point. So why not simply tell me about the plan? Because I needed you to be just as ill-informed of the idea as all the rest of our captors, even though their technology cannot penetrate what you perceive as my consciousness. A human's mind, however, is commonly referred to as an open book. For this plan, as you say, to really work, you needed to be just as unaware as the ones we wish to deceive." After hearing this, Penelope felt like ripping her hair out by their roots in utter frustration. "Do you realize how difficult my life is going to be even if I make it out of the games alive? Am I simply going to deceive the entire multiverse for the rest of my life? Yes. However, you'll still be alive to do so. Based on the assassination attempts made by their numerous enemies, I wouldn't be so sure about that. And what's going to happen when they find another me in the thousands of different Earths out there? That won't be a problem." Penelope was too scared to even speculate why he felt so strongly about that, but Seedy picked up on her hesitation. "I don't have the capability, nor would I wish to hunt down each of your counterparts in order to keep our little secret. There are presently no other Penelopes that match your description beyond this starship." This second admission of his caught her off guard yet again. "What about my mom? Or even Frank, for that matter? I've had no issues finding either of your parents on other Earths, both living and deceased. It appears that you are one of a kind, despite your lack of royal lineage." With her very existence now in question, Penelope walked out of the bathroom, leaving Seedy to ponder his next act of deception in silence. Thoroughly stunned by their conversation, she didn't even notice Sam staring inside the living room with wide-eyed disbelief. Hardly daring to look away or budge a single inch, his back was firmly pressed against the kitchen's countertop. Penelope needed to take the few steps around the short corner before the someone Sam was gawking at fully came into view. All the while expecting to see Vanessa in one of her more sultry outfits. Then she followed Sam's surprised gaze over to her Aunt Karen, who equally stood just as still near the home's front door. Penelope's aunt wore a light grey power suit and had done something different with her hair since last they spoke. However, rather than unveiling her typical bright and cheery smile at their unexpected reunion, Karen's expression was one of complete and utter shame. Aside from that, it appeared as if she had just been crying. "Aunt Karen," said Penelope, rushing over to embrace her last living relative. Sam had always been a tad quicker on the uptake than her, and she contemplated the shock in his eyes as she closely held her aunt. Karen had come to rescue them from this perilous nightmare of pitfalls and mistaken identities. But when Penelope's hug didn't get immediately reciprocated, the thrill of their sudden meeting in this place, of all places, only left a slew of unanswered questions in their wake, one of which concerned the dark orange lanyard draped around Karen's neck. The employee's all-access pass pressed in between the two women like an albatross, threatening to submerge their unshakable bond into the deepest depths of the ocean forever. Karen eventually tried returning the embrace, but the moment had long since passed, with her niece now vehemently opposed to any interaction. That didn't stop her aunt from trying to fight back in the hopes of postponing the inevitable truth of her presence here. Karen, however, couldn't even begin to match her newfound strength and the hug was quickly broken. Then, with all the raw power Penelope could muster, she slapped her aunt across the face. "You did this to us, didn't you?" Instead of denying the accusation, Karen stared down at the floor, her face directed to the spot where the sudden slap had driven her. "I trusted you." Penelope raked both hands through her short red hair and chuckled to herself with undisguised lunacy. "Oh, God, I can't believe I actually trusted you. And what's worse, you put Sam's life in danger too. He almost died twice already. Or don't you even care about that?" "Penelope, I'm okay. This is where I want to be," said Sam, finally finding his voice. "So, what did they promise you? Some kind of raise for turning me in?" Karen then looks at her square in the eyes. "I'm sorry, little P, but they already knew what you did. Everyone already knew. This was the only way I could think of to keep you out of prison." Penelope slaps her across the face for a second time, and once more, Karen's face stayed where it was driven. "Don't you call me that. Don't you ever call me that again. I was trying to get you away from Frank." Penelope's anger grew ice cold at the mention of her father's name, as warm tears ran down her now flushed cheeks. "So you knew what he was doing to me, and you still did nothing." "No, that's not true. Frank said he would." Penelope cuts her aunt off by slapping her across the face for a third time. With Karen's teeth now coated in an iodine-like pigment, small droplets of blood began trickling down her bottom lip. "Penelope, you made your point, that's enough," said Sam. "You stay out of this." Karen also motioned for him to stand down with a waist-high gesture of her hand. "Why didn't you come and get me? Why did you leave me with him knowing what he did to me?" She tried shouting more, but her now unrestrained sobbing forced oxygen back into her trachea. "You never came. You never came back until he was dead." Penelope's anxiety was so acute that she was on the verge of passing out, and every breath she took became a conscious effort to keep herself from falling over. "Kill the bitch," said Frank inside of her mind, now seizing on this opportunity. "She sold you out to the cops. It's what she deserves." Penelope covers her ears with both hands before turning away from her aunt entirely. Frank then easily pushes her conscious mind aside as if it was nothing and exerted full control over her physical body. Penelope struggled to fight back in an effort to regain possession, but her emotions were now so muddled alongside his that all her attempts seemed hopeless. And before she knew it, what remained of her perception had been whisked away to somewhere else entirely. Karen approached Penelope with caution, who was now crouched on her knees, quietly whimpering inside the living room. All the while hesitant to even touch her niece for fear of being rebuked again. When her aunt was within range, Penelope quickly spun on her heels, then seized her by the throat and squeezed it with all her strength. Once Karen's eyes began bulging from their sockets, she desperately thrashed at her niece's relentless grip, to no avail. Sam and the lieutenant swiftly intervene, hurrying between the two women in an attempt to separate them both apart. Following the release of her firmly clenched hands, Karen collapsed to the floor in a fit of uncontrollable coughing. This, however, didn't prevent Penelope from spewing a series of hateful words towards her aunt while kicking and screaming at Sam and Carson for her immediate release. However, within Penelope's turbulent thoughts, a very different battle for supremacy was waging. Frank had thrusted her consciousness back inside the Crown's dream world, but instead of the usual neighborhood surroundings she had been accustomed to, a large swath of complete darkness welcomed her return. Penelope stumbled aimlessly to the right as well as her left, with arms outstretched, searching for something to grab hold of within this widening expanse. While the image was still fresh in her mind, she tried to consciously will herself back to the concrete pavement of the circular cul-de-sac. However, no matter which way she turned or how long she concentrated for, nothing helped her escape the pitch-black world that was steadily consuming her. "Seedy, you have to stop her. She's trying to kill my Aunt Karen." The moment Frank had cast Penelope aside and banished her to this place, she didn't sense her father's presence whatsoever. only the overwhelming rage directed at his past deeds. She didn't even feel the existence of him assembled from her memories. The only person she sensed during the one-sided confrontation was her own existence being reflected back at her like a mirrored counterpart. Even as Penelope finally accepted that another version of herself had taken over, all her desperate cries for help still went unanswered. Somewhere off in the distance, a door quickly opened, permitting moonlight to shine through the entrance while unveiling the familiar surroundings of her neighborhood at night. After sprinting through the vast emptiness of her cage in search of the distant light, Penelope arrived back onto the street just outside the mysterious reddish brick home. Now left to wander the empty streets alone, she examines each of the 7 familiar homes for some kind of clue on how to return to her body, yet was still uncertain of what it would take to force her doppelganger out while putting herself back in. Penelope then noticed 2 people simply appear out of nowhere within the cul-de-sac's centre, one of which was seedy, while the other looked similar to her, but yet wasn't her at all. Although they both fought fiercely with each other, Seedy quickly ended the confrontation with several well-placed strikes of his cane, then took out a small metal cube and proceeded to seal this person away inside of it. Now free of the doppelganger's negative influence within the waking world, the version of herself that still fought and scraped to get at Karen's neck eventually collapsed on the spot as well. Before the brief skirmish had reached its conclusion, Penelope got a quick peek at her supposed counterpart. The imposter had long blonde hair, while her facial traits were more akin to a younger sister, rather than an exact duplicate Penelope had expected to see. Seedy then put that box inside another box and encircled it with several links of metal chains. Once this was accomplished, he whisked Penelope off to the Japanese-inspired bedroom in a complete blur of shifting locations. Instantly seated at the kotatsu table, she watched as Seedy sat down across from her. He then placed the franc in the box on the table between them, which they both now stared at closely. "How the hell did that person get that kind of power in here?" asked Penelope. "And what is she doing inside of me?" Your elevated stress levels gave the duplicate more than enough opportunity to seize control, which inevitably forced her out of hiding. She has been both learning and employing my techniques, precisely as you have during our training sessions. In terms of her new appearance, it seems as though she's going for a somewhat different look in order to distinguish herself from the real Penelope. You should be able to converse with your blood relation without further interference. Oh God, my Aunt Karen! Is she okay? The duplicate cut the oxygen supply to her brain off for 27 seconds while also giving her minor bruising around the neck. In addition, Karen has a laceration inside her right cheek. Despite this, she did not lose consciousness throughout the altercation. I can't believe I slapped her so many times like that. I truly am my daddy's little girl. When Frank's parental title was evoked, the box wobbled from side to side, then swelled and contracted in contrast, as if the cage which confined her was alive itself. Penelope produced a blue trash can with a recycling symbol on its front and took one last look at the box before dumping it in the garbage. They both watched as the trash container collapsed in on itself, swallowing both objects into non-existence. The franc in the box soon fell from the ceiling and landed on the table in between them once more. What the hell? She shifts the cherry blossom scene outside their window to the vastness of outer space. Then scanned the many regions of her galaxy until she found what she was searching for. The electrical discharge of a neutron star flashed with the blue light of a collapsing sun. She grabs the iron cube and launches it into space like a nuclear warhead. When the box fell into the star's extreme gravitational pull, it began the process of spaghettification. The cube elongated into a wafer-thin line before vanishing into the star's radiant light. How's that for a quest for peace? As fascinating as it is to see your imagination at work, I must once more fetch her from ruination. Frank's box emerged from another side of the bedroom's wall, reassembling itself before falling back onto the table, while she now regarded Seedy with a mixture of confusion and annoyance. "What aren't you telling me?" asked Penelope. "As she and I battled for domination, some of your long and short-term memories were seized by her in the process." Penelope tried her hardest to recall any gaps in her memories, but nothing of note appeared to be missing. "It doesn't feel like I've forgotten anything." Lost memories do not function in this manner. You cannot recollect something that never existed. However, since I am here, I can fill in all the blanks because of our shared experiences. But once you become conscious, those same shared experiences will no longer be accessible due to the energy required to perform these actions. As the missing memories are currently unknown, her destruction is not a viable option at this point. It's because you can't tell the difference between us anymore. Am I right? Penelope knew she was onto something when Seedy gave her a sorrowful smile. She is now mirroring your intelligence as well as your resourcefulness. It's one of the many fatal flaws that my species possesses. We often don't distinguish ourselves from one another as a whole back home. Therefore, despite our resolute connection, I am now unable to differentiate you two apart. This is a vulnerability in me that the copy is currently exploiting for her self-preservation. It also reveals my incapacity to limit her activities in the past. Penelope could now feel Seedy's emotional grief, as well as regret, since their initial joining some time ago. Now stop that. She has always been my demon to deal with, not yours. Even though you gave her a voice, it's an anger that's been a part of me for as long as I can remember. What can we do to get rid of her while avoiding any risk to myself? Before destroying the duplicate Penelope, I must ensure that you incurred no irreversible damage. How long will that take? 3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days? I'll be neck-deep in round 2 while this is happening. It is more likely that you will return before I have completed my work. Or possibly die, and never make it back, she added. Yes. That is a real possibility. Penelope scrutinized the box housing her double and pondered its endgame. I imagine that her ultimate aim is to get complete control of your body and continue living on as you, said Seedy, reading her thoughts. Your recurring nightmares about Frank include this exact scenario. Penelope never expected that particular bad dream would become such a reality, since the idea was so far-fetched. To preserve the integrity of your memory consolidation, I must monitor this containment field while reconnecting each severed neuron one by one. She was very mindful that certain memories, such as ordinary everyday tasks, were protected. However, things like fighting with a sword are a real possibility of being lost. This unexpected consequence could erase everything Penelope had learned thus far. She rose from the floor and faced the ornate archway that led her back to a bunch of uncomfortable questions. Okay, send me a warning if something else goes wrong, Penelope said, sparking the archway back to life before hurrying through to the real world. Chapter 32. 4 of Inspiration. Penelope finally awoke from a deep sleep for a third time that day. On this particular occasion, however, she found herself resting on the left side of her body while suffering from a severe headache. And after rolling onto her backside, she glanced towards the high vaulted ceilings, while 3 dark brown beams stretched the length of the entire room, which informed Penelope of exactly where she was at the moment. Although she was somewhere in between the living room and the kitchen throughout the course of her episode, someone must have carried her over to the couch afterwards. But instead of 3 troubled people at her side, 5 individuals stood watch over her, each displaying a wide range of different emotions within her vicinity. Some were concerned about her health, whereas others were worried about her current mental state, with all the rest being terrified of the person she was becoming. Dr. Thomas sat on the coffee table watching both Penelope and her aunt intently, while Karen occupied the farthest end of the sofa beside her feet. Lieutenant Carson, however, hovered closely behind the 2 women, ensuring that no further incidents arose within the safe zone. Speaking quietly to one another, Sam and Vanessa were seated on the settee's armrest nearest to her head. Penelope's hairstylist had on a pair of blue jean overalls atop a red t-shirt, while the good doctor wore his usual white lab coat and a brown dress shirt with black slacks underneath. Although Penelope dreaded an in-depth psychological evaluation and a prolonged stint in an asylum, she at least needed to put some of their fears to rest with a believable explanation. "Aunt Karen, I'm so sorry. That wasn't me back there. It was that damn crown stirring up all my past emotions." "I knew it had to be that," said Sam to the assembled crowd in vindication. Karen quickly knelt down beside Penelope and buried her face inside her niece's chest. "It's not your fault, baby, and you have nothing to apologize for. I did this to you, just like you said. And I put your best friend in danger as well." Penelope's physician checked her pulse by resting a few fingers on her upturned wrist before intervening. "You weren't wearing the crown during the incident in question. Then there's the matter that you were also awake at the time," said Dr. Thomas with a bit of skepticism. "I don't need to wear it anymore for it to work properly, nor do I need to be asleep while it functions." The few people in the room who understood the gravity of what that entailed fell completely silent. "I think I have an Empress problem," said Penelope, feeling the pain in her head migrate towards her right eye. Vanessa picked up the crown which someone had collected from her room and sat atop the coffee table. "I would say that you do, love. Based on all my sources, they have all but given up searching for another Penelope. It seems as though you are the only one out there." Karen wraps her niece into a terrified hug that threatened to rob Penelope of all her breath. Dr. Thomas then removes his flashing medical device from her forehead and places it on his computer tablet in order to download its contents. "So, what do you believe this violent episode to be focused on?" he asked her hairstylist. "Oh, a little of this," Vanessa said, holding the crown up for inspection. "A little of that." She then tilts her head in Karen's direction. "And a great deal of everything else." Vanessa then twirls her finger in the air, signifying the games themselves. It's truly a perfect storm of unexpected surprises, death-defying feats, and secrets revealed that were better left hidden until after the games had ended. She directed her last comment towards Penelope's aunt again. "I don't mean to be impolite, Aunt Karen, but who told you to come here today? My employer informed me that Penelope needed my assistance with something and that I had permission to see her. Even I know they don't permit family members to visit a player during the games themselves," said Dr. Thomas. "Did no one try stopping you on your way here?" "Just the opposite, in fact," said her aunt. "They rushed me through all security checkpoints without even asking to scan my lanyard. I didn't realize something was wrong until I saw the look on Sam's face." Penelope's head fell back onto a pillow that had been propped beneath her head. The Queen of Inspiration. "Yes, that was my conclusion as well," said Vanessa. "She knows you're currently wearing the crown and was anticipating an unpleasant reunion after seeing your aunt walk through that door." "But isn't that cheating or some kind of abuse of power?" asked Karen. "Her Majesty usually follows the rules when the games are involved. Penelope's mere presence, however, is like a craw in her throat that she can't quite seem to get out. Despite nearly all the Queen's humble beginnings, she's convinced herself that one of the 5 empresses shall be noble by birth. What that nobility entails, I just do not know." Karen weeps openly in her niece's chest once more, concealing her distraught features. "I can't believe how stupid I was. I told myself you'd be fine. The games reminded me of that movie you loved to watch so much. What was it called again? Oh, right, Total Recall." Penelope gently pats her aunt on the back while clarifying her grievous 80s pop culture error. There. But I believe you're referring to the 1987 movie, The Running Man. Both films starred Arnold Schwarzenegger and were only 3 years apart in their release date, so I can understand your confusion. Karen finally lets go of Penelope, and the two women exchange wide, tearful grins. "I think it's finally time I tell you everything I knew about your father, as well as my employment in the games." Thus, Karen began recounting her interview process and how she learned about the multiverse games themselves. They considered ordering lunch, but no one was very hungry at the moment. So Vanessa ordered a brand new kitchen table that could comfortably seat 6 people. Then everyone convened around the much bigger setup to hear her aunt's story. I had worked on and off for the government for a little over a decade at this point. That's when my colleagues and I discovered that other dimensional Earths were in constant flux with our own. Although we dismissed the idea as some sort of conspiracy theory at the time. Then a year goes by, and I'm approached by someone I know and trust. Their name isn't important right now, but they assured me that at least some of the rumors were true, and if I wanted to get my niece somewhere safe, they could introduce me to the right people. So you were trying to get me away from Frank after all? Karen nodded once before resting a hand over hers. Sam's expression suddenly fell at the mere suggestion of almost losing his best friend forever. You wanted to take Penelope to another Earth? He asked with a twinge of sadness in his voice. It was the one way that I could be sure that Frank wouldn't get to her or me. Penelope looked up from the table, her thoughts now spinning. But why such a drastic plan? Everyone in the room stared at her seriously until she recalled her far more extreme and much deadlier approach. What I meant to say is, couldn't you have simply taken me to another state or something? That would have been kidnapping, and there's something else you need to know. Your father was involved within the upper echelons of organized crime. Karen's revelation hit her like a punch in the gut. Then the chains wrapped around Frank's box quivered slightly, so she squeezed her eyes shut and pushed her duplicate back into its cage. While Penelope went through several breathing exercises, Sam continued on with their discussion. Frank was a mobster. Karen let out a slow exhale before going into further details. The construction business he worked for was just a front to perform all sorts of illegal activities. What kind of activities was his organization into? Asked Vanessa. Let's see. Drug distribution, extortion, many targeted killings, and most significantly, human trafficking. Penelope placed a hand across her mouth as she fought back tears of revulsion at Frank's more serious transgressions, while Sam watched as she agonized over the matter. Maybe we should talk about this at a later date. No. Keep going, said Penelope, hardening her resolve. I want to hear everything. Was he an important member? The FBI would consider Frank a lieutenant within the organization. Carson peered up from the table when she heard her rank being referred to. I'm only saying what the FBI informed me about. I mean no disrespect to your current rank, Lieutenant. No, that's not it at all. You can tell a lot about a person's duties based on their rank within a criminal syndicate. Such as what? Asked Penelope. A lieutenant of that nature oversees certain high-profile executions and those who are to be targeted for trafficking at a later date. Although Frank would leave the drug distribution as well as their extortion racket to the men and women underneath him. The Bureau wanted to use him to gather evidence against his superiors, said Karen. He was being watched intently, but there were other lieutenants who were more likely to turn on the organization, so the FBI did nothing but sit on him. Did he know about your job in the government? Yes, but I had friends in the Bureau, so he mostly left me alone. He did, however, threaten to kill us both if I even entertained the thought of taking you away from him. Penelope's aforementioned gut punch now twisted in her stomach like a knife. Nevertheless, the threat did sound like him all right. A scorched earth warning if ever she heard one. I wouldn't have dared said anything about the threat made to us back then. It was too terrifying to even contemplate, with my plans only in their infant stages in those days. All I could do was wait and get you somewhere not even Frank could find you. Although everything changed when you took matters into your own hands. You mean when I murdered him? Said Penelope, finishing what her aunt couldn't even verbalize. Yes. When he died, they suspected that a rival faction was vying for power in his territory. In the end, they conducted a criminal investigation, despite the fact that it appeared to be a car accident. Corrupt police officers only loyal to the mob finally did their actual jobs for once that day. And that's when you became a person of interest. Everyone looked at Penelope, who was now squirming uncomfortably in her seat. Someone saw you depart the crashed vehicle and assumed because of the accident that you were in shock. The cops waited a few days for you to come in and report your missing father or the accident itself. But when that didn't happen, you shot to the top of their suspect list. I suppose their objective was to have you arrested once you turned 18 and put you in a maximum security prison underneath their control. Then give some low-level grunt money for the commissary so that they would kill you when all the inmates were in one location. They wanted to kill me? Asked Penelope incredulously. They still do. However, once you became a legal adult, you miraculously dropped off the face of the earth all of a sudden. I'm truly sorry, Penelope. I had to act fast and couldn't say anything, especially to you. She got up from the table and nuzzled her aunt in the neck, setting things right with the world yet again. Now that I see the complete picture. No more apologies. From either of us? Yes. I'd like that very much. You forget, Frank's crime syndicate is no longer the biggest fish in the pond, said Vanessa, brushing stray crumbs off the table. Your waters are now teeming with more dangerous creatures out there. My niece is not the Empress. I've heard that at least some of them are reasonable women. Can't we just explain this misunderstanding to them? I was referring to the games themselves. And if Dan hadn't embarrassed the Queen of Inspiration in front of God knows how many people, I'd probably say yes. Not to mention that Penelope didn't die like they expected her to. So the embarrassment is all the more fashionable now. I'm quite sure that the other 3 monarchs are still teasing Her Majesty for the sudden outburst on the stage. After the room went deathly silent, they all agreed that now was the best time to order some lunch. However, once their food had promptly arrived at the door, they only picked at the assortment of dishes somewhat mechanically. You mentioned something about other dimensional Earths, said Sam, hoping to move the conversation elsewhere. How does the science of parallel worlds operate in this particular instance? Is a new Earth created each time someone makes an important decision in their life? No, replied Karen. On what is known as a common Earth, every decision made within the past and future has already been decided. In that regard, all parallel worlds are unconnected from each other, while simultaneously being connected in completely different ways, according to what I've learned. The countless number of Earths out there are the result of a series of momentous events, which changes the trajectory of each planet's timeline. Vanessa wipes her mouth with a napkin before placing it in the center of her plate. Karen, your explanation is fine, but it's a bit more complicated than that. If everyone would join me over by the writing board for an introduction to multiverse theory, I'd be happy to take a crack at explaining it. Penelope and Sam searched the room for a dry erase board, but eventually gave up. Vanessa then walks over to the large screen they had been using as a television and presses a series of buttons on a keyboard beneath the large monitor. The entire display screen then turned a ghostly white, and 4 black markers emerged from a compartment near the workstation's edge. Lieutenant Carson took up her normal seat beside the staircase, while Sam, Penelope, and Dr. Thomas all sat on the couch. Vanessa then handed Karen one of the black markers and motioned her to the opposite end of the board. I'm going to need your help with this one, darling. Sure, not a problem. After Karen repositioned herself on the right side of the screen, they both drew 2 enormous circles next to each other, leaving one of them black while converting the other to a still visible white. I'm sure you've both seen these 2 colours represented in the games already. Sam raises his hand like any good student would, but Penelope yells out the answer on his behalf. In the preliminaries. That was the colour of each mannequin's hand on the table, as well as the hilts of both knives. Correct, and it's not by accident either. The term yin and yang comes from ancient Chinese philosophy and refers to opposing elements in nature that can actually complement each other. The merging black and white circles that we're all familiar with serves as an indicator. Vanessa sketched the well-known yin-yang symbol on a vacant part of the board's corner, then addresses the 2 circles that sat across the sketchboard once more. These 2 shapes not only signify the concept of yin and yang, but reveals both colours of the 2 original Earths as well. Although not true Earths in the way we think of them today, the opposing energies of the two spheres were on an inevitable collision course with one another. They both, however, carried their own energy, density and mass along with them. Penelope's aunt presses a key on the console, and the two balls of power crash into each other, scattering tiny black and white circles across the entire screen. Vanessa motions to the nearest circle, now a wobbly bubble of darkness. These black and white spheres represent one of the 33 different multiverses out there. This is a moot point, however, because we only have access to one of them. We talked about Frank previously, so I'll use him as an example now. If it's all right with you, Penelope. Yeah, sure, it's fine. Okay, by a show of hands. Who here thinks Frank is evil? In response to this inquiry, only Sam and Penelope raise their hands. All right. And who here thinks Sam is good? This time, only Penelope's hand goes up. Oh, come on, Sam. You're making yourself look bad over here. Vanessa grins at Penelope's best friend's sheepish expression. Sam didn't raise his hand because he knows that throughout his life up to this point, not even he can classify himself as entirely good. Nor can we classify Frank as entirely evil. Good and evil are ideas elected by people for mostly societal reasons. However, in the grand scheme of things, is a foreign concept by the multiverse as a whole. So what he did to me was okay because the multiverse can't tell the difference between good and evil, asked Penelope with some annoyance. Number. But riddle me this. Was Frank always that way? Penelope couldn't remember Frank before his abuse, although she did recall the Crown showing a very different side of him when she was much younger. Perhaps before her mother's death, he had some lingering goodness within him. He'll always be a monster to me. But I get your meaning. Noted and agreed. Now let's look at why he abused you in the first place. When Frank's motivations came into question, Penelope and Sam both perked up in their seats. She had spent many sleepless nights wondering why he did what he did and what he was seeking to accomplish by hurting her. Let's assume that the multiverse, with all of its numerous Earths and inhabitants out there, is the yin half of the equation. That same multiverse must now produce an equivalent yang side. Sam leaps to his feet this time, having had an acute eureka moment. The queens are the yang side of it. They are far fewer in number than the rest of the population and only appear at random throughout the multiverse. Yet, unlike us, they only have one version of themselves, making them the rarest humans out there. That's why they were searching for a parallel version of Penelope, after Dan revealed her as the Empress. Karen sighed to herself at Sam's accurate findings. It took me nearly an entire semester to figure that part out. Vanessa took a small sheet of gold stars from her pocket and stuck one of them on Sam's forehead. Bravo, smarty pants. You have a knack for this kind of thinking. You should breeze through all your classes effortlessly. These little stickers are for my cosmetology students, but I'm pretty sure they won't mind losing one or two of them. Penelope quickly glances around the living room in academic terror, making sure she wasn't the only one who caught it. Classes. That's right. Once you enter through that doorway, they expect everyone to take at least the fundamentals of multiverse theory, as well as a few refresher courses in arithmetic, said Vanessa. I have to take math all over again? Penelope sags off to the side, tongue protruding out of her mouth, as if deceased. I think you should call it, Doc, said Sam. Dr. Thomas looks down at his wristwatch seriously. Time of math-related death, 1:12 p.m. My advice to you, Miss Stevens, is to suck it up and take the required classes again. Besides, you're no longer that same girl who just graduated from high school anymore. Penelope acknowledges the doctor's reasoning, and who knew, perhaps she would like mathematics for the second time around. Vanessa switches the screen to a pair of crudely drawn people, recapturing everyone's attention. A typical human's energy vibrates at a precise frequency that is unseen or heard by the average senses. Like this. She drew spirals around one of their bodies just above their outline. A queen, however, is more like this. Vanessa then drew tighter, more jagged circles around the second body. Some individuals are more sensitive to these particular vibrations than others are. to the point where irritation and mood swings are present, and these effects only strengthen as the queen in question becomes older in age. That's no excuse for abusing someone underneath your care, said Penelope. No, it is not. I'm merely laying out the facts as I know them, so you can finally put to rest this part of your life. Everyone waited silently while her aunt switched the screen to a hastily drawn planet Earth. Shall we move on to a far less depressing topic of discussion? Asked Karen. This is the position of our Earth in relation to the many other universes out there. We'll adopt this as a starting point because most planets resemble this one. On July 4th, 1776, 13 American colonies were formed after severing their political connections with Great Britain. We refer to this as an anchor point in the study of multiple universes. It's a difficult part of the past or future to escape from. We can find these anchor points in time on roughly 73% of the Earths in our multiverse. Now let's step forward a bit to the mid-1900s. What happens when a world leader dies before his or her time is supposed to come to an end? On June 12, 1964, they imprisoned Nelson Mandela for the charges of sabotage, treason, and violent conspiracy. Do you see where I'm going with this? Karen stood there watching as the gears in their heads began to turn. Do you mean the Mandela effect? Asked Penelope. Vanessa then issues a second gold star to her downturned hand. Excellent job, niece, said Karen, drawing another Earth which overlapped the first one only slightly. The Mandela effect is a peculiar phenomenon in most worlds, where a huge segment of the populace remembers things differently than what actually occurred. On our Earth, they released Mandela from prison in 1990, amidst growing domestic and international pressure. Karen then taps on the new planet. However, on this Earth, justice was never served, and Nelson Mandela died in his prison cell. Because of the false imprisonment of one man, a war raged on throughout Africa for decades afterwards. So why do some of us believe he died in prison on our Earth? Asked Sam. She taps at the slice of space where the two planets intersected. We call it parallel bleed through. And it occurs when people who have never visited a parallel world before still retain specific recollections of an entirely different Earth's anchor point. Vanessa pulls a gold and silver card out of her back pocket. These two cards signify that I hail from an Earth with a completely separate anchor point than yours. She then draws a third circle several feet away from the other two worlds. In my universe, the United States was never formed, and that distinct anchor point doesn't truly exist there. Sam redirects his gaze from Vanessa's distant world before peering back to theirs. So, what's your anchor point then? It's a taboo subject to broach while discussing parallel Earths, said Karen. Oh, I'm sorry, Vanessa, my bad. It's fine. I'll say this and leave it at that. I hail from an Earth where our celestial brothers and sisters came from the stars to meet us but never departed. He opened his mouth to ask something else, but Vanessa silenced him with a finger over her lips. It's customary to only tell people you can trust with this secret. Sam gives her a curt nod, then tosses aside any other inquiries he may have had on the subject. Chapter 33. 4 of Inspiration resumed. Everyone within the light blue adorned sitting room wordlessly processed Vanessa's subtle yet very telling admission. Although the rest of them were descendants from what only could be described as common Earths, legitimate aliens still inhabited Vanessa's technologically advanced society. And these weren't just any old extraterrestrials, but the ones talked about nearly every other day for the past several decades on the History Channel, which were the presumed architects of our ancient civilization as it currently stood. Within the 11th multiverse itself, brand new doorways to different Earths are discovered almost every single day, said Vanessa, continuing with her lecture. Both Sam and Penelope sat across the light grey settee, utterly baffled by her statement, while Karen and Dr. Thomas simply grinned at Vanessa's sudden curveball. Now I totally get what you both are thinking. And yes, Penelope is currently playing in the 11th Multiverse games. But that's only half the story. Out of the 32 other multiverses that lie well beyond our reach, we currently reside within the 11th one. And because of this, the game you're playing in has certain stipulations to them that the others just don't possess. Like what? Asked Sam and Penelope in unison. Since the conception of the games themselves, the 11th multiverse has always been significantly more challenging than the 22 stages above it or the 10 stages below it. Each player who attempted the 11th challenge gets relentlessly pursued by both good and bad luck with every toss of the 20-sided dice. Things got so dreadful that contestants, sponsors, and the game's announcer alike started to complain about the show's sometimes eerie conclusions, which often led to an unrelated deadly finale for all their competitors. For instance, while amid their round, a player would stumble off the edge of a cliff that was clearly visible to everyone aside from them. It was as if they tripped on a pair of non-existent shoelaces before ultimately falling to their deaths. Random illnesses would regularly plague a contestant once they'd returned, resulting in them painfully dying afterwards, despite the best medical attention that money could buy. There were even rumours that simply watching the 11th Multiverse games on the television would cause a person to pass away well before their time. Because of this, they tried simplifying each of the rounds and even made the 11th Multiverse a non-lethal competition, like the 10 below it for nearly a year. That, however, was a huge mistake, as things only got worse from there. Even the 3 queens of that era plainly got the message after that, which was to keep your grubby hands off my game show, proclaimed the 11th Multiverse as it began to inflict disastrous luck on anyone involved with the television program. Penelope soon found herself hiding her head behind Sam's back. You didn't say anything about this being a scary story. That was a long time ago, and they've randomized each of the rounds to avoid any non-game-related deaths or suicidal proclivities, said Vanessa. Have you been feeling anything like that, Penelope? Asked Sam with some concern. No. Before, I just wanted to win, so you wouldn't have to take my place, but I don't think I've had any luck whatsoever. On the contrary, darling, I'd say that your luck has been pretty good thus far, said Vanessa. Do you remember the giant centipede you had supposedly trapped inside the office, but escaped during your confrontation with Mooney? Yeah. Well, it's dead now. Did the spiders take it down or something like that? Nope, just dead. It's reportedly now being dissected by the ship's entomologists, but no one knows what actually happened to the centipede after you saw it last. Only that it distracted Mooney long enough for you to grab the tie. Karen eagerly waves her black marker around Sam's silhouette. Well, here's something else that might add to that good luck of yours. I'm happy to say that Sam is on his way back home. Penelope squeaks with delight before wrapping her arms around her best friend. I'm not going anywhere, and that's final, said Sam, before changing the subject entirely. We still don't know why or how each Earth gets their alphabetical and number designations. That one's easy, said Karen, hoping he'd change his mind sooner rather than later. The letters A through G are the most common Earths out there, while H through P are still somewhat normal, but have certain anchor points that can't readily be ignored. For example, our Earth falls within the first category because of its normality, while the alphabets Q through Z are Earths that completely deviate from the planet's veritable course, like X-85. And the numbers? Asked Sam, now refusing to meet Penelope's frustrated gaze. Sensing the tension between them rise considerably, Karen continued with her explanation. Well, 1 through 100 tells us how dangerous an Earth is compared to the weakest ones out there, with 1 being the most vulnerable and 100 being the most dangerous place to visit in the absence of any sort of protection. What about the Greek alphabets at the end of each designation? Sam, you can't avoid this conversation forever, said Penelope, and you can't make me go if I don't want to. Like it or not, this is my dressing room too. Karen clears her throat in order to get everyone's attention. If you're set on keeping this Empress title, Penelope, this piece of information might be important to you as well. Each monarch has their own designated territories of Earths presently available for travel. The Queen of Empathy is Alpha and controls all regions underneath that Greek alphabet. Next is the Queen of Inspiration, which is Beta. The Queen of Orientation is Gamma and is the ruler of our Earth, while the last is the Queen of Motion, which falls under Delta. Unable to contain her irritation any longer at Sam's stubbornness to stay, Penelope jumps out of her seat. "You got to go, man. At least one of the 4 queens wants me dead, which makes you a very enticing target while you're still here." Vanessa puts down her marker, signifying the end of their lecture. "Although your reasoning is sound, sending him away won't solve your problems. The Queen of Inspiration can still get to him over there, while your Earth remains in its neutral phase. It may be best to keep him close by your side instead." After Vanessa's sensible words, Sam and Karen held a lengthy conversation in private. They eventually decided that while he was here, she would act as his de facto guardian, despite him being of legal age. Penelope did, however, hear Sam play the concerned friend card, which her aunt readily fell for. She had a sneaking suspicion that he was having the time of his life over here. Perhaps it was his musical rendition of Aladdin's "A Whole New World" each time he set foot inside the shower. After everyone was in agreement, Karen informed Sam that he could contact his father from this very location, which surprised them both since they hadn't expected it to come up until she won her last round. So, they all constructed a plausible story which needed Vanessa's and Carson's expertise to make the events of their abduction appear believable. And since Sam was technically still his patient doctor, Thomas departed the house for ethical reasons after wishing them both luck. Once they went over the simple yet highly elaborate grift, a few calls needed to be made back home to solidify the foundation of the lie itself. Karen then placed her all-purpose cell phone on the kitchen table. Because of the rare metals found only here, her device was capable of communicating with anyone throughout the multiverse via a simple phone call. And just after 1.5 rings, John quickly answered the phone, his voice panicked and distraught. "Hello, who is this?" "Yes, hello. Is this Mr. Harris?" "Yes, is this about my boy?" Vanessa pointed to Sam, signaling for him to say something. "Yeah, Dad, it's me, and we're both okay." Everyone waited patiently as John openly wept over the line, releasing heavy sobs he had been holding back for nearly a week now. Penelope hastily retreated to the other end of the living room to avoid joining in on his contagious tears of relief. They soon heard John blowing his nose, then revert back to a somewhat calm demeanor. "Okay, son, where are you?" "I'll come get you right now," he said without an ounce of hesitation in his voice. "Dad, it's not that simple. Agent Carson can explain better." "Yes, Mr. Harris, this is Agent Carson again with the FBI. Your son and daughter were witnesses to several wanted individuals while hiking in the Okanogan National Forest almost 6 days ago. Fortunately, we were tracking their whereabouts out here as well, and when they ran into my unit, we put them under an immediate witness protection program. Penelope, are you there too?" "I'm here, Mr. J." When John heard her voice, he burst into another round of tears. However, this time, she refused to walk away, since these sobs of relief were for her alone. "Oh God, I need to contact Karen. She's probably worried sick. John, I'm here too." "And yes, I was very worried too," said Karen, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, now affected by John's emotional outburst. "But I don't understand. Since I work for the government, the FBI contacted me first. We're on a 4-way conference call. I'm in Washington, D.C. right now." "Oh, right, I almost forgot about your new job. Mr. Harris, this is Agent Carson again. We'd like to turn this missing persons situation into a protective detail once we can coordinate with your local law enforcement. After that, you both can speak with your kids in private. Is there a police presence at your house right now?" "Yes. Hold on a moment." The phone went silent for a second before a gruff-sounding man on John's end answered. "Who is this?" "This is Agent Carson with the FBI, and I'm joined by Agent Green from the British Security Service. Who are we speaking with, sir?" Security service, what the hell is that supposed to be? I'm with military intelligence, or what you Yankees like to call MI5. Who are we speaking with? Asked Vanessa again. This is Sheriff Thompson, in charge of the search for our 2 missing teen adults. Well, Sheriff, we found them. So I'd like you to collect your people from the woods immediately and contact the Seattle Division office for confirmation. Sheriff Thompson pauses for a time before they hear him converse with Sam's father in the background. Yes, Sheriff. I know the sound of my own son's voice, said John in irritation. The constable repositioned the phone to his ear. What about the girl's aunt? I'm here too, little Tommy. How's the wife doing these days? Is that you, Care Bear? The sheriff's attitude changed dramatically after hearing a familiar voice. Well, she's pissed at me again for reasons I still can't fathom. Look, Care Bear, if I knew that was your niece out there, I'd... What, you'd have looked just a little bit harder for her. I've spoken to both kids at length. They're real. And they're safe. Now call off the search party before Ben breaks his neck out there. You're too late. The damn clumsy fool twisted his ankle 2 days ago. All right, I'll call the bureau and cancel the search. What's this all about anyway? After seeing the faces of 2 unidentified domestic terrorists, we have temporarily placed the kids in the WITSEC program, said Lieutenant Carson. And what about MI5? They made multiple calls to the London area in a possible coordinated attack. We simply wanted to ensure that everyone was on the same page, said the lieutenant. Are they going to try something in my town? Not likely. Thanks to Sam's attention to detail and Penelope's artistic abilities, identifying their faces won't be a problem anymore. Getting out of Seattle before we apprehend them should be their top priority now. Sheriff Thompson handed the phone back to John, satisfied that the 2 missing people had been located. They said their goodbyes and disconnected from the conference call, allowing Sam to talk privately with his father. Penelope sat alone in the guest bedroom, contemplating whether now was the best time to reveal her dark secret to him. Or would it just diminish the good news he was receiving in the other room? She might never have another chance to tell him everything, no matter how difficult it was for her to admit it. Just the thought of her confession made Penelope feel sick to her stomach. Tonight there would be no solo training sessions or any traumatic strolls down memory lane. She examined the crown now poised atop her queen-size bed. Penelope needed more time to restore the damage caused by her rogue self, so the threat of her twin attacking someone else while disguised as her would never happen again. As the powers inside her got stronger, she could feel her malicious thoughts seeping out of the enclosed cube like prison. The bedroom door soon crept open, jolting Penelope out of her indecision. Sam walks in with Karen's cell phone and hands it to her. He wants to talk to you. She accepted it without question, and Sam quickly left the room. Hi, Mr. J. Hello, Penelope. I understand that things haven't been easy for you over there. Sam told me that you were hurt. Not sure of how to respond without first speaking with Sam, she did what she did best and made up a vague falsehood that didn't reveal too much. Yeah, I scraped my knee when we were running from the bad guys. It hurt pretty bad at first, but I'm all better now. No. It's not about any physical injuries, he said. Something else is bothering you. Penelope's eyes darted from left to right, struggling to figure out which thing she said that gave her away. I know a lot has happened since you gave this old fella advice about his dating life, but perhaps I can return the favour by offering you some advice of my own. John had picked up on something odd in her voice and was now probing for more answers. Nope, everything's fine. Frank's box rumbled from side to side as a consequence of her sharp deflection. So Penelope fastened additional chains around it, which enveloped the entire kotatsu table, keeping the box firmly in place. Come on, out with it, little P. I could tell that Sam was worried about you, and now I can see why. Until he was convinced, John had no intentions of budging from this particular line of questioning, so she sighed deeply to herself before letting her words fall where they may. I have something important to tell you, but you're in such a good mood right now. What if I say something that ruins everything? Penelope struggled to keep the adolescent child out of her voice. As long as both of you are out of harm's way, I'm confident I can handle anything. I'm very interested in hearing whatever it is you have to say. All right. Firstly, I'd like to apologize for not telling you this sooner. I wasn't strong enough back then, and I can honestly say I'm still not. John, you've been like a father to me, and I didn't want to screw things up. This has been one of the biggest regrets of my entire life. Penelope's eyes stung with tears, which soon blurred the surrounding room into a hazy, transparent mist. One of Frank's chains secured to the cube suddenly snapped in half, so she converted the table's surface to metal and then welded the two sections together. This happened such a long time ago. I don't even feel that it's even worth mentioning. When John said nothing in reply, Penelope realized that downplaying the situation wouldn't work this time. She had always been particularly cautious with the mask she wore out in public, especially when John was involved. If Frank was in one of his moods that day, she stayed at home without hesitation, even if it meant cancelling plans with Sam and his father. That way, cross-contamination was never a concern, and John wasn't there to witness Penelope's abject terror at what awaited her back home. However, as doctor, Thomas had previously stated she wasn't the same person as before. I think Frank abused me as a child. Penelope quickly bit down on her lower lip, knowing that wasn't what she meant to say. No, that's not right. I know Frank abused me as a child, but I was too afraid to say anything because I was worried you'd stop liking me. The cube's robust shell dislodged from its fused surface, causing a minor fracture down its middle. The cracked prison discharged a white-hot light, exposing the true power of Penelope's doppelganger. Irritated by all the constant interruptions, she mentally traversed the archway and entered the Japanese bedroom. Penelope then constructed the female automaton from the preliminaries and made a few modifications to her overall appearance that better suited her current needs. She peeled off the automaton's clothing and skin, making her appear more like the machines locked behind the two heavy steel doors. But rather than preserve her malleable bones and muscle, Penelope gave her entire body a dazzling metallic framework. The silver hairless female, who now resembled a 1970s rock album cover, stood at attention while awaiting further instructions. But one more major change had to be made first. Penelope created a cube-shaped chamber that inched open within the woman's lower abdomen. And once that was done, the silver mannequin picked up the small metal box and slipped it inside her cube-like orifice. She then made her imitate someone with a tummy ache by having her intertwine her fingers in front of the enclosure like 8 rows of horizontal steel bars. As though on command, the various sets of gears within her metallic structure begin rotating steadily. Now you listen to me, you little bitch. I don't care how many memories you took from me. I'll end you for good if you butt into my conversation just one more time. Penelope turned the gears until they scraped and dented each corner of the cube, making the double's prison more inhospitable with every turn. When her counterpart relinquished all thoughts of escape, she regarded that as a submission and halted the rotating cogs. However, just before leaving her subconscious mind, she took one last look around the otherwise empty room. Expecting to see someone or something else just on the outskirts of her peripheral vision. Although the sparse area hadn't changed since last she saw it, something vital now appeared to be missing. But for the life of her, she couldn't remember what it was. Now that Penelope was back in the real world, with John patiently waiting halfway across the multiverse, she began to apologize for her lengthy hiatus. Although one glance inside the Empress's internal clock revealed that only 20 seconds had elapsed. They suggested I see a therapist for my past trauma while I was here, but making certain that you were aware of my abuse was always something I needed to do. You and Sam have always treated me as though I were a member of your family, and I didn't want to jeopardize our relationship in any way. Penelope fell silent after that, waiting for a reaction she had been dreading for years. But instead of hearing John's response, a bewildered woman took up the phone in his place, then inquired with a greeting of her own. "Hello?" Hi, said Penelope, just as confused. Sorry, John just handed me the phone and left the house. Is something wrong? He was practically beaming just a moment ago, so I assumed everything was okay. With the Empress's blue flame analysing everything in the background, Penelope was able to recall the woman's gentle yet familiar voice. Everything's fine, Natalie. It's probably just too much for him to process at the moment. Is that you? 2 creams and 4 sugars? Asked Natalie, reciting Penelope's coffee preference. That's me. Thank you for being there for him. I hope we didn't ruin your first date too badly. Even though Penelope maintained a polite exchange, she couldn't understand a word Natalie was saying. The only thing that occupied her thoughts was that John had run away. She had told him practically everything, and his reaction had been to flee as fast as he could. Mortification crept into every part of her mind, and the only thing that felt genuine was the other Penelope now mocking her from within the 6-sided prison. What gave her the impression that she deserved a father like John? And why would he accept damaged goods like her? He needed someone who had known only love and encouragement, not a child who had experienced a parent's violent rage. Natalie's light-hearted remarks soon pushed away Penelope's self-defeating thoughts. Technically, our date hasn't ended yet. Your father and I came back here so he could make me, in his words, a cup of coffee for a change. But when you and Sam didn't return by that late afternoon or the next day, it didn't seem right just to leave him all alone here. So I stayed in the guest room while the search for you two was underway. Sorry for the misunderstanding, but John isn't my dad, said Penelope. I'm afraid hearing you say that might disappoint him a great deal. Based on the way John sings your praises, I could tell how proud he is of you. I have a daughter myself, so I recognize that shimmer of pride in his eyes. Natalie takes a brief pause, distracted by the noises on her side of the telephone. Oh, he's back. Now he's carrying a handful of clothes with him. Can I help with anything, John? No, thank you. Just keep her on the line. Now Penelope was really at a loss for words. Is everything okay? What is he doing over there? I don't know. Oh, wait, he's leaving the house again. Can you follow him? I'm on it. While Penelope waited for an update, Natalie gasped at what she was witnessing outside their neighborhood. John, did you do this? Do what? What did he do? He kicked down the front door of a nearby residence. It's practically hanging on its hinges for dear life now. I'm going to stop him. John had fractured her door's surrounding frame beyond repair, and the uppermost part of the entrance sagged off to one side, now rendering it incapable of keeping intruders out. The antique entryway would cost up to $400 to replace, and would require the skills of a professional to take out the entire door's outer frame. The implications of what John was doing made Penelope's head spin. No, don't stop him. Does the house look like his from the inside? Natalie cautiously entered the residence, fearful the homeowner might call the police on her for trespassing. Yes, it does. John emerged from a room upstairs, lugging yet another pile of clothes, then passed by Natalie without saying a word. Penelope erupted into tears of joy over the phone, and once she was able to explain her situation to Natalie, the two women both wept with happiness together. John spent the next 20 minutes moving her belongings to his guest bedroom, and when he was through, Natalie handed him back the phone. Penelope, your room's a mess. I expect a thorough cleaning when you get back home. Okay, was all that Penelope could manage to get out. Thank you for telling me about your past. I realise it couldn't have been easy for you to say. However, this is far too serious to talk about over the phone. When you return home, we'll talk more about your late father. John made it a point to emphasise the word home once more. Oh, and by the way, the front door of your previous residence appears to be broken. I briefly lost my composure for a second there. Tell your aunt that I'll pay for all the damages. Penelope was so thrilled by this outcome that she didn't bother notifying him that the house was in her name. Okay, I'll let her know. I love you. Have a safe trip back home. All right, we will. I love you too, she said, embarrassed by the open display of affection, and with that the call ended. giving Penelope even more reason to win the whole goddamn show. End of The 11th Multiverse, Book 1, written by Rahsan M. Martin, edited using Pro Writing Aid software. Read to you by Lily, an 11 Labs AI voice narrator, 2024. All rights reserved. The 11th Multiverse, Book 2, written by Rahsan M. Martin, edited using Pro Writing Aid software. Read to you by Lily, an 11 Labs AI voice narrator. Copyright 2024. All rights reserved. Chapter 1, 8 of Motion. High above the jungle's lush vegetation, a torrential downpour fell like sheets of water, drenching anyone unfortunate enough to be subjected to these harsh conditions. While the heavy rainfall showed no signs of stopping, the last of the sun's warming rays had disappeared behind a collection of Brazilian nut trees. These Amazonian evergreens produced large seed pouches, roughly the size of softballs, which hung against their massive trunks in broad clusters. The constant trickling of water down Shiwu's neck reminded him why this technique was such a desired form of torture. His straight jet-black hair had long since lost its radiant luster, and now laid plastered against his dark beige forehead. This dishevelled appearance of his definitely clashed with his hairstylist's overall vision for him. But perhaps his admirers would appreciate this new soaked-to-the-bone look. They had dumped him deep within the heart of the Amazon rainforest. And ever since his arrival here, whatsoever walked, crawled, or flew in the air had tried to take a chunk out of him. From picking off the odd leech or three to barely avoiding a pit viper's threatening rattle. Shiwu had to maintain a constant state of alert. While escaping from a black panther's desperate pursuit of food, a small capybara nearly took him off his feet as it fled into the underbrush. Shiwu and the panther's eyes did, however, eventually meet, but the slender feline surveyed his much taller stature and scampered off to hunt something far less of a challenge. Aside from an all-purpose knife adorned to his hip, a cylinder-shaped container sat strapped to his back, while a dark green skin-tight jumpsuit covered nearly every inch of his body, apart from his head and hands. Its close-fitting, weatherproof lining kept the majority of his body quite comfortable, despite the unending rainfall, with a repeating hexagon pattern lining the entirety of his jumpsuit. A miniature processing unit was also accessible near the base of his wrist, which regularly flashed a green arrow in the direction back home, below the steep ravine of massive boulders and native fauna. The village below bustled with activity despite the terrible weather. Dressed in torn, dishevelled clothing, the individuals beneath the gorge wandered around the rain-soaked muck as if in an aimless stupor, although unable to make out their faces from such a far distance away. Shiwu studied their odd mannerisms before abandoning his position. Roughly 20 of them wandered around the dense underbrush, while pursuing several elusive, scuttling creatures to dine on. They indiscriminately consumed all manner of things such as insects, tree fungus, plants, and the occasional reptile who was unlucky enough to cross their ravenous paths. It astonished him that most were still alive, given their choice of likely poisonous diets. Some, however, met Shiwu's expectations and laid lifeless across the rainforest's unforgiving terrain. Despite this, the ones who were still alive and kicking seized hold of the deceased party's last meal, then perished alongside their motionless comrades. They're weirdos all right, that's for sure. Why else send me to this god-forsaken place? Then, Shiwu studied the moonlit sky for the correct time. The heavy rainfall had eventually subsided, bringing with it a thick layer of mist that rose around both his ankles. Shiwu crouched beside a native kapok tree with an exposed, curving root system that stretched far above its main trunk, while more impending, dark clouds promised further precipitation on the horizon. Inside the village's encampment, a dismantled airliner lay scattered in pieces alongside the clearing, which left enormous chunks of twisted metal that dug deep within the Earth's surface as the plane made its unscheduled landing. built by Jian Aircraft Industries, a section of Aviation Industry Corporation of China. The Y-20 military aircraft transported everything from military troops, building materials to even armored vehicles. However, following the plane's crash landing, certain parts of the structure now performed a second duty in life, in spite of its initial role having ended, with an extended wingspan of 148 feet. The expensive aircraft now rested against two steep boulders, which served as a cover for the rainforest's wet season. Shai Wu gazed upon China's familiar red and yellow flag near the plane's tail fin and thought of his home in Seoul. Did his beloved homeland of South Korea still exist within this parallel world? Or would it be unrecognizable in comparison to the place he knew so well? Nevertheless, he drew some small comfort from the aircraft's existence still resting beneath his feet. Near the center of the makeshift settlement, a circular structure now solicited all of his attention, which was held up by clay slabs and covered with sheets of the airplane's aluminum. What appeared to be bold engravings of a particular plant species was etched into the clay blocks themselves and spanned across the whole of the outer surface area. Despite having no real meaning that he could see, these strange symbols occurred in repeated fashion around the only sturdy structure. This entailed sharp leaves with thin, pointy edges at their borders, which clung to even narrower stalks, while small seed-like clumps were situated alongside each of the stems in bunches of 3. Although the design itself was quite clear, Shai Wu couldn't figure out what kind of plant the artist was attempting to represent, just beyond the shelter's daunting entryway. A dim blue light glowed behind a pair of tattered drapes, still beckoning him onward. Shai Wu then looked above his head and snatched what appeared to be a circling firefly out of the air. The insect's shimmering camouflage quickly fell away, revealing itself to be something much larger and far more robotic in nature. A marble-sized optical lens blinked at him in consternation, as tiny translucent wings fluttered with intensity as it tried fleeing from Shai Wu's gentle grasp. While burning off recycled fuel, a set of twin engines on either side swiveled at various angles. He whispered into the hidden microphone as he moved the camera's ocular lens much closer. "It's showtime," said Shai Wu, releasing the palm-sized drone back into the atmosphere. The rules were very clear, and they prohibited any damage done to the show's recording devices. The mimicking insect then rejoined its other 2 companions, who were still whizzing about his head. He then quickly tapped a series of buttons across his wrist controls, causing an artificial light to fold around his suit, thus concealing him from the rest of the world. Although the cloaking system obscured him from the casual glance or two, artificial light would distort the suit's refraction capabilities, soon making him detectable to the naked eye. So Shai Wu zigzagged beneath the low underbrush, attempting to avoid any sources of light that stood within his direct path. His sponsors had paid a small fortune for this luxury item, and he intended to get all their money's worth. As Shai Wu approached the structure's outer walls, he carefully parted the mangled curtains to one side. A clear white mist swirled around his feet, entering the shelter at his heels. Shai Wu then took in his surroundings, which fostered that same intense blue glow seen from high atop the cliff face. In reality, the light that illuminated the interior was more of a bright white than a shade of blue. The inner walls, similar to the outside, had identical engravings of the familiar branch. While on the other side of the room, a repurposed beverage cart now served as a prayer altar for the object that Shai Wu had been sent here to recover. The pulsating branch stood composed entirely of a white crystal and sat among several rows of airline seats, giving all who entered an unobstructed view of the strange object. However, as his jumpsuit's electronics absorbed the branch's rhythmic light, it soon disabled his cloaking mechanism entirely. Shai Wu immediately crouched near the shelter's entrance, now aware that he was visible to those still wandering outside. If someone were to walk past or take note of his position, he would have no other choice but to stand and fight. The complex woven design of his jumpsuit shimmered for a second time before settling back into its primary shade of dark green. After that, an electromagnetic error popped up on his wrist's display, leaving Shaiwu to stare back at the branch with a renewed disquiet. They never said this would be easy. Then a small heap of ratty old blankets suddenly shifted to his right, causing Shaiwu to remain frozen in place. His first instinct was to disappear back into the jungle's shadows. However, a predisposed stubbornness continued to press him forward. Mere steps away from the crystal's location, an elderly man slept soundlessly across the floor. The sleeping individual then turned onto one side, now facing away from him. Shaiwu envisioned the man suddenly waking up in a panic, alerting the others outside to his current whereabouts. But the elderly gentleman just began softly snoring, unbothered by his presence. One of the show's flying drones soared past the curtains for a closer look inside, then began plummeting to the ground when that same electromagnetic discharge started to affect its systems as well. Shaiwu stretched out an arm to intercept the powered-down camera before it could collide with the floor, then quickly surveyed his surroundings. When the snoring man offered no signs of stirring, Shaiwu tossed the recording device back outside. He then climbed back to his feet and travelled the short distance to the beverage cart. Shaiwu soon began examining the crystal's true physiology while unstrapping the cylindrical container from his back. In accordance with his studies of different tree species, the olive branch sat motionless atop the altar's cushioned surface. This crucial piece of information brought with it a whole host of new questions. Was this its original form? Or did someone or something else alter its true appearance? The crystal branch emitted a harsh energy that could only be found in the most inhospitable environments, which made the rainforest a perfect place to call its home. When a collection of harsh murmurs began emanating from the alien plant, the handful of not-so-subtle voices all fought for his attention at once. They whispered inside his mind to proclaim the branch for himself. All he needed to do was take the crystal from its altar while eliminating those who would stand in his way. Shaiwu ignored the sing-song voices that would command him to kill by concentrating on his rhythmic breathing alone. Based on what little warnings they offered him, touching the crystal plant bare-handed was strictly out of the question. Thus, shoving it inside the tube using a gloved hand became his only real course of action. As the room's solitary source of light now stood extinguished, so did the murmurs that enticed Shaiwu to claim it for himself. Once the object was secured inside its new home, the jumpsuit's cloaking mechanism cycled back into life, and with it, an enhanced type of night vision. When light folded around his body yet again, it obscured his form from sight. Shaiwu turned to flee and nearly ran face first into the elderly man, now standing in between him and the exit. "Who's there? I know someone's there. What have you done with the light?" the man asked in a panicked fright. Shaiwu came within a hair's breadth of kicking this person's head clean off their shoulders, with a long, unkempt grey beard and severely weathered features. The elderly gentleman searched for Shaiwu within the small confines of the shelter, coupled that with a pair of milky white corneas, and the blind man's eyes shifted from left to right, as if he could see despite his impaired vision. Shaiwu did his best not to flinch away as the man's flaring nostrils attempted to sniff out his location. What he had mistaken for a pile of ratty old blankets were instead a set of heavy brown robes worn over the man's shoulders, which were the sort that a priest or monk would often wear. When Shaiwu took a careful step to his right, the blind man shifted his gaze, tracking the subtle motion. And when he moved to his left, the elderly man's slight shift mimicked his actions. Perhaps this camouflage device wasn't worth the money spent on it after all. "The light! I need the light," said the old priest, repeating his demands to anyone who would listen. It wouldn't be long before his incessant shouts aroused the entire community outside. However, when something curved and sharp appeared at the priest's side. Shai Wu shifted to a defensive posture as the glint of the knife forced his training to kick in. And once the old man finally sussed out his whereabouts, he rushed at Shai Wu with such speed that both men fell to the ground in a twisted heap of sprawling bodies. All thoughts of leaving unmolested were quickly dashed away after that. The elderly man only appeared to be frail at the onset of their encounter, but a gathering of wiry muscles underneath his heavy robes told a different story. A pair of powerful arms struggled to pin him down while the ever-present weapon flashed in and out of Shai Wu's vision. As the priest employed a downward thrust towards Shai Wu's chest, he shifted the old man's momentum to one side, then flipped him backwards high into the air. The priest soared through the sky end over end, then crashed into the airplane's beverage cart with a deafening bang, with the sudden collision alerting all those who were outdoors. He then rolled to his feet and twisted the priest's knife hand until his carpal bones snapped in two. The old man screamed out in pain as parts of his hand now bulged in an awkward direction, leaving Shai Wu with no other choice but to slam his face into the nearest seat cushion. With his cries now muffled to anyone within earshot, he seriously contemplated killing this deranged person. However, following their brief scuffle, the cylindrical tube had fallen from Shai Wu's hands and now lay partially open, just a few feet away. Fresh waves of white light engulfed the entire shelter once more, compelling the priest to slip from his grasp and fall to his knees in supplication. Despite his limp, broken hand, the old man revealed a wide, satisfied grin at feeling the light around him yet again. The jumpsuit's cloaking device soon powered down for a second time, but the praying man showed no signs of caring. Shai Wu had the impression that hiding from him didn't really matter much, because as long as he had the crystal branch within his possession, the priest could find him anywhere he went. The insane man continued to prostrate himself against the muddy terrain, now unfazed by Shai Wu's presence, despite their recent brawl. "The light! I need the light!" This sick individual craved the crystal's radiant brilliance, much like an addict craved their next fix. However, the addiction appeared to be quite severe in his case. Shai Wu tossed the crude knife to the far end of the shelter, then picked up the tube, but left the lid exposed to some extent. After freeing himself from the confining space, Shai Wu cautiously glanced at his surroundings. As he had feared, the villagers started assembling around the lodging's narrow entrance. They stared blankly at him, their faces coated with an assortment of dried soil and mud. However, no one attempted to move, even with the crystal branch now out in the open. Once Shai Wu would have welcomed a fight like this, but seeing their vacant stares only urged him to find another way out. Then the crystal branch's devoted flock began chanting in a synchronized chorus. "The light! The light!" Shai Wu lifted the religious idol high above his head, eager to make himself and the branch's intentions appear as one. He expected nothing to come of his antics, but the crystal responded to his gesture by lighting up the entire night sky. The burst of intense illumination instantly brought the faithful congregation to their knees. However, a sudden disruption from within the shelter urged Shai Wu to push past the praying people and hightail it towards the parallel entryway, which led back to the game show's awaiting stage. Soon the priest was barking out orders to his flock while only just exiting their sanctuary. "The light! He's taken the light! Capture him!" Shai Wu ran back the way he had come, now highly motivated to leave Earth F-47 behind forever. As he peered down at his wrist controls, an electromagnetic error was the only thing staring back at him. Now, in a crazed frenzy at his deceptive methods, all the villagers split off into random groups in order to hunt him down much faster. Shai Wu let the branch fall back into its cylinder before closing the lid tight, while wails of angry shouts erupted at his back. The flashing green arrow on his wrist display now indicated to the northwest region of the forest, which forced Shai Wu to veer off to his right, as thunderous voices roared at him from every diverging path. More and more individuals were soon running alongside him within the Amazon's thick underbrush. A pair of burly-looking men sprang from either side of the dense foliage, intent on his immediate capture. Shai Wu stepped into the closest man's grasp, then threw him over his shoulder using the Hapkido style of martial arts. He then bounded into the air and snapped the other man's neck to one side with a staggering kick to his temple. A woman took hold of his forearm, seeking to drag him down to the ground, but Shai Wu's blade flashed from his hip and buried itself deep within his assailant's eye. This caused the woman to howl out in pain as she grabbed at her now mutilated face. Despite freeing himself once again, additional villagers came to her aid from every direction. A succession of heavy punches to his attacker's midsection sent the first few reeling to the ground in a mound of writhing bodies, but the overwhelming numbers would eventually drag him down to the jungle's muddy terrain, regardless of his combat proficiency. None of them employed any sort of hand-to-hand fighting techniques. Their only goal was to subdue him by the sheer weight of their numbers alone. As they fell upon him one after the other, Shai Wu would have cried out for mercy, but the mass of so many bodies now atop him buried his face in an inch-deep puddle of stagnant water. Thus, Shai Wu held his breath tightly as the ribs in his chest began to fracture from the intense weight. In the end, however, the agony inside of his ribs would force him to take a deep, shallow breath, hence filling his lungs with the bacteria-laced water. While in this unpleasant predicament, Shai Wu contemplated all of his accomplishments thus far. When it was all said and done, he had a good run. A 2-time multiverse champion. All the money he could ever spend, along with the respect of his peers. Number. He had a great run. Then, as though given a second reprieve, Shai Wu took in an immense breath as each member of the crystal congregation rose from atop his body. He clutched at his throbbing ribs as the silent mob began encircling him. Yanked to his feet, Shai Wu watched as the grinning priest now sauntered through the parting crowd. He definitely should have kicked this old man's head off when he had the chance. In most cases, staring death in the face was counter to Shai Wu's nature. But trying something new at least once in your life has a way of building one's character. At any rate, it's what his father told him when he was young. The priest wrestled with the strange lid before eventually dragging the crystal branch back into the twilight. As a result, more of its followers became revealed by the branch's glowing light. Shai Wu's eyes widened as he spotted 2 figures wearing jumpsuits similar to his own. A host of vacant stares peered back at him from gaunt, malnourished features. Shai Wu didn't recognize the woman in yellow, but the guy wearing the red jumpsuit he knew all too well. Ricky Davis, a former player in the Multiverse games, went by the nickname of Pretty Ricky. He was last seen preparing to play in a non-televised showing, or what was commonly referred to as a dark broadcast. Namely, future investors were the only ones allowed to witness these sorts of competitions. On one random day, however, his memorial services just appeared on the television screens, to all of his adoring fans' devastated shock. Pretty Ricky lost his life several weeks ago doing what he loved best, competing in the games themselves. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his friends, family and fans, said a news broadcaster on one random day. In retrospect, they provided no further information as to how he essentially died. Some of the other players were curious about the Earth he perished on. Yet, the curiosity was short-lived, for fear they would be sent there next. Shai Wu took some solace in Pretty Ricky's overall survival. He was a good guy when he wanted to be. Wait, he is a good guy. Isn't that right, Pretty Ricky? Said Shai Wu in a surge of hysterical laughter. Although the priest misunderstood the sudden outburst, he still responded to his remarks in kind. We're all good guys, my child. We only need to be taught a little lesson from time to time. That's all. The priest then pressed the crystal branch against Shai Wu's forehead. The voices that once murmured softly inside his mind now screamed at him from the farthest reaches of the galaxy. then imprisoned his consciousness within the confines of nothing and nowhere, but not before the white-hot blaze consumed all that was left. Thank you for joining Penelope on her adventure. If you enjoyed this chapter, I would truly appreciate it if you liked, subscribed, and shared your thoughts in the comments below. Your support helps more listeners discover these stories. Thank you for staying until the end. Chapter 2. The Devil. Amber spotlights glittered down on Dan and Kate's blood-red suits, while a pair of silver bolo ties emphasized their neckwear with a dazzling glow. And with matching black dress shirts beneath the ensemble's reddish-themed attire, the husband and wife duo sat behind the commentator's desk, wearing solemn expressions on their faces. "Feeling down in the dumps?" asked Dan when Camera One zoomed in on his silhouette. "Has the hostilities on your Earth come to an abrupt end? Are you a soldier of fortune who has suddenly found themselves without a war to engage in? Well, fear not, valiant warriors, for we have the solution for you." Dan whirls to his feet with arms outstretched, only stopping in front of the now silent audience. The Earth Rangers are always on the lookout for brave men and women out there to join in their ranks. Investigate exotic new planets beyond the infamous doors, which only exist in one's wildest imagination. Furthermore, the Rangers' all-encompassing yet renowned military ranking system makes readjusting for seasoned veterans a simple and straightforward process. A handful of the stage's view screens soon flickered to life, revealing 4 rows of cadets dressed in green army fatigues while marching shoulder to shoulder outside a military installation. And for each Earth successfully traversed, you can earn bonuses on top of your regular pay, while also enjoying benefits for the family and a robust life insurance policy on day 1. Not to mention the long-term job security that early enlistment provides. With that said, be careful when hopping between worlds out there. Dangerous Earths lie just around every corner, so better keep that head of yours on a swivel. And who knows, you just might find the next rare Earth out there. So what are you waiting for? The Earth Rangers want you to be a part of their team today. Dan takes one last look at Camera One, emphasizing his request with a point of his finger. As the spectators applauded Dan's performance, 6 pages of microscopic text sped past each screen above him, then vanished just as quickly as they had appeared. Jacob had piqued Penelope's sense of adventure ever since he recounted his chronicles on the dinosaur Earth a few days earlier. However, before committing to this career path, she would have to rifle through all that fine print first, which had a bit to do with no-fault accidents as well as partial ownership over the planet's mineral rights. If she truly wished to stay underneath everyone's radar, Earth-hopping would be the most ideal option. But Penelope would need to make certain the Queen of Orientation wasn't her benefactor in any way, shape, or form. Perhaps a small ranger unit from some backwater Earth would be better suited for her needs. Penelope, however, wished to return home as a free woman first and reconnect with her family. Aside from being a good daughter to John and Mel, she yearned to return to her old life and finally appreciate what she had almost lost in a single afternoon. However, that part of her life wouldn't last forever, and she would need to do some serious adulting pretty soon. That's where joining the Earth Rangers entered the picture. A second amber spotlight fell onto Penelope's black jumpsuit and silver crown, as well as her reflections on potential future employment. The 2 ascending rows of bleachers sat filled to capacity with the same raucous crowd from the previous round, even as everyone within the audience was all dressed in various shades of blood-red attire while reinforcing today's mysterious theme. Although the 5 seats reserved for the Queen of Inspiration and her 4 other consorts were now occupied by an entirely different group of people. Penelope ran a hand through her sloping hair in reaction to the perceived slight from the outspoken monarch. Yet, the audience only applauded once again when her dark orange mohawk returned to its original shape. Just yesterday, she inquired about changing her rebellious hairstyle into something more conventional. However, Vanessa simply pinches both her cheeks before informing her that it was now the #1 fashion for young girls in over 39 Earths and counting. "Are you ready to set off, Empress?" asked Dan, yanking Penelope out of her meandering thoughts. "Because the second-round challenge presently awaits your undivided attention." Not expecting to be ushered through the door so quickly, she gives a brief nod before recalling the verbal consent guidelines. "Yes, I'm ready, Dan." "Well, don't let me stop you." Penelope didn't waste any time either and placed her hand atop the door's brass knob, which transported a person in between Earths. "There is one more thing." When she realized that he wasn't done with her yet, she returned her gaze back to both him and the hushed audience. "I see that you've spent your hard-earned Earth points to purchase a compass. That, I'm afraid, is forbidden in this round. So, if you would be so kind as to place it on the commentator's desk before heading on through, that would be fantastic." Knowing that arguing with him on the subject would get her nowhere, Penelope slammed the compass on the desk and quickly exited the stage for an alternate Earth. A long dirt road appeared just beneath her feet and stood roughly 50 yards away from a clearly visible old western town, which featured structures that were over a century and a half old on each side of the main roadway, while everything else was centered in and around a coastal desert terrain. The parallel jump had brought Penelope face to face with one of those old-fashioned hotels constructed from horizontal wood slats and a wraparound second-floor balcony with 2 exits on either side. Even as the 2 saloon doors rocked back and forth in the dust-covered wind, something seemed off about the area, which didn't surprise her in the least. Because of the hotel's disrepair, they had boarded up the 4 windows out front with felled planks from the structure itself. Penelope now understood Dan and Kate's current Western chic style of dress. It was the overall foundation of her latest challenge. Was she about to run into man-sized gunslinging lizards dressed in nothing but cowboy hats and silver spurs on their boots? Or perhaps a man-eating horse who drowned its victims in the nearest lake before devouring their flesh? In terms of Wild West towns, things seemed rather generic upon her initial observations. The scene in front of Penelope, like most black-and-white Western movies, gave her the impression that the atmosphere wasn't very authentic to its actual history. Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane's Buffalo Bill's Wild West Act of 1883 influenced a lot of the cinematic American frontier we watch today, based on what John had explained to her on one of their numerous movie nights. Many of the films portrayed Native Americans as warlike people who snatched up little white children by the handfuls in order to raise them as their own. Or gullible village elders willing to hand over their homes and land in exchange for wagons loaded with booze, tobacco, and firearms. Not to mention how they depicted African Americans in the early Wild West genre. If they weren't completely invisible in the films themselves, the original mythology of the real-life character would be whitewashed away and replaced with someone else entirely. Or perhaps they were black servants forced to care for the slave owners' children, as depicted in a lot of Civil War films of that era. While the kids themselves adored that one sensible yet caring black woman far more than their actual parents. Her thoughts then drifted to her friend, Mel. Was she, in fact, that same sensible yet caring black woman whose moral compass had guided Penelope throughout her young life? Was Mel's mere existence just one major plot device to move her story forward and make Penelope's character appear more open-minded and empathetic than she actually was? The hotel's saloon doors rocked back and forth in a rhythmic pattern, distorting her fading vision down to a single line on the horizon. While something maliciously bombarded her thoughts with random movie tropes that seemingly sprang out of nowhere. Penelope took several quick strides forward before promptly collapsing onto her face. Breathing in a mouthful of earthy sand, which smelled of nothingness, she strenuously lifts a hand and guides the Empress's tendrils towards the hotel's swinging doors. These thin roots of coiling energy moved beneath the Earth's surface, seeking to find safety elsewhere so that her mind might once again become her own. Further down the remote desert road within the town's very center, was the vague outline of a long-standing white church with a bronze bell atop its spire. A large cyclone of heat and dust erupted from the ground a short distance away, then quickly headed in Penelope's direction before engulfing her entire body in 20-foot-high winds. She tried yelling above the raging dust storm, but all that came out of her mouth were nonsensical film critiques. Was Twister only a good movie because the storm chasers always put themselves in unnecessary danger? Then a subtle yet separate awareness within Penelope's conscious thoughts told her to get inside the hotel saloon as fast as possible. However, the deafening stream of consciousness regarding interrelated films kept her slender body secured firmly to the dusty trail. "As Good as It Gets is one of my favourite Helen Hunt movies," she said, yelling at the wild cyclone. While the swirling maelstrom raged all around her, Penelope's probing energies picked up on something rather unusual directly up ahead. The influence over her thoughts lessened dramatically as her tendrils moved closer to the hotel's porch steps, just as the secondary awareness had predicted. So, with all the mental fortitude that Penelope could muster, she hauled herself to her feet and reached out for the now faint lobby doors. And once her legs were strong enough to move on their own, a steady shuffle brought her beneath the hotel's covered veranda. Penelope, however, had one more thing to say to the violent cyclone, which threatened to suck her below the ground and swallow her whole like a giant graboid. "I love Kevin Bacon." And after this last admission, she bulldozed her way inside the hotel's lobby. Once Penelope had made her way inside, the entire entrance sealed itself shut behind her. A soothing chime rang throughout the large room, putting an end to all of her movie-related thoughts. She then slid onto the floor, cradling both her knees, thankful that the mind games were finally over. "It's pretty rough out there, I reckon." "Especially for movie buffs like the two of us," said an older gentleman, waiting behind the lobby's check-in counter. He wore a dust-covered brown suit with a green tattered bow tie and soon took off a pair of industrial fold-away earmuffs. She didn't have any illusions as to why he had them on. The only thing Penelope wanted to know was where she could secure a pair for herself. He waggled his greying curved moustache and exchanged the earmuffs for a brown bolo hat. "I was practically dragged in here on my backside. They said I was shouting something about the Sherlock Holmes movies and the critical role that Dr. Watson played in them. However, because of the setting around us, the experience always starts with old spaghetti westerns, and that's a bona fide fact. It's too bad that I couldn't repay the kindness and pull you in here myself, but that would have been against the rules," he said, adjusting his shabby green bow tie. At the very least, his outfit was more period-appropriate than the ones worn by Dan and Kate on stage. A solid oak wall with an exquisite square pattern carved into its base separated the hotel's registration counter from the other half of the waiting area. The small space beyond contained 4 simple wooden chairs and a stiff, one-armed Victorian sofa that was more interested in its intricate design than functionality. All the main walls in the room were smooth to the touch and free of any paintings or other decor. Instead, multiple rolls of fixed wallpaper chronicled the story of the hotel's lengthy past. Each segment of wallpaper contributed to the larger Wild West theme by covering a flat surface with typically solid knickknacks. A flat piano played quietly in the room's corner, while several snarling animal heads sat decorated on wooden plaques. A well-dressed man, woman and child stared at her from a black-and-white portrait, with their likeness imprinted onto a single panel. In addition, strategically placed steel lanterns with real dancing flames spread across the empty room, resting inside the wallpaper's overall design. The small orange dancing flames threw shadows against each of the flat surfaces, giving all the two-dimensional objects a three-dimensional appearance. Penelope watched the cheerful man suspiciously while her hand slowly inched towards the short blade at her back. "What the hell is all that about out there?" He noticed the threatening gesture but ignored it with a sociable grin. "You, my dear, are on the Earth with the signal. However, it's better known as he," then motions to the sign behind him. "Earth P-67 Gamma. The first round of your trial was out there. while the second part rests beyond here, he said, gesturing to a pair of double doors beside him. As he struggled to remember something important, the older man squints curiously in her direction, revealing a forehead full of wrinkled creases. Penelope maintained a safe distance away from the optimistic gentleman, but took her hand off the Xiphos as an overall compromise. Is the whole Earth like that out there? It sure is. However, neither headsets nor earplugs will protect you against it. In fact, the further you travel from this location, the stronger the signal becomes. She glances down at his earmuffs now perched on the oak wood counter, wondering what secret technology existed inside of them. After following Penelope's gaze to his protective earwear, he responded to her curiosity with a slight smirk. This simply calms my anxiety. For peace of mind, you see. It makes me feel better since I spend much of my days closest to the signal. She advances deeper into the room, noticing the old man's name tag read, Beau Carpenter. What about the signal's source, Mr. Carpenter? Do you know where it originates from? He leans over the counter in a conspiratorial whisper. The way I heard it, a satellite that was developed for advertisement purposes went completely haywire in deep space. And the inventors who built the damn thing made it so that the signal would beam the commercials directly into their citizens' brains, thus leading to the unmitigated disaster you've just witnessed firsthand. Rather than shooting it out of the sky when the broadcast began to affect their Earth's population, they tried to repair the satellite from orbit instead. However, that boneheaded decision would be their biggest mistake yet. The signal had grown far too strong for anyone to suppress it by the time the Space Shuttle Highland had arrived on scene, which effectively drove the entire crew into madness. I reckon they're still floating up there to this very day. Penelope touched one of the lantern's whirling flames to see if the two-dimensional candle would effectively transfer its heat to her finger. What about the people of this Earth? Where are they now? Unfortunately, that's the sad part of all of this. P-67 had been a member of the United Earths for some time, so it didn't take long for the evacuation process to begin of the planet's population. However, a migration of that size takes time, and the civilians unlucky enough to be on the tail end of that list received a dreadfully alternative option. Their government gave them a tasteless poison and told them to administer it to family members who were too far gone to travel. That, in my humble opinion, must have been an extremely horrible thing to undertake. How do you know so much about what happened here? Asked Penelope, wondering if Beau was one of the planet's last surviving members. When Mr. Carpenter saw where this line of questioning was going, he shook his head sadly. No, I'm not a former inhabitant of this Earth. It's all part of my job to describe the signal to everyone who walks through those doors. Besides, it's the first question I'm asked without fail. Penelope couldn't argue with his logic, given it was the first question she had as well. On a positive note, 1/3 of this Earth's surviving citizens enjoy relatively normal lives with no lasting side effects from the rogue signal itself. Now that this part of my job is over, can I have a name for the sign-in sheet, please? Oh, it's Penelope. Mr. Carpenter's face lit up with excitement upon hearing her name. That's where I've seen your face before. You're the new Empress of the Multiverse, one of the 5 immortal mothers herself. I haven't heard that specific subtitle before. But how can I be the mother when they're all so super fucking old bitter hags? Penelope didn't know why she chose that very moment to speak ill of all 4 women live on television. Only that it felt appropriate to say something insensitive at the time. As expected, Beau's face turned a ghostly white after hearing her insult. Mr. Carpenter knew without a doubt that at least one of the queens was watching both of them right now. Thus, he pushed a button underneath his counter, ready to send Penelope on her way as quickly as possible. Head through those doors to my left, said Mr. Carpenter, abandoning the cheerful demeanor he had just moments ago. Penelope walked through the double doors without further comment, painfully aware that openly insulting the queens of the multiverse wouldn't win her any new friends over here. Chapter 3. The devil resumed. Once Penelope entered the rear sitting room, which sat directly behind the hotel's foyer. A man in his mid to late 20s burst into hysterical sobbing the moment his eyes fell onto her black clothing and ginger red hair. Despite his broad shoulder profile and neatly trimmed beard, she couldn't make out any further details from the dim nook he slouched inside. Head buried between his knees, he rocked back and forth against the far wall in a brown and white jumpsuit. Oh God, not her. Not her. Not her Penelope could barely make out those few choice words emanating from the grieving man's nearby vicinity. The surrounding room appeared to be rectangular in shape and considerably larger than the lobby's high vaulted ceilings from which she'd just recently departed. The sitting room, on the other hand, felt rather confining due to its low rooftop that measured nearly 7 feet in height. Still, the digital wallpaper kept the spacious interior lively, filling every crevice of the somewhat dated parlour with stunning Wild West details. Several narrow doorways flanked one another and were meticulously spaced out in sets of 2 on each of the 3 facing walls. While brass veneer handles stood fitted inside oak wood doors embellished with sophisticated carvings of hollow squares ahead of her, as well as both to the left and right. Given that there were 6 individuals in the room, including herself, made it plainly obvious why there were an equal number of doorways to choose from. They were apparently going to be thrown into some sort of Hunger Games-like scenario, with only a single contestant remaining in the end. Penelope's attention soon fell onto a towering woman whose striking appearance seemed as if it had derived from an Amazonian comic book. With long brown hair, a pair of bulging biceps extending down each arm, and a deep-set jawline, she peered beyond one of the room's illusionary windows. Devoid of any fat tissue to speak of, Penelope had a sneaking suspicion that she spent most of her time in the ship's gymnasium, sculpting that chiseled physique of hers. Dressed in a dark pink jumpsuit with black trimming around its borders, she eventually turned to face the rest of the room. Great! First we have a baby that won't stop fucking crying. And now we got the phony princess coming to pay her respects. You might have everyone else out there fooled, but not me or my queen. You're a goddamn imposter, and I'll prove it by removing your head from that useless body of yours. Then I'll offer it up to my sovereign as a gift. Being threatened by someone within the games themselves was a new experience for her, and she had no clue what to do next. So Penelope elected to stick with what she knew and drew her sword in one swift motion, yet made no advancement toward her intimidating target. That's when the burly woman bared her pearly white canines in an amused grin. Then she detached 2 short, curved daggers from her backside as the expectation of violence filled the air. However, a familiar voice abruptly stopped them both short, as the mounting hatred that this stranger held towards Penelope brought them ever closer to the point of no return. That's one way to get yourself disqualified before the round has even begun, said Sam, putting himself in between the 2 women. We might have to work together in this round. So let's all relax and wait for further instructions. Penelope quickly sheathes her copper xiphos and, in a moment of vulnerability, embraces his back before nervously stepping away. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that over here, but you have no idea how wonderful it is to see a familiar face. A charming woman such as yourself never needs to apologize to me, and I accept all forms of hugs, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In fact, a pitiful hug like that just won't suffice. So, Penelope quickly embraces him once more. This time, however, it was as if she held tight to a cherished friend. Then, before she could register what was happening, he swiftly leads her to an unoccupied corner of the room. Sam still flaunted his red jumpsuit, which was highlighted with white stripes, in addition to his shoulder-length black hair arranged in a neat ponytail behind his back. Whilst a short metal staff, roughly the length of one of her forearms, stood attached to his right hip. Penelope now understood where those insulting remarks towards the 4 queens came from. Sam had been occupying this adjoining room without her prior knowledge. Nevertheless, the Empress's subtle yet always probing tendrils must have sensed his presence within the sitting room more clearly. Before Penelope could riddle him with a series of pointed questions, he started explaining their situation in a quick and hushed manner. It's called a group jump. We never see it coming until they squeeze all of us into a room just like this one. Cooperating with one another is a real possibility, but let's not rely exclusively on that outcome. We may have to fight and even kill each other in order to win. I am aware of this one fact, though. At least 2 individuals within this room have considerably greater viewership ratings on their personal game shows than all the rest. Are you referring to the number of people who are watching us on the television? I mean people watching us, purchasing our merchandise, as well as the number of stars we received in prior rounds. Perhaps even an influential audience member who feels a personal connection with one of these participants here today. They're all important factors in one manner or another. My best guess is that the producers are trying to cash in on your current ratings surge. A concept like that didn't surprise Penelope in the least. In reality, crossover events were a savvy television strategy that anybody could readily grasp. To keep pace with the ever-unfolding story of all 6 competitors, the average viewer now needed to watch earlier rounds in order to make sense of this one. I'm from the 16th multiverse, said Sam, peering around the room. You just met Brittany. She's from the 18th and is also a page in the Queen of Inspiration's army. What the hell does a page mean? And are there more of them in here? When Brittany hears her title being uttered, her head snaps angrily in Penelope's direction. Sam steps in between them again, this time blocking off her view of most of the room while impeding Brittany's current line of sight. Yes, there's at least one for every sovereign, and they're all subordinates of the Queen's Knights. Think of them as officers in the military. Oh, you mean like a lieutenant? I would say more like a low-ranking sergeant that can supervise others in training or battle. They're all fairly proficient in the art of killing, so I shouldn't have to remind you to watch yourself around them. And that guy crying over there in the corner is Jason Hall Jr. He's from the 22nd multiverse. No way, man, he must have it rough out there. If he does, it's one of his father's making. Hold on, that's General Hall's son. Sam nodded cautiously, attempting to deduce her accurate source of information. You're just full of surprises, Penelope. Yes, one and the same. Jason's father practically pressures him to play, with the hopes of getting his son a high-ranking position in the armed forces. You see, Jason should have left the games after winning the 20th multiverse. Now he finds himself at the highest echelons of competition, uncertain of how to deal with the fatal blunder of capitulating to his father's lofty expectations. Sam's disdain for General Hall's parenting skills was quite understandable. If Penelope knew this Sam as well as she knew hers, the settled nuances of their childhood might appear quite similar. With 2 loving parents at the helm and their aspirations for Sam to follow his own passions in life, neither man's formative upbringing could have been more different. Hell, this Sam's parents were most likely watching the show live and cheering him on right now. I heard the trick is to quit while you're still ahead, said Penelope, revealing Vanessa's advice to her. Yes, if you achieved your personal goals. I'd say so. She gestures to a young girl standing alone while dressed in a glossy candy apple red jumpsuit. What about her over there? Good eye. That's Amy. She's also a page. However, it's to the Queen of Motion. The lovely girl's symmetrical features emphasized her thin, yet full lips and dainty button nose. Although she had bright, close-set dark eyes, peering into them for too long was a risky undertaking for anyone to make. As she lingered some distance away from them, a stunning straight-edged katana hung down the center of her spine, as if the leveled steel held her top half upright. Penelope eyed her with jealousy as the well-crafted blade she wanted so badly bobbed up and down with each movement of Amy's flexible body. The Page of Motion was performing a series of hard leg stretches that helped sustain her blood flow after long periods of stagnation. How good is she with that thing strapped to her back? It's barely a passing rumor, but I've heard that her queen expects all her pages to master at least 2 sword techniques in order to maintain their current rank. If Penelope were to cross swords with this girl, she would be at a considerable disadvantage in terms of overall talent, and with the reach constraints imposed by her significantly shorter sword, she had to presume that Amy was just as devoted to her craft as Brittany was to her queen. Whether they were to be friends or foes in this round, she undoubtedly would be Penelope's adversary in the end. "And that's Matthew over there, standing near the lobby doors," said Sam. "He's the last competitor in our little group of misfits and competes in the 18th multiverse." This reserved man with a light brown complexion appeared to be in his early 40s and had a clean-shaven head, along with a detached facial expression, dressed in a plain white jumpsuit with pale grey striations running down both his arms and back. Penelope surmised that he was quite familiar with the black jumpsuit's dubious significance and wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. That being said, she had an epiphany after analysing each of their suits' various colour schemes. All the different jumpsuits within the low-ceiling room belonged to former participants of the games who were either dead or retired. For instance, Sam's red and white attire was inspired by another prominent competitor whom she had just watched play in one of the show's countless reruns. "That reminds me of something I've been meaning to ask you," she said, as if pondering the matter for days. "Why are you wearing the same jumpsuit as that mad dog fella?" "Because it doesn't have a lick of black stitch sewn into it," said Sam without hesitation. Penelope's entire face flushed a bright pink in reaction to his answer. "As much as they wanted to keep it from us, we found out about the black jumpsuit several years ago. When a new season starts, veteran competitors attempt to conceal the suit from other rookie players. That way, no one tries to purchase it by accident. However, that was more for all the guys' benefit than anyone else's. Most males would be targeted for immediate assassination for even putting on the black jumpsuit. No one, and I mean no one, would take kindly to any men parading around as a queen. It's simply not done in this day and age. That reminds me, I see you're still wearing the crown on this jump as well. After everyone witnessed your incredible abilities in round 1, your royal lineage should no longer be in doubt. So, what encouraged you to put it back on?" Penelope touched the black, jewelled crown that encircled her brow, then opened her mouth to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. Why did she continue to wear the crown? It wasn't as if they'd just stop calling her the Empress if she decided to leave the thing at home. She didn't even need to have it on while sleeping. So, what still possessed her to wear it within the second round? However, when the answer suddenly came to her, Penelope couldn't help but to blurt out her response enthusiastically. "Oh yeah, the Empress's light told me to leave it on." Everyone in the sitting room abruptly paused their quiet reflections and glanced at her with a range of different emotions. Jason now watched Penelope in undisguised terror, while Amy considered her words thoughtfully. Brittany appeared ready to resume their inevitable confrontation, whereas Matthew made his way to the farthest side of the parlour, ensuring that he was well out of reach of the Empress's cooties. After seeing everyone's reaction, Sam waves to an empty spot in the hotel's corner, as if signalling to an old friend, then heads in that direction. "Oh no, you don't," said Penelope, hauling a fleeing Sam back to their respective corner of the room. Despite the looming dangers they were both about to face, the two shared a knowing laugh with each other. "What else does the Empress's light tell you? You think I'm crazy now, don't you?" "On the contrary. It's not every day you get to talk with the third in line of royal succession. Not to mention that the 11th multiverse can be just as challenging as any other show above it." "So seriously, what's she like?" Penelope tried recalling an encounter that would best describe how the Empress spoke to her. "First, it's not a female in terms of gender. It's more like a dancing blue energy that can foresee all of my wants and needs, even before I can express them aloud myself. Then voices its feelings back to me through subliminal messaging, like visual images and whatnot. It sounds like a very strong companion." Before Penelope could agree with Sam's assessment, a new face pushed open the door, which led outside the hotel's lobby. A dark-skinned man with short-cropped black curly hair and desert-brown military fatigues walked into the center of the room, paused, did an about-face, and waited. Everyone soon got the message and gathered around him to hear what the next steps of their challenge would be. "My name is Earth Ranger Sanchez, and I will not be going down there with you." He then taps a disc-shaped reflected sensor that was strapped to his upper left shoulder. Within the parlor room, 6 sturdy hinges scraped to one side, releasing all the latches from their locked position, undoing each of the aforementioned doorways. Ranger Sanchez then opens a nearby entrance, revealing a retractable diamond pattern gate fashioned from iron, with a small wallpapered elevator beyond that point. "But I will be here when you get back. If you come back without accomplishing your objective, I will send you back down. If you come back and you're infected, I will shoot you on sight." Much to Penelope's embarrassment, she had been the only one who looked around the room in utter disbelief at his unsettling remarks. The rest of the players only stood there silently watching the Earth Ranger while taking in every little detail divulged to them. "You may cooperate as a team to achieve this goal." Penelope felt an arm wrap around her shoulders before pulling her in close. That's when she looked up to see Sam's reassuring grin. However, with a clear, worrisome expression on his face, Ranger Sanchez went on speaking. "Granted, this is not a requirement beneath the current regulations. No player will be disqualified for attacking another competitor." When that particular stipulation was revealed, everyone's gaze drifted towards both Penelope's and Brittany's faces. Below this building, infected men and women await you. Their blood madness prevents them from being treated or saved. So, my advice to you is to kill them on sight. In contrast to just moments ago, they all now exchanged nervous glances in light of this new information. "Are you saying there's a fucking Rufus Tactus down there?" asked Brittany, exhibiting an uncharacteristic amount of dismay. She immediately turned to stare down Penelope with a deep-seated contempt only reserved for the most despised individuals. "I knew you'd be nothing but bad luck the moment you walked through those doors, imposter princess." Jason chose that precise moment to erupt into another round of stifled sobs, whereas Penelope could do nothing but stare down at her feet, after remembering Vanessa's explanation of the 11th Multiverse's ill-fated history. "The Rufus Tactus's death, or its containment, is your only true path to success," said Ranger Sanchez, reading from a rehearsed script. "Its containment chamber is found at the very center of the catacombs, and these 6 elevators will take you to isolated parts of the tunnels. You may, however, ride with the maximum number of 3 people. I wish you all the best of luck." With that, Ranger Sanchez took his post next to the room's only exit and rested a hand on his desert-brown Sig Sauer M17 sidearm. Sam tried escorting Penelope's frazzled thoughts to the nearest elevator, but Brittany saw her opportunity to join them within the compact space. Despite her fair distance away from them within the parlor's room, the Amazonian took long strides in their direction, with the intentions of becoming the elevator's third-party member. "Shit, I was afraid she might try something like this," said Sam in a hushed whisper, while pressing the elevator's down button repeatedly. Then, to everyone's disbelief, Amy surged in close beside Brittany and delivered a sharp elbow to her left kidney. This subtle yet effective attack stunned the large woman long enough for her to squeeze into the elevator alongside of them. The page of motion then quickly slammed the innermost part of the diamond-meshed gate into Brittany's livid face. "These older elevators need you to shut the inner door first, before choosing the floor you wish to go to," she said with a genial smile to the page of inspiration. As the antique lift mechanism roared to life, Penelope, Sam, and their yet unknown variable now plummeted far beneath the Earth's crust. Chapter 4. The Devil Resumed. The arduous descent down the cramped elevator didn't begin slowing until they reached the 4-mile marker. Pulley mechanisms above their heads then repositioned themselves to the right before changing course to an easterly direction. As the constant rumbling of railroad tracks rattled beneath their feet, this rectangular death trap they had gotten in voluntarily sped up once again. Penelope soon lost all sense of direction as they now proceeded vertically beneath the planet's surface, once the speedy lift altered its trajectory several times more within the last hour. Aside from the steel mesh gate, the 3 decorative walls stood equipped with useless copper handrails and a few flat lanterns that offered an insufficient amount of light. Streaks of dried blood in the form of multiple handprints lay smeared across the digital wallpaper, exposing this scant location's tragic past. However, the 3-person party chose to ignore the elevator's gruesome history, which sat illuminated by the only real light bulb above them. Penelope hovered close behind Amy, a good 1.5 feet taller than the young girl, unsure of what to say to her. Should she thank the page for her timely intervention? Or were Amy's intentions to take Penelope's head for herself? Sam watched as the non-commissioned sergeant positioned herself in front of the doorless gate, preparing to hop off at a moment's notice. "That wasn't part of the plan," he said to the page. "We were supposed to meet up down there." Amy then motioned to Penelope with a crook of her thumb. "Neither is getting the Empress killed on the way down. I don't know about her, but you're no match for Brittany's strength." "Wait, you two know each other?" asked Penelope, also concerned with Brittany's overall abilities. Due to her lack of experience clashing swords with an actual human being, would Penelope's strength be sufficient enough when the page of inspiration finally came a-calling? "Yes. We planned things out just before you entered the room," said Sam. "But how did you both know that I'd be there?" Amy studied the buttons on the elevator as if she wanted to rip the panel off its hinges and drive her sword through it. "Because we're all being royally screwed by the Queen of Inspiration, that's why." "Does that imply you don't want to kill me as well?" After looking for an access point on the ceiling, Amy finally turns to gauge Penelope's expression. The Queen of Motion isn't some bloodthirsty mongrel. She is a wise and benevolent teacher who leads by example. Killing you would just expose her fears, which I know she does not possess. She has already consulted with the High Priestess. We must accept the foretelling of the Empress's arrival at face value, despite the fact that I cannot overtly defend you from all hazards from inside these catacombs. I can, however, protect you from within the boundaries of the game's regulations themselves, as well as any deliberate sabotage from outside forces. A glimmer of hope crept into Penelope's thoughts. Did the Queen of Motion truly think of her as an ally, rather than a usurper attempting to overthrow her throne? What about the 11th multiverse's curse? Isn't changing any aspect of the scenario bad luck, like Brittany implied? Amy dives behind Penelope's back faster than she could have imagined, then covers her mouth with a single hand. "I know this is all new to you, but I want you to take heed of this crucial warning. You're unwittingly falling into a trap that Brittany has skillfully laid out for you. We're not in the 11th multiverse, we're in the 22nd. Do you understand me?" Penelope gives Amy a single nod. "The highest-ranked person in the group always takes precedence over anyone else." "Do you know who that is?" Penelope nods once more. This time her eyes dart to Sam, pleading for his assistance. He signals for her to stay quiet and listen by placing a finger over his lips and then pointing to both his ears. When it comes to the laws that govern this plane of existence, words have immense power within them. A normal individual such as Sam over here can discuss game curses until he is blue in the face and nothing will ever happen. You, however, don't possess that same luxury. When someone such as yourself discuss the games, the multiverse as a whole takes notice. Then it tries to reshape itself to fit into your narrative, with disastrous consequences to follow. So before I let you go, I'd like you to close your eyes and focus on Jason's grief, along with everything else he had to go through to get this far within the games. Penelope did as she was told and concentrated her thoughts on Jason's troubled expression. She then revisited everything that she and Sam had discussed about his father. Good. Now, once I release you, please tell Sam which level of the games we are in. Then he'll tell you about the Rufus Tactus, along with its followers we'll be encountering when the elevator stops. She nods a third time before being released entirely. Then Sam grins and clutches both of her shoulders in anticipation. We are in the 22nd Multiverse games, said Penelope without hesitation. The well-known entity wandering the catacombs below us is called the Rufus Tactus, said Sam, beginning his half of the conversation. They unveiled its molecular cultivation on Earth T-43. Since then, the planet has disappeared from the multiverse and can no longer be accessed by means of any doorways. And all the research data on the creature is now gone. No one has ever been able to return to that planet, yet the Red Touch, as well as the numerous spawns it's created, have always found their way to other Earths. The one below us is most likely a copy of the original. Hold on a moment. What's a Red Touch? Rufus Tactus is the Latin term, while Red Touch is just the English translation. These extremely hazardous parasites can infect any living organism with only minuscule contact. Once infected, a lethal fast-acting virus takes control, turning you into a violent individual with the illness known as blood madness, which causes the protein called myoglobin to trickle from its victims' eyes, mouths, and ears, much like blood. When you come into contact with one of their human followers, kill it without a second thought, just as Ranger Sanchez had earlier instructed. Although infected individuals can't transmit the parasites to others, it's recommended not to let any of their fluids come into contact with your exposed skin. This is without a doubt the reason we're on this particular world to begin with. That way, even if it escapes from far beneath the Earth's crust, the signal will prevent it from fleeing the planet entirely. So they're zombies? Asked Penelope. No, they have more in common with vampires than anything else, said Amy, continuing where Sam left off. Or perhaps a better description of them would be ghouls, since they often tear through an individual's flesh while attempting to get at their victim's blood. Anyway, the parasite slows all the production of new blood cells. Because of this, the infected strive to compensate for their considerable blood loss in whichever way they can, even after death itself. This entails sucking the blood of any living creature within their immediate vicinity. Penelope recalled volunteering at a blood drive where the nurse she was assisting was enjoyable to work with and was especially chatty. As she placed blood bags into either refrigerator or freezer units, curiosity about the history of vampirism and why they required so much blood came to mind. With a knowing wag of her finger, the nurse dispelled any notion Penelope had about the reckless ingestion of another's blood. The only thing you'll get by drinking someone else's plasma is a severe bacterial infection, blood-borne illnesses, and a whole host of other ailments, said Nurse Bellows, applying a cat band-aid to one of her more squeamish donors. As their elevator ratcheted back to a downward course, Penelope had to readjust her footing quickly. But that doesn't restore any of the missing cells in your body. Did you miss the part where Sam mentioned they were completely insane? Asked Amy, putting an ear to one of the elevator's adjacent walls. When the entire system slowed to a shaky crawl, Sam shoved aside the metal fence only a fraction of the way. This prompted the elevator to come to a complete stop before reaching ground level. Once the lift mechanism went quiet, they stood facing a large red brick wall with a 2-foot-high secured elevator door at their feet. So Penelope used her considerable strength to force aside the slight opening. Amy then peered into the darkness up ahead before rolling through the narrow aperture with the aid of her slender frame. Once on the other side, she took up Penelope's task and held the door open for them both to pass under. When they had all gathered inside the dark tomb, Sam removed the metal staff from his belt and twisted a seam in the center. Both ends of the pole slid outward in either direction, transforming the short piece of metal into a broad, sturdy weapon, while a sharpened pike on each end gave him the ability to impale his foes with considerable ease. The corridor beyond the elevator's weak lighting was a complete mystery to them. As Sam placed a palm on Penelope's upper back, then whispered his instructions inside her ear. "I'll hug the right side of the wall while you take the left. Amy will be our spearhead and take the lead in the middle." Then Sam's already faint silhouette vanished from view, leaving Penelope to fumble through the darkness blindly. She delicately dragged her fingertips along the concrete surface, straining her eyes to adjust to the impenetrable gloom up ahead. The Empress's light, however, sensed her distress and quickly made the necessary adjustments to her sight. Vibrations produced by Penelope's hand, rubbing against the wall's tangible surface, soon fashioned huge arcing waves of blue light across the air. She now watched as the slight ripples of light extended everywhere, then bounced off the tunnel's four main surfaces, from ground to ceiling and from left to right. A sea of undulating blue waves instantly overshadowed the absence of illumination in the long passageway. On Penelope's right, Sam's once invisible presence soon morphed into a mess of squiggly tendrils which encompassed the physical outline of his entire body. Amy, however, now appeared to be standing in front of the corridor's intersection, beneath a narrow granite archway, her sword poised and at the ready. While two motionless bodies lay near her feet, did the page actually kill them both without uttering a single sound? Penelope forgot all about their formation in a haste to see the two corpses better. But her clumsy footfalls soon gave her position away, and before she could register what was happening, Amy had unleashed a torrent of lethal sword strikes aimed in her direction. Startled, Penelope drew her Xiphos without thinking and engaged the page in open combat. And after deflecting one of Amy's downward strikes, the page paused for a moment to consider who was at the other end of her weapon. "Is that you, Empress?" "Yeah, and it's Penelope." "You just parried my sword as if you can see me." Penelope eyed the two dead figures mere inches from their feet. "It's because I can." "Are you telling me you can't?" "No. Why?" "Because there's two bodies lying right in front of us." Amy sprang backwards like a skittish cat that finally noticed the cucumber placed behind their back paws and landed off to Penelope's right. "What the hell are they doing there?" "I think they're dead." Sam slowly approaches them after hearing Amy's hasty outburst. However, once the page detected a second disturbance in the air, she raised the katana above her head, preparing to strike down the advancing enemy. But Penelope taps her sword against Amy's, making a faint metal-on-metal clang that couldn't be ignored. "It's only Sam." "What I miss?" he asked, not knowing how close he came to being split down the middle. "There's two bodies at our feet, so watch your step," said Amy. "The Empress, I mean Penelope, can see through all of this mess. So she'll take the lead from here on out." Penelope guided them around the two corpses and into a spacious hallway beyond, directing the party of three to the left. Amy's non-dominant hand lingered softly on her shoulder, ready to spring into action at the slightest disturbance. A right turn into more dark tunnels gave them the option of continuing straight down the main path or deviating to the left. However, three stumbling individuals soon arrived within those same dark tunnels from an unexplored section of the farthest passageway. They all wandered aimlessly about, and with no true purpose, in the direction of Penelope's blind compatriots. Although she couldn't make out any distinguishing features among them, she instantly knew what they were. As the three drew closer, the infected took prolonged sniffs in the air, catching the scent of her party's human fragrance. Penelope taps on Amy's hand 3 times, signaling how many there were up ahead. "I think I can take them." "Wait here," she said, pressing them both against the nearest wall. Sam then leans over to talk to his much shorter companions. "If there's 3 of them, then the odds are even." We can all take them out at the same time. No. They're tracking us by our scent and are almost in range. It's too late for a coordinated assault. Penelope was about to leave their side when Amy pulled her in close and positioned her mouth seductively in her ear. Aim for their throats. It's quick and more humane that way. Penelope nods once before remembering that Amy couldn't see anything, so she pats her hand to convey her acknowledgement. One of the infected had come close enough for her to get a whiff of its rotting flesh drifting toward her. During the follower's blood madness transmutation, did the infected suffer from extensive decay of their bodies throughout the process? Penelope quickly put those thoughts aside before taking several steps forward and plunging her sword into the creature's trachea. She could feel its respiratory system fill with an unknown substance, only moments ahead of it collapsing onto the floor. Then the infected gurgled like a contented infant before going completely still. The other two shuffled around in an awkward circle, maintaining their position at the junction's divide. When confronting the last two infected, Penelope watched as their squiggly blue lines merged into one another, then split apart as they proceeded in opposite directions. With her odour now prevalent in the air, they finally sniffed her out and converged on her with a renewed enthusiasm. They swung recklessly at her with fingertips twisted into bony nubs and even tried headbutting her on several occasions. However, Penelope soon realised that they weren't honing their street-fighting skills, but rather seeking to extract chunks of her flesh with their very teeth. Anticipating this zombie-like attack, Penelope threw herself to the ground, nearly taking several chomps to the face in the process. She absorbed some of the Empress's energy and swept the legs of the infected nearest to her. When it could do nothing but bounce off the rigid concrete surface and flounder around like a fish out of water. She chopped down on its exposed neck even while it struggled to sit upright. After Penelope's blade barely dug above the creature's shoulder, it felt tantamount to slicing through multiple layers of firm plastic materials all at once. The outstretched skin reached its breaking point before the cell walls burst apart like a broken zipper, followed by the jugular and other major veins. As her sword approached solid ground, she could feel each capillary snap from their tightly woven homes. Penelope expected to be covered in the infected parasite-rich fluids as soon as its blood vessels were cut. However, the severed head and shoulders didn't splash her with the aforementioned liquefied muscle tissue known as myoglobin. Not willing to waste any more of the Empress's limited energy, she rose to her feet while dragging the decapitated body along with her. The thing was dressed in a flimsy one-piece garment that felt cheap to the touch. Penelope used the contours of the deceased individual as a makeshift shield against the still active ghoul's continuous darting bites. The infected follower bit down on the corpse's torso several times more before reassessing who it was attacking, then angled its head to the side, trying to catch Penelope's scent on the breeze yet again while simultaneously disregarding its headless companion. But before it could unearth Penelope from hiding, she ran her Xiphus across its throat, permanently ending any further interest in her. Amy and Sam's weapons twitched nervously in their hands, all throughout Penelope's awkward encounter with her three assailants. When she peeked over her shoulder to see how they were faring, the two veteran players were silently sparring against invisible adversaries. Penelope wanted to reassure them that she had completed her mission, but wasn't certain whether that assessment was actually true after looking further down the unexplored hallway. Thus, she walked past her initial kills, who laid sprawled in the passageway's centre, then proceeded the way the infected had come to establish if any other individuals shambled around the next corner. After crossing beneath a second archway, she soon stood confronted by a mound of lifeless bodies stacked atop one another like a limp pile of kindling. As she turned around to retrace her steps, a small rectangular indentation in the wall's corner piqued her interest. Penelope rested a palm on what seemed to be a light switch, fearful that the controls might be some sort of trap. But before she flicked the switch on, the Empress's tendrils followed the embedded wiring to the nearest functioning junction box. She returned to Sam and Amy once the switch had been cleared of any secondary applications. "It's only me," said Penelope, returning to their improvised huddle. After notifying them of both her findings, she waited for their reaction. "A pile of bodies, you say?" asked Sam. "Were any of them moving?" "I didn't exactly poke them with a stick, if that's what you're asking." Amy strolled past her momentarily, straining to make out anything within the complete absence of light. "Take us to the switch first." She could tell that the page was getting agitated by her lack of sight, so she placed her palm on the indentation after leading them both over there. When Amy was satisfied, Sam handed Penelope his metal staff, which she soon used to trigger the light switch on from a safe distance away. On the fourth attempt, they heard a pleasant upward click, permitting all the recessed lighting above their heads to turn on in stages. Then, since their arrival within the catacombs, the entire passageway became flooded with a dim illumination. On either side of them, two solid grey walls that were cracked in several sections of its foundation stretched along the faint shaft's lengthy passageway. Because each of the wall's ramparts was 15 feet in height and 6 yards across, this left them very little room to maneuver around the complex tunnel system. And since there were no signs on the walls showing which way to travel, Sam and Amy softly discussed their next move. Penelope, however, elected to re-examine her distasteful handiwork. All three of her victims were males and wore filthy medical gowns that were once a pale shade of white some time ago. Only a few feet away from where she stood, a diluted red liquid that could never be mistaken for blood trickled from the headless corpse's neck, whereas the other man's severed throats showed no signs of the watery red substance. When more lights eventually came on, Penelope's mound of dead bodies suddenly became visible for the rest of her companions to see. These not-so-deceased figures awoke from their slumber, twitching and stirring atop one another like the aftermath of a teenage girl's slumber party. Sam signalled Penelope his way with a sharp strike of his staff against the solid floor. He then stood watch at the four-way intersection as the page of motion promptly set upon the aroused infected on her own. Now that Amy could clearly see her targets, she sprinted down the tunnel on swift, well-conditioned legs. With her katana now situated lengthwise across her side, the straight-edged blade gleamed against the low light with a periodic sparkle. And once an infected woman regained some of her footing, the page sliced her head clean off its shoulders with one vicious swipe of the arms. Then Amy struck the decapitated body in the lower back with a sharp spinning heel kick. This drove the headless woman backwards onto the still rustling heap, sending everyone who was almost to their feet toppling back over again. With Penelope's late arrival, all she needed to do was stab each of them in the neck as they made a second attempt to rise. Now that she could witness Amy's fighting prowess firsthand, the page's speed, fluidity, and absence of any hesitation left her previous skirmish highly questionable. Slaughtering the small horde of helpless infected was far simpler than she would have liked to admit. Yet Penelope felt little remorse because of their glazed-over expressions resulting from a lack of self-awareness. Despite the translucent fluid pouring from every orifice of their bodies, tearing into one of them felt like cutting through a straw-filled dummy. She did, however, make it a point to steer clear of their vacant eyes so as not to provide her victims with a tragic backstory. Nonetheless, Penelope felt positive that these folks had already succumbed to a different type of madness originating from this Earth's atmospheric signal. Amy took great care as she thoroughly cleaned the red substance from both sides of her blade. So Penelope followed suit and did the same with her sword on the nearest individual's hospital gown. Whereas Sam was preoccupied with his own personal conflict, only a few yards behind them. 4 infected bodies that had emerged from the tunnel's intersection now laid face down on the ground at his feet. "That's a neat trick." "How did you take them all out without making a sound?" asked Penelope, inspecting his weapon for any hidden features. He quickly sanitizes both ends of his staff while offering her a slight smile. "No tricks," said Sam, kicking over the nearest infected with the toe of his boot. Simply years of training. A visible puncture wound within his victim's Adam's apple permitted an outside observer a view directly through to the concrete surface below. Penelope suspected that the other 3 bodies lying nearby would all have suffered that same fatal injury. Let's not linger here much longer. It won't be long until others like them come looking for us, said Amy, sheathing her sword and resuming her role as the group's vanguard. Chapter 5. The Devil Resumed. The trio ventured down multiple winding tunnels, selecting deviations based on their intuition alone, while battling off swarms of the infected clothed in various outfits, several of whom wore dark brown military fatigues with the Earth Rangers insignia stitched above their right sleeve. This symbol entailed a circular emblem depicting a partially open door, revealing a dazzling white light coming from beyond the entrance's narrow slit. Whereas the majority of the afflicted wore filthy lab coats or other forms of work attire. However, as they progressed further into the subterranean catacombs, one thing about their surroundings altered dramatically. Myoglobin, the iron-rich protein which occasionally appears on the surface of raw meat when cooked over high heat, soon leaked from every crevice of the stone masonry, as well as the multitude of bloodthirsty disciples approaching them on the narrowing path. The mutating labyrinth appeared to be saturated with the diluted substance as more infected roamed the dim corridors, actively searching for their blood type. The liquid hemoglobin splashed against each of the wall's corners, periodically forming into dark red crystalline webbing, which stretched from floor to ceiling in an almost alluring pattern. Sam explained that the coagulation between the myoglobin and the parasitic-like enzymes caused the transformation that they were currently witnessing to take shape. Ghoul-like creatures who could be hardly categorized as people any longer now possessed twisted features that seemed to be trapped in the guise of continuous suffering. With emaciated skins sagging off their bones, the approaching afflicted had long since passed their expiration date, while their advanced decomposition produced a borderline intolerable odor. Whenever there was a brief lull in the fighting, Penelope would often disrupt the group's progress by puking up the contents of her stomach at the foul-smelling aroma. Although amid the soaked muck that was the Red Touch's cocoon-like lair, her companions' bloodless faces appeared just as sickly. Aside from avoiding their unpredictable snapping lunges, it was also necessary to evade the trail of scarlet liquid produced with each swing of their arms. During one of Penelope's most recent encounters, a thin layer of the parasitic fluid splashed her across the face. She staggered to the side as if being slapped and proceeded instinctively to wipe the red substance off. "Don't move," said Sam, scanning her mouth and eyes for any latent exposure. "There's nothing on your lips or inside your eyes. It looks as though you were only sprayed across the forehead. If that's the case, it's better not to touch it." She could feel the liquid hardening atop her brow while becoming drier and crustier with each second that passed. Was this how it felt when the parasites infiltrated your system before claiming you as one of their own? Penelope strained to keep both hands at her sides for as long as possible. "I can't get infected by them?" she asked, still feeling the substance hardening on her face. "That's what you two said, right?" "As we get closer to the Red Touch's nest, that theory isn't as sound as it once was," said Amy, examining further down the hallway for more incoming. Sam only shook his head before giving her a reassuring grin. Most parasites die after coming into contact with the surrounding atmosphere if starved of the Red Touch's continuous protection, so it's most likely that you're not infected. Despite her gratitude for Sam's optimistic approach, she needed to know for certain. Hence, Penelope withdrew into her subconscious to communicate with the Empress's internal diagnostic system. Aside from stomach cramps produced by the purging of her breakfast and lunch, there was no trace of the parasite within her bloodstream. "It's okay, I'm not infected." "That's good to hear." "Did the Empress's light tell you that?" asked Sam. Penelope nodded slowly, now self-conscious about sharing its existence with him. Can it tell if others are clean of the infection as well? She considered his question for a moment before consulting with the blue flame once again. Sure, I just need to make physical contact with that person first. Sam signaled over to the page of motion with an index finger as he tried concealing a mischievous grin. Penelope rested a palm on Amy's sword hand, making her start at the gentle touch but not pull away. She's not infected either. Amy discreetly breaks their link by taking a few quick steps forward. Thanks, but I'll take a medical diagnosis over a magical one any day. Penelope had never heard of the Empress's power being characterized as magic before. She did, however, suppose that her abilities could be classified as magical with some mysticism properties included. Although the science of everything had always found its way into her thoughts, once the Empress's light had completed one of its medical diagnosis. Penelope then concentrated on what she retained from Amy's examination, permitting the blue flame's analysis to fully take over. You consume vitamin D3, E, and K practically every day. In spite of the muscle tear, your left rotator cuff has healed over and is now performing at 85% mobility. You haven't eaten anything today, which was wise. All things considered, Amy's unwavering concentration soon redirected itself from the long tunnel just up ahead, to marvel at Penelope's intuitive abilities. Your body needs curcumin found in the turmeric root to help with a hereditary heart condition. Despite having been pregnant once before, you never carried the infant to full term. That's enough, said Amy, breaking Penelope out of her trance-like state. I definitely believe you now. The page soon left her two companions and purposely headed further down the corridor. Shit! I can't believe I just said all of that. No, this one's on me, said Sam. I'm the one who put you up to it. I honestly had no idea about that part of her past. Your voice sounded unusual back there. Was that the Empress speaking? Yes. Sometimes it sends information directly through me, and once I get going, it's very hard for me to stop. I really need to go apologize to her, like right now. Please go on ahead of us and take the lead position. Penelope slipped in beside Amy and was about to place a hand on her shoulder but thought better of it. Neither of them said anything for the first few steps together. Then the page exhaled sharply. What is it? I'm so sorry. It wasn't my place to talk about your personal history. When I touch someone, I have difficulty controlling certain details that enter my thoughts or leave my stupid mouth. Penelope concludes her rehearsed apology by seeking to minimize her abilities in question. It doesn't happen every time I come into contact with someone, and it takes a lot of concentration to pull it off. It's fine. That secret was out a while ago, and only a few more people are aware of it now. Amy motioned to the camouflaged cameras hovering above their heads. Penelope follows her gesture to the automated cameramen and silently condemns her spectacular folly. How could she have overlooked the simple fact that they were always under some kind of surveillance? Amy takes note of her guilty expression, then softens her own features in response. You should always be mindful of who's watching us play. Don't feel bad, though. They engineered them to be discreet. Besides, I don't care who knows Amy checked behind her out of an involuntary reflex that was trained into her long ago. Then she returned her gaze to Penelope's pitiful look. Really? We're good. The last thing I want is for you to die of embarrassment over here. They both shared a small chuckle to Sam's guilt-stricken relief. Penelope surmised that now was the best time to ask her about one of the more mysterious rulers out there. What's the Queen of Motion like? My queen has an outspoken heart and never strays too far away from her true feelings. That's cool and all, but I was wondering if she was a reasonable person. Amy studies Penelope's face thoughtfully, just as she did on the Earth's surface, then leans in closer to ensure her response didn't get misconstrued. Are you wondering if she can just forget about you and this whole Empress thing? Penelope shakes her head no, which surprises them both. The more I learn about this royal position, the less I believe you can just simply walk away from it. My question is, does she care if there's another cook in the kitchen who doesn't mind doing the dishes in the background? That's some metaphor you got there. And I would say yes, but not in the way you're thinking. For example, the Queen of Motion rules over hundreds of free societies, and even though each Earth forms their own set of laws, she still receives backlash at the unfairness of some of them. However, she recognizes that many of us need someone to blame for our difficulties as a means of moving forward, or, as an opposing consequence, to wither away and die. She does not take the matter personally and recognizes that it is all part of life's rhythm. It shames me to say, I too was culpable of hating her in my earlier years. From what I've learned about her, my queen would rather you be all the way in, or fight like hell to get all the way out. Either way, you would have her utmost respect. I hope this helps to address your concerns. It does. Thank you. Good. Now steel yourself and let us put our comrade out of his misery, she said, frowning down the distant tunnel. Penelope follows Amy's hand towards Matthew, which was now suffering from the disease known as blood madness and trying to overtake Sam before them. The man who wanted nothing to do with the Empress now cried tears of red all over his colourless suit while lunging at their companion's throat in a rage. She waited for Sam's clinical disposal of their newly infected teammate, but he only kept Matthew at bay with a handful of less than enthusiastic shoves to the chest. As his continuous biting attacks became more ferocious with each passing second, Sam incessantly lost ground with every lunge of Matthew's body. "What's he doing?" asked Penelope, unsettled by this perplexing situation now unfolding in front of her. "He's not killing a friend, that's what!" Amy dashed behind the infected Matthew, shoving him aside with the dull edge of her blade. Penelope soon got her legs moving again and flanked him on the opposing side. "Wait!" "There has to be." Sam's frantic words died the instant he started them, painfully aware that Matthew's fate had already been sealed. As the loss of his friend finally took shape across his face, it reminded Penelope of her Sam's horrified expression after learning of his mother's death. "What do you want me to do?" asked Penelope, unsure of whom to address. Matthew then spun on his heels to face her after hearing the shout. And although Amy spoke to Sam, she stared into Penelope's eyes intently. "We're taking him out!" Sam almost averted his gaze from what was to come, then decided against it and nodded his head shakily in her direction. With no meaningful connection to speak of, Penelope darted inside Matthew's field of vision. As expected, he leaped towards her neck, intent on tearing out her anterior jugular. If Matthew were still a normal man, getting this close to him in a fight would have put her at a serious disadvantage. But Penelope wasn't concerned about being cut down or even killed by his specialized weapon. This new version of Matthew had discarded his Viking-inspired battle axe long ago, which stood attached to his back on the Earth's surface. Penelope coiled all of her strength into her sword arm with measured accuracy, then channeled the force into a single leveled swing directed at Matthew's throat. However, while her short blade stood bolstered by the Empress's might behind it, the power she radiated accomplished the task a bit too well. The massive strike to his neck went far deeper than she had planned, shredding through muscle fibers and severing the cervical spine, which held the athletic physique upright. And after Matthew's detached head bounced off the ceiling with a sickening thud, the rest of his body took a few aimless steps forward before crashing to the ground, which only left his severed head to roll at the base of Sam's feet. "You damn superstitious fool! I told you that I had a plan," he said to Matthew's now contorted features. Penelope tried consoling him by saying something in response, but he cut her off with another declaration. "We need to take things slow down here." They said nothing about a time limit. He looked at both of them and waited for any argument regarding this new tactic, when neither Penelope nor Amy said anything to contradict his reasoning. Sam marched silently down the uncharted passageway to mourn for the loss of his friend in private. With one of the original 6 now dead and the other 2 unaccounted for, the light-heartedness between the 3 cooled down to a polite simmer. In front of their path, more infected emerged from various offshoots in the tunnel system. However, both Penelope and Amy hung back a ways, leaving Sam to vent his frustrations at the influx of mindless followers within their domain. They trailed him in silence as he drove his metal staff through multiple heads all at once, while the afflicted lurched closely behind one another to be the first to take him on. Sam screamed out his fury within the network of passageways as collarbones were caved in and eyeless sockets were methodically impaled. However, when the steady stream of staggering bodies became too much for him to handle, Amy exploited her small stature by weaving in between the expanding horde, enticing most of the afflicted her way. She then systematically hacked off legs from the knees down, leaving the infected helpless and crawling towards them on the floor. During which Penelope did her part by stabbing the crawling afflicted in their vital organs. After the worst of the onslaught had passed, and Sam had vented all of his frustration, they returned to their standard formation, which entailed alternating between front, middle, and rear positions. Penelope soon began experimenting with different techniques to eliminate the infected much faster, without depending on the neckline as the de facto death zone. She would thrust her short blade beneath rib cages, all the while probing for their slowly beating hearts. Then invite a few of them over to her position and assess how they fought in groups of 2. Once Penelope was satisfied with her evaluation, she would execute them using only sword techniques that were exclusively meant for the Greek weapon itself. Powerful plunging stabs within still functioning organs became commonplace inside the ever-expanding passageway, while deep cuts across the midsection left their entrails spilling forth, leaving the followers with little choice but to die where they stood. And after fighting an unusually large number of infected, a frightened Jason peered around one of the shorter corridors, which stood only feet away from their present conflict. In contrast to Penelope's party, dark red myoglobin covered his entire body from head to toe, as if he had submerged himself deep within the substance. "Are they all gone now?" he asked in a trembling voice. The page of motion went about her new routine, cleaning her katana on a deceased woman's garments. "For God's sakes, Jason, you could have at least helped us." He staggered out of the subterranean passage and made his way over to them. "I'm sorry, but after seeing Matthew like that, my legs just wouldn't work." "They sure as hell work now, don't they?" asked Sam in utter disgust. "I'm sorry, Sam. I know he was your friend, but by the time I ran into him, he had already transformed. Matthew was the one who woke the Rufus Tactus up, and it's now roaming inside the passageways on our left." Unable to hide his anger any longer, Sam charged at Jason, preparing to exact his revenge on an actual living person. But Amy kills his momentum with a solid elbow to the liver, decreasing his forward velocity as she saw the sudden ambush unfold in real time. He quickly doubled over, clutching his side in pain, but took no further aggressive action towards anyone. "Not the time or the place, Sam. Jason, what's up ahead of us?" "More areas just like this one. There's more of them nearby, though," said Jason, pointing in the direction he had just departed. "Does that also apply to the Rufus Tactus?" asked Penelope. After giving Amy and Sam a brief glance, Jason turned to peer in her direction. He then signaled down the corridor they had planned on exploring next. "No, it's down there." Sam cautiously stared down the hallway that Jason had just indicated to. "How the hell did a coward like you figure out the layout of this place?" "I've been following Brittany this entire time. She's the one who's been killing everything in sight. She wants to kill you too," said Jason, turning to face Penelope again. This time his eyes bore into hers with ever greater intensity. The hairs on the back of Penelope's neck stood on end as the feeling of being watched ran through her thoughts. Amy's sword hand moved into an offensive stance once Jason had invoked Brittany's intentions. "Come out! Let's settle things here and now." She crept her way over to Penelope and Sam, never taking her eyes away from the blind alcove that Jason had emerged from. When no one answered her challenge, she permitted the sword to dip in her hands a little. Brittany is the type of person who will attack you from behind and without warning. She leverages her size to deceive you into thinking that all of her confrontations will be face-to-face and without subterfuge. You must take her out the moment she's within your reach, Empress. I believe she was sent here to kill you on the Queen of Inspiration's orders, while making it seem legit in the eyes of the games. Penelope wasn't at all surprised by Amy's plausible assumption. In fact, she had been thinking the same thing herself. However, the page's suggestion that she kill Brittany before she was slain in turn stirred up emotions from her past she couldn't quite shake off. Nearly 5 years prior, Penelope recalled herself hysterically crying as she gradually climbed up Sam's rope ladder to his second-floor bedroom. As the emergence of a swollen eye or split lip would need to be concealed from John for the next several days, if not weeks. The pain and despair she suffered underneath her father's unjust assault would soon give way to an overwhelming anger and a desire for vengeance. Penelope would eventually express those same thoughts of vengeance into written form, and even after more watery tears stained the pages while she wrote, the idea of getting the ultimate retribution would soon advance to its practical stages. However, when Sam's stoic morality on the subject of murder caused him to waver in their plans, she continued her work in secret. Penelope could no longer find the good in anything or anyone, and soon spiraled into a deep depression. Each time Frank would strike her down, the plan of his untimely demise solidified ever further within her heart of hearts. Penelope couldn't depend on the law to save her because, in essence, the police weren't here to protect anyone, only to hand out costly misdemeanors handed down by their superiors to meet some arbitrary quota. Frank would eventually hit her too hard one day, inadvertently snapping her neck in the process. Now, conscious of his relationship with organized crime, Penelope supposed that with a single phone call, a cleaning agency would arrive within an hour to dispose of her remains. So when Amy recommended that she kill Brittany before Brittany killed her, Penelope accepted her words as gospel and began devising a plan to make it happen. While never imagining that within this crazy entanglement, a fanatic would try eliminating her in order to keep their sovereign in power. "I'll take care of it," said Penelope with the reassurance of having been in this predicament before. "Good. Now which way?" asked Amy, purposefully ignoring Jason from the conversation. This informed him that he had no real say in the matter and could do as he pleased. Sam sighed deeply, releasing some of his pent-up anger. "It's preferable that we take care of the infected first while avoiding the red touch, until we figure out a way to deal with it." Sam signaled down the pathway of the red touch's last sighting. "So let's not go that way." The four of them then proceeded down the narrowing footpath in which Brittany was last seen. Penelope's team had previously encountered upwards of 20 infected all at once, with 4 such engagements occurring roughly every 5 to 10 minutes. This excluded the smaller skirmishes with 3 infected or less. However, as they progressed deeper into the network of tunnels with weak lighting, a multitude of corpses welcomed their arrival. The deceased figures lay organized in some kind of clumsy code, with them either sitting erect against the walls or resting flat on their sides. Someone had even arranged 4 bodies in the shape of the universal number sign, while on the opposing wall, heads rested on decapitated laps with their faces gazing outward. Everyone looked to Jason for some sort of clarification, but with terror in his eyes, he simply claimed that this was Brittany's work, and left it at that. Penelope hadn't been the only one conducting experiments down here, which were made evident by the numerous shallow cuts on certain parts of their remains. "What's wrong with her?" she asked as their solemn procession through this section of the catacombs began to unnerve her. Amy slowed down a bit, allowing Penelope to catch up. Unfortunately, this isn't anything new when it comes to competition, as well as bragging rights to the victors. Sometimes a queen wants to win the game so badly that making one of their pages rabid is but a small price to pay. In previous games, they occasionally put entire Earths on the line so the stakes can be incredibly high for them. Did she really make Brittany do all of this just for bragging rights? Soldiers are easily disposable if you can inspire them to believe in your cause, which makes individuals such as Brittany a very enticing target. I'm quite certain that the Queen of Inspiration has her eye on another Brittany, if things don't go her way down here. Even though being a member of the Queen's advance guard comes with immense prestige, it also comes with a long list of people eager to take your place. But there's something else we haven't covered yet. Absent of the Queen of Inspiration's knowledge, a third party within her kingdom might have put Brittany up to this on their own. Furthermore, if she fails in her assignment, the mastermind behind it can just claim that it was all for the sake of testing the Empress's mettle. Or maybe it's just the steroids she takes during one of her lengthy workout sessions, said Sam, walking past them. They say that Brittany ate her way out of her mother's cervix because she was tired of waiting to be born, said Jason, trailing behind the three with a throwing knife in hand. Amy admonished the two boys with a click of her tongue. That's ridiculous hearsay. In all likelihood, she started those rumours herself. And it's most likely because she's just one of the Queen's biggest snivelling lapdogs, said Amy, shouting that last part down the crowded passageway of corpses. Then they all waited in silence for Brittany to emerge from her concealed dwelling out of some misplaced pride or anger. When the response they waited for never came, the group continued their track down the dark underground maze of corridors. Chapter 6. The Devil Resumed. As the number of infected they encountered decreased significantly, an unanticipated divide in the passageway forced them to pause and evaluate their next course of action. This mysterious split in the catacomb recesses resulted in a single Y junction, which was unlike the previous 90-degree turns they had taken thus far. Because of this, their options were reduced to only two possibilities. There was a row of 4 burning torches that sat positioned in between the 2 steeple-like archways, also heralding the next phase of the intricate labyrinth. Penelope cast a quick glance in both directions before gesturing to the right with her sword's point. We should split into 2 groups from here. Is that even a wise decision? Asked Amy. We're meant to play this round as a team. Sam fixes his gaze carefully on the divide in the path. That's not necessarily true. They gave us permission to compete against one another as well, but I agree with you. Splitting up is a bad idea. Sam, maybe you should use this time and apologize to Jason for your earlier behavior, said Penelope, pulling Amy in close and guiding her just out of earshot. He quickly grasped her meaning and proceeded to divert Jason's attention away from the rest of his party. Once the 2 men were airing out their respective grievances, Penelope knew it was safe to speak candidly. Look, I've been checking out both paths ahead of us since our arrival here. The atmosphere to our left is much fresher than the one on our right, which leads me to believe that the left is the maze's centre. And what's to our right? Asked Amy. It's a sensation that not even the Empress has experienced before, and I won't lie to you. The thought of that alone scares the bejesus out of me, and besides, Jason is up to something. Don't you think I know that already? So, wouldn't it be preferable if only one of us were with him at the time? When Amy remained quiet, Penelope went on with her sales pitch. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. You and Sam try to figure out what kind of containment device is in the maze's centre. And I'll do my part by leading the red touch right to you. Penelope could plainly see that the page was visibly struggling with her queen's orders to assist the Empress in whichever manner she could. That's hardly much of a plan, and I still have a mission to complete. It's simply the guidelines of a developing strategy, one we can adjust on the fly if needed. And as for your mission, Amy, you said it yourself. You can't protect me from every danger down here, and I wouldn't want you to try. So, do you want to win or just stumble around in these tunnels all day? Okay, Sam and I are in. Just don't get yourself killed down here. And about before. I didn't know. At this last vague admission, Penelope searches her anxious expression for further context. Didn't know what? I didn't know I was pregnant at the time. I took a nasty hit while sparring and didn't find out that I had lost the baby until a week later, during one of my routine checkups. Sometimes I feel guilty for not feeling guilty. You know? The two women quickly embraced each other, solidifying their flourishing bond before they ushered Sam and Jason down their respective paths. Jason let Penelope take the lead as they searched the now shortened, winding trail for more infected. The passageways shrunk a meter or two in width, cramming them far closer together than she would have wished. Torches, which were suspended at an angle from metal rings, had taken the place of the dull industrial lighting they had grown so accustomed to. Each metal hoop stood hammered into the concrete fortification, almost a half-meter apart to avoid losing the light completely, thus confining them to a shadowy darkness. This claustrophobic experience tempted Penelope to charge ahead frantically, beating at the walls in search of an opening within the catacombs that would never come. She had already done her due diligence and checked the course ahead for anything suspicious or out of place. Within these twisting hollows of sharp curves, the only thing present was that unnatural sensation the Empress had previously felt. However, what she failed to disclose to Amy was that the red touch had been calling out to her through the myoglobin lace walls for quite some time now. Similar to Penelope's vine-like tendrils of blue light, the parasite had its own strange method of observing them from a considerable distance away. Only it was the red protein that formed its entire network, which effectively clung to every smooth and uneven surface in most sections of the maze. Perhaps the red touch used these confining spaces to better perceive its surroundings or communicate with its followers to issue commands. Brittany was also somewhere in the neighborhood, so keeping an eye out for her remained a secondary priority. She was eager to be done with the page of inspiration once and for all. Although killing Brittany wouldn't get them any prizes, nor would it win them this round of the games. In reality, her loss would only reduce this team-based competition down to just 4 people. Penelope regarded Brittany as an insane meathead, but she couldn't argue with her overall results. More afflicted corpses lay sprawled amidst the ground, taken down by the page's hand alone, while also highlighting her preferred route to travel. Compared to the earlier infected, which had been placed in some kind of ritualistic manner, she now abandoned that approach and left these followers where they lay. Jason, who was several paces behind her, made no comment on her new methodology. "Why did you decide to play in the Multiverse games?" asked Penelope, sending the Empress's tendrils ahead of them. When he didn't respond, she thought he might not have heard her from his position in the rear. Penelope was about to inquire again when he eventually spoke up. "On my Earth, they pressure all men to try out for the games at least once in their youth. If we refuse, they label us as cowards and place our names on a registry as a consequence. That way, we'll never be able to live the shame of it down. As for myself, once word got around that I had a knack for solving puzzles, I shot to the top of an entirely different list of competitors." Jason approaches Penelope from behind, only slowing down when they were both walking alongside one another. "Anyone can learn how to fight, given enough time and training, but problem-solving while under immense pressure is a whole other story. So, after teaching me how to defend myself, they waited to see how far I could get without dying. And once I won the 17th Multiverse Games, I thought that part of my life was finally over, and I was free to pursue other things, which also included the removal of the cowardice label placed inside my personal registry. But that was just another lie, for the sake of my father's prestige. Now all you have to do is take part in the next one. You don't want your mother and I to waste the time and resources that we've already invested in you? Can you believe he said that to me with a straight face, not even one day after my victory celebration? But after winning 5 game shows in a row, I'm still alive. I've proved to the General and everyone else out there that I'm no coward." "You hear that, Dad? I'm no coward," said Jason to the empty passageway ahead. Only he wasn't shouting down the hall, but up at the airborne cameras buzzing around them. Jason was broadcasting this announcement to his entire Earth. Either Sam had misjudged this man entirely or was remarkably unaware of the type of planet he originated from. I believe you. But there's nothing wrong with a good, healthy fear. Underneath the right circumstances, it can save your very life. Penelope's eyes shifted from the path ahead to Jason's troubled expression. Cowardice and fear aren't the same thing. You know that, right? He shook his head so forcefully that Penelope had to wipe away beads of his myoglobin-laced sweat from her face. Sorry about that. Jason takes his arm and wipes away the lingering moisture from his brow. Where I'm from, fear is just another thing you get judged for. You're right, though. The two words aren't mutually exclusive. However, at a young age, we're taught not to display any of those types of emotions openly. Why not? Did you have a president named Franklin D. Roosevelt on your Earth? Penelope paused for a moment to ponder the familiar name. Any president before the Ronald Reagan administration was tough for her to pin down. The Empress then brought her consciousness to an ordinary day in Penelope's US history class. She viewed a distant version of herself sifting through page after page of Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States. As the presidency of Franklin Delano Roosevelt became clear, the turning of her pages slowed to a crawl. Then the words lifted from the history book, condensing into a tiny sphere of light. The radiant glow of latent information then sank into the uninterested high schooler's head. A burst of insight flashed throughout Penelope's mind as the knowledge concerning Franklin Delano Roosevelt rose to the forefront of her brain. An American politician who served as the 32nd President of the United States in 1933 until his death in 1945, also known by his abbreviated initials of FDR. Penelope bit down on her tongue to stop the Empress's deluge of facts from downright overtaking her again. Yeah, that's the one, said Jason with a mild disdain. He gave a speech about fear, although I don't remember exactly how it went. She took another peek at FDR's most iconic address, which had been delivered to the American people during World War II. So, first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance. Hey, that's pretty good. The leaders on my Earth would call you a noteworthy citizen. Anyway, after his death in April 1945, a fanatical group led by John Park twisted those same words into a bizarre dogma that seeped into our daily lives. Then one of his believers to that particular ideology got elected president. 4 decades later, this still new political party would be in and out of power with little to no real traction to speak of. However, during that time, the doors to the multiverse were on the verge of opening. President Jensen, a staunch FDR extremist, took advantage of the confusion and seized power for himself, as well as his other loyalists, declaring a national emergency. Is it safe for you to be telling me all of this? Asked Penelope, studying the 6 translucent cameras that were recording everything they said. Don't worry, I'm already blacklisted. That's why I'm down here with you. Although it took me some time to figure it out. So you're like me then? No. This was more like, each time you win, our convictions are called into question, so hurry up and die already. It certainly sounded like Penelope's Earth, only with a different flavor to it. With the guise of fear and cowardice looming over you, it's impossible to find work, get financing for a home, or even have stable credit. But my continued existence is causing them to lose what little control they have over others. If I can just get through this last round, I'll be able to make real improvements using my status as champion. Penelope tried her best to ignore the evident death flag he was casually waving around and changed the subject after hearing this new tidbit of information. Wait, this is the 3rd round for you? Before he could reply, an enormous figure sprang from the shadows, determined to take down Jason in a single pounce. but he simply drew a pair of his throwing knives and stabbed the infected person between both their temples. Then, with a kindness she hadn't expected, he gently laid the slain body onto the pavement. Yeah, it's the last for all of us. Why? It's only round 2 for me. That's no surprise, given how things were in the past. If the producers don't make things hard for you, the games themselves will. That's simply how the 11th multiverse works. Jason now walked with his back a little straighter, taking the lead from Penelope after venting his frustrations to whoever could afford the live stream package. He even took multiple turns down musty-smelling hallways that gave off a whiff of iron sulfate in the air. She didn't mind relinquishing the lead in this circumstance. As they progressed deeper inside the maze, one pathway was just as good as any other, and she was curious to see where he was leading her. When the passage they drifted along got significantly wider, she noted how liberating it felt to move around the catacombs freely once again. However, after the Empress's tendrils warned her of an impending dead end in the trail ahead, Penelope came to a complete stop to see how long it would take Jason to turn around. Guess we'll need to backtrack a bit. When no one responded to her proposal or appeared at the tunnel's end, she whirled in the direction they had just come. Jason stood partially hidden within the previously ignored intersection, some distance away, and watched her closely from the shadows. But he wasn't alone this time. There were now 2 of them standing within the ruler straight corridor. Jason must have pushed further ahead of their little procession, then hid down this narrow tunnel while she continued on forward. Exactly what I thought, said Brittany, towering behind a resolute Jason. You need to be concentrating to make use of that false power of yours. She concealed herself between a gap in the light, with only a few torches strewn along the blind alleyway. Brittany had chosen one of the more darker corridors to set her trap in, because only her hulking silhouette was perceptible within the passage's shadowy gloom. Penelope appeared undaunted by the coordinated ambush and held her outstretched palms, which were empty of all weapons, aside from the small buckler around her wrist. Jason had played his part to perfection, reeling her in with a sob story about his Earth, attempting to play at her sympathies. She also let him know where she was located by arranging the infected corpses into varying positions within the tunnels, but left one of the afflicted alive, prompting him to stop a few passageways down. You see that, Jason? She's utterly speechless. Does this mean you'll protect me from it? Asked Jason. Sure thing, buddy. There's just one more matter I need you to handle first. From behind her back, Brittany draws a long claymore. This Scottish double-edged longsword was popularised in the 15th century. You've got some nice steel over here, Jason. I just had to borrow it for a bit. I hope that's not a problem. She snorts out a little chuckle before shoving the weapon into his hands. Capture her for my lord, and I'll protect you till the very end. But I thought you wanted to take her out yourself. The smile on Brittany's face wavered a bit within the murky torchlight. You were mistaken. If I wanted to do it myself, it would be done. However, things have changed since you've been gone. Now I want you to do it instead, so don't take forever. She prodded him forward with a quick shove. Don't listen to her, Jason. Do you really want to fall for that same scam down here? We're all good. Just run over to my side. Jason clutched the claymore shakily in both hands, while slowly twirling the sword's tip in her direction. I guess what they said about you was true. You really are a coward, said Brittany, knowing just what to say to provoke him. I'm not a coward, he said over one shoulder in a sudden exclamation. Jason's demeanour now appeared steadfast, as if he had made a conscious decision. With his weighty claymore levelled at her chest, he signalled his murderous intentions. Penelope bathed herself in the Empress's light, finding solace in the knowledge that some of his claims about his home world were actually true. She left her blade in its sheath, aware that killing him was not the desired outcome. However, as an alternative, she shifted the small copper shield to her dominant hand. Jason lunged towards Penelope, his claymore's sharpened point aimed directly at her heart. Despite all indications, he had no intentions of going along with Brittany's odd request. At Jason's current speed and trajectory, his long sword would run her clean through, thus ending her short life. When the time came for Penelope to act, she hefted the buckler levelled with the claymore, easily deflecting his sword's thrust to one side. Sparks flew from their point of contact as she repelled his lunging strike to her left. Jason's remaining momentum blew right past her and continued on towards the impasse. This forced him to end his run entirely or collide with the approaching concrete wall. With his back now to Penelope, the Empress highlighted several non-fatal injuries that kept him alive but otherwise mangled various parts of his body. She threw out all the ones that left him crippled and unable to walk, and concentrated on those that temporarily starved his brain of all oxygen. Jason pivoted to his right, levelling the broadsword at her midsection, but Penelope was already on top of him, travelling amid the dark passageway at breakneck speeds. Then she seized hold of both of his wrists and executed a judo flip by hooking his weight over her shoulder. This basic defensive maneuver was highly popular with the women in her self-defense courses at the local YMCA. Penelope found that she was more than capable of performing this lofty toss on cue and with little to no effort. This common throwing method was meant to leverage your attacker's forward momentum against them as you gathered up the assailant's kinetic energy. Then flip them over your back while only absorbing some of their weight. Penelope felt that a lesson was in order for the careless way he chose to snuff her out. Jason cried out for help as his body flew end over end in a decisive manner. However, Brittany simply remained within the darkness, choosing to watch the interaction from some distance away. As Jason's back hit the dense concrete floor, his body generated a muffled thud. The claymore flew from his grip, landing in an obscure part of the tunnels with a chain of resounding clatters behind it. Even though his second bounce off the ground was far gentler than the first, he writhed on his backside, gasping for the deprived air. Penelope then pinched his nose shut and placed a firm hand over his mouth, silencing any more cries of anguish. Jason scratched and clawed at her hands and fingers with the intensity only exhibited by someone who was being suffocated to death. Despite his struggling, she maintained a constant pressure until he laid passed out on the floor entirely. Chapter 7. The Devil resumed. Penelope rose to her feet, neglecting to check Jason's pulse, certain that the rhythmic beating of his heart would continue to endure. The Empress's passive diagnosis also reassured her that the worst he might face was a pounding headache after waking. A ventilation system above their heads pumped fresh, heated air throughout the wide corridor, leaving behind the odour of unspecified substances in the atmosphere. Penelope felt rather comfortable within the soupy humidity, but she couldn't exactly pinpoint why that was. "And then there were two," said Brittany, drawing a dagger from behind her back. Despite Penelope's inability to see her other hand, she was almost certain that a second dagger lay clutched in between her fingers. So, with careful deliberation, she drew her xiphos from its scabbard, leaving the compact shield secured to her left forearm for additional protection. All the while, never taking her eyes off this new adversary standing before her with mounting concern. "If you think I'm going to just let you capture me or whatever, you're crazier than everyone thinks you are." Brittany finally steps into the torchlight, a venomous smile spread across her chiseled face. Similar to Jason's jumpsuit, the red parasitic fluid tainted nearly every part of her dark pink attire. However, unlike their unconscious teammate, the reddish protein was missing from Brittany's face entirely. Instead, the thick crimson sludge covered her once beautiful brown hair, stretching all the way down to its last surviving curl. The changes in her earlier behaviour were so utterly profound, Penelope had to take several tentative steps forward to obtain a closer look. The page in front of her was a completely different person than the one she encountered on the Earth's surface. In addition to her change in vocabulary, this new Brittany's speech had slowed to an unnatural drawl. Aside from that, no one had referred to the queens as lords up until this point before. Hence, this left her with only one other option to consider. "Who do you serve?" asked Penelope, startling the page out of her blissful stupor. The smirk on Brittany's face gradually faded into a deep scowl as she tried to formulate the proper response. "My lord flows through my very veins and is everything I need to live in this world forever." Her nonsensical reply provided Penelope with more than enough evidence to draw a definitive conclusion from. Brittany had completely succumbed to the red touch's infection, and what made matters worse, she was now confronted with a new version of the living parasite. Someone who could speak, remember, as well as reason. Not to mention hold a considerable grudge from her former life. Or perhaps this was the Empress's extraordinary powers of communication at work. "How can you talk to me? Why aren't you like the others?" Penelope tried maintaining a steady voice, but it just resulted in her stammering out the interrogation in a shaky tone. "My lord felt something powerful within this husk, so he secured it for himself. You have immense strength within you as well. My lord will also allow you to retain your individuality if you come along willingly and without violent opposition. And if I refuse to join the red team? What happens after that?" This was without a doubt the wrong answer, because Brittany's euphoric expression transformed to that of outrage and immense displeasure. With all negotiations at an end, the Red Touch's newest disciple unleashed all the fury of a skilled weapons master onto Penelope's otherwise timid guard. She deflected 4 rapid strikes, all coming at her from various directions, before launching herself backwards with a succession of tight backflips towards Jason's sleeping form. With incredible speed, Brittany was back within striking distance the instant her feet touched the pavement. This prompted Penelope to thrash her Xiphos wildly in an effort to block any unforeseen attacks. As if sparring with a total novice, Brittany easily brushed away all of her defensive slashes to one side. Then followed that up with a 3-prong assault, which delivered a trio of levelled strikes at Penelope's unprotected midriff. Each attack from Brittany was so powerful that when the quick succession of hits reached her shield arm, it drove her back against the wall, leaving little room to escape. The page then twirled her daggers into a stabbing motion, preparing to drive both points through Penelope's exposed chest, but hesitated in her attack after hearing a startling summons from the myoglobin's saturated walls. Penelope heard the call for her to stop as well, however used this distraction to avoid the fatal stab, by rolling out of range of both her weapons. Apparently the spectators back home weren't the only ones watching them live. The Red Touch also had an invested interest in this battle, and it wanted Penelope alive at the end. With her back now facing the only exit out of the passageway, she pretended to retreat, encouraging Brittany to launch into her own pursuit. However, once the page had devoted herself to the chase and took several strides forward, Penelope dropped onto her haunches, then transferred her full weight in Brittany's direction. Now in a purely offensive stance, she sprang from her feet and unleashed a volley of vertical slashes to which the page was unprepared for. Penelope concluded her surging attack with repeated forearm lunges that ripped through Brittany's non-existent defense, followed by a single thrust which pierced her in the right shoulder. Then braced herself for the page's counterattack by retreating to the outermost edge of the broad passageway. After days of sparring within the confines of the smouldering cul-de-sac, Penelope had finally scored a single triumphant blow. She could now relax both her numb shoulders and take pride in the fact that not even the old man was unbeatable. The faceless stranger with no contours to his features stood bleeding from his abdomen, congratulating Penelope on her hard-fought victory with a mouth devoid of all details. And although she could clearly see the open sky around her, the tunnel's aging brickwork shortly sank back into view. No matter how hard she squinted at him in the dim torchlight, her past relationship with the faceless man remained a complete mystery. He returned to his fighting stance, clutching Brittany's twin daggers in each hand, and when the mysterious man in the brown tweed suit opened his mouth to speak again, all that came out was an ear-piercing alarm sound. This prompted Penelope to cover both her ears in excruciating pain. It was the kind of deafening noise that alerted someone of impending danger. Once the old man's nondescript silhouette faded from sight, she returned to the present moment with barely enough time to evade Brittany's newfangled attack. The page whipped her neck to one side, flinging strands of her damp hair towards Penelope's face, while leaving a trail of the ruby-red myoglobin in her wake. She scarcely avoided the incoming mist with a leaping roll to her right. This unusual new method of attack suggested that Brittany could transmit the infection through the follicles of her hair, independent of the red touch's intervention. Following the page's initial attack, a series of downward slashes and probing stabs kept Penelope constantly on the move and with little time to think. Whenever she appeared to be out of range of Brittany's weapons, the page would toss her hair again, forcing another leap outside the myoglobin's trajectory. When the faceless stranger resurfaced in her mind, she watched as both his hands fell below his waist after completing an offensive cycle. This gesture occurred repeatedly until Penelope shook the vision out of her head with a series of rapid eye blinks. Was the old man implying that Brittany employed a similar strategy in her approach? Penelope redoubled her efforts by honing in on the page's movements with greater intensity while testing the old man's theory for a comparable result. Aided by the Empress's strength, Penelope continued to bat away Brittany's daggers with such force that each swing sent the page's arms hurtling above her head. Then waited to see how her movements would react to this new situation. When Brittany whipped her head to one side again, both weapons fell slightly in her hands, providing Penelope with all the proof she needed to end their conflict. Using the flat edge of her blade, she whacked Brittany across the forehead the next time she tried deploying her hair as a biological weapon. This caused her entire head to snap backwards with a loud thump, while also preventing the page from hurling her viscous fluid into the atmosphere. Brittany tried tossing her hair several times more, only to experience the same results. The intensity of each hit knocked her back so definitively that Penelope took advantage of the situation by driving her sword even deeper into her already wounded shoulder. Then withdrew a safe distance away once more. Rather than chase after her, the page now writhed back and forth in evident pain, clasping her head in between both her hands. Brittany then peered around the darkened corridor in utter confusion, as though not knowing where she was or how she got there. Then, with increasing trepidation, she studied her injured shoulder, which lacked the standard amount of blood flowing from the deep wound. Much like an 80s horror film enhanced with practical effects, Penelope's overactive imagination envisioned Brittany's muscle strands slithering back into place, with each fibre returning to its original position. And once the page's restoration was complete, she'd renew her attack, even stronger than before. However, what followed after that might well have been far worse to witness. A now lucid Brittany had overpowered the parasite's potent influence and began calling out to both her parents with tears of desperation. "Mommy! Daddy! I can't feel the pain anymore. Why can't I feel the pain?" While casting glances here and there, the page seemed to recognize her circumstances for what they truly were. Within the dimly lit passageway, Penelope's wary countenance soon captured Brittany's full attention. Upon seeing her face again, a spark of rage flashed across her eyes, followed by a deep sadness and more uncertainty. "It's the red touch. It has control over you." "I'm sorry," said Penelope, eager to seize upon her mental confusion. Brittany nodded her acceptance, as more tears of the reddish protein now flowed down both her cheeks. As the flying cameras zoomed past Brittany's head, she watched them go by in an overwhelming moment of sadness. "My queen! I'm sorry that I failed you." Then the page returned her gaze to Penelope before looking elsewhere, struggling to combat her conflicting emotions. "I require your assistance, Empress. I can feel its return, and I don't want to die while under its control." Both Brittany's daggers clattered to the floor once she discovered that they were still gripped within her hands. "No tricks. You have to kill me now." As Penelope drew in closer, a spherical bulge the size of a pool ball moved below Brittany's collarbone while crawling its way towards her skull. She almost sprang backwards in terror as the massive parasite sought refuge inside the page's brain. Unaware of the slithering creature beneath her skin, Brittany now hoped that the person she was sent here to kill would have the compassion to end her life as well. With only a moment's hesitation, Penelope drove her Xiphos through the skittering parasite before it had the chance to flee her cervical vertebrae entirely. Now that no one sat behind the steering wheel, which was the page's essence, her decaying form crumbled to the floor. Penelope stood over the corpse waiting for something to flee her body, but when Brittany's cadaver showed no signs of moving, she flipped the page onto her backside. A small sliver of the bug-like organism peeked from beneath the folds of skin that was her neck. Thus, Penelope used the point of her blade to pry the insect free from Brittany's bloodless tissue. The parasitic creature had 6 black legs curled beneath its body, which gave off the impression of a scarlet lily beetle with a bright red outer shell. She motioned to the 9 cameras that were now quietly humming amid the ceiling. "If this is a new adaptation of the parasite, you might want a better look at this," said Penelope, surprised if she even got a response from them. But several of the drones flew down to her level and hovered alongside the new life form. One of them took several snapshots of the recently deceased beetle as the tiny camera lens expanded and contracted with each picture taken, whereas the other one accessed its secondary equipment and began scanning the infected body from every angle. When the person controlling the webcam function was satisfied, the 2 drones soared back into the skies once again, leaving her with at least one task completed. Penelope stood back up and walked over to where Jason was sleeping. "Get up!" "I know you're awake," she said, kicking him in the ankle. Jason's eyes shot open in a single motion, while his hand deliberately searched the floor for something that wasn't there. Penelope then strolled to where his sword lay in the darkness, picked it up, and set it down beside him. "Here it is!" "Now what?" He squeezed the claymore's covered handle with utter terror, etched across his face, but in the end shoved the weapon aside, letting it clatter back into the shadows. "Just get it over with. Only don't mutilate my body like you did to hers," he said, motioning over to Brittany's dissected throat. She stared down at him, perplexed by his statement, but then suppressed a slight smile after realizing what he must have witnessed. Jason's face went completely pale at her amused expression, before closing his eyes to await the inevitable stab to the trachea. Penelope places a palm over his forehead instead, sifting through the inner workings of his biology. After sensing no sign of the bug-like parasite within his system, she extended a hand for him to accept. Jason grabbed Penelope's wrist and was yanked to his feet, puzzled by this unforeseen development. "When was the last time you saw Brittany?" "All 3 of us took the same elevator down together. But when Matthew learned of the plan to kill you, he refused to take part in it and went his own way. I was at Brittany's side until we stumbled upon the Rufus Tactus sometime later. That's when she told me to carry on with the plan we talked about, so I just left her there alone." "She just might have saved your life with those orders," said Penelope, showing him the red, beetle-like parasite nestled inside Brittany's throat. She also informed him that the page could spread the infection on her own. "That can't be right. A person's mind doesn't simply just stay intact after they're infected. You go completely insane, then turn feral. That's it." "I think this is something new." Penelope didn't, however, disclose her working theory that this new strain of parasite was solely created to communicate with her. His lips parted somewhat as the implications of it all raced through his already frightened thoughts. Jason then grabs his throat in a frenzy, as if trying to strangle himself. "Relax, you're not infected." "But how do you know?" "She touched my sword." His cries of horror soon regressed into a hoarse croak. Penelope really disliked having to go through this song and dance yet again. Conveying someone's private medical history back to them was starting to feel more like a sideshow parlor trick than anything else. However, with each attempt made, This new ability of hers was becoming much easier to control. With prolonged exposure to an unknown toxin on his Earth, she could pinpoint the moment of Jason's death right down to the very year, give or take a month or two. Resolute at what she had to do, Penelope took Jason's hands away from his neck and placed them at his side. "You've had your appendix surgically removed at the age of 23. Jason's concerns about parasitic bugs lurking within his body were momentarily forgotten as he stared at her with a shocked expression. "You've worked in a facility that produces harmful chemicals in its waste. For a while, the chemicals made you fall ill. Despite your best efforts, the nanobots can't cleanse you of this damaging toxin within your system." Penelope came out of her light trance as the realization of his presence in the games finally dawned on her. "That's why you're actually here. You were hoping that the nanotechnology could save your life? Who the hell are you?" asked Jason before mumbling out the answer to himself. "You really are the Empress, aren't you?" Still coming to terms with that look in everyone's eyes, Penelope shifted the conversation back to him. "You're not infected." "All right." Jason now nodded his head in a rigid, deferential manner. "I'm sorry, Empress. If I had truly known—" "What? You wouldn't have tried to kill me?" Penelope's harsh accusation nearly brought the young man to his knees, but thankfully he remained standing. She took up Jason's claymore once again and offered the sword back to him. "I'm calling for a truce. All 4 of us can still make it out of here alive, but we need to work together. I won't tell Sam and Amy what occurred here. But so help me God, if you ever raise that sword against me again, I will cut you down without a second thought. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, you do, Empress." "Good. Now let's find the Red Touch's lair." Chapter 8. The Tower. After returning to several previously passed intersections, Jason guided Penelope through new sections of the catacombs, scrutinizing each one. He took her through broad passageways that led nowhere, as well as those that circled in on themselves, eventually bringing the pair back to where they'd started from. Some sections brought them to multiple cave systems, with a variety of rocky alcoves, while others resembled massive man-made blocks of greyish stone. The air within most passages was noticeably cooler than before, giving them both a renewed sense of purpose. Penelope took mental notes of the surrounding area, allowing the Empress to create a detailed map of where they were at each given moment. But when something unfamiliar stirred inside her mind, she extended an arm to halt Jason's advance. "The place where we found it roaming around isn't much further," he said, signalling down a manufactured corridor made of bright yellow limestone. "No, something else is coming." Penelope kept her eyes fixed on the nearest impasse ahead, while staying well out of range of whatever this thing was. She then motioned to an alcove on the right, where their uninvited guest might appear from. As they stood there motionless, one of the Red Touch's more festering disciples lurched around the corner, with scarcely a stitch of clothing covering his naked body. The only modesty the man possessed was a ragged lab coat that did nothing to conceal his nether regions. If it weren't for the large globules of flesh that had already rotted off his bones, Penelope would have covered her eyes in embarrassment for the unfortunate soul. However, the man's clearly visible intestines, as well as bits of exposed pancreas, made it almost impossible to look away. With Dr. Ben's credentials still attached to his soiled coat, he curtly parted his foul-smelling mouth to address them both. "Door! Give me access. To the door." Dr. Ben's voice was so garbled and incoherent, the two found themselves leaning forward, eager to hear his request once more. "What's that, Dr. Ben?" "True love? You don't say," asked Penelope, trying to lighten the mood for Jason's sake. This next generation of infected now whipped his head from side to side, sending pieces of its flesh splattering against a nearby wall. The former doctor then stretched out a hand towards Penelope, singling her out from the pair. "Free me from this hole. Access the door." "I don't know how to tell you this, mister, but we're all trapped down here together." While Dr. Ben pondered her words, a beetle-like parasite crawled beneath his softened skull, prompting the head to pulsate at various angles. "I want you to kill this one," she said, whispering to Jason. "Keep an eye out for where the parasite is moving and kill them both in a single strike. We still don't know how agile the bugs are outside their host body." He regarded Penelope's instructions as an order from on high and levelled his claymore at Ben's vacant stare. Jason then plunges his sword into the doctor's flexible head while also skewering the squirming beetle within. Without a fresh body such as Brittany's to speak on its behalf, the Red Touch was now resorting to individuals who had spent the better part of a decade underground. After making certain that the doctor and his dark passenger were dead, Jason nonchalantly smashed one of the crystalline webbings in an obscure section of the hall. When this occurred, she could clearly sense the Red Touch's utmost displeasure at the crystal's sudden destruction. That's when Penelope finally figured out their true purpose and why they were spread across the catacombs in a bunch of different locations. The blood-red webs that stretched from floor to ceiling and along the edges of every archway weren't simply there by some chemical design. They were a kind of antenna that sent the Red Touch's followers a range of information that only its wandering infected were privy to. The Empress could also feel the waves of energy moving throughout the solid matter once she placed a hand atop one of them. Hence, after devising a simple plan to blind the creature as well as its followers, they headed in separate directions, destroying any communication structures that they could locate. And after making quick work of the surrounding area, they meticulously navigated through more uncharted pathways, dispatching any stray infected along the way. Penelope had nearly destroyed all the myoglobin crystals within a neighbouring tunnel when a towering figure wearing tightly woven robes drifted amidst the northernmost part of the passageway. And, although a large hood hid most of its face, she plunged headfirst into this 6-foot-tall individual, figuring it was just another one of the Red Touch's decaying minions. But when the Empress's piercing alarm reverberated throughout her skull, she fell onto her backside, struggling to slow the impulsive charge. Penelope's rear end slid across the stone floor, giving her body the much-needed drag to decrease her momentum, but not before getting a good look at what the Empress tried warning her of. Underneath its dark crimson robes, a pair of gelatinous eyeballs kept a vigilant watch on her the entire time. This otherworldly creature's elongated eye stalks extended well beyond its hood, which concealed an otherwise unseen face, while bright red and blue optic nerves intertwined themselves around a pair of reddish pupils. This gave it an almost amusing expression, similar to that of a snail or crustacean, but amusing this monstrosity was not. When their gazes finally met, she scraped both her palms bloody in a desperate attempt to scramble backwards. With both her feet practically underneath the creature's robes, she fumbled for her sword and shield in reaction to its apathetic stare, determined to safeguard her exposed skin. Penelope soon heard Jason let out a loud squeak of fright at the rear of the arching intersection. She then felt him scoop her up by the midsection before hefting her slender frame over one shoulder. Bracing herself for another betrayal, she almost snapped his neck in two right then and there, given her proximity to his cervical vertebrae. However, instead of hurling her into the thing, he sprinted back the way they'd come. "Forgive me, Empress, but weapons won't work on it," said Jason, in the process of making 2 left turns and 3 rights after that. Long after leaving the CEO of all parasites behind, Jason continued his quickened pace to an unknown destination. Penelope patted him atop his head, signalling the all-clear, fearful that he might steer them headfirst into a wall in his eagerness to get away. He reluctantly reduced his speed and deposited her on the ground beside him. Jason then stares beyond the empty corridor, expecting to see the man-made creature reappear without warning. "I think it's long gone," she said, astonished by his sudden bravery. Unconvinced by her testimony, he takes several steps in the direction they had just come. Penelope was about to tell him that she couldn't sense it anymore, but that might not be the case at this point. She did unknowingly run right into the Red Touch, making her ability to sense it less than trustworthy now. The myoglobin network must have also given her access to their great link, but by destroying the crystalline webbing in the area, she blinded herself to their connection as well. Penelope still had some vague sense of where it was, but the link between them had diminished considerably. What do you mean weapons won't work on it? That's all the rumours would say, and the different governments also refuse to tell us how it infects others. Now that you've found it, we need to coerce the red touch to the maze's centre somehow. Penelope sends out her tendrils as far as they could go to get some sense of where Sam and Amy were, but only attains a vague picture of their current whereabouts. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Thanks to its talking representatives, it appears to want me pretty badly, so if we just head for the centre. I'm fairly confident it won't be too far behind us, said Penelope. He readily accepted her logic before retaking the lead of their procession. Thanks to Jason's frantic sprint throughout the catacombs, they were now in a unique section of the tunnels that differed from all the rest. Massive granite blocks speckled with brown and black stones had replaced the gritty slabs of concrete, while brilliant fluorescent lights directly above them replaced the hanging torches. Although they had no intentions of confronting the red touch within the narrow passageways again. Penelope came up with a straightforward yet risky strategy of distracting it, if the worst were to happen. But like all best-laid plans, they often go astray regardless of how well you're prepared for them. As the two traversed these newly discovered paths, they noticed the bottom portion of the red touch's robes rounding the maze's far corner, moving in the opposite direction. It continued down the distant passage, forcing them to double back and select a different route. Penelope now feared the infectious creature due to the lack of information available to them, but the Empress's light pulsed steadily within her, pushing those worries aside. Whichever direction they decided to go, distracting it long enough for the other to escape, was contingent on her alone. If we see it again, don't wait for me, and don't try distracting it yourself. Just head down the path we're on now. A quick search around the area should take you to the centre. Penelope then places her hand against the wall. There's a wide open space just this way. I'm fairly certain that this is how to get there, and once you run into Sam and Amy, let them know that I'm right behind you. Jason showed no outward emotions but gave a curt nod once her instructions were conveyed, and after their one-sided conversation, he headed towards the corridor that ran parallel to her current position. Jason then made a few more tweaks to his location until she could see him out of the corner of one eye. Penelope stretched out her senses yet again and scanned for her two companions, but the exploratory tendrils quickly vanished when the red touch reappeared inside the neighbouring corridor. She gave it a quick wave before disappearing down her side of the intersection. It glided after Penelope on unseen legs, thus reassuring her that it would lose all interest in Jason and chase after her instead. However, when it suddenly stopped at the fringes of Penelope's last known location, she held her breath tightly, willing it to continue pursuing her. Its watchful gaze gradually wandered to Jason's side of the passage, in the very spot from which they had decided to part ways. Hence, she made herself visible once again, then conjured up the Empress's tendrils before projecting them down the hall in an attempt to make her pathway seem more appealing. To Penelope's surprise, however, the red touch recoiled from the searching energy and moved towards Jason's side of the corridor instead. Like a whipped dog, her teammate let out a loud yelp that echoed throughout the underground passages but didn't turn to run. Penelope watched on in dread as he completely deviated from their plan and remained in place. "What the hell are you doing? Get out of here!" Jason responded to her pleads to flee with a stern shake of the head, signaling that the young man was well beyond her control. "I'll wait until it gets a little closer so we can both go together." As the distance between them shrank considerably, the red touch's body doubled in size and shape, which went unnoticed by Jason due to his current position in the hallway. Penelope tried waving her arms back and forth to capture its attention yet again. "Hey you!" the walking Petri dish. "Over here. This way." It ignored her insults and resumed its steady drift towards Jason's end of the passage. She then looked down at her copper-lined buckler, which had Jacob's carving of a Roman soldier's face on its front, and regretted needing to rely on this backup plan. But the master-at-arms' voice roared inside Penelope's head, snapping her out of the sentimentality. "It's a weapon, pup, not a goddamn piece of artwork. Throw the blasted thing at it." So Penelope released the magnetic locks that held the shield in place and put it in between her wrist like an Olympic competitor holding a discus. She redirected the Empress's energy into her throwing arm, made a half-turn with her body and hurled the shield directly at the robed figure. The buckler flew in a decisive fashion, striking the red touch in its back, unleashing a fiery blue streak in its wake. As the force of her shield ripped through its tattered robes at incredible speeds, the thick red material collapsed into a void of nothingness. Penelope didn't know what to expect when the red touch's true form was finally uncovered, but to say that it took them both by surprise would have been an understatement. Beneath its dark hooded shroud, a massive red sphere about the size of an exercise ball floated weightlessly in mid-air. This coagulating liquid rippled throughout the atmosphere like its own miniature planet, while long tentacles rose sporadically from its monstrous sphere of influence. One of the creature's smooth limbs sprang from its spherical terrain, catching the musty fabric before it had a chance to settle to the floor. Penelope's shield soon crashes to the ground alongside it, jarring them both out of their initial shock. She darted past the floating ball of liquid and up to a startled Jason's side of the hallway. "Come on, let's go," she said, grabbing him by the hand. But Jason only shook his head again before jerking his arm away. "Just leave me here. You already know about my condition. I'll be dead in a few years anyway." Annoyed with his defeatist attitude, she almost granted him his wish. But Penelope had grown fond of the young man and was sympathetic to his untreatable illness. So, as a compromise, she slammed a fist into Jason's stomach, prompting him to lean forward, gasping for air. Then Penelope deadlifted the 245-pound man over one shoulder and ran down the path he was supposed to take. "Wait. Stop. It's doing something else," said Jason, struggling to take oxygen into his lungs. "We have to figure out how it infects others." In complete agreement with his assertion, Penelope came to a stop a fair distance away before turning around to have a look. Then, with great relief to her back, she sat Jason's squirming legs onto the floor. "It appears to have grown a great deal larger." Only mere seconds after he uttered those words, the red touch's form exploded into an enormous cloud of red mist. The sight of its sudden detonation astonished Penelope, as well as explained all the myoglobin-stained structures throughout the catacombs. She calculated its blast radius to be quite severe, considering the parasitic liquid covered most of the corridor's center. If Penelope had been just a little slower, she and Jason would both be the latest members of its infected army. Tiny droplets of the red liquid stuck to every surface of the passageway and began flowing down the limestone blocks. As the dripping substance continued to cascade downward, the living fluid began merging itself back together. Soon thereafter, several baseball-shaped globules moved beneath the mound that was the red touch's dark robes. "So, that's how it infects large groups of people all at once," said Jason, finally breaking their brief silence. "Yeah, good to know. Now let's go." "No, I can't go with you anymore." "Not this again." "Look, Jason, you're braver than you give yourself credit for," she said, turning to face him. That's when Penelope saw the unmistakable drops of the red substance speckled across his entire face. Even from such a considerable distance away, the red touch's parasitic shrapnel was still able to reach them. Only 2 meager steps behind Jason had been the difference between his fatal infection and her fortuitous survival. Like an army of maggots, the blood-red parasite began inching their way into Jason's exposed orifices, even going so far as heading within the follicles of his hair. "Thank you for sparing my life, Empress, even when I didn't deserve it." After disclosing these last sentiments, Jason ran directly into the partially formed spheres of goo, then stripped the red touch of its robes before rounding the far corner, vanishing from sight. Penelope could do nothing but watch on in horror as the liquid ball now rolled across the granite floor in its trundling pursuit of him. She yearned to slam her fist against the walls out of sheer frustration at her failure to protect him. But the parasite's potency within these walls prompted her to scream at the top of her lungs instead. Her vocal barrage echoed throughout the compact tunnels, cracking stone support beams that held the maze's structure in place for decades. A considerable distance away, Sam and Amy glanced up from their exploration, seeking out the source of the loud cry. Now on high alert, the Empress wouldn't even allow Penelope to shed a single tear for her lost friend, for the act alone could impair her vision. Thus, she buried her remaining sadness deep inside her mind, giving the old trauma of dissociation a pair of fresh legs. She then forced herself to run in the opposite direction, letting Jason's captor pursue him until the infection finally took hold. Chapter 9. The tower resumed. Penelope took a more direct approach to the heart of the catacombs, after witnessing Jason lead the red touch deeper within. She wondered how long it would take for her friend to lose all sense of himself and surrender to the parasitic infection. Since getting there earliest gave them a crucial advantage, she would make sure that Jason's sacrifice wouldn't be in vain, even if that meant using her newly gained influence as Empress to finish what he had started on his Earth. However this undertaking would entail that she fully committed herself to the role as Queen of Queens. Once Penelope entered the final series of passageways, the walls became broader with every cautious step she took, and with each turn that she made. The curved archway just beyond the maze's centre stood over 9 feet tall and was constructed from a set of jagged cobblestone blocks. There were empty medical beds scattered about the large chamber alongside other surgical equipment, making this part of the underground catacombs appear more like an operating theatre than anything else. However, what caught Penelope's interest was a tall, oblong acrylic cage within the room's circular interior. Aside from a basic turn handle knob to the right of the container's door, they had outfitted its base with a flat metal plate that rose a few inches off the ground, which sported an outdated satellite dish pointing towards the plate's front, while a jumble of multicolored wiring ran from the satellite's lower half to the chamber's 4 enormous pillars. These extensive columns were evenly distributed throughout the space and held up the entire building's mass, with each of them converging at the peak of the 3-story dome-like structure, while in between each of them were 4 light grey stone walls that had 6 arching entrances next to them, which remained accessible from both sides. This allowed individuals to enter the maze's central location through multiple directions. A long 2-way mirror ran the length of the entire wall and was mounted high above each archway, surrounding the vast space on all 4 sides. Epidemiologists who were fortunate enough to be on that side of the glass could study the red touch without the fear of being studied by it in kind. Penelope considered employing the Empress's tendrils to see if anyone watched them from above, but decided against needlessly utilizing its powers at such a crucial point in the round. Elevated atop any spectator's watchful gaze, high vaulted ceilings with rows upon rows of spotlights made it easier to see the leveled landscape around her. Penelope walked through one of the doorless alcoves, brainstorming ways to lure the levitating blob into its plastic container. However, every idea that she came up with fell well short of her expectations. Penelope thought about searching for Sam or Amy within the other tunnels, but the calming glow of the Empress's flame kept her from venturing too far away. She sensed Jason's approaching steps behind her and knew which version of him to expect. It only took minutes for the powerful infection to claim his life, yet he still appeared the same as before. But while the beetle within him tried communicating with her, his tone was clipped and artificial, much like Brittany's had been. "My lord will arrive with us soon." He fears your authority and seeks to negotiate his release from this prison. Jason then detaches Penelope's shield from his back and tosses it at her feet. A gesture of truce from my lord. Take it and be whole again. Are you still in there, Jason? She asked, leaving the buckler on the ground where it lay. This vessel is still conscious. You may speak your thoughts to him. Are you okay in there? As soon as Penelope voiced the question, she recognized how foolish it sounded. Of course, Jason wasn't okay. He had a damn bug rummaging around inside his brain. When the parasite relinquished control over his voice, Jason's face softened a little once he saw her. Yeah, I'm doing good. It feels weird not being able to move my body. Dad, can you see me now? He said to the 6 flying drones with a nervous laugh before turning back to Penelope's troubled gaze. The illness attacking both my lungs doesn't hurt anymore. So at least that's an improvement. She knew how it felt when someone else was in control of your motor functions like that. When the old man did it to her, it was a strange feeling at first, but she knew it was vital to her survival at the time. She shook the sudden recollection out of her head, not recalling where the vague memory had come from, and focused on the present moment instead. Jason's expression became sorrowful as he pointed the claymore at her chest. Do me a small favor and end my life. Before I do something I'd very much regret, with eyes tightly shut to hold back tears that wouldn't come, Penelope nodded her head in hasty acquiescence. I'm glad you're not in pain anymore. His face soon became vacant as he stepped aside to let the red touch float within the chamber next to him. As the parasitic creature moved beyond the archway, each of the massive openings slowly rattled shut around them, leaving behind a dense, see-through glass. With the chamber doors now secured in place, their visible surfaces gave anyone a clear view of both sides of the hall. Surrounded by bright fluorescent spotlights, Penelope could finally appreciate this creature in all its grandeur. The red touch's liquid core writhed and stirred beneath its robes, while a pair of phantom arms held themselves together in a constant state of prayer. Even as its bloodshot eyeballs bobbed around the large chamber trying to inspect everything at once. Those few actions alone shattered any illusion that the thing was anything less than a lab-created anomaly. Then a booming sound behind Penelope from one of the locked doors threw her into a defensive spin. To her elation, Amy repeatedly pounded against the barred-off entrance, desperate to catch her attention. As soon as their eyes met, the page attempted to voice a question by gesturing over to Jason, but Penelope just shook her head with undisguised sorrow as she peered elsewhere. Amy then uses her fingers and motions them up and down while leaving her thumb parked underneath. This was translated into, "Well, how is he talking to you then?" Penelope followed suit by extending both her hands out and wiggling each finger, as though manipulating a puppet on a string. After understanding Jason's new circumstances, Amy examined him more attentively than she ever had before. My lord invites you to take your place by his side, and he will not command your vessel as he does the others, said Jason, interrupting the pair's wordless conversation. Will you let him go if I do? Both the human and the master paused for a bit, contemplating her counter-offer. The suspended ball of liquid distorted and twisted beneath its robes as Jason gave the parasite's response. The means of servitude comes with great sacrifices that cannot be undone. Upon hearing those words of finality, Penelope's stomach sank with visible remorse. I must cleanse all the red enemies trapped within my host. Red enemies? Are you referring to someone's blood? Yes. The red enemies serve to feed my lord and his brothers. As Amy had stated, this creature was, in fact, a kind of blood-sucking vampire. Where are your brothers now? Asked Penelope, needing more time to think. Jason shook his head knowingly, then gestured to the Earth's surface. They are out there, awaiting my return. Before this vessel's time ceases to exist. What is your answer? Well aware of its new disciple's terminal illness, the red touch needed to make this quick before Jason died prematurely on it. Penelope had no intentions of joining this thing, or what it refers to as its brothers. So, with unwavering determination, she reaches for her sword, making her response perfectly clear. My brothers and I also wander in between gaps of the mirrored realities, just as our creators do. Similar to us, you also possess this capability. Penelope's hand fell just shy of gripping her sword fully. You've repeated this claim twice now, and as before, you're wrong. I can't access the door. The red touch didn't elaborate any further on the topic, and Penelope had no wish to talk about it either, especially with so many others listening in on their conversation. She needed to shift the discussion back to him and his mysterious garrison. How many mirrored realities have you and your brothers been to? Each time a world eclipses its star, hundreds, if not more, remain uncovered. As if transferring mental images directly into Penelope's mind, it illustrated to her their preemptive invasion. All of the Earth's oceans would be engulfed in a vile, blood-red liquid, with even the trees and vegetation obtaining a dark crimson hue. This untreatable infection felt religiously obligated to taint as many organisms as possible, while denying amnesty to all Earths within the multiverse, from their ever-marching, ever-advancing blood plague. "Do you see now?" asked Jason, now standing by himself, just beyond the chamber's entrance. As Penelope struggled to break free from the invasive images, she looked up to discover that the red touch was now watching her from less than a foot away. This thing had invaded her mind with its thoughts, so it could freely move without her noticing. Penelope almost jumped backwards to flee its blast zone, but the Empress cautioned her to remain immobile. Running at this point would only result in the red touch's detonation, rendering it far too late for Penelope to make her escape. Both Sam and Amy now pounded on the glass barrier with absolute terror. But the Empress's overwhelming concern for Penelope's safety kept her firmly in place and fixed on the pair of detached eyeballs. So she attempted the one thing she could think of that appeared to have worked in the past. Penelope took in small amounts of the Empress's power bit by bit, storing it in miniature bubbles that floated within the blue flame's core, before allowing them to increase in volume steadily. The liquid globule that comprised the red touch's main body also expanded in size and shape as it prepared to explode in all directions. "Your opportunity for arbitration has expired. You will now serve us in the customary manner." Penelope erupts the bubbles with a series of minor detonations that issued an internal subatomic blast long before the red touch had the opportunity to discharge itself. In response to her sudden release of power, the watery orb violently recoiled to one side. Penelope then used the Empress's leftover energy to catapult herself as high in the air as possible and as far backwards as her legs would travel. She soared well beyond the encircling mirrors, almost touching the bright spotlights dangling from above. However, Penelope's tremendous elevation was short-lived, as her acceleration reduced considerably, pulling her back down to Earth. Still stunned by her sudden release of power, the red touch's spherical body exploded everywhere, but much of its velocity was lost as a result of its hasty detonation. Since the parasitic spray couldn't reach her from such high altitudes, the planet's natural gravity pulled the droplets back down to Earth even faster. Red liquid sprayed against its containment as well as any neighbouring medical beds, creating several uncontaminated splits in the room's overall splatter. To prevent serious injury to her body or landing atop the infectious substance, Penelope rolled through the ground's impact with both knees tucked inward, while positioning herself at the cage's untainted rear. The ceaseless hammering on the glass abruptly ended when Penelope's head collided with the floor's pavement. When her world went completely dark, the act alone was a welcome change. She no longer had to be in a constant state of alert or look over her shoulder expecting to see something there. All Penelope had to do was just lie there and sleep, while waiting for her pounding headache to end. She understood that remaining on the ground for too long wasn't conducive to her overall health, but for the life of her, she couldn't figure out why that was. So Penelope raised an unsteady head to survey her surroundings. Still dressed in his grey tweed suit, the old man peered at her through the cage's door, which was coated in the infectious gunk, obscuring her vision to the other side. He stretched out a single hand, then presented Penelope with a crystal pebble that appeared to murmur out her name continuously. Then another figure passes through the old man's intangible form, leaving a trail of blood-stained footprints in its wake. Jason had marched within the gathering liquid at the behest of his lord, with orders to grind the heel of his boot into Penelope's face. She yearned to rise to her feet again, but the Empress revealed the linear fracture atop her skull after striking her head against the asphalt. If Penelope had the strength to react, she would have banished the image of the ruptured cranium from her head. This, however, made her acutely aware of what was driving her into inaction. The Empress then revealed her brain swaying back and forth during the impact, suggesting that she had obtained a Grade 2 concussion. In conjunction with the severe brain injury, a long splotch of blood dripped from Penelope's right eyebrow. After her chaotic landing, the black jewel-encrusted crown had torn off a layer of skin above her brow. Despite this, the Empress's light encouraged her to pay attention only to the uninterrupted, measured steps heading in her direction. When Jason's infected foot came barreling down on Penelope's nose, she scarcely had enough time to roll clear of the stomp. He quickly switched angles to land a kick on her rising form, but instead of evading his attack, she sprang into a crouching position and unleashed a swift, highly destructive left jab to his kneecap. Jason's patella bone shot inward with such force, his entire leg snapped in the opposite direction, dropping him to the ground beside her. Now, face down on the floor, Jason scowled at her, his eyes brimming with glaring hatred. "Release me from this chasm within the world, and I will serve you as my new lord." The person Penelope had known as Jason was gone forever, leaving solely the Red Touch's desperate voice behind. So she rolled him onto his backside and dug both her thumbs into his eyeballs, ensuring that this monster would never be able to see through her friend's eyes again. Then Penelope sprang off the floor and, with both her feet aimed at his forehead, stomped down onto his skull, crushing it alongside the bug within. The Red Touch's frantic negotiations came to an abrupt end, while what remained of Jason's eyes continued to search out her whereabouts. The beetle-like organism that was wriggling around within his brain had already eaten much of it away. Despite Penelope's refusal to aid in its infection of the entire multiverse, the Red Touch continued showing her what the insect would do after consuming the rest of Jason's brain. While the beetle went on maturing inside the host body, it would eventually hollow out the head entirely, leaving very little room for additional expansion. Then another grim event would take place. The insect would suffocate and died within the confined space. If left to its own devices, the skull would split down the middle, exuding a viscous, dark red liquid. In a matter of days, the substance then rises above the Earth's surface, forming a round, fluid mass the size of a pool ball. Penelope didn't need to speculate what this thing was, or what it would become once it fully matured, only that the creature would then be dressed in a set of scarlet robes and poison every living organism with its infectious disease. Their shared vision ended when Penelope thrusted her blade into the flattened beetle's exoskeleton. As she butchered the last of its intelligent offspring, the reconstructed Red Touch emitted a dissatisfied gurgle. Now that Penelope had recovered from the worst of her head injury, she sprinted toward Sam and Amy's side of the passageway. "Why won't these damn doors open?" asked Sam with a loud shout. "The Red Touch's presence within the centre must have somehow triggered all the doors to close," said Penelope, gesturing to the thing gliding towards them. As if on cue, the ground shuttered beneath their feet again, which made every other glass partition begin to rise. Amy banged her fist fiercely against the glass enclosure, which was one of the few that remained closed. But Penelope welcomed this new turn of events. With their barrier still locked, it shielded them from harm's way as she continued to battle the red touch unabated. 5 infected followers entered the large chamber through several unexplored tunnels. These former patients wore pink and blue hospital gowns and wandered around the floating red touch, not aware of its presence. With noses tilted upward, they searched for Penelope's beating heart within this tomb of the dead. Upon sniffing out her AB positive blood, several heads turned her way. 2 of the more athletic individuals surged ahead of the pack, eager to be the first to confront her. Penelope placed her feet at an angle and thrusted her sword arm in multiple directions, stabbing the winner of the race inside their heart. She spun around as the blade dragged itself clear, then slashed her second opponent across the neck with the sword's point. A third attacker came at Penelope from behind, intending to rip out chunks of flesh from her upper back. But she elbowed the woman beneath her snarling mouth, keeping the followers' gaping jaws at bay. Penelope then performed a backflip to the woman's rear, pulling her frail neck along for the ride while snapping the woman's spinal cord in half. The red touch attempted to wrangle in the final 2, but found it much harder to control the more feral members of its flock. Penelope rushed back to the centre and swung open the cage door, unveiling the structure's inner workings for the Empress to study. Once the red touch noticed what she was doing, it paused all its efforts to scrutinise her cautiously. And when the floor shook yet again, Penelope knew that the last members of her party were about to enter the fray. As a pair of fresh bodies joined the field of battle, the red touch shifted its focus to prospective new hosts for its beetles. When this transpired, Penelope abandoned the simple open and close mousetrap and rushed towards her 2 compatriots. Chapter 10. The tower resumed. Amy's heart was racing so fast that it threatened to burst out of her chest, once the red touch slowly glided towards a motionless Penelope. What was she doing just standing there? By pressing an ear against the glass, the page muffled out Sam's frantic expletives to catch their distant conversation. Then Penelope did the unimaginable. She catapulted herself almost 2 stories into the air while only equipped with a pair of scrawny legs. Although Amy had grown at ease with Penelope's presence, she still had her doubts that this normal-seeming girl, who was only 2 years older than she was, could actually embody the Empress, despite the fact that she had already demonstrated her powers with a number of remarkable feats so far. This time, however, Penelope's amazing spectacle was caught within the bright spotlights of the inner chamber for the entire multiverse to see. While the Empress sailed through her aerial flip, Amy immediately understood why the red touch's infection rate was so destructive in nature. Like a massive gender reveal explosion, the creature erupted from its robes in a shower of dark red liquid. This sudden detonation also revealed why it could cause untold destruction within so many environments if released upon their Earths. Penelope had to alter her trajectory on the fly to avoid the parasite's viscous substance, which now covered practically every piece of abandoned medical equipment in the massive room. After recovering from her perilous fall and finally putting an end to Jason's life. All that remained was to somehow lure this liquefied creature back inside its plastic cage. That's when the partitions separating Amy and Sam from the fight steadily began to climb. Now that all the passageways connected to the central chamber were lifted, the sound of approaching footfalls erupted from deep within. An avalanche of countless infected emerged through different corridors within the large theatre, eventually concealing both Penelope and the red touch from her view. After witnessing its capabilities firsthand, her objective wasn't to engage it in battle, but rather to maintain it in her line of sight at all times. Amy quickly released that which was not in her control and concentrated solely on the 4 infected charging towards her instead. Their clothing choices ranged from straitjackets with dark yellow stains at the midsection to business attire that had seen far better days. notwithstanding the outliers among them that wore nothing at all. Unfazed by their lack of modesty, Amy viewed the situation as a chance to put her years of rigorous training to the test. When faced with overwhelming odds, her queen emphasized the significance of not focusing beyond the tip of her sword. Hence, Amy put aside her long, angled slashes, which left her body vulnerable with each swing, in favor of a more guarded method of attack. She positioned her right hand so that it rested against the katana's guard, then arranged her left arm slightly above her head for balance. When they inevitably came for her, she launched herself into a fencing style of swordplay, which employed a series of leveled thrusts that impaled each of her foes with deadly efficiency. This method of attack allowed the page to move her feet continuously while wielding her blade with lethal precision against anybody within striking distance. Following the initial wave of the first 36 infected, Sam placed his back against hers, allowing Amy to concentrate on the increasing number of attackers at her front. Penelope's recurring nightmare of being trapped inside a zombie movie quickly became a reality as more than 100 infected rushed into the large containment room. After a surge of disciples obstructed her view of the reforming red touch, she was forced to engage with the swarming crowd instead. With so many of them already flooded inside the chamber, a coordinated assault on her party appeared to be beyond their mental capabilities. Soon thereafter, 3 detached clusters of the swarming infected ignited into separate conflicts amongst themselves, leaving their actual prey on the verge of being crushed in the confusion. They thrashed and snapped at one another to reach Penelope, who hung around their edges, cutting each of them down when the opportunity presented itself. She made efficient use of her time by slitting the throats of each follower on the outermost part of their chaotic maelstrom. When one or more offenders drew in too close, she promptly eliminated them by closing the distance with a quick overhead slash across the chest. Then, harnessing the Empress's power, she kicked the lifeless body back into the crowd, igniting further conflicts amongst their ranks. However, no matter how many of them Penelope eliminated, they were constantly replaced with more. Gradually, the gathering mob became so constrained around her it triggered a claustrophobic assault on her mounting anxiety. As scores of hands reached out to grab her all at once, the agitated horde strained to tear at anything they could get their grubby paws on. And the instant any sort of contact was felt, she promptly swung her sword at the offending article, often severing off a limb. When a crazed infected seized hold of her innermost thigh, Penelope let out a scream of terror. The act transfixed her mind with a violent rage at the sheer dread the touch had prompted. Power that surged throughout Penelope's arms and legs waned as the bond between her and the Empress was temporarily lost. She now swung her sword with reckless abandon within the collapsing circle, having discarded all her previous training. "Don't touch me! Don't touch me!" she said with each inaccurate swing of her weapon. Sensing the need to act, the Empress took it upon herself to encase Penelope's arms with additional energy and began highlighting each vulnerable target to strike at first. Desperate to escape the shrinking bubble of over 30 individuals encircling her, Penelope punched a massive man in his highlighted face. His legs quickly gave way beneath his body as he promptly fell backwards. However, the frenzied, disease-ridden people around him kept his dead body upright, collapsing the mass behind him. After calming her breathing, Penelope grasped what the Empress was trying to say and plunged her blade into a second person's head, then teared the infected away from the others. Now lacking this individual's sizable frame, the rest of the horde toppled over like dominoes. Thus, a gaping hole between them was formed, but not before more infected began filling in the space they had left behind. She climbed out of the collapsing circle by leveraging the living as well as dead as makeshift stepping stones, then sprang from one pair of shoulders to the next. Amy wasn't sure what to think after hearing Penelope's persistent screams about not being touched. As the page of motion, she felt it was her duty to come to the Empress's aid. Although, as a fellow player herself, Amy also needed to maintain a constant vigil of her chaotic surroundings. They had fought their way through the first stretch of the maze together. However, now was the time to consider her own well-being. "We need to fall back," said Sam in a panic-stricken shout. Over 24 infected pressed their way into Amy's guard, making it impossible to move a single inch in any direction. Despite the repeated swipes to her face, this new batch around them had wised up and decided to steer clear of her lengthy katana. Then Amy's world turned upside down when Sam gripped her by the waist and hurled her outside their small arena. She sailed from the battle as a muffled explosion swallowed everything behind her in a red parasitic liquid. The Lord's essence crawled within the male's eyes and ears to see whether he could persuade the formidable female to free it yet again. It would set this one apart from all the rest. Hence, the female would then be compelled to appreciate its suffering down here. Trapped beneath this mirrored world for over 50 cycles, only to be observed off and on by a few of its creators. Then, left to wander these corridors in search of freedom. The powerful female might indeed liberate him. All it needed to do was instruct her how. So the Lord deposited a larva inside the male's head to better sway the female's decision. Encouraged to be out in the open again, Penelope slashed her way through the remaining infected with renewed intensity. After the confining ordeal, she refused to allow herself to be surrounded for a second time. They made another attempt to flank her from both sides, but Penelope spun her sword around in a leveled strike, lacerating 3 of the disciples' yawning throats. She then performs a standing shoulder tackle to the one in the center, sending the body crashing into the remaining 7. Penelope soon found herself doing a double take, after witnessing Amy's body hoisted up into the air and thrown out of their ring of combatants. But after hearing a faint explosion coming from the page's previous location, she knew that her friend from a parallel world was now lost to them forever. In true Sam fashion, his final thoughts were for someone else rather than himself, in this subterranean place of torment. Although she couldn't see anything beneath the swarm of squirming bodies, Penelope averted her gaze from the mutation that was occurring mere feet away from them. Tears blurred her vision as Sam met his end 1,000 times over, and across 1,000 different Earths. This time, however, not even the Empress could stop the tears from coming. So with unrestrained sobbing, Penelope struck down anything foolish enough to come between herself and the Red Touch's robes. With one fearsome swipe of the arm, she severed off a row of legs at the base of their knees, sending the 3 disciples careening onto the floor. Then she threw a powerful fist into someone's face, collapsing their nose and shattering their nasal bone. Penelope wanted to thrust her hand completely through its skull, but was fearful her entire arm would get stuck inside of it. Amy also began hacking her way towards the crumpling circle after witnessing the Empress's efforts to reach its center. However, deep down inside, she knew it was an exercise in futility. The page couldn't help but sympathize with her pain, as they had both known Sam in their own parallel ways. What she truly wanted to do was to thank him for saving her life, while honoring his memory by killing him the moment he was in sight. When the pile of squirming bodies quit attacking Sam, they abruptly ceased their hostilities and converged onto her and the Empress instead. With over 50% of the infected now dead from weapon-related injuries and another sizable chunk writhing mutilated on the ground, the remaining followers surrounded what could only be the Red Touch's form as it reassembled itself back together once more. So the 2 women continued chipping away at its not-so-human meat shields, all the while searching the floor for its elusive dark robes. After a few level strikes to the shrinking mass of bodies, Amy's katana suddenly reverberated off a second metal weapon. And just like their former sparring sessions, her old friend parried one of her predictable swings. This thing that wasn't Sam anymore still kept that same carefree smile of his, which was well known throughout their time in training camp, as he always offered a sympathetic ear for first-time contestants. "Hey, watch out, Ames! You almost hit me that time." When Jason spoke to Penelope beyond the partition, the page couldn't believe what she was seeing. In their brief intelligence report on parallel diseases, they never mentioned a smart infected that had a self-awareness of its own. So, when Penelope mimed that the red touch was controlling him, Amy continued to consider the matter with some healthy skepticism. But now that she could verify the truth with her own 2 ears, she shuddered as the reddish liquid trickled down Sam's otherwise vacant stare. However, her overall objective hadn't changed. This twisted version of him wouldn't leave this underground tower alive. Sam attacked Amy with a succession of whirling staff strikes, some of which pierced the air alongside her face. "You're so quiet over there, Ames. Is this any way to treat a friend?" She deflected blow after blow, giving ground with each thrust of his lance-like weapon. Despite his metamorphosis, Sam maintained proficiency with his preferred weapon of choice. Amy's forehead became the sole target of his attacks as he stole quick glances in Penelope's direction. She wasn't even a priority to him, just an obstacle to his true aims. So when Sam's eyes strayed away from the page yet again, she made him pay for the overconfidence with her sword. Amy stepped to the right to evade a torrent of head-penetrating jabs, then sprinted beneath his outstretched arm and took a shallow slash at his midsection. Sam quickly launched into a counterattack by striking the air at his side, assuming this was where she would eventually wind up next. Rather than advancing where her instinctual training told her, Amy rolled forward, crouching directly alongside one of his legs. She then plunged her katana deep within Sam's well-maintained thigh muscle, ripping through his right artery. He swung his staff in a semicircle out of pure instinct, smacking her in the temple. As a consequence of the glancing blow, Amy's vision went completely dark, sending her limp body sprawling across the floor. Now swinging at nothing and no one, Penelope sank to one knee while heavily exhaling. All 114 infected lay either dead or dying in the outermost part of the operating theatre's grounds. While Amy and Sam fought it out near the Red Touch's enclosure. When it came to raw talent, it appeared that Sam was significantly more of an accomplished fighter than she was. In contrast, Amy's swift and spirited attacks prevented him from getting too assertive in his heightened abilities. Penelope silently cheered when the page drove her sword into his leg, but groaned outwardly when Sam whacked her across the face with his staff. He shifted from a fighting stance into an amused hobble as he leaned against his weapon, whereas the Red Touch continued expanding within its robes. After seeing both her adversaries preoccupied, Penelope rushed over to scoop up Amy's unconscious form into her arms before withdrawing a safe distance away. "How can we all chat when you're way over there?" asked Sam, pulling the katana from his leg and tossing the weapon at her feet. She carefully laid Amy's body next to hers without giving him a response, then sheathed the Xiphos to her back and replaced it with Amy's katana. Penelope hefted the unfamiliar weapon in both hands, gauging its weight for the Empress's benefit. Sam's jovial grin quickly vanishes as the Red Touch's consciousness takes possession. "Now that this male is one of my disciples, I see that he feels almost nothing for you." Penelope believed this thing couldn't shock her any further, but its nonchalant remarks pierced her heart like ice-cold needles. "That's not true. Sam does care about me. The organism inhabiting Sam's body glimpses something new from his thoughts. He means nothing to you as well. You don't care for him either. However, you are quite fond of his mirror equivalent. Release me from this prison, and I will teach you how to command the doors at will. Thus, you can access your mirror equivalent whenever it's convenient." Aside from the painted symbol near the door's peephole, Penelope had no clue how the portals between Earths actually worked. Even the considerable powers of the Empress could only detect its presence nearby, but not much more. Penelope needed Amy to wake up so that the page could tell her what to do next. The silent pleas for Amy to awaken soon vanished from her thoughts as she scanned the body-riddled theatre. The red touch's ethereal consciousness had disappeared again, but its robe still remained upright beside an infected Sam. She hadn't looked away from it for a single second. Yet the creature within was nowhere to be found, and beneath its sagging cloak only Sam's staff held the robes upright. Penelope quickly glanced behind her, fearing the worst. That's when an ashen-faced Sam begins approaching her. "Don't move," she said, whipping her head back in his direction. "Who, me?" asked Sam, regaining control over his voice. Penelope then takes a brief glimpse at Amy's unconscious form. "Sorry, Amy. I'll get you another one." He tilts his head to one side like an inquisitive dog straining to hear something. "And what would that be? Another Sam?" he asked with a mischievous grin. In two quick, deliberate motions, Penelope hurled Amy's sword directly into his forehead, ensuring that he would never learn the answer to that question. The sheer force of the katana's impact knocked the malicious smirk right off of his face, and once the red touch's final spokesman hit the pavement, its liquid form bubbled up beneath one of the slain bodies mere inches away. Alarmed by this new tactic, she ramped up the Empress's powers into overdrive. With Penelope's speed and agility, she might be able to dodge the explosion altogether. Amy, however, wouldn't be so lucky, as her body lay well within its blast radius. Instead, Penelope used her quickness to pick up the last surviving member of her party, then spun her back to the red touch as it prepared to explode for the 6th time that day. She sheltered Amy as best she could and contemplated yelling out for help, but Penelope had no illusions that anyone watching would come to save them, since doing so was against the game's regulations. Before their subsequent infection, more stray memories filled Penelope's thoughts, with her recollections shifting from John to Sam and Karen to Mel. While she still possessed control over her actions, she wanted to think about the people that meant the most to her. However, Penelope's patchwork family was short one crucial member, which had always been there and made the promise to her that he would never leave. Then, as if struck by lightning, she knew who to call out for assistance. Ever since she was a young girl, the old man had been by her side, and yet still, somehow, she had forgotten his name. The sound of a popping balloon filled with water was momentarily audible behind her back. Penelope gasped aloud as the cold red liquid splashed against her suit, hair, and exposed neck. Not willing to make it easy on the single-minded organism, she kept her mouth and eyes shut tight. The intelligent parasite wriggled around her hair like tiny larvae, searching for something unknown. But little by little they soon made their way in her head, with each one racing to hatch an egg within her first. Penelope yearned to tear out her hair and thrash around the floor like a crazed lunatic, even if the act alone was a futile effort. Amy lay immobile in the crook of her arms, on the verge of contracting the infection herself. Penelope had done her best to shield her body from the worst of it, but small droplets had squirmed their way inside the page's suit. Now nestled within Penelope's ear canal, the red larvae begin laying little white eggs. Then her mysterious friend's elusive identity began solidifying itself within her restructuring mind. Penelope then yelled the name aloud, not caring who else overheard her. "Seedy, help us!" Nothing transpired at first. However, something within her chest shortly began to click on and off, like a gas oven attempting to ignite a spark. And once the two volatile elements found each other's twin, Penelope's entire body burst into a brilliant bonfire of blue flames. Large sections of her black jumpsuit immediately melted away and clung to her skin in hardened clumps as the futuristic material began to bubble from the extreme temperatures. The dark red larvae continued to lay offspring within her head, oblivious to the dire severity of their new situation. The blue flame only needed to envelop her once, to swiftly purge them all from her vulnerable body. Because the fires originated from within her suit, any foreign bodies in the vicinity never stood a chance. The flames were so intense that they reduced the red touch's liquid form to a tar-like consistency, leaving no doubt about its inevitable fate. Tiny evaporating droplets fell to the earth alongside her, then tried scurrying across the massive chamber to hide underneath the safety of its robes. Yet, additional sparks of fire sprang from Penelope's back as the blazing inferno, which also possessed an alien intelligence of its own, pursued the fugitive parasites. The perceptive fire hopped the length of the floor's surface, as if leaping from one acceleration point to the next. Once a determined fiery particle hit the red touch's robes, it set them ablaze as well. With nowhere left to go, the red touch flattened itself into small puddles in the hopes that the culling would subside. But her entity was rigorous in its determination to cleanse the infection from this entire space. Penelope didn't feel the flame's heat, only a protective warmth that surrounded her contours. However, the page inside her arms wasn't as fortunate. Amy's screams echoed across the empty chamber as the sounds of crackling sparks receded from inside Penelope's ears. The majority of her body stood encased in third-degree burns, while other parts showed prolonged UV exposure. The page strained to free herself from Penelope's fiery embrace in an attempt to escape the heart of the blaze. But the blue flames had already consumed the left part of her face, exposing portions of the page's charred skull. Scorched patches of hair clung to Amy's head, leaving behind a black, warped scalp in its aftermath. Due to the stench of burned flesh in the air, Penelope almost hurled her companion to the ground in disgust. Instead, she just peered down the nearest passageway, preparing to sprint back to the elevator as quickly as her feet would allow. "Hello? Can you hear me?" asked a familiar voice from a speaker alongside the plastic enclosure. "Yes, she needs help. We won, right?" "Almost. Put the robe inside the cage and secure the door shut." She ran to where the cloth lay smouldering and snatched it up with the point of her sword. Then tossed the whole thing into the containment and swung the door close. "Okay, now what?" The brown door appeared out of nowhere behind them, and on it was the off-world sigil that led them back home. Penelope didn't hesitate to rush Amy's smouldering remains through the door after that. Chapter 11. Death. Instead of appearing on stage, as Penelope had expected, she found herself and Amy inside the first floor's parlor room, while the only exit leading back to Mr. Carpenter's reception lounge remained sealed shut behind them. All the safety precautions to keep the red touch buried deep within the Earth's surface were now painfully obvious. No matter how bad their injuries were, both women had to show that neither of them were infected, or they wouldn't make it through this last checkpoint alive. Ranger Sanchez, who had spoken to Penelope over the intercom system, now donned on what she could only describe as an extravagant hazmat suit. It was comprised of a dense orange polymer and offered him complete isolation from potentially compromised individuals such as themselves. A light grey, dome-shaped helmet covered his head, and a compact metal oxygen reservoir stood attached to his left thigh. However, on his right, a black M1911 pistol with a brown, speckled grip remained lifted slightly above its tactical holster. He smiled at her with a calm reassurance that didn't translate to his troubled expression. Ranger Sanchez then passed a shoulder-length steel rod wrapped beneath a clear plastic material across their bodies. With each sweeping gesture over their heads, the parasite detecting wand produced a subtle beeping sound. Penelope held her breath a little longer and gripped a crying Amy a little tighter with each of his movements. Once a third pass came up negative, he walked to the room's only exit and pushed a green flashing button beside the door, thus cancelling the lockdown. When a second door materialized in front of them, Penelope glanced at Ranger Sanchez's relieved expression and knew that the fires had sanitized the red touch's infection completely. Back on stage, everyone sat so utterly stunned within their seats that the eerie silence around them felt quite remarkable in the wake of their narrow victory. Heads averted their gaze from hers as they fidgeted uneasily with their extravagant red attire, fearful that she might unleash the impressive blue flames onto them next. Only Walter, the scaly ambassador from the depths of Earth Q-73, gave her a thumbs up with an eye-licking wink. She placed Amy's burned figure on the nearest medical bed and watched as the emergency triage team peeled off the remains of her scorched jumpsuit. They then hurried her past the black curtains and out of her line of sight. A few nurses stayed behind to examine Penelope's head-rattling concussion, alongside her bleeding forehead. When the attendant wearing dark sapphire scrubs couldn't locate any cuts or lacerations beneath her crown, she carefully removed the dried blood by dabbing it away with a damp cloth. A production assistant she hadn't noticed at the moment took the sword from her back and replaced it with a fluffy white bathrobe, draping it around both her shoulders. The longer everyone sitting within the stage's bleachers gawked at Penelope, the more they spoke amongst themselves in hushed whispers. While speaking with a person unfamiliar to her, both Dan and Kate still wore their blood-red suits, which soaked up all the colours of the prearranged spotlights. The athletically lean woman with raven black hair and prominent brown eyes vehemently shook her head in response to each of their muted questions. She wore a tan pantsuit with a matching thigh-high skirt and snuck glances at Penelope when she believed no one was watching. As far as she was concerned, what they said about her didn't really matter much. Now that Amy was safe, her entire focus was on the name Seedy. Who exactly was he to Penelope? Also, what was his relationship to the Empress's light? She knew without a doubt that he was important to her. However, now that Penelope was out of danger, only a mental image of a faceless old man leaning against a walking stick was accessible to her thoughts. She jumped in alarm as Kate took her by the hand and led her further into the stage's centre, while Dan rejuvenated the stunned crowd back to life by launching into a slow, rhythmic round of applause. The audience clapped timidly at first, but as more and more people joined in, they added cheers and whistles to their cacophony. Then a loud crescendo of stomping feet reached every corner of the compact stage, and with a second gesture of the hand, Dan quickly cuts them off, leaving only another hushed silence behind. Empress, as always, your performance was spectacular. How are your emotions like after that daring victory? Penelope opened her mouth to tell Dan that she was grateful to still be alive, that she couldn't have felt better now that she was above ground. But the words just wouldn't come out, even with the Empress's light sending calming sensations to various regions of Penelope's brain. She was still able to overcome the self-imposed fog to regain control over her silent rage. Even the dangling microphone above the stage picked up the sound of her clenched jaw as she clung to the last bits of her composure. How are my emotions? A lot of good people are dead now, and that thing filled their last moments on Earth with pain and misery. How the hell do you think my emotions are like right now? I imagine that you have every right to be angry. And I am sorry for the loss of your comrades. Dan turns around to acknowledge the now captivated audience. That's why, for participating in this momentous round, alongside Your Majesty, all competitors will receive an asterisk beside their names on the Wall of Honour, with the beneficiary chosen in their will to collect 100% of their earnings, instead of the customary 25%. The audience exploded into more frantic applause, appeased by his new declaration. And that creature down there? What the hell are you going to do if its brothers find us? Ignoring Penelope's frustration, Dan posed an unanticipated question of his own. How would you assess the Rufus Tactus's intelligence? She was prepared to fold her arms together like a petulant child and refuse to answer him. But the Empress's enthusiasm at this newly studied parasitic organism proved too much for her racing mind to handle. It has a single-minded intelligence that only desires to infect other living organisms. And because of the catacomb's limited source of food, it was incapable of reproducing itself into other red touches beneath the planet's surface. Needless to say, if just one of them dissolves into a major city's water supply, it could spread across the entire Earth in less than a year. Now back at the commentator's desk, Kate resumed the interrogation from there. About its alleged brothers. Are you saying they're infecting entire worlds right now? Yes, Didn't you see them do it? No, Your Majesty, we did not. Penelope debated just dropping the whole thing, since she couldn't fathom how they'd missed such a vivid recollection. However, after recalling how the red touch disclosed their intentions to her, she felt ridiculous for overlooking its method of communication. Their plans to conquer the entire multiverse came by way of psychic link, in addition to the role humanity played in their grotesque breeding ritual. So Penelope did what she could to relay everything she had witnessed during their connection. When her brief summation came to an end, the audience members' facial expressions ranged between fear, disbelief, and more than a few uneasy looks. Burdened with more than enough classified information, Dan and Kate were unable to refute Penelope's assertions outright. So, the bugs themselves are a kind of chrysalis for the Rufus tactus? Asked Dan, stealing glances towards the unfamiliar woman standing just off stage. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Yes. They have a way to move freely through the doors, but it's more of a guessing game for them. At the mention of parallel travel, Dan immediately stops her with a wave of the hand. Okay, that's all we need for now. I'm to relay my thanks to you for the indispensable scans of this new evolution of the parasitic insect. Our scientists will contact you for more information. Now let's move on with distributing the points between you and the page of motion. With all the inquiries now at an end, Dan signalled for his wife to divvy up the points. For killing 73 infected in total, the page of motion is to receive 5,300 points. When mentioning one of the Queen of Motion's high-ranking soldiers, the entire assembly erupted into a brief standing ovation. For killing 92 infected in total, the Empress of the Multiverse is to receive 6,200 points, and for containing the Rufus Tactus's robes, she is to receive an additional 10,000 points. You'll also receive 12,000 points in total for killing Matthew of Earth G-57, the Page of Inspiration of an Undisclosed Earth. Along with Jason of the Grey Wolf clan of Earth M-34 and Sleeping Beauty Sam of Earth G-57. Penelope stood appalled at what she was hearing. They were awarding her points for slaughtering her own fellow players. Infected or not, her hands alone had eliminated all but one participant with her down there. She had longed with all of her heart that they were playing in the 22nd Multiverse games at the time. But, with the heavy karma of the 11th Multiverse at play, it was all just wishful thinking. A weariness crept within her shoulders, threatening to crush her flat if she attempted to take on anything else. Penelope simply couldn't muster up the energy to concern herself with their bloodlust any longer. Only her Sam would understand how she truly felt. Penelope began exiting the stage, wanting only to close her eyes and sleep. Wait, Your Majesty, the show isn't over yet. We still need to know how your Earth said you would fare in the second round, said Dan, finally displaying some fluster in his voice. They said I would win. Who the hell cares anymore? On the quick trip back to her dressing room, Penelope's thoughts again returned to the all-consuming flames. The fact that the blue blaze flickered triumphantly within her chest left no doubt that it was the Empress's doing. Even though science couldn't explain away her lack of burns, Amy's magical explanation from earlier perhaps could. With her hand resting on the doorknob, she wondered why Sam hadn't been outside, ready to lift her up in a congratulatory hug. Once Penelope was indoors, she saw the lieutenant sitting at her usual spot near the stairs reading. Now dressed less formally, she wore a pale green jacket and brown fatigues. Penelope gently closed the door behind her just in case he was upstairs sleeping. Where's Sam? I think Vanessa invited him to a live viewing of the second round. Penelope peered around the familiar space, annoyed that he had to watch the death of his parallel counterpart without her beside him. Vanessa's ultimate backstage pass could probably take them down to the Gold Earth's surface if she really wanted to. But if they were just in one of the station's private lounges, shouldn't they have been back by now? As Penelope wandered inside the light blue adorned kitchen, she was at a loss for what to do next. Like waiting for a technician to finish installing her internet connection, She was trapped in a kind of no man's land until they got back. Batteries charging. Device at maximum output. Trajectory of the target is within range of several vital organs, said a man's voice inside her head. Never had the Empress spoken to her in such a straightforward manner before. It always concealed the information behind a binary code that only they could decipher. The name CD once more sprang into her thoughts. Could he be attempting to communicate with her in this alternative approach? Lieutenant Carson had risen to her feet, brandishing a long wooden branch in both hands while aiming the bulky end at Penelope's stomach. Green leaves sprouted from various spots of the 5-foot wand, adding a bit of mockery to the staff's natural-looking exterior. A minuscule red dot at its tip swiftly quadrupled in size as the mysterious weapon drew in more and more power. With little time to spare, Penelope jumped in between the couch and coffee table, prompting Carson to redirect her sights at the very last instance. The sofa's middle exploded into a plume of white padding and metal springs, while its uppermost corner vaporized into thin air. After getting tangled inside her robes, she tore them away with the thought of reaching for her sword. But only a fire-damaged jumpsuit greeted her searching hand. Penelope had unintentionally relinquished her weapon to an unseen member of the game's staff with the intentions of retrieving it later. In the absence of this crucial option, she rolled onto her feet and hurled a sizable chunk of the remaining couch in the lieutenant's direction. Rather than dodging the piece of airborne furniture, Carson lined up a second shot instead. The sofa's impact crashed against the front door, dislodging the entire frame from its hinges. Penelope hoped that would be enough to alert someone on the outside. With Carson's vision briefly obstructed by the flying debris, her second discharge veered slightly to the left, shooting an arc of fire across the floor. Penelope unleashed a visceral scream of pain as the red laser climbed up the right side of her shoulder. With very little time before the lieutenant fired again, she dashed inside the kitchen, hiding within the short hallway that headed to the first floor's guest bathroom. Penelope dry heaved from the enticing aroma of smoked meat emanating from her blackened shoulder. This bitter serendipity wasn't lost on her as she wondered how Amy's nanobot treatment was progressing. Lieutenant Carson skirted her way to the center of the living room, attempting to line up a third shot. She leveled her weapon at the extended wall that sprung out from beyond the kitchen's layout. "Come out here, you bitch!" Penelope searched her small patch of cover for something she could use to defend herself with. "Where's Sam?" "I'm not sure. Maybe we both killed him at the same time." Although overwhelmed by guilt and anger at what she had done, Penelope refused to let Carson bait her out in the open. It appeared that she had also seen the second round before its scheduled airing later today. Penelope believed that they had resolved all their differences, but the lieutenant may have been just buying her time to strike at this vulnerable moment. "Batteries charging. Device is at maximum output. Trajectory of target is a near miss," said the man's voice within her thoughts. "CD, is that your name?" asked Penelope aloud. Instead of responding, the Empress shifted her gaze to a burner grate atop the oven. "A smart-ass till the very end," said Lieutenant Carson, pressing a sequence of buttons on her strange weapon. Penelope grabbed one of the burners just as a massive section of the wall exploded near her face. She crouches onto a knee, then hurled the heavy piece of cast iron squarely at the lieutenant's midsection. With Carson caught in between charges and unable to get out of the way, she held up the long wooden branch to deflect the improvised shuriken. The iron grill bounced harmlessly off the beam weapon before falling to the ground. "You killed one of my best students. My Brittany was worth 100 of you. If you didn't die off world today, my queen granted me the honor of killing you myself." Lieutenant Carson elevated the wand's barrel, composing herself for another shot. "Batteries charging. Device is at half output. Trajectory of the target is a misfire." The voice suddenly ended before uttering additional details. "Malfunction. Charging pathways disrupted. Overload imminent." Penelope surprised the lieutenant by swinging open the restroom door and throwing herself inside the white enameled bathtub. Despite the crackling sparks from within the beam weapon's inner workings, the device continued drawing in more and more energy. Once Lieutenant Carson realized why her intended victim had backed herself into a corner, she grew annoyed with the faltering weapon, but not before flinging it away from herself and rushing for protection behind the stairwell's banister. Everything in the living room's center became obliterated by a massive detonation of blinding light. Then the aftershock shook the two neighboring homes and, in all likelihood, this entire section of the orbiting space shuttle. With the ship's environmental alarms now blaring loudly on both the inside and outside, fire suppression nozzles poked from the home's ceiling at key locations. Each extinguisher promptly doused the multitude of orange flames dancing about the area before they had a chance to spread and proliferate. A white powder that had a chemical odor behind it drifted throughout the blackened smoke, creating a dense, man-made fog. Penelope believed she had remained conscious during the earth-shattering blast, but the Empress's eternal blue glow jolted her awake after a few minutes. She could now hear people gathering around outside the house with the intentions of busting down the already fractured door. Penelope stepped groggily into the living room and used her tendrils to track down Carson's whereabouts, but only she lingered within the complete devastation. Then, an unseen force struck Penelope in the stomach, driving all the wind out of her lungs. The intensity of the blow bent her body forward, only to have her face driven backwards onto the floor by what appeared to be an invisible knee. Penelope's bottom lip split in two, filling her mouth with a metallic tasting blood. She rushed to shield both her face and body with a pair of raised forearms to avoid getting struck again by her unseen opponent. Then, who Penelope could only assume was still Carson, hoisted her into the air and hurled her entire body into the living room's paper-thin monitor. Underneath her slender weight, the plasma screen splintered into a jagged spiraling web after the collision. Penelope altered her flight course in such a manner so that she would land in a crouching stance following the impact. Despite the swelling in one eye, she was able to search the room, only to discover that the area was still deserted. Was the Queen of Inspiration now aware of the Empress's crafty searching powers? Penelope had informed Dan, as well as the millions upon millions of his viewers, of her psychic abilities. Thus, was this hidden assassin also sent here to counter those specific talents? Penelope was ultimately lying about her aptitude, but only had done so to conceal the Empress's existence from everyone. Whether what she did was psychic or not still remained a complete mystery. A pair of hands seized Penelope by the throat, then lifted her several feet off the ground. Even though the unseen individual didn't speak, she knew it was Lieutenant Carson's hands squeezing the life out of her. Despite not being able to see her clearly, Carson's twin DNA helix betrayed her true identity. The lieutenant had made numerous mechanical alterations to both her normal-seeming arms and hid these futuristic implants underneath her biological circulatory system. Penelope's esophagus was being constricted with the use of a titanium hydraulic pump instead of the traditional bones and muscle. So she took hold of Carson's arms and sank her fingertips deep beyond the elbow's exterior plating, then applied some hydraulic pressure of her own. Regardless of how state-of-the-art the two limbs were, they had to be manufactured from a flexible material to accommodate the body's complicated movements. Otherwise, these unique appendages would be ineffective and stiff, reminiscent of the mechanized mannequins from the preliminaries. Once Penelope located the radius bone, she twisted the titanium implants in opposite directions for maximum damage to biological and artificial materials alike. Sensing the impending system's failure, Carson attempted to throw Penelope across the room once again, but at that point, her claws had dug in far too deep. Despite Carson's swinging hips, Penelope refused to release her sabotaging grip. When the lieutenant's hands relaxed around her neck, she made a twirling rotation near one of Carson's outstretched arms, finally breaking her hold. Then celebrated her release with a spinning back kick to Carson's now visible face. After her body struck the ground, The multi-purpose extinguishing chemical wafted into the air like a plume of dust. With the full force of the Empress's strength behind the twirling kick, she felt the lieutenant's face buckle and shortly crack inward. Now back on her feet, Penelope leaned against the broken screen while struggling to maintain her erratic breathing, then croaked out her question once more. "Where's Sam?" The lieutenant just peered up at her in a grinning defiance. "Are you deaf?" "He's dead! A perfect revenge for killing my page." This was most likely what she had meant to say. However, with her jawbone now completely shattered, all that came out was an incoherent jumble of words. Notwithstanding Carson's intended comments, Penelope was overwhelmed by the day's events, with everything converging on her all at once. The horrific atrocities she had just committed would have all been for nothing if she never saw her Sam again. A blind rage soon seized upon her thoughts, as well as actions, leaving no room for anything else. And with no further conversation, Penelope slammed her knees atop both of the lieutenant's shoulders, crushing the augmented parts beneath the Empress's amplified weight. "I'll kill you," said Penelope, unleashing a massive left hook to her temple. While the sudden blow stopped Carson from muttering anything else, it didn't remove the taunting grin from her smashed face. So Penelope delivered a right cross that fractured the lieutenant's skull and caved in her cheekbone. "Where's Sam?" Penelope swung both fists consecutively while resolute on an answer that would never come. No response from the lieutenant would ever appease her unquenchable rage at this point. "Where's Sam?" This mantra became an extension of the pent-up violence within her as a clenched fist punched through Carson's very real skull. The Empress revealed to her a mental image of a door closing inside of her mind's eye. But Penelope chose to ignore the vision in favor of striking Carson's face incessantly against the living room's exposed metal flooring. Chapter 12. Death resumed. More than a few unseen hands hauled Penelope's thrashing fists away from the immense crater she'd just formed within the starship's metal bulkhead. Even without the presence of a head, the lieutenant's mechanized arms continued to twitch back and forth like that of a dying snake. While someone Penelope hadn't noticed in her confusion, carefully wrapped a bathroom towel around her left hand. Then they escorted her over to the home's staircase so that more people could access the ever-bustling area. When she finally felt the excruciating pain surge up her left arm, Sam's concerned face, before long, came into focus. A sense of relief washed over Penelope's muddled thoughts after seeing her best friend alive and well. However, the sight of Lieutenant Carson cradling her covered arm sparked a fresh wave of anxiety. Penelope attempted to pull away from the anxious woman's touch, but Sam held her firmly in place with one arm while cradling her head with the other. She regarded the headless corpse once more and wondered which advanced Earth did this parallel Carson obtain these mechanical enhancements from. Penelope had pounded a not-so-modest pit within the ship's floor in which skull fragments and brain paste mingled together at its bottom, resulting in the foulest bowl of soup. The lieutenant's cleaved neckline continued to pour blood inside the ground's divot, further raising the grisly contents to the surface. "What happened in here?" asked Sam in an excited yet still soothing voice. "It was Carson. She tried to kill me." I had to fight back. Sam and the lieutenant exchanged quick glances with each other once Penelope had identified the headless individual. "I'm getting the floor, Judge," said Carson in alarm before leaving the house. Penelope's hand flared up in pain due to the lieutenant's hasty reaction. While waiting for a higher authority to arrive, they sat on the third tread of the staircase, which was absent of wooden balusters at random intervals. Despite Penelope's many attempts, Sam prevented her from removing the towel that covered her hand. "Why do you keep stopping me?" Although her thoughts were becoming less and less jumbled, she was still unsure of why Sam was so adamant about keeping her hand concealed. He responded with a shake of the head, followed by an unsettling reply. "You've lost a lot of blood. Let's wait for a doctor to have a look at it first." Sam hugged Penelope tightly and rhythmically rocked her back and forth as though a devoted parent. In spite of her joy at seeing him again, the look of worry on his face made her feel very uneasy. So she quickly broke free of Sam's concerned embrace and got to her feet. "I'm just going to the bathroom," she said, wanting some time to herself. With the death of Sam's parallel counterpart still fresh in her mind, the guilt of her complicity in it wouldn't be going away anytime soon. Penelope maneuvered around the destroyed living space and into the guest bathroom while pretending to ignore his objections. Sam's mother Henning was soon explained after witnessing her face's reflection within the restroom's mirror. One of her eyes appeared to be swollen to the size of a golf ball, while her entire chin stood covered in dried blood from a busted lip. She had only worn the skin of her right knuckles down to the bone, revealing parts of her underlying skeleton beneath. Against Sam's sage advice, Penelope withdrew the towel from her left hand, which proved to be a severe miscalculation on her part. The delicate bones in her fingers appeared to have been so ruthlessly smashed into nothingness. The skin and muscle tissue flopped desperately to her hand like 4 deflated balloons. This only left her partially destroyed thumb mostly gone, and not faring much better than all the rest. Unlike the preliminaries, the fractures within her warped hand were clean and could be easily forced back into place. But her boneless fingers at present threatened to fall off at the slightest provocation. At the thought of losing one or more of her digits, Penelope puked uncontrollably inside the bathroom's sink. However, a gentle knocking at the door quickly pulled her out of the convulsive retching. "It's Dr. Thomas. Sam told me you're having a problem with one of your hands." Penelope rinsed her mouth out with sink water before responding. "Yes." "Is it okay if I take a look at it?" Now self-conscious about her battered face, she partially opened the door a crack. "Man, I hate to see the other guy," he said with a playful grin. "You just passed her." "She's the headless lady in the living room." The doctor cleared his throat in discomfort as he reflected on the brief tour across the home's parlour. He had worked for the Games for over 9 years and had never witnessed so much devastation in a safe zone area before. Dr. Thomas wanted to know what happened inside this house just as badly as the military police now scouring the area behind them. And undeniably he wanted to know what had happened to that poor woman's head. However, that was simply curiosity talking and the ship's medical examiner to determine for herself. Perhaps he would swing by the morgue in a few days to assess Dr. Baker's opinion on the matter. Now he needed to concentrate on his living patient, as she took priority over all else. Less concerned with Penelope's cauterized shoulder, he examines each of her small extremities with great care. Rather than the clear box they used to reposition her fingers a few days prior, he ordered a plastic mold from a handsome nurse that was waiting just outside the bathroom door. "After your first finger-related injury, I took it upon myself to have both of your hands scanned. Once the reconstructive mold gets here, I want you to push your entire hand inside of it. I know it will be uncomfortable at first, but I'll give you something for the pain beforehand." "Give it to me straight, Doctor." "Am I going to lose all my fingers?" asked Penelope, dreading to hear the answer. "No, not in this day and age. We call it a mold, but it's really malleable bone tissue. Unfortunately, your finger bones will all need to be replaced with artificial implants as well as some sections of your palm and thumb. But based on your current injuries, I have little doubt that you'll make a full recovery." When she insisted on staying inside the restroom, he requested for a chair to be brought in as a compromise. His assistant returned with a plain wooden chair and a wide rectangular device that resembled 2 stacks of unopened printer paper. While seated on the toilet, Dr. Thomas inserted her entire hand into the marshmallow-like mold, then injected her wrist with the pricey metallic nanobots. The familiar tingling sensation sent shivers down Penelope's arm, compelling her to divert her attention elsewhere. That, somewhere else, came sooner than she had expected when a cluster of dormant nanobots rebooted themselves within her circulatory system. Withdrawing inside the Japanese bedroom of her mind for a closer look, Penelope sat underneath the kotatsu table and created visual representations of the two distinct types of nanobots now within her. Both seemed comparable in size and shape, resembling a seahorse in appearance, while their robotic surgical equipment unfolded from beneath their dorsal fins like a multi-purpose Swiss army knife. Upon closer inspection, however, the advanced nanobots already inside of her had a bigger central processing unit. Moreover, they carried 3 additional internal limbs to perform highly intricate microsurgeries on their potential patients. Within Penelope's mangled hand, the latent nanobots seized control over the others the moment bone and tissue repairs were underway. She pushed the recently injected versions off to the side, while the others disassembled and rebuilt these standard units until the difference between the two became almost negligible. Now that her nanobot army ranged within the hundreds of thousands, each upgraded worker began issuing their own set of messages to her nervous system. With the new technology installed, they completed each task twice as efficiently and in half the time. Once the newly reconstructed nanobots lost power or stopped performing their duties, the advanced ones relocated them to the hidden storage facilities. Penelope watched in amazement as mobile warehouse units replaced spare parts when their surgical appendages unavoidably broke down and travelled in a cuboid-shaped cargo container to her most problematic areas. Each time a freight container made a scheduled stop, it presented the standard nanobots with several options. Become disassembled for use as replacement parts later, or have their power supply recharged so that they could return to their duties. "Did you make these?" Penelope asked the Empress's light. When there was no response, she thought about her mysterious companion, only known as Seedy. Maybe he was the one responsible for these technological upgrades within her. "Did you make these, Seedy?" When her metaphysical room remained silent, she peered at the metallic woman standing unmoving in the corner. Behind the 2 hands concealing the automaton's stomach region was her twin's prison cell, and with that, the reason for her incarceration flashed throughout Penelope's consciousness. She was the one who had tampered with her memories, forcing the Empress to reassemble these fragmented recollections piece by piece. Penelope knew that the cage was empty even before the silver automaton could move her hands off to the side. As if hearing her request, the machine cycled back to life and slowly strolled towards her. With arms now at her side, Penelope's counterpart's vacant enclosure was quickly uncovered, while a rupture down its centre, extending from one corner of the box to the other, displayed her method of escape. When Penelope rested a hand on the fractured steel, a jolt of recent memories rose to the surface. Degraded as they were, she saw glimpses of the old man running alongside of her in the cul-de-sac, wielding a cane in each hand like a pair of weapons. Moments later, they transitioned to talks about Penelope's training as well as what she might expect on different Earths. Then she found herself talking to Sam about that same subject. Her head spun with confusion as the 2 diverging conversations unexpectedly merged as one. Penelope released Frank's cage, allowing her thoughts to once again relax. Seedy was, in fact, a real person, and she had previously communicated with him in this very location. In the physical world, a hand shifted Penelope's chin from side to side. She blinked twice and found herself sitting inside the spacious guest bathroom once more, now occupied by a second person who wore the official black gowns of the judiciary system. Judge Sparrow gave a click of her tongue with every injury she located across Penelope's damaged body. "Did you see what happened?" she asked the judge, aware that the safe room's footage was accessible to all members of the High Court. While she was in her mind's eye, Dr. Thomas had given her a light sedative, causing Penelope's voice to sound more distant than it actually was. "You goddamn right I did. Good job taking her off the board like that. This makes things a whole lot easier, in all my years here. The sheer brazenness of it all." I had the same thought myself, said Dr. Thomas, monitoring Penelope's pupils with careful attention. Do you think she has a case? A matter such as this is quite complex given her royal status. She's so popular among the people now, I feel that the producers won't give her up without a genuine fight. Penelope looked at both of them in mild confusion. Give me up? What's going on? Someone violated the rules to the multiverse games to the utmost of extremes. It may leave them with no other alternative but to send you back home, said Dr. Thomas, grinning at the prospect. Penelope soon felt a sudden sinking sensation in her stomach. Could they really send her home? Did Penelope really want to go back before the last round was over? As serious as the infraction may have been, she wasn't going to let Sam and the others sacrifice their lives for nothing. I can't leave now. What happens to my progress here? Judge Sparrow considered her question for a moment. Well, you would keep your winnings up to this point, if that's what you're wondering. However, you wouldn't be the winner of the games. Dr. Thomas gazed at the two women's reluctant expressions in utter disbelief. Are you both serious? They guaranteed your safety, yet someone nearly assassinated you within these walls. How could you even think about continuing? Now it was Judge Sparrow and Penelope's turn to swap looks. Doctor, I know you don't much care for the games, but surely you know of Penelope's unique predicament. The Empress can't just get up and go home when she's this far in. Not only would it set a unique precedent within the games themselves, it wouldn't remedy the issue at hand. No pun intended, dear. For Pete's sakes, she's the talk of the multiverse now. And no one would take her seriously as the Empress if she didn't see the games through to the very end. Dr. Thomas's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, my daughter does keep asking me about you. Oh, yeah? How old is she? Maybe we can take a photo together. My Clara is just about to turn 14. I still can't believe they let kids watch this stuff, let alone participate in it, said Penelope. They better. There's a whole subject dedicated to the history of the multiverse games in school, said Judge Sparrow. Penelope frowned with a tired resolve as she regarded Dr. Thomas's naive expression. I can't quit now, Doctor. If I did, someday not too far in the future, the Queen of Inspiration would send someone to my home to kill me. But how can you be so sure? Because she just tried to do so right now. He looked to the judge for some kind of verification to Penelope's story, but Judge Sparrow just nodded her agreement. If I were to make a fuss about my assassination attempt, they would eventually release me from my obligations. I wouldn't be a champion, just someone who left the show on a technicality. Penelope signalled toward the audience's empty seats with her good finger. Once they forgot about me entirely, that's the moment she'll strike again. To really survive the Queen's wrath, I need to win the last round. It won't guarantee my safety, but killing a former multiverse champion would be problematic even for her. Penelope then glances up at Judge Sparrow. But first, I want compensation for this infraction. And I need you to negotiate the terms on my behalf. As workers cleared out the last of the debris, the hospitality division gave Sam and Penelope the option to stay in her childhood home for the rest of the competition. When she vehemently refused the offer, they sat outside his house waiting for new furniture to arrive. Her reconstructed hand was painfully sore, but she clenched her fists in a slow, methodical sequence, as Dr. Thomas had recommended. You never told me how things went, said Sam, leaning against the street's curb. Upon turning to him, a vision of a straight-edged katana punctured through the center of his forehead, sending chills down her spine. You need to go home. Penelope said the words so softly that she was unsure if he had heard her or not. He moved to encircle his knees with both arms. I think you might be right this time. Sam's prompt agreement with her statement hurt more than any beam weapon ever could. I want to stay, he said, reading her deflated expression. But I don't want you to worry about me over here while you're battling for your life over there. So, when is Karen coming to get me? No matter what her plans were, he was always a few steps ahead of them. Hopefully tomorrow. Judge Sparrow is making the arrangements right now. She said it shouldn't be a problem if I don't make a big deal out of the safe zone infraction. What are you going to say to John? I'll tell him you had more paperwork to fill out, and that you'll be back in a week or so. With that, Sam kissed Penelope on the lips. The soft brush between their mouths was warm, gentle, and inviting, while being her first one to date. She didn't even feel the need to kick him in the balls this time for the overt transgression. Now don't make a liar out of me and come back safe, said Sam after pulling away. Stunned by the open display of affection, she could only manage to nod once before replying. Her swollen face and sliced lip had returned to normal thanks to the nanobots, so he wasn't attracted to her previous MMA-like features. But why now? It looked like you were pretty jealous of Vanessa, so I wanted to make my intentions perfectly clear. I enjoy your intentions, but I don't want you to get hurt. How are you going to hurt me? I'm so messed up in the head. You didn't see what I did down there. No, I didn't. Carson and I had lunch and went shopping, and whatever happened in round 2 doesn't make you messed up in the head. They dragged us to this place without any choice. The only thing you need to be sorry for is adapting to the games a little too well. Penelope watched his supple lips shifting up and down, hoping for a second kiss. Where do you keep going off to with your eyes, I mean? Nowhere. But why kiss me now? You had every chance to shoot your shot when we were on that thing that spins around in the air. You mean the Ferris wheel? Yeah, that thing. I could have even tried during the prom too, Sam said with a mischievous grin. That's right. We did go together. The Empress's total recall showed her shrugging him off to go dance alone when the DJ began playing her favourite song. Sam repeatedly tried taking her hand that evening, but she always resisted his advances with a gentle pat on the arm. Penelope gazed down at the curb, furious with herself for having wasted so much time with him. I guess I wasn't ready yet. That's the way I took it. Sorry. Don't be. I thought I might just have to come right out and say it one day. This saves me from writing a speech declaring my love for you. She laughed at the thought of Sam with a piece of paper in hand, stumbling over every word as he tried confessing his undying love for her. Penelope's laugh switched into a choking cough as the L word got tossed into the sultry mix. Judge Sparrow walked towards them from the now quiet stage with a broad grin plastered across her face. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Sam seamlessly transitioned away from their topic of conversation and smiled at the floor judge. Not at all, Judge. What's up? I have news. It appears that Lieutenant Carson, the one on display inside. She waved a hand dismissively towards 2 coroner assistants, rolling a green body bag outside the front door. She is who she seems to be. You said she spoke about the Queen of Inspiration? Yes, that's right. Both Carsons have ties to her. However, your Carson's connections are less pronounced than that one is. Judge Sparrow then dispatches a 10-person cleanup crew after receiving the all-clear from the military police. The half-destroyed beam weapon appeared at the door, carried out in 2 segmented pieces, with each of them encased inside sealed plastic and tagged with an evidence number. Those are called combat wands, and they're the weapon of choice by all the Queen's knights. They're her last line of defense when her life is in real peril, or should we say livelihood in this context. This show of respect for your powers is quite impressive. They rarely ever leave her side. Penelope peered around the dark street, searching for the original Carson. Where is the lieutenant? Where is our lieutenant? I'm sorry, Empress. She was involved in the breaking of serious parallel laws. The lieutenant is not a suspect, mind you, but her likeness was used to infiltrate a secure location to commit a heinous crime. They're holding her for questioning, and I fear she won't be your handler any longer. I know that the 2 of you are getting along now, despite your rocky start. Stunned by this unexpected loss, Penelope wanted to request her return once the inquiry had ended. However, her number 1 priority was extracting Sam from danger first. Judge Sparrow sensed her disappointment. I'm sorry, dear. We made this decision with everyone's protection in mind. Tomorrow your new handler will arrive, and I won't leave until they complete the work inside. What about Sam? I relayed your conditions to the commissioner. It's a fair deal, and I'm sure they'll take it without dispute. True to her word, Judge Sparrow waited for the workers to clear out the damaged living room. When the cleaning crew was through, only the floor and banister recounted the story of the only battle to the death within the safe zone's walls. Burned tufts of carpet melted into massive spots of discoloration, while the wall-mounted monitor was replaced with a standard-sized flat-screen television, and a burgundy couch from the station's storage unit stood swapped out with the old one, which was now on its way to an off-world landfill. They ate a large meal of shrimp pasta and salad as they pretended to watch her second round in the 11th Multiverse Games. Neither of them was much into it after Penelope told him of the other Sam's fate. She didn't cry this time, only squeezed his hand when the Sam from another Earth had died by her hands. He asked about the deluge of blue flames that saved her and Amy from being infected. But Penelope didn't much want to describe her strange new power, and Sam dropped the subject after that. Returning to the guest bedroom, which survived the turmoil with only a lopsided door to speak of. They discussed their lives after the games. When the topic of conversation became exhausted, they kissed once more. Penelope's lips pressed against his and delivered a level of excitement that only the games could summon out of her. With both their mouths redden and sore from all the smooching, she rested her head atop his chest, sensing the exact moment he drifted off to a comfortable sleep. Although Penelope didn't need it on for it to work, she reached for the crown resting atop the nightstand, which sat beside her reclaimed sword. After this evening's events, she insisted on her weapon's return, and Judge Sparrow agreed with her wariness wholeheartedly. Penelope placed the crown snugly around her brow, with the intentions of recapturing her escaped doppelganger. Chapter 13. The Moon. Penelope returned to her illusory world and peered out the bedroom's circular window, attempting to rekindle some of the memories she had undoubtedly forgotten. When the swaying cherry blossom tree provided no answers for her, she sent the Empress's tendrils to every region of her traversable thoughts in a quest to find herself. In addition to that, Penelope instructed her royal persona to research the name Seedy and any reference of him prior to her memory loss. While executing these last two directives, the rest of her time was spent observing her newly discovered specialized nanobots. Currently operating independently of their original programming, the microscopic machines erected new standing factories constructed from non-toxic metals, which were situated at the base of her spinal cord. They positioned each of these workshops within naturally occurring depressions along the surface of her bones. Penelope looked deeper inside the operational factory's code and discovered that these embedded structures were the site where future nanobots would be manufactured. They had arranged this picturesque real estate at the bottom half of her vertebrae, between the L1 and L5 lumbar disc segments. She wasn't certain if it was because that part of her spine supported the majority of her weight, or if it was the most efficient way to disperse the nanobots throughout her cardiovascular system. Her double's current whereabouts soon came into view with a faint ping inside her mind. The Empress found her rummaging around Penelope's long-term memories in search of a new area to conceal herself in. Despite the unpredictability of where Penelope might wind up next, she activated the marble archway with white crashing waves carved into its side and passed through it. Now residing within the guise of her younger self, the waxing moon outside the vehicle's window informed her that it was in the wee hours of the night. A 14-year-old Penelope sat beside her father in his late-model pickup truck as it sped down a desolate, winding road. She peered down at herself and scowled at the yellow floral dress that he often required her to wear. Penelope had no qualms about wearing dresses now and again. It was having to do so by someone she loathed with every fibre of her being that made the notion completely unbearable. "Put on that nice dress I bought for you," Frank would often say without further clarification. Then again, she always knew which one he was referring to. as it was the single piece of clothing he ever instructed her to wear. And if she happened to be dressed in something different that day, Frank would make her climb back upstairs and change into his preferred attire. Penelope clung to her seatbelt with white-hot knuckles as the vintage dull orange truck drifted periodically in between lanes. The worn-out seat cushions extended into a single sofa, with room for up to 4 passengers to relax comfortably within the spacious vehicle. But instead of sitting near the passenger window, as Penelope often elected to do, she chose to sit in the middle seat on this occasion, occupying the spot that was closest to her father. Unbothered by Penelope's change of venue, Frank sipped from an unassuming red plastic cup comprising his desired alcoholic beverage of choice and smiled cheerfully down at her. "I feel like hamburgers tonight. How do hamburgers sound to you, little P?" Within this vivid memory of hers, Penelope wasn't compelled to say a prearranged set of phrases based on how things had played out in the past. Despite this, however, she chose to follow her script to the letter, with the advanced foreknowledge of what would take place a few miles down the road. "Hamburgers sound great, Dad," Penelope made sure to mirror his excitement fully, or he would become paranoid, then by and large, violent. Once she had pacified the monster lying just beneath the surface, he turned his attention back to the road, satisfied with her response. She stole quick glances at Frank's plaid shirt and blue jeans to ensure that he never took notice of the unlatched seatbelt at his waist. Penelope had spent more than a few days filing down the locking mechanism on his seat's buckle, while certifying that hers functioned under the most rigorous of conditions. Her grandfather was the original owner of the reliable pickup truck, which was purchased in the late 70s. Therefore, all the information regarding each part, as well as their repairability, stood only a few keystrokes away. The original manufacturer had issued several recalls for all 3 seatbelts almost 50 years prior. They were all promptly disregarded, however, due to the meticulous history of the vehicle's records found inside the glove compartment box. Once her act of sabotage was completed, all that was left to do was wait for her window of opportunity to come. Even though Penelope was eager to get this whole thing over and done with, when the moment finally presented itself, her heart began to flutter with rising self-doubt. However, when Frank flashed his self-righteous grin at her, a grin that proclaimed his innocence to the entire world, she steeled herself for what needed to be done. Just around the next curvature in the road, an ominous-looking stone wall had almost completed its construction. The nearly finished development sat far too close to the roadside and was being used to shield a gated community from the much older neighborhoods. They attributed multiple car accidents as well as numerous fatalities to the road's sudden bend, resulting in most vehicles crashing into the 13-foot-tall dark grey brick wall. This stalled any further construction of the problematic partition due to the multiple insurance claims and at least 2 pending lawsuits now in litigation. This resulted in the installation of numerous yellow warning signs that were well in advance of the hazardous turn and multiple standing markers advising a reduction in speed to 25 miles per hour, in addition to an orange arrow flashing to the left, signifying the direction of the road's curvature. Frank ignored each caution sign as he sped past every single one of them in a NASCAR-like blur. In all honesty, to her increasing distress, he fed the powerful V8 engine more air and fuel in their race towards oblivion. It was as if he was daring Penelope to put her plans into action. She stopped focusing on the outcome or potential consequences and instead concentrated all of her attention on the turn, just up ahead. And when the rapidly approaching bend finally came into view, Penelope took hold of the steering wheel with both hands and jerked the car all the way to its right. Frank's drunken response, as well as his sluggish reaction to their newfound peril, left her feeling dissatisfied on multiple levels. Right before their inevitable impact, she was only able to glimpse the look of a confused incomprehension flashing across his face. In a final act of self-preservation, Frank lifted his foot off the accelerator in an attempt to soften their expected collision. Penelope, however, anticipated this maneuver and slammed her foot on top of his to maintain their hazardous velocity. The violent impact sent her flying towards the truck's windshield, whereupon she experienced a strangling sensation across her midsection. Penelope's seatbelt flung her backwards, flattening her body against the seat cushions. But as her body sailed backwards, Frank's continuous momentum spurred him ever onward. And in a few seconds, his forehead struck the truck's windshield, twisting his neck so utterly in the wrong direction that no chiropractic adjustment would be able to put him right ever again. Due to the chaos happening all around her, Penelope was unable to witness his last moments on this earth. Nonetheless, she knew that no one could survive with their head fixed at such an unflattering angle. Frank now watched her carefully with wide-eyed surprise as his head settled onto the wooden steering wheel, followed by the rest of his sinking corpse. Penelope crawled out of the passenger side window and inhaled the chilly night air while holding a progressively aching stomach. These steadfast memories represented the last fragments of Frank's living existence. As Penelope inspected the vehicle's damage, she noticed that the steel bumper as well as the front end's chassis stood crushed beyond recognition, while the overturned wall of massive concrete bricks created large craters on the truck's now accordion-like hood. The community across the street appeared to be a suitable place for him to hide. But when Penelope tried walking over to the collapsed wall, an unseen barrier prevented her from proceeding any further. A series of images generated by the Empress reminded her it was quite impossible to explore an uncharted location if she had not done so in her waking life. Penelope recalled having to take the lengthy trek back home, which sat in the other direction. When the driver's side door was forcibly wrenched open, she realized that her counterpart was hiding in the one place she'd never think to look. Broken neck and all, Frank emerged from the vehicle with a twisted neck, which flailed in all directions as he fled the scene in an almost comedic-like fashion. He hurriedly climbed atop the truck's hood before scaling over the collapsing wall, then faded from her view. After the initial shock wore off, she tried following him with one quick leap onto the truck's bonnet. However, to the farthest side of the wall, she only located an empty backyard. Given the time spent wandering through her mind, this version of herself had far more experience accessing her memories than she ever would. Penelope took a deep breath and re-evaluated her tactics so far, just as the Empress identified his new hiding spot. When a new course of action came to mind, she gave the developing notion a slight smirk before returning to her room to retrieve the object in question. Then resumed her search through these troublesome memories. Still at the age of 14, Penelope stares up at the white popcorn ceiling while lying awake in bed. In the downstairs living room, however, Frank spoke with someone else in an almost rude back-and-forth exchange. Despite this, their words were still muffled to the point of imperceptibility from her location upstairs. On several occasions, Penelope swore that she heard her name being mentioned amongst their arguing. Sitting up in bed to listen more attentively, she never recalled this part of her life ever happening. Frank had never entertained any guests or friends at the house before. Penelope always assumed it was because he wasn't a very pleasant person to be around, but later found out that this was his method of largely keeping her isolated from others. So Penelope crept across the hardwood floor and slowly opened her bedroom doorway just a crack. Light from the dim hallway rushed inside the darkened room, causing an excessive amount of blinking as her eyes made the adjustment to the pale glow. While she regarded the bottom of the stairwell, the conversation between the two men abruptly ended. As a person's figure passed across the light's luster, a shadow dimmed out its overall radiance. Now gripped by an impending terror, Penelope's heart raced uncontrollably within her chest. Everything inside of her demanded that she slam the door shut and find something to block it with. Mooney, the lioness, and the red touch entered her thoughts, reminding her that this was merely a long-forgotten memory and that nothing could harm her within these walls. But when the shadow solidified itself into a man's figure, Penelope shut the door as quietly as possible while considering a speedy departure out her window. This wouldn't prevent the unidentified man from climbing up the stairs or the subsequent events that would happen next. Perhaps the Crown wasn't done exposing all of her latent traumas yet. Thus, Penelope calmed her racing thoughts and laid back in bed to await the man's inevitable arrival. Her door eventually inched its way open, and the downstairs light revealed the silhouette of a complete stranger. "Hello there, little Penelope. Were you watching me and your dad from up here?" asked the man in a rasping whisper. The bridge of the stranger's narrow nose appeared to have sustained multiple fractures that were never properly healed. This caused a jagged curvature to his nasal bone that made his features quite distinguishable from everyone else, while his deep-rooted voice and close-set eyes sent progressively more bad vibes down her creeper meter. The young woman from 4 years ago shook her head in the hopes that he would just leave and go away. However, the man simply smiled at Penelope's lie and sat on the bed beside her feet. Like a black hole, his heavy physique shifted the bed's gravitational pull, dragging her body closer to his. Penelope tried wiggling herself towards the adjacent wall, but he stops her with a quick hand on the knee. "It's okay. I'm a friend of your father's. There's no need to be afraid." With each syllable he spoke, his hand worked its way further up her innermost thigh. "I could make a good wife out of you someday." How does that sound? Penelope wanted to scream for him to stop, to kick her blankets over his face and run for her life. But what would Frank do if she did? Penelope had spent her entire life with that question, guiding every action she had made throughout the day. And now it was going to determine whether she would get molested by this stranger or not. "Stop," said Frank from just outside the room's doorway. The man did as he was told and removed his hand, but the act itself would never be fast enough for Penelope's liking. She jerked her legs safely out of reach once free of his unbearable touch. However, the man just smiled his dreadful grin, then rose from the bed and exited the room. Frank had stopped him from moving his hand any further. He had, in every sense of the word, protected her. Penelope laid back in her bed, thrilled with the outcome, regardless of who was doing the saving. The two men renewed their conversation in the hallway, and despite her relief, she strained her ears to hear more. "I warned you about coming up here. As I said before, in 4 years' time, she'll be all yours," said Frank, in a low whisper. While the young girl puzzled over her father's arbitrary timeline, the developing woman within knew what was going to happen in 4 years' time. Penelope would be 18 by then, making her an adult in the eyes of the law. Free to come and go as she pleases, free to fill out a police report or a restraining order, even free to leave her childhood home and never look back, perhaps a tad too free for Frank's comfort. Penelope hopped from her bed and kicked in the room's door, startling her prey back into action. With the creep now crushed flat against the wall, Frank hurried downstairs, preparing to gain access to another one of her memories. Like herself, this double could only enter portions of the past that specifically involved Frank within it. She discovered this interesting revelation while surveying her mental hopping in between memories. Frank threw open the front door in preparation for a second quantum leap, only to have the mannequin woman seize hold of him in her metallic embrace. "You little shit! I'll just escape again." While this Frank's feet dangled helplessly off the ground, his threats appeared foolish and without real teeth. After spinning him around to face her, Penelope allowed the mannequin woman to lower him slightly. "What were you going to do to me in 4 years?" "I don't know, you dumb bitch. You still don't get it. I'm not him, I'm you." "Who is he then?" asked Penelope, gesturing upstairs. "He's not the one you should be worried about. This entire situation is all that thing's fault." "Whose fault?" "The one who forced us back together like this after all these years." "Who else?" Soon a sudden realization entered his surprised expression. "You still don't know who I'm talking about, do you?" Penelope punched him in the nose after he flashed a self-satisfied grin in her direction. With blood now dripping down both nostrils, it took all the strength she had not to hit him again. "You do realize you're just harming yourself when you lash out at me? It appears as though I snagged a very important memory of yours. I hope it doesn't affect you during the games. Do you even remember his name?" "His name's Seedy." As Penelope expected, Frank's grin faded into a downward scowl. "I think you're right." "You don't know shit." With those last words, she banished him back to his prison and instructed the Empress to continue her memory reconstruction process. With the home now cleared of all people, Penelope began searching her memories for the creepazoid's actual name. She researched potential phone calls between the two, expecting to hear his name mentioned by reversing the house's timeline. The chronology within the living area sped up as days and weeks moved backwards in a matter of seconds. Most of the time, she had been asleep upstairs when their conversations over the phone took place. So she spent the next 6 weeks bouncing between her bedroom, living room, and John's guest room prior to hearing the one-sided conversation. "I told you this already." When she becomes 18, she will sign the marriage certificate. Frank then pauses over his cell phone to listen. "I don't give a damn what she wants. When she's 18, she'll get a husband, as long as the money's right." He stops to listen once more. "All right, Zane. You can just go to hell then." Frank hangs up his phone by slamming it on the coffee table. Penelope killed the analysis of the past and plopped down on the unoccupied sofa, absorbing all the new and old information. She was, by all accounts, being sold off as a bride to a complete stranger. But she was still unable to comprehend a few crucial details. This creep, Zane, appeared to favor girls under the legal age. So, why marry someone at the age of 18? In certain cultures, dowries weren't uncommon, but this arrangement between the dregs of society was more like female enslavement than anything else. She rose from the couch and vowed to never again feel guilty for murdering her scumbag father ever again. However, when Penelope heard something quietly muttering her name outdoors, she walked outside to have a look. Nestled within the center of the darkened street, a blue crystal's brilliant internal core drew Penelope closer with each incoherent call of her name. This relatively small sphere-shaped stone had veins of gold running along its rounded edges that all converged at both poles. Penelope picked up the crystal, which was extremely cold to the touch, and hefted its solid outward surface in one hand. Although it felt smooth in her palm, a single person's name rose from its exterior. Penelope traced the name Seedy along the ridges with her finger. She considered bringing this curious object back to Frank while continuing her interrogation. However, based on his prior behavior, Penelope decided to reject the notion altogether. She would keep this newfound clue for herself, as well as the Empress alone to examine. Chapter 14. The Moon Resumed. Penelope awoke from a pleasant night's sleep to feel Sam tenderly kissing the base of her neck. Despite the recent revelations regarding Frank's plans for her, as well as his depraved friend Zane, she felt all the trauma of past events practically melt away. The crown had certainly done its job effectively, and it was slowly making her a believer in the product. Penelope turned to face him with a mischievous grin at his gentle tickling, then grumbled at him amongst their kisses at not being properly invited. She then straddled her legs in between his waist and lured Sam in with each long, passionate brush of their lips. As indicated by the clock on the nightstand, it was late morning down on Earth W-58. Penelope mused to herself at what two young, vibrant adults could do in the 15 minutes before her aunt's arrival. Those who lacked the proper experience might spend the majority of their time pawing at each other like a pair of feral animals. This left Sam and Penelope engaged in such an activity when Karen rushed inside of the home. With their newfound relationship still in its infancy, both of them sprang out of bed at hearing someone else enter the house. Karen gasped aloud to herself after taking in the utter devastation that lay throughout the sitting room. "We're in here," said Penelope as she scrambled to locate her pants. Upon hurrying inside the guest room, Karen flung a pair of arms around her still pantsless niece. "I'm so sorry for putting you and Sam through all of this. You two have every right to hate me. I promise we'll fight this until they let you go," she said with the dogged determination of a PTA mum. Sam stood awkwardly near the room's dresser, eyeing their interaction with sympathy, while endeavouring to vacate the small bedroom with some of his dignity still intact. However, when Sam tried to shimmy across the bed, as cringy as it might have felt, Penelope purposely shifted her embrace to obstruct his best chances of escape. "Aunt Karen, we're fine. And it's not your fault. It was never your fault. But I've decided to stay." "No, you can't, Penelope. Don't you understand? You've been marked for death. I have to get you out of here as soon as possible." They both chuckled to each other at Karen's unintentional movie reference. "This isn't a laughing matter. If they're willing to come after you here, who knows where they'll try next? Not they. The Queen of Inspiration. And that's precisely why I can't go. Yes, I mean her, but I'm also including the myriad of armies at her back. Sam, will you please talk some sense into your friend?" "Don't look at me." "I'm being sent home." Penelope threw him his shirt, then explained to her aunt why she couldn't just pack up and leave without potential repercussions. These sound complications caused Karen's expression to turn a light pallid. "Shit, I didn't think that far ahead. Do you seriously believe that if you leave now, she'll come for you in the future?" "Yes, I do." "That's why you're taking Sam home today. The most important thing to me right now is that the people I care about are safe." After realizing that her niece couldn't be persuaded to leave, Karen adjusted her plan to fit in with Penelope's terms. "Okay, I'll make sure there are Earth Rangers watching John's home 24/7. "That sounds perfect," said Sam, putting an arm around Penelope's shoulders. She flushed with embarrassment as their once normal everyday interactions instantly became something more. Now that he had gotten back at her, Sam beamed to himself and proceeded towards the door to pack the rest of his belongings. "After witnessing all of this, my dad and I will definitely take the security." Before leaving the room, he gave Penelope an almost imperceptible glance. "Make sure that any item you bring with you can pass the parallel customs authority," said Karen to Sam's retreating footsteps. Then Penelope stared at her aunt closely. "Now, how am I going to protect you?" Karen's face broke into a grin in response to her query. "Protect me?" "The last guy who grabbed my arse ended up with a bloody nose. I'll do just fine on my own. Thank you very much. I'm not talking about some asshole in the cubicle next to yours. This is a power-hungry monarch with a plethora of resources at her disposal and far too much time on her hands. First of all, Tom has always been a perfect gentleman to me and has a lovely family to boot. Second, the ones who think they have the most power over you will be doing all the arse-grabbing. And third, the Queens can't target me or my parallel counterparts. It's in our contracts. It doesn't appear as though they value their contracts very much. That's because I'm not unintentionally vying for the largest piece of their pie." Karen begrudgingly shook her head in defeat. "Well, since it appears that neither of us needs the other's protection. Give me a hug and swear to me you'll come back home safe." So Penelope embraced her aunt for a second time in the past few minutes, while attempting to reassure her of an inevitable return home. When Sam returned downstairs carrying his meager possessions, they all said their final farewells before Karen led him down an unfamiliar corridor, which Penelope had never traversed in her brief stay here. Then she suddenly found herself all alone again, with her closest friend, now en route back home. Shortly thereafter, Penelope decided to return to her vivid inner world, as well as the one tangible clue left behind there. So she donned on her winter attire, which was better suited for the spaceship's low-temperature conditions, then descended back into her mind to tinker with the mysterious crystal. Inside Penelope's sunlit room, petals from the cherry blossom tree had made their way through the open windows. She attempted deciphering the small orb by reading aloud the name embossed on its surface. When that didn't produce any results, Penelope stripped the object down to its basic code and maneuvered her way around its highly sophisticated locking mechanism. Still unsure if the crystal stood actually locked or not, let alone its purpose within her thoughts, she slowly rolled the orb along the table, utterly baffled by its existence. Soon, everything she tried only served to emphasize how isolated she felt, both within this world and the real one. So Penelope jumped back into the confines of her physical body and surveyed the vacant house with increasing trepidation. Even Lieutenant Carson's quiet reading to herself spoke volumes in the now empty living room. Hoping to curb her ever-growing loneliness, she grabbed the silver bag containing a fire-ravaged jumpsuit and short sword with the goal of conversing with Jacob again. With no official handler to speak of, Judge Sparrow issued her a new keycard that granted additional access across the starship's numerous unexplored areas. On her approach to the Master-at-Arms shop, she made a slight detour to the classrooms, which connected to the massive aquarium with the hopes of seeing her aquatic friend. As Penelope took a more circuitous route around the ship, each of the automatic doors that sensed her approach slid to one side in response. When she finally took the hint and moved over a few paces to her left before strolling past them, the entrances shortly followed suit and remained shut. After exploring a network of antiseptically tidy hallways, she discovered some passages that showcased immense portholes from which she could observe the stars and planets outside, while others consist of rounded terraces at their intersections, adorned with awe-inspiring plant species of different varieties, erected in between the respective walls. White and yellow peace lilies, green sword ferns, as well as pink and orange Barberton daisies were just a few of the naturally smelling, oxygen-rich plants on exhibit. Penelope soon paused in front of the receding door, which led to the massive aquarium. However, there were already over 30 contestants and almost half as many handlers, instructing them within the now crowded room. Dressed in plain white jumpsuits, the future competitors stood paired off in twos, while receiving instructions in hand-to-hand combat. Amidst the back and forth between players, the strongest among them struck each other openly, with unrestrained attacks, even as their handlers spurred them onward, along with suggesting alternative adjustments to their form. As word of Penelope's presence near the doorway spread, the mock battling around the classroom gradually ceased. Several of the players suffered unanticipated blows to the face after diverting their gaze from the opponent across from them. "That's enough," said a burly man at the head of the class. In a pair of grey sweatpants and a white t-shirt, he turned his gaze towards Penelope. "Thank you, Empress, for teaching these youngsters a most powerful lesson today. Can anyone here take a guess at what I'm referring to?" The fair-skinned man with a thick moustache then turned to his students awaiting their response. Upon hearing her title being spoken, a low chatter broke out among the men, women, and children of the sizable group. "Is that really the bloody Empress?" said several of them in a low whisper. "I heard she killed a server in the cafeteria when they brought her the wrong kind of bottled water." "No, that's just a ridiculous rumor. She killed the individual in question inside her dressing room. And since she's royalty, they couldn't simply take her into custody. Didn't she use her powers to burn her father alive on her home planet?" The teacher stopped the class's speculation by reminding them of his question. "I'm still waiting for an answer over here." A young man with a shaved head took 2 steps forward before responding. "The Empress was a distraction, and those who got hit paid for that distraction with their lives." "That's right." He turns his attention to the writing board behind him. "How about a definition of the word distraction?" This time, everyone in the classroom stared at one another, pleading for somebody to produce an answer. "Perhaps another jog around the ship will work those brain juices loose." The already exhausted and sweating students released groans of despair. so Penelope ended the risk of another running session by extracting the definition from the Empress's database. A thing that prevents someone from giving full attention to something else. Without acknowledging the individual who answered, the man wrote the definition on the board. This word can be the difference between life and death. Remember it. Now, take 30 minutes for yourself. Most of the adult contestants dropped to the floor where they stood in utter exhaustion, while a modest group of energetic children hurried past her into the main corridor. You can always tell the poorest ones among the group, the instructor said, walking up beside her. I'm sorry, what? He indicates to the students fleeing his classroom. If you register for the games, you will receive free food and medical care throughout your training here. They eat whenever they get a chance to, no matter how short the break is. My heart goes out to them and their families. That's horrible. What if they don't make it this far? The government has several additional programs that might help them as they try again. He glanced anxiously at the remaining students and their instructors, then confided to Penelope in a hushed whisper. I was in the lower half of the ship when I felt the explosion. I'm not interested in gossip, but my family spends a large part of the year up here. Should I evacuate them down to the planet for their safety? The sense of concern in his eyes, as well as the authority he bestowed upon Penelope, spoke volumes of how far she had come in her journey. Therefore, she grasped his hand with both of hers, smiled reassuringly, and relayed the foundation of a cover story that had been told to her. Are you familiar with the satellite? Named Sir Bill Long? Yes. I think so. Isn't it the one currently deviating off course? Yes. Well, it hit us yesterday. Moreover, Sir Bill Long, in its infinite wisdom, decided to hit me in particular. And the only reason they told me anything about it was due to my dressing room exploding during the collision. The damages, however, stood contained in my room alone. I hope that helps with your evacuation decision. The instructor grinned at Penelope's colourful description, followed by an expression of profound relief. While her reassuring touch morphed into a vigorous handshake. As soon as he started recounting the fabricated story to the rest of his colleagues, she made a hurried departure to her original destination. After a couple of hard bangs on the solid metal door, Jacob slid open the peephole and stared down at Penelope, as he had done on their first 2 occasions. I really thought you had bitten the big one this time, he said, softening his deep-set eyes. I can't die that easily anymore. He partially opened the sturdy door, leaving Penelope with more than enough clearance to enter from outside. I would have to agree. Did you hear what happened? Jacob ushered her past the weapons and attire and on through to the purchasing counter, where the Knight of Inspiration's fractured wand sat on display. Of course I did, pup. The Criminal Investigation Division will apprise me throughout the course of their inquiry. Now touch this combat wand and describe its characteristics to me. Penelope hesitated over the 2 broken pieces, surprised by his instructions. You want me to do what now? Look, pup, don't insult my intelligence. Anyone with half a brain and 2 ears has some idea how your abilities work now. So, with an embarrassed grimace, Penelope placed her hand onto one half of the blackened staff. Disassembling each unique part within her mind was simple, due to the lack of power flowing through its damaged cells. What do you want to know? Asked Penelope. Jacob regarded the broken weapon while rubbing his lengthy salt and pepper beard. How complex is it? Oh, it's really complex, like nothing I've ever seen before. The Master-at-Arms smacked his forehead once, then departed to his storage closet. He reappeared in possession of a staff of similar quality. This one, however, stood whole and mimicked the appearance of the wand prior to its detonation. Sometimes, it slips my mind that you're a relatively newcomer to the multiverse. What I require is a comparison of the 2 weapons and the differences that lie within. Penelope placed a set of fingers on the second staff. The similarity of both identical wands, however, ended at the surface level. Underneath the undamaged staff's metal casing stood amateurish welding lines, indicating that the engineer who manufactured this weapon was in quite a hurry. Regular use of this wand would cause parts to wear down quickly, necessitating frequent replacements of the faulty components. The work of art that Lieutenant Carson had assaulted Penelope with was handcrafted with exquisite precision in comparison. She could even make out the oily fingerprints left behind from the craftsman who assembled the particle beam weapon by hand. This combat wand would last the lifetime of its owner, if cared for with regularity. When Penelope described to Jacob her findings, he nodded to himself, as if coming to the same conclusion. Yes, I'm sure it was a very fine weapon. Can you tell me who gave it to Carson? Let's see. Penelope touches it again, then closes both of her eyes. Lieutenant Carson received it from the one-armed man. When Jacob didn't reply in kind, she peeked at him through one opened eye. He stood opposite her with arms folded, attempting to conceal his expanding grin. I take it. You don't possess that kind of ability. Penelope turned a lock on the corner of her mouth, then threw away the invisible key. So, you can break down an object just by touch, but not who it exchanged hands with. That still doesn't explain how you can navigate through total darkness. Still keeping quiet, Penelope taps one foot on the ground. Grasping her meaning, Jacob smiles, then takes out a pen and paper. The last thing I need from you is a verbal account of what she said to you during the assassination attempt. Penelope relayed the brief exchange between her and Carson, while leaving no obscure detail out. What happens now? Although no charges will be filed, and you wish to continue on through to the last round, the damage to the ship's interior is too great to ignore. This is the investigation my men and women will be conducting as of today. The Queen of Inspiration will probably have to pay for the damages herself, as well as being barred from the visceral for at least a half a decade. We'll leave the rest of her reprisal for the other 3 monarchs to decide. While Penelope mulled over the Queen's potential punishment, Jacob picked up her things and disappeared inside the storage room again. 5 minutes later, he hands the repaired suit and sharpened weapon back to her with a tired grin. I'm sure I don't have to tell you to keep your sword close at hand for the rest of your time here. No, you don't, and I will. Everything here is yours to keep when the final round is over, so bring them back to me and I'll fix them up one last time for you. All right, thanks. Hey, Jacob, I'm looking for someone. She goes by the name Amy, or the Page of Motion. Once Amy's name was voiced, an unexpected disquiet flashed across his expression. I'll tell you where she is, but I need you to keep your cool. All right, pup. Jacob's careful statement prompted Penelope's legs to tremble while a bubble of misplaced air was caught inside her throat. She's okay, right? Please, tell me she's okay. Amy's half-scorched face and cries of anguish echoed throughout Penelope's thoughts. Then her shoulders slumped in acquiescence as she came to a frightening realization that Amy didn't have to be anything. For all she knew, the Page of Motion could have succumbed to her injuries and died like all the others did. Didn't I say keep your cool? Amy is not in any life-threatening danger, however, there's something the doctors just can't figure out. And it's making her nanobot treatment somewhat difficult, he said, reading her frantic look. So tell me what's wrong then. Without further comment, Jacob sighed to himself, then stepped around the counter's front and headed towards the market's exit. Chapter 15. The moon resumed. Jacob led Penelope out of the shop's lone exit and into the bustling cafeteria's dining area, which now contained the kids from earlier that day. He then secured the door behind him by pressing a series of numbers on the market's exterior keypad. Still expecting him to leave her here, Penelope tried thinking of other ways to find Amy's location. But Jacob just refers her to a doorless wall, which was located beside a supposed barrier to the weapon shop's left. It's easier if I just walk you there myself, said Jacob. There's no point in you getting lost or needlessly harassed on your way there. He then slid the concealed doorway aside, permitting Penelope to glimpse even more of the Starship Visceral's inner workings. Now that he was leading her through the vessel's main control center, the intricate logistics involving the game's daily operations were instantly clear. Directors yelled to one another from their offices regarding last-minute changes to each scenario, even as their subordinates hurried across the hall's grounds, trying to execute these alterations on the fly. The carpeted floors of the extensive rows of private rooms were a light shade of brown, while metal placards mounted on the sides of every entrance identified which specialist occupied the exclusive departments. Stage production, Robert King, off-Earth administration, Ernest Maybury, and suit design, Christy Stewart, were just a few of the nameplates she could read and still keep up with Jacob's long strides. Penelope was peering into a pair of large screens which had recreated the natural continents of the Earth below, when a junior executive learned of her presence within the office's passageway. A towering woman clad in black heels and a very expensive split-neck wool dress tried shoving a stack of documents into her hands, but Jacob simply strolls back to Penelope's side while glaring acutely at the overworked production assistant. "She's not on the clock today, and you know it. Now get those things over to her manager for them to look over." The blonde-haired executive returned his penetrating glare, but took back her papers and quickly departed the hallway afterwards. "So I have a manager now?" asked Penelope, with some amusement at their brief interaction. "I wasn't the only one surprised by that trump card of yours. They're calling those blue flames at your command, the Empress's final say. Anyway, now they're scrambling to make you seem legitimate within the games themselves so they can legally profit off your unexpected success. Although I get some delight creating paperwork for others, what does that mean for me?" asked Penelope. "If I had to sum things up, a win in the third round would set you up financially for life, regardless of your royal title. Most players become rich after their initial victory in the games. Just to be clear, that's 3 rounds in the 15th multiverse or higher, without dying. But most competitors don't have that one thing to propel them into stardom. You, however, have several things that not only make you a star, but takes you higher than others could even possibly imagine. One of which is your proven history of childhood abuse and the measures you took to overcome that obstacle. Even on their finest day, most folks simply don't have the mental fortitude to make such a decisive decision as that. And now that you're universally regarded as the Empress, everyone around you wants to capitalize on your position. In some strange way, the attempt on your life just reinforced your legitimacy as Empress. As they entered the medical ward of the orbital starship, the once soaring ceilings were suddenly reduced by half their height, even as the office's subtle brown accents regressed back into the futuristic landscape that were the cafeteria and training facilities. They arrived in front of an oval-shaped receptionist desk, with a fixed surface constructed from solid oak. While a frowning woman dressed in blue scrubs and with a chestnut-brown complexion responded to each incoming call with professional indifference. Above the counter itself, the word medical flashed in dark grey lettering on a digital screen. Penelope read the name Julie Myers hanging from a lanyard around the deeply focused woman's neck. On several occasions, the short, dark-haired receptionist looked up at them briefly, then back to her notepad, where she scribbled down numbers in barely legible text. "I think she's ignoring us," said Jacob, sporting a half-smirk on his face. Resigning herself to the inevitable, Julie hangs up the phone and puts on her most endearing smile for them. "What do you want now, Jacob? I don't have time to flirt with you today." "Nice to see you too, Julie." "I'm here on business. Is Dr. Thomas around?" Surprised to hear her physician's name, Penelope wondered how many patients the pediatrician actually treated up here. "Hold for just one moment, handsome." Julie blew him a puckered air kiss before collecting her phone again and sending out an intercom page for Dr. Thomas. Within a few minutes, the doctor emerged from a door near the receptionist's counter. "I would have gladly come to see you in what was left of your dressing room, Miss Stevens," said Dr. Thomas with a gentle smile. "Are you experiencing any discomfort in your new hand?" "Not anymore, Doctor. They feel pretty good for a bunch of nimble implants. I'm here to visit Amy." "Ah, yes, Miss Gomez. I see no problem with that. In fact, she's had quite a few visitors already." "Since you're both already acquainted, I've got a shop to run," said Jacob, giving Penelope a reassuring slap on the back before departing the same way they had just come. Dr. Thomas manoeuvred her past several rooms where patients moaned openly in pain from various injuries or illnesses. With the formidable odour of sickness in the air, Penelope kept her tendrils to herself. She was still perplexed as to why they weren't being treated with the microscopic machines that could travel almost anywhere and heal almost anything. However, Judge Sparrow had made it perfectly clear to her that nanobots weren't a magical cure-all and that most illnesses required a more careful approach to them. Penelope pondered those words carefully as they walked towards the page's room in silence. Once the two of them were in front of Amy's inpatient hospital room, Dr. Thomas smiled at her one more time before returning to his rounds. Now that she was here and had no idea what to expect next, the urge to turn around and just walk away welled up inside of her. Reaching for a non-existent handle, the door slid to one side when detecting Penelope's presence. With all her body's weight now leaning forward, she stumbled unsteadily inside of her friend's room. Amy quickly sat upright in her adjustable bed after hearing someone enter. She lay flanked by a pair of end tables, with the equipment on the right exhibiting her vitals such as heart rate, blood pressure, and overall wellness scale. While on the left was a vase filled with flowers bearing a message of congratulations. She was unfamiliar with the wellness scale and its role in a patient's overall care, but Penelope could see why the percentage sat at an abysmal 43. Deep scarring on one side of Amy's face had healed over the way most burns usually do, with the skin appearing warped and leathery to the touch. And the Empress, i.e., Penelope, was wholly responsible for the damage that had been inflicted. It was the reason Amy was in this hospital bed rather than enjoying her third-round victory. These visible scars on her face and body would attract unwanted attention wherever she went from now on, not to mention the long-term trauma that wouldn't be apparent to the naked eye alone. Penelope cursed herself, as well as the blue flames that inhabited her body. Her quiet sobs of guilt soon got the attention of Amy's not-so-mysterious guest. Vanessa took her by the waist and led her over to a visitor's chair. "Please don't cry for me, Empress," said Amy with an upbeat grin. "Look, I'm alive and will." "That's all that really matters." Penelope found herself blubbering out a jumble of incoherent phrases in response. "I'm sorry, Amy. I didn't know what I was doing, but that's no excuse. I'm truly—" Amy interrupted her by slamming her fist against the bed's mattress until Penelope finally took notice. "Sorry? Don't you dare diminish our victory in such a way. We won the third round under impossible odds. Because of you, we stand here today, instead of wandering like mindless infected through those damn tunnels." Penelope looked up from her lowered head to see Amy's face beaming with excitement. "So you're okay with all of this?" she asked, gesturing to her scarred face. "Amy's been saying that the flames of the Empress purified her spirit," said Vanessa, taking a seat beside them. She turned in bewilderment after hearing her hairstylist's all-too-familiar lovely voice. "I'm a friend of the family, darling. Her mother and I played in the same season together, just as the two of you do right now." Vanessa did her best to wipe away any remaining tears from Penelope's face. "I'm sure if Amy's mother were here right now, she'd thank you for saving her daughter's life. If you had abandoned her to save yourself, no one would have thought any less of you." Amy pointed her sheathed sword at them while gesturing with her other hand at her disfigured face. "I've already met with several plastic surgeons who are optimistic about my appearance. So no more tears, okay? We celebrate all our victories in the games with pride. Did we die out there today?" "Hell no," said Penelope, remembering how Sam motivated the others. Vanessa leaned forward to speak discreetly to the page of motion. "Amy, the Empress still has one more round to play in the games." The sword fell to her bedside, leaving Amy with an almost captivated expression. Perhaps she was trying to imagine something even deadlier than round 2. That notion had also plagued Penelope's thoughts when she let her mind wander too far ahead. "Wait! Your sword! How did you get it back?" "With the catacombs now free of the infection, they let me go down there to retrieve it for her," said Vanessa. Amy rested a palm on its hilt with some relief. "My queen gifted it to me when I became her page, and, since it's just a regular sword, they let me use it in the games if I paid double its value." Before Penelope found herself apologizing again, she pressed her lips together instead. "I'm glad you were able to get it back. I heard your Sam is on his way home now." "Yes, I can't trust his safety here anymore." Amy raised her sword high into the air once more. "Let the Witch of Inspiration come for me too, then. Wouldn't that mean war between the queens or something like that?" Vanessa rested a hand on Amy's outstretched arm, bringing her weapon back down to earth. "Not necessarily. Perhaps when there were more than 4 queens around, but not these days. Pages should also mind their tongue when using nicknames for those who are of higher status than them." Amy pouted in response to the chastisement but said nothing more concerning the Queen of Inspiration. "I'll get us something to drink. They just got a new batch of Gloop Gulp vending machines out there. Penelope, be a dear and come help me carry them." Once they were outside, Vanessa drew Penelope to a halt just beyond the hospital's main corridor. "Congratulations on your victory." It wasn't pretty by any means, but the best ones never are. "Thanks. That means a lot coming from you. There's something else." Lines of concern soon marred the beautiful woman's graceful features. The plastic surgeons aren't optimistic about Amy's condition at all. They simply don't know what's wrong with her. "I suspect Amy didn't want to see you cry anymore. Can you do your thing and see what's happening inside of her? I'm sure her mother would be eternally grateful." "Holy crap, you're right. Why didn't I think of that myself?" Penelope rushes back inside the inpatient room, while Vanessa leisurely strolls down the passageway in no hurry to find these new vending machines. When Amy witnessed her return within the windowless space, she held out a hand for the proffered Gloop Gulp beverage. "That was fast. I need to touch you, like right now." "I'm not that kind of girl. Perhaps if we got to know each other a bit first." "I'm serious." Amy's playful expression soon fell in capitulation. "I take it that Vanessa just told you the truth?" "Yes, but I might be able to help. I almost forgot that touching someone was one of your things," said Amy with some hesitation. Penelope drew a chair up next to the bed and sat down beside her. Then they grasped each other's hands as though to bid each other farewell, and Penelope nearly yanked her hand away from the initial contact. Large quantities of the Empress's latent energy moved beneath Amy's skin and muscle tissue like bolts of cascading lightning. And although no active flames burned within her body, the residual power left behind still covered the worst parts of her wounds, which required the most care. When attempting to repair these damaged locations, the nanobot's battery cells would soon become inoperable upon contact with each new surge of lightning. "Are you in any pain?" asked Penelope to her new patient. "Sometimes, but it's manageable." She felt some of Amy's discomfort and instantly knew that the page was lying. The continuous shocks of the Empress's lightning would eventually become unbearable to her already irritated skin. Their hands separated, and Penelope sat back in her chair, ready to try something different. "I can see the problem. Would you be okay if I performed nanosurgery on your body?" The page sat up just a bit straighter when the idea of nanobots entered their discussion. "I think I was more comfortable when I thought you were just using magic." "Okay, go for it." "What the hell do I have to lose?" asked Amy, shrugging her shoulders in acquiescence. "That's the spirit. Now hand me your sword." Penelope took the offered blade in one hand after receiving the page's approval. With the folded steel only exposed an inch, she ran a thumb down the sword's sharp edge. When a speck of dark crimson blood was visible, she asked Amy to do the same with her thumb. Then Penelope did something that, under normal circumstances, would have been medically ill-advised. They put the two halves of their bleeding thumbs together. After verifying that the nanobot's fuel tanks were at half capacity, she released the swarm of microscopic robots inside Amy's body, then directed the nanobots to make use of the rogue energy to replenish their cells. Roughly 100,000 strong, Penelope's robots began their work without hesitation. They focused all of their efforts on the obstructing energy first, which ensured Amy's inability to recover if left unchecked. Once Penelope realized that they consumed her blue flames as a source of energy, she utilized Amy as a sort of battery recharger to clear the power away. They only had two simple tasks to fulfill: remove any foreign energy left behind and heal all excess scar tissue across her body. After completing these two objectives, they would reassess their work to make certain that all traces of the blue lightning were completely expunged. Their final orders were to withdraw into Amy's thumb and head back inside Penelope's bloodstream. The page squeezed her hand tightly as the nanobots shifted their efforts to her more sensitive areas. "What are you doing to me?" asked Amy, struggling to hide the pain in her voice. "I know this part hurts, but don't worry, they're almost done." She tightens her grip around Penelope's hand in response. As time passed, they both endured the arduous process with occasional grunts of discomfort. Her seahorses navigated across Amy's arteries like an interstate highway, with each group exiting key off-ramps to mend the upper portions of her body. After completing their work, she ran one last check to uncover any neglected areas. Satisfied, Penelope let Amy go and leaned back in her chair, exhausted from the toil of instructing so many nanobots at once. "How do you feel now?" The page of motion touched her reddened face. Penelope had missed a few spots, but a real nanobot treatment would clear the rest of the minor burn scars away. "All the discomfort is gone. I can't believe you actually fixed me when not even the doctors could. Even the cut I made on my hand is gone," said Amy, giving her a thumbs up. Penelope was so relieved to have repaired the harm she had inadvertently caused that the successful operation put a broad grin across her otherwise exhausted face. Amy used her hand mirror to hunt for any leftover blemishes around her upper body, and each time was astonished to discover only smooth and supple skin in its place. A plastic tray crashed to the floor near the door's entrance, jerking the page of motion out of her enthusiastic search. 3 cups of apple juice with little paper covers atop their lids, now laid scattered across the floor. Penelope could have benefited from the hydration, but settled for Vanessa's amazed expression instead. "I don't understand. Was there a doctor in here? Did they find a way to treat you?" Amy shook her head no, while presenting a curious smile. "It was the Empress. She healed me with just a drop of her blood." Vanessa cradles Amy's chin with one hand and quickly rotates her head to compare both sides. When she found nothing to disprove the page's claims, she turned to Penelope for an explanation. But how? Recalling Jacob's interest in her abilities, Penelope modified her interpretation to align with the powers everyone knew she had already possessed. "Traces of my blue flames prevented the nanobots from entering the damaged areas. So once I extinguished them, the nanobots already within Amy's system resumed their repairs." "And that's all you did?" asked Vanessa with some skepticism. "No, but someone advised me not to disclose my powers with any specific details. Yes, of course. You indeed have wise counsel." Soon thereafter, Dr. Thomas was paged again. And once his initial shock wore off, Penelope explained what she had done and why the nanobot treatment wasn't working properly. "You're stating that a non-native power source prevented the nanobots from executing their surgeries, is that correct?" "Yes. But this doesn't clarify why your energy lingered behind." "It may have something to do with my mental state when I neutralized the Red Touch's infection. I suppose the remaining energy was still attempting to eradicate the virus, despite the fact that it was no longer present within her system. There's still one problem. I haven't given Miss Gomez any nanobots since yesterday, and the ones she had within her bloodstream are now deceased." Allow me to be perfectly clear, Dr. Thomas. The Empress requires your complete discretion on this topic, said Vanessa in a grave tone that was almost never heard from the otherwise cheerful woman. Everyone in the room stood at attention in reaction to the beautician's not-so-thinly veiled orders. Before replying, Dr. Thomas gave a slight clearing of his throat. Since both women are still my patients, that shouldn't be a problem. But I asked for help from several of my colleagues. What do I tell them now? Chapter 16. The Queen of Empathy. Now that the brave face Amy put on was no longer a front, Penelope said her goodbyes and slipped away while Vanessa attempted to reach the page's mother by way of video call. As Penelope emerged through the concealed entrance, a ridiculously pricey dish of Wagyu beef over rice drew her attention within the cafeteria's myriad of options. While she waited for her food to arrive, the stack of documents Jacob had rejected came back around to haunt her in the form of hundreds of headshots that awaited her signature. When she started the laborious process of signing one picture after another, a growing number of individuals became alerted to her presence within the cafeteria's seating area. Penelope soon found herself taking photos with both Starship tourists and fellow contestants alike. Her victory in the second round had released the floodgates to her ever-increasing fame, and everyone now openly celebrated her blossoming popularity. Additionally, Penelope ran into the brother and sister duo she met on her first real trip through the orbital starship. And after offering the two junior contestants a seat at her table, the already sizable crowd of spectators began gossiping amongst themselves at the Empress's earnest invitation. The two children appeared to be sharing a day off with Penelope, given their casual attire of matching t-shirts with colourful animated characters smiling back at her. Thanks a lot, Rookie. Sorry, I mean Empress. We never had the chance to introduce ourselves. I'm Josh, and this is Emma. It's nice to finally put a pair of names to faces. Both siblings shared rose-beige skin tones, delicate noses, and eyes that were a shade of forest green. Although being called the Empress is fine, to be honest with you, I preferred the original nickname you gave me. In some strange way, Rookie gave me a sense of belonging when things were looking pretty bleak for me. So, thank you for that. The two just stared at her with unabashed admiration and ordered a couple of fruity cocktails with the names of deceased players included in their titles. Rather than lurking around the trio within the crowded cafeteria, the gathering of onlookers finally wised up and sat at nearby tables. "How have the games been treating you two?" asked Penelope. Josh took a long sip from his straw, which consisted of a frosty swirl of purples and yellows that left beads of condensation on the glass's exterior. "I'm out. They had to come save me from Earth G-12. I got trapped in one of the puzzle rooms on the planet. That sucks, but I'm glad you're all right." "Me too, Josh. I'm glad you're all right too," said his sister with heartfelt sincerity. "Forget about me. Emma here won her last round with flying colours. She's on her way to the 7th Multiverse Games next year. That's 2 skips ahead from where she started from." Penelope leaps to her feet and embraces the lovely young girl. "Way to go, Miss Cardio." Both children came to attention after hearing Penelope's off-the-cuff nickname. "Hey, that sounds pretty catchy," said Josh. "What do you think about that one, Emma?" His blushing sister, who was still within the Empress's embrace, bobbed her head in agreement. "Is it okay if we use that name?" "What, Miss Cardio?" "I only got the idea from the last time we met, so it's perfectly fine with me. But I was under the impression that your stage names were provided to you by the show's host. Only in the higher levels. If you're in the single digits, you can register a name of your choosing and hope it gains popularity on your path within the games. Now bestowed with the Empress's favour for all to see." The agile champion, who came to be known as Miss Cardio, went on to amass a string of high-profile victories beneath the royally appointed moniker. A small portion of the gathered assembly rushed out of their seats to be the first ones to inform the Starship's newsletter of young Emma's new mentor. Penelope was beginning to comprehend the gravity of her new regal status, as well as the impact her words now had on others. After finally making it back to her temporary home, Jacob had filled the backstage area with an abundance of patrolling security officers of one sort in particular. Penelope's protection detail wore plain sandy-coloured fatigues with the Earth Rangers insignia sewn on each of their upper arms. Since the Rangers were independent contractors and had no official ties to the Queen of Inspiration, this was the first real slap in the face she had seen the treacherous monarch experience, as well as a humiliating blemish on Jacob's police force within the ship's borders. Two vigilant, stone-faced men, positioned just outside Penelope's front door, opened a path for her to pass through once they noted her approach. However, a piece of paper attached to the door kept her from entering. "Sorry we missed each other. They wouldn't let me in, so I put it in your mailbox. Will return at 8 a.m. sharp. Best regards, Ginger." She studied the mailbox cautiously, allowing her paranoia to take effect. "It's a cell phone, ma'am," said one of the nondescript Rangers. "What was that?" "Sorry, I mean Miss Empress, ma'am." "Oh, just Penelope is fine. What was in there again?" "It's a cell phone to communicate with your friend back home." The one who just departed Penelope ran to the box and dug out her new phone. Sam's number appeared to be the only one saved on the contact list. She wanted to squeal with delight at the prospect of speaking with her friend so soon after his departure. But were they still just friends? Did Penelope need to update his status now that they had fooled around basically just hours ago? Perhaps it was too early to put that kind of label on their relationship so quickly. She entered the home and searched every room from top to bottom. The Queen of Inspiration wouldn't catch her by surprise for a second time. With nothing else left to do, Penelope examined the cell phone's weightiness in one hand, and when she hit the touchscreen call button, Sam picked up on the third ring. "My dad is such an unbelievable crybaby. He spent the first 30 minutes crying all over me in the driveway. Seriously, who does that?" asked Sam, not bothering to even say hello. Penelope grinned at his embarrassment, but cleared her throat rigorously to get his attention. "Don't try distracting me with your comedy routine." How do I know this is the real Sam? Answer the duplicate imposter safety questionnaire. Which question? There's 10 of them. She could sense his self-congratulatory smirk on the other line. "So, I see you tortured the real Sam and got past my first layer of defense. Answer question number 8. That's not a question. It's a quote, actually. And what is that quote? Get your ass to Mars. Now, may I please continue venting to my friend?" Sam went on about John following him around everywhere and openly bawling any time they crossed paths in the hallway. "Well, I think it's sweet," said Penelope. "Do you now? I have a sneaking suspicion you're in for something far worse." Penelope sensed an uneasy expectation in response to this, yet she could hardly wait for their reunion. Besides John's love for his son, what else is going on over there? Karen's still here. Oh, really? I thought she'd be back on this side by now. I'm sure she would have been. But her boss gave her a call on our way here. She's now required to stay with us under guard until round 3 is officially over, just in case. Penelope said a silent thanks to whomever was out there listening to her prayers. "You're under guard as well?" she asked, trying to keep the thrill out of her voice. "Like you wouldn't believe." There's black SUVs parked back to back for about a mile. The neighborhood is crazy with gossip. Since we were the ones missing in the woods, most of the conversation is about us. "You must go forth and clear my reputation post haste, my steadfast attendant," said Penelope in her finest regal expression. "That's not so easy, Your Highness. I already tried with nosy Nellie down the street, and she stared at me like I was hiding the Maltese falcon in my closet. Nellie's a suspicious one, that's for sure. What else is happening? Oh, right. This one's hilarious." Sam lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "When Natalie saw how gorgeous your aunt was, she nearly lost her shit." Penelope grinned to herself as the conversation between John and Natalie played out inside her head. "Do you think Karen's prettier than me?" "Not at all, dear. You're much prettier than she is. That's Penelope's relative you're talking about, and they share a lot of similar features. So, of course, she's pretty. Right." Yes, they do share similar features. So you do think she's pretty? Sam interrupted her internal monologue by informing her of the actual events that happened. Karen immediately saw what she was walking into and instantly turned on her charm, while ensuring Natalie that John was more like family to her than anything else. After that, Natalie quickly became comfortable with Karen's presence inside the house. Now the two women are practically inseparable, and my dad finds himself on the outside looking in. Penelope covered her mouth to stop the deluge of laughter from bursting out. It was as if they were in the same room chatting like in the old days, making Penelope feel more homesick than ever before. You hadn't been gone for that long. How did things escalate so fast? Once Karen and Natalie sat down to actually talk, they settled the rights to my father over a late-night cup of coffee. I think they're going out for drinks and dancing later. What about Mel? Just as you requested, I told her the whole truth. However, I left it up to you to explain what happened to Frank. That's fair enough. Did she believe you? Not at first, because I informed her immediately after I returned. But when she saw all the vehicles and the soldiers running around the place, the next time we spoke, she took a more open-minded approach to our conversation. What about you? Asked Penelope, anxious at what he might say. Tonight is going to be another chilly one for me. Apparently I left my favourite bed warmer back on another Earth. Can't you just get a new one? It wouldn't be that hard to find, said Penelope, smiling at the analogy. Oh no, this bed warmer is very special to me and it's one of a kind. There's a distinct possibility you won't get your bed warmer back. Maybe you should find an alternative option, just to be sure. Like I said, this one's special. Its constant warmth surrounds me like a blue flame. When Sam mentioned one of Penelope's most prominent abilities, her face flushed with self-consciousness. My bed warmer is a stubborn one. I know she'll move heaven and all the earths to make it back here to me. Later that next morning, while still fast asleep in bed, Penelope sensed someone's approach as multiple areas of her brain remained on high alert. She carefully placed one hand on the hilt of her nearby sword, then coiled her body tight, ready to spring on top of the unfortunate individual currently entering her dressing room. Now, Empress, we can't simply sleep the entire day away. Nor should we, said a woman's voice behind her door. She followed up her remarks with a quick knock. I don't want any food right now. Please come back later, said Penelope, grumbling inside her pillow. Although breakfast is the most important meal of the day. I'm not here to take your food order. I'm your new handler, Miss Jeffers, and I'm coming in right now. Dressed in a conservative black suit jacket, paired with a lengthy blouse, the grey-haired elderly woman let herself inside the guest bedroom. Short in stature, with a long, protruding nose, the woman's stressful profession materialized on her face in the form of aging wrinkles. Miss Jeffers's cheerful demeanor this early in the morning and the sickly sweet smile she wore on her face irritated Penelope something fierce. It's nice to meet you, Miss Jeffers, she said, with her face planted firmly inside her pillow's depression. Please, all my friends call me Ginger. Okay, Miss Jeffers, I'm usually not up this early on my days off. Having said her piece, Penelope sank her head further into the pillow, wanting their conversation to come to a swift end. On the contrary, yesterday was your day off. Today we go back to work. Unlike your last handler, I won't be running things with such carelessness. You're being penalized by the show and we need to get you ready to travel. Penelope shot out of bed at hearing this, ready to exchange this new handler for someone more careless. Penalized? Penalized for what? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Your attitude needs a lot of work, and leaving the stage without permission was a violation of the Good Participation Act of 2007. Penelope's indignation deflated a little after hearing the rational charges placed against her. With the help of CD's vast internet search, she had memorized all the rules of the multiverse games within her second day here. She immediately turned away from Miss Jeffers after realizing that the majority of her memories stood almost fully recovered, while her onstage violation remained largely forgotten. Penelope's love for butter pecan ice cream and her loathing for movie trailers that gave away the entire plot fell into place like missing pieces to a larger puzzle. However, it was her crystal companion as well as their promise to one another that caused her to pause and reflect. While their adventures together up to this point were now evident, she still didn't receive a response to any of her mental calls to him. Then the intense blue flames came to mind, and Penelope realized why he wasn't answering. CD must have become really exhausted from exerting so much of his energy all at once, but that still didn't explain the mysterious crystal orb and the purpose it carried within her thoughts. "What are they going to do to me?" she asked, with her attention now off in the distance. Miss Jeffers's calculated scolding faltered a bit at Penelope's sudden emotional shift. In view of the unfortunate circumstances with the satellite that transpired on the same day, a simple commercial is all they're asking for. "Oh, that's it? Wait, this commercial. How many people are going to see it?" The pristinely dressed woman thought about it for a moment. "Well, everyone." Penelope leapt back into bed while drawing a pile of blankets over her body. "I had a feeling you were going to say that." Miss Jeffers's prior expression of seriousness softened into a slight grin. "Honestly, I thought you looked fantastic while butchering those furry bastards." Penelope peeked from beneath the creases of the blankets at hearing the handler's praise. "And which furry bastards are those?" "The giant spiders." After uttering the name of the 8-legged species, Miss Jeffers gave her body a brisk shiver. "Even with your natural talents, and in human strength, my arachnophobia would have rendered me petrified to do anything in your place. Probably ending my life right then and there." Penelope soon emerged from her chrysalis of covers like a disgraceful butterfly. "Can we start over? Sorry for being such a brat. I'm not much of an early riser." "I understand and wish to do the same. We just got off on the wrong foot, that's all. I wouldn't normally be here this early. However, using the door to move between other Earths is like booking a flight. In addition to scheduling a new door, the next alignment between planets might be hours away." "That makes a lot of sense. I'll get dressed right away then." Penelope stood on a quiet stage while wearing the clothing they detained her in and awaited the transmission of the door's signal. As her handler had stated earlier, roughly 15 individuals, all with different priorities, stood single file behind the two women as if boarding an airplane. "Okay, we're all clear to go," said Ginger, ending a call on her cell phone. They emerged on the far side of the door and onto a narrow alleyway paved with uniformed dark grey bricks that extended all the way to the main road's neighbourhood. Paper lanterns with Japanese characters on them hung beside every single hawker stall down the thin side street and sparkled with dazzling oranges and reds, while the aromas of smoked meats and seafoods filled the surrounding air. The mainstays of each restaurant were elderly men and women that wore aprons, as well as headscarves, and prepared each order with expert repetition. They stood behind plexiglass partitions and provided entertainment for their customers with every speedy transaction delivered. Baskets of skewered beef would magically appear from out of nowhere and inside the shopper's hands within seconds, while other stands distributed soft mochi desserts, each with their own distinct bright colours. Penelope surveyed her surroundings ready to perform the infamous Sound of Music pirouette, but decided against it, choosing to soak up as much of the culture as possible. She had finally made it to the island nation of Japan. Ginger hooked an arm around Penelope's waist, seeking to tug her forward as the number of people on the road steadily increased. She resisted leaving the street known as Yokocho's Alley, under extreme protest, oftentimes dragging her feet whenever she saw something interesting. "If we make it to the studio on time, we can stop for food later," said Ginger, straining to pull at Penelope's lifeless body technique. Her head shot up from a pretend slumber at the mention of impending food. "I get to pick the place?" "You can pick the place." Penelope's handler might have promised her the moon and the stars if it got her feet churning again. A black Honda sedan awaited their arrival on the main road, and while driving down Meiji-Dori Boulevard, Tokyo's nightlife stood charged with activity. A large digital billboard displayed a white and orange calico cat playfully tackling a dark green bottle of fermented rice wine. They even promoted the top Japanese competitors within the Multiverse games, with each of them hawking their preferred sponsors. While others featured a list of the fallen players of past games, along with the names of the shrines you could pray for them at. Penelope studied her lap and reflected on Sam and Jason remorsefully. Jason's home was Earth M-34. Would there be a place on his world to pray for him? She quickly chided herself for giving in to grief yet again. It wasn't the way to truly honor their memories. "Which Earth are we on now?" asked Penelope. Ginger took out her phone and glanced at her scheduling calendar. "Earth I-32. Just an everyday, ordinary Earth. There are no restrictions here. So if you want to take something back with you, that's perfectly fine," said Ginger, misinterpreting her reason for asking. The Honda made 2 left turns before stopping at a studio apartment complex. After entering a 4-story blue brick Romanesque building, they took a large industrial elevator to the top floor. From one end to the other, the filming location was a vast, open area with foldable partitions that isolated the dressing rooms, wardrobe, and filming platform into separate regions of the spacious apartment. As soon as they identified Penelope, a group of Japanese-speaking women whisked her away behind one of the dividers. "She's so pretty," said one of them. "Remember to be polite." This one can be dangerous. With CD's enhanced communication skills at play, she could follow their unique dialect as if they spoke the words in English. Thus, the beauticians and makeup artist nodded and smiled while attempting to engage her in polite conversation. Then she got led to a man in casual clothing who held a large photograph of her unique hairstyle from multiple angles. Once he stood satisfied with her look, they provided Penelope with replicas of her sword, crown, and black jumpsuit to change into. After that, they handed her the product she was supposed to be selling and placed her in front of the camera. Then, a patient director coached her through the few lines she was to deliver in both English and Japanese. Chapter 17. The Queen of Empathy resumed. The next 30 minutes of filming passed by without incident. Then Penelope got dressed and only exited from behind the partition when she heard someone calling out her name. She stepped around the corner to find her parallel duplicate waiting by the studio's only elevator while enthusiastically waving her over. "Oh my God! Is that really you?" asked her animated double. However, despite their uncanny resemblance to one another, the woman standing before Penelope wasn't truly her, at all. This pristine version of herself had long, flowing, dark reddish hair with brown undertones beneath, which was accentuated by a form-fitting blue skirt that exposed far too much leg. The imposter's distinguishing features, however, stood out the most as a 20-year age gap sat plainly between the two. Although they had the same rounded head, alabaster skin, and a perky, freckled nose, years of life's everyday stress had marred her still attractive features with the traditional lines of aging. It was as though Penelope was glimpsing her future self within the eyes of this beautiful woman. "Just look at you. I can't believe you're really here," said future Penelope, extending her arms out for a hug. "We're not going to tear apart the fabric of the multiverse or something. If we touch, I mean." "There's only one way to find out," said her older self, wrapping her arms around Penelope in a warm embrace. At their interaction, needle-like prickles sent alarm bells down her spine, and she shoved away the pretender without conscious thought. This person's DNA stood manipulated with an assortment of different types of species, some of which Penelope had trouble identifying at first glance. She was neither a clone nor an extraterrestrial, according to CD's initial scans. This woman was just something else entirely. "Nobody here needs to get hurt," said Penelope, watching the studio bustling with unconcerned staff members. "Let's just go outside if you want to fight me." "That won't be necessary." I come in peace. The woman's lilting voice quickly rose in scale so that everyone within the luxury apartment could hear her clearly. I need the room, if you please. Without hesitation, everyone began filing out of the crowded studio space and into the industrial-sized elevator. After finishing up a business call, Ginger returns to the apartment through one of its stairwells, in which others had begun exiting as well. Is this some sort of mandatory union break? Asked her handler, watching everybody depart the top floor. Penelope's mature counterpart now looked at her expectingly, as though to say, "This one's your problem." "It's okay, Ginger. Can you go downstairs with the rest of them?" As soon as her gaze fell onto Penelope's aged duplicate, the corners of her mouth curled into a confused frown. "We're just going to talk." Ginger eventually acquiesced after giving the two women a long, tentative stare. When her new handler had left with the others, the curious woman clapped her hands together in a single flat gesture of prayer. "Now that's settled. We should both sit and have a real talk." They made their way to the lounge area and sat on a multicolored divan sofa, which was popularized in some Middle Eastern cultures. The woman inched closer to Penelope's side until there was no longer any room for an effective attack or counter-offensive. "Why do you look kind of like me?" asked Penelope, dispensing with all the pleasantries. "What, you don't like the work I've done to my face?" A nip here, a tuck there, and voila, I'm you, many years in the future. She waited patiently for the woman to continue, not willing to be drawn in by some kind of trick. "In all seriousness, this is just one of the abilities that the multiverse has gifted me with as a young child. I can look like whoever I empathize with at the time, hence the title I'm known by. However, I can't copy someone's actual age. Nor this," she said, pulling fingers through her long hair. "My name's Mary. But most know me as the Queen of Empathy, and I took on this appearance while watching you play in the games." Penelope's entire body tensed up after hearing the royal moniker. Mary then rested a palm atop her knee, and in that moment, a jumble of intense, raw emotions poured between them. There were no hostile intentions, only a profound sadness inside her heart. She had never sensed genuine feelings coming from another person before. Penelope's powers had been more grounded in tangible things, such as science and medicine, and when she attempted to delve deeper into the Queen's melancholy, Mary suddenly withdrew her touch. "I'm here to apologize on behalf of my overactive sister's behavior. It borders on the unforgivable at what she's done to your otherwise magnificent run." "You're talking about the Queen of Inspiration?" "Yes, Prudence. We promised one another that we'd never interfere in the games, no matter what the circumstances were." "Did you say Prudence?" "Yes, she hates that name, so use it sparingly. That's just one of my gifts to you in order to make up for these heinous transgressions. I would much prefer if you got her to stand down completely." "Already done." She took her shot and failed. "We have already threatened to take away all her toys if any further attempts are made." "That's it." "And what if she had succeeded in killing me? Would you have taken away her toys then?" The Queen of Empathy looked Penelope square in the face. "No, it would have been all-out war after a period of violent unrest by way of her own citizens. They find you significantly more endearing than they do her at the moment. I can only assume that their fondness towards you was just one of the things that sparked her overall jealousy of you. However, what she failed to understand is that their love for you is fleeting and in some ways not personal. Your authenticity inspires others in ways she cannot. Anyway, after her execution, the Multiverse Games would go on hiatus until a new Queen of Inspiration was crowned." "So all of you have successors?" asked Penelope, ignoring the Queen's subsequent death. "Not on hand waiting in the wings, no. But they're out there somewhere. A specialized DNA test would find one such as herself fast enough. I believe that's what you felt when we touched." "What about the Empress? Does she have that DNA inside of her too?" Mary's smile was warm and inviting in response. Penelope hoped that her mother's smile had been just as beautiful. Why don't you tell me? You are, in fact, the new Empress now. I'm still coming to terms with that. But don't you think the Empress needs to be someone special? Being special isn't all that rare of a trait. But let's go back to your previous question. We're composed of humans, animals, as well as trace amounts of extraterrestrial ancestry. Mind you, it's small proportions here and there, but it's enough to be considered a queen. However, the Empress's double helix consists of two distinct personalities. Penelope was reminded of her discussion with Judge Sparrow regarding the sentient life form residing within the Empress's body. Where the queens are chosen based on their genetic lineage, the Empress is a natural bond that's formed between two unique individuals. They're said to be birthed by the multiverse itself. Penelope leaned against the plush sofa, unable to fully appreciate its soft cushions due to the growing number of pieces falling into place. Are there other Empresses out there right now? Mary peered at her with an unusual expression. I honestly couldn't say. Our scripture states that the mother of all will wear a shroud of black to hide from the light within. She will wear the crown of royalty, but not all monarchs will be her equal. Prudence despises that line in particular. Mary grins to herself but continues to recite their text from memory. Loved by her people, the Queen of Queens will heal them through her words. Whoever should attract the mother's displeasure will soon sour their people's faith in them. Well, one thing's for certain, I'm definitely displeased. Then it appears to be working already, said Mary with a hearty laugh. Despite her hostile conversation with you at the beginning of the first round, her people now want to see you win at all odds. That's why we covered up her botched assassination attempt. Prudence's favourability ratings are at an all-time low, lower than they have ever been in decades. Now for a few harsh realities you may not like. At the beginning of your third round, Prudence will be in her customary seat, as prearranged by myself as well as my two other sisters. Once you step on stage, I want you to forgive Prudence for all of her previous transgressions. The once comfortable sofa cushions quickly became hard and rigid in response to the outrageous request Penelope knew was coming. And what if I can't just forgive her? We're in the midst of a serious conflict between a handful of rogue Earths, and the Queen of Inspiration is our general within this engagement. I wouldn't be asking this of you if there was someone else out there who could rally the troops in her distinctive fashion, but there isn't. So here we are. Fine. But only because Sam didn't get hurt. What about Lieutenant Carson? She's been fired for violating your rights as a multiverse player. When the lieutenant's fate became revealed, Penelope sprang off the couch in complete shock. But we were able to resolve all of our differences. No, it pains me to say that you didn't. Once I learned of both you and Sam's abysmal treatment underneath her authority, I issued you a new Carson after the first one contacted the floor judge. The lieutenant you're referring to was handpicked by myself and became your second Carson amongst the three you encountered. Penelope sat back down slowly, trying to figure out all the subtle warning signs she had missed in her interactions with the second lieutenant. While simply yesterday she joked around with Sam about him being replaced with an imposter. I did it discreetly so that it wouldn't distract your attention from the games, said Mary, watching Penelope's searching eyes. What I did is considered highly taboo within our society, so don't be too hard on yourself for missing the subtle differences. I also coached her on how to act based on recordings I'd obtained from your dressing room. After Penelope took some time to digest what she'd just learned, her gaze fell onto the Queen of Empathy once more. You mentioned harsh realities. Is there more of them? Mary's beautiful contours stiffened in response to the question. Yes, it pertains to both the games themselves and the multiverse in its entirety. And if you were to reveal this information to anyone else, they'd put you in a ward for psychiatric treatment. I understand that you have reservations about the games, in particular their violent nature. Penelope encouraged Mary to continue with a nod of her head. The idea wasn't something we just came up with on a whim. Nor was it why our ancestors sacrificed their people on an altar in order to appease the gods. The multiverse is, in a sense, broken, and the only way to slow the degradation is for its people to travel between the multitudes of other Earths out there, or, in some cases, relocate to a different world entirely. Hence, all the advertisements incentivizing people to leave their home planets in search of another. The multiverse games work in a similar fashion. However, the added danger aids our Earth's stability even greater. Don't ask me why this happens, it's still a mystery to our greatest minds out there. Penelope shifted uncomfortably in her seat as the extremely classified information became more depressing by the second. Even if there was something she could do to prevent it, the problem itself was so monumentally beyond her capabilities, she wouldn't know where to begin. That brings us to your planet, as well as the countless others out there wanting to join the United Earths. That brings me to a question. Can your Earth stop an asteroid from colliding with it? How about a vaccine for cancer? We're working on them both right now, said Penelope, not knowing where she was going with this. Good. What about artificial gravity or faster-than-light travel? Penelope had no answers for the last two, for they still sat firmly in the realm of science fiction. There's a good reason your planet was willing to sacrifice one 18-year-old girl's life in the hopes of being a part of all this. Over time, any Earth that finds itself alone within the cosmos for too long will soon wither and die away. The multiverse requires constant growth from the Earth's inhabitants, or it will gradually annihilate the planet over time. Perhaps a pandemic here, or an asteroid bombardment there. However, once the doors to other Earths stop arriving on your planet, you will have reached the last stages of your world's existence. So what can we do to prevent that from happening to all of us? Nothing more than what you're doing right now. I'm offering you these insights out of respect for your status as Empress. We all can only do what little we can at any given moment. That's why, when an Earth joins the multiverse, the first thing we give them is starship blueprints. Then we provide the necessary equipment and materials so that they can accurately construct their ship from the ground up. And if you're really clever about it, you might decide to build a kind of orbiting spaceship instead, by use of those same tools. Mary's abrupt silence broke Penelope out of her meandering thoughts. You're talking about Earth W-58, aren't you? Yes. I'm glad to see that I haven't lost you completely. It's like showing the universe that you have grown as a society over time, so as not to be unavoidably crushed flat by its trials. But I'm afraid to say it's only a temporary fix. Soon, the multiverse will find new ways to challenge your Earth's resolve. You've already come face to face with one of our latest trials. In the form of the red touch, Penelope stared at Mary in disbelief as her Earth traded an extinction-level asteroid event for an intelligent parasite capable of infecting an entire planet in less than a year. The Queen of Empathy sighed with relief, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from her shoulders and placed atop Penelope's instead. Mary then laid a hand on hers, letting the tranquility flow through them both. Now let's talk about things that are far more pleasant. You must get out there and experience the beautiful city of Tokyo for yourself. We plan on grabbing lunch before heading back to the ship. That sounds like an excellent place to start. I wish you a successful outcome in the third round. Mary then rose to her feet, adjusted her skirt, and departed the room, leaving Penelope alone with her thoughts. After meeting up with Ginger outside the apartment, they searched for a steakhouse that sold premium meats barbecued over a wood coal grill. However, following a reservation made by one of the Queen's secretaries, they agreed on an upscale restaurant promoting several Michelin stars near the multiverse's entrance. The eatery's polite staff presented them with roughly 25 small dishes in brief intervals, each highlighting regional Japanese delicacies from the island country. When Penelope thought she couldn't eat another bite, they served her an exquisite-looking chocolate cake for dessert. When the once-in-a-lifetime meal was finally over and their stomachs were almost certain to burst, they headed back to the alleyway on foot. But two Japanese men wearing dark suits obstructed their path on the main street before they could reach the portal in between Earths. "I'm very sorry, ladies." The door is under unscheduled maintenance for several days. Penelope diverted her attention to the distant alleyway where the door was supposed to be, while the second man produces a metal tube for Ginger to take. Unperturbed by the two individuals directing traffic, people still walked from shop to shop, gesturing to products they wished to purchase. Ginger opened the tube by giving it a twist in the center, then removed its contents. "It's from the producer of the 11th Multiverse. He's pretty much saying the same thing they are. Don't worry, they won't consider you a runner now that we have this." As a competitor, attempting to flee the games after multiple near-death experiences wasn't all that out of the ordinary. Penelope debated running herself and wouldn't fault someone who did, underneath those precarious circumstances. Nevertheless, that was the past, and she was a different person these days. Penelope could now see the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel, and her family was waiting for her to come home. "The Queen of Empathy wishes to extend her deepest apologies for the sudden inconvenience," said the man that handed Miss Jeffers the tube. Ginger emits a low gasp upon hearing the monarch's name. "Yes, thank you. It's no trouble at all," said her handler with undisguised enthusiasm. Penelope shifted her gaze between the two stony-faced men. "Where will we be staying during the maintenance?" "Now, Penelope, let's not trouble the Queen's security with that. There are plenty of player dorms not too far from this location." "That won't be necessary, ma'am. You both will be staying at the Mandarin Oriental. Furthermore, all other arrangements have also been finalized for the unforeseen inconvenience." "That's so very kind of her, isn't it, dear?" The Queen's security then hands a second tube to Penelope with the royal seal pressed in between its opening. "Is that from who I think it's from?" "Yeah, I'll read it later. Let's get out of here first." Their 5-star luxury suite was the size of a modest home and provided them with ample space to move around comfortably inside of it. The spacious living room had a contemporary modern feel to it, due to its straight hardwood lines and clean, airy decor. Penelope believed that she could see all of Tokyo from the 32nd floor's vantage point. While at the check-in counter, Ginger learned that their stay, as well as any additional expenses, was paid for in advance. As though losing all control over the situation, her handler finally gave in to Mary's impeccable generosity, as the Queen was clearly the more formidable opponent. "Don't feel too bad," said Penelope, laying spread eagle across her bed, fingers still gripping the royal metal tube. "I heard from a credible source that they often get what they want in the end." "So, you're not going to read that?" asked Ginger, stretching out on the king-size bed beside hers. Penelope sits up and extends Mary's message. "If you want to read it, I don't mind." She reverently accepted the letter and twisted the tube to one side, breaking the royal seal in half. Ginger scans the first few lines before clearing her throat to read. "Dear Empress, I hope you like my final surprise. Experiencing Tokyo in one brief evening seems an incredible waste to me. So I informed the games of my little ruse, and they agreed some time away would do you some good. However, if you were to insist on returning to the ship, they were required to open the door upon your orders. Best of luck again." Mary Ginger drops the page across her chest, as if hearing from a long-lost lover, allowing the words to rest atop her heart. "Does the Queen of Empathy preside over your Earth?" "No. I live on a world ruled by the Queen of Orientation." Ginger rolls onto her side with a twinkle of youthfulness in her eyes. "I can't believe you just got a love letter from the Queen of Empathy herself, and all you can do is ask about me. It's more like a sorry my sister just tried to have you killed. Here's a vacation on me, for the trouble, before we try to kill you again in the third round." I can't believe she signed it with her real name, said Ginger, disregarding Penelope's little slip-up. Did you know that you can sell these 5 sentences and ensure your financial future for life? I was simply stunned when the guard let you just walk away with it. I guess you won't need the money after winning round 3 anyway. How does the whole money thing work around here? So far, I've only received Earth points. Well, when the games are over, you take your remaining points and convert them into the currency of your choosing. While on an Earth such as yours, the exchange rate can be quite high. Penelope tried remembering her leftover points. You have 137 Earth points remaining, said a man's voice inside her head. She jumped out of bed in excitement. Seedy, is that you? When Penelope didn't receive a reply to either of her frantic questions, she sat down on the bed's edge. Are you okay, dear? Who's Seedy? She turned to see a worried expression on her handler's face, then softened her features to ease the woman's concern. It's no one. What were we talking about again? I was going to tell you the exchange rate on your world and how much this single message is worth on the open market. The Queens hardly ever put pen to paper, so this is quite rare. About the letter. I think you should have it. Oh, no. That's too much. I can't accept this. She clearly meant for you to have it. And now I want you to have it. Mary seems like a very nice person and she has my utmost respect. But this kind of stuff is still new to me. And I simply don't see the letter in the same worth as you do. Penelope endeavoured to be as diplomatic as possible while preparing a thank you message of her own intended for Mary. Ginger smiled her understanding and politely accepted the letter. The next day they visited the Otago Shrine in Kyoto, where Penelope ascended a vast staircase after passing beneath the towering red Torii Gateway. She learned some time ago that they intended these gates to act as passages from the physical world to the spiritual realms. The ornately designed sloping roof converged at a single triangular point and stood supported at its front by a row of deep-set pillars. While tall stone lanterns sat on both sides of her, a knee-high wooden box meant for offerings rested between the centremost columns. At the shrine's temple, she made an offering and said a prayer for the second round's fallen participants. A priestess clothed in a traditional red and white shizoku handed Penelope incense and then led her to a huge stone bowl piled high with sand. She embedded other incense stalks into the soil, their enticing smoky scent wafting through the air. Penelope lit one end and repeated her silent prayer for everyone inside the catacombs with her. Then thought about what she might say on stage tomorrow. If done properly, invoking Brittany's name would be essential to establishing a long-lasting peace with the Queen of Inspiration. Chapter 18. The Star. As the screens above the audience seats lowered into position, yellow-imbued spotlights gradually illuminated the stage's surface. Subsequently, one by one, each of the surrounding televisions quickly sprang into life. Penelope stands before a white backdrop, wearing the Empress's black jumpsuit as well as the jewel-encrusted crown, while a bottle of purple sports drink, with 2 capital G's on its label, rests within one of her hands. You want to be a badass like me? Drink Gloop Gulp. It hydrates you 5 times faster than water. Soon thereafter, a person dressed in a lion costume from a long-forgotten theme park playfully lunges at her with paws outstretched. Penelope quickly eliminates the furry biped with a swift chop to the neck. She then turns back to the camera with a triumphant grin. Now, in its brand new flavour, Empress Grape. A pair of giant spiders with cords attached to each of their appendages enters the shot from above her head. Still holding the bottle in one hand, Penelope leaps into the air, rotates her body in the opposite direction, then delivers a roundhouse kick to one of the arachnids. The spider's bulbous abdomen explodes, scattering its stuffing across the set. She then unsheaths her sword and slices the second one in half without spilling a single drop. Earth I-32 is a proud sponsor of all Gloop Gulp products. And to the brave men and women fighting in the conflict on M-47, this one's for you. Penelope lifts the bottle to her lips and takes a long drink. Once her commercial faded on each of the screens, the vastly larger audience began cheering loudly. For this special live showing of the final round, 2 additional seating areas were introduced on stage. While arranging these new sections on the outside of the 2 existing bleachers, which were now crammed in the middle. Spread across the first row of seats were flags from different Earth nations that Penelope had never seen prior to this moment. This massive redesign for the show's season finale repositioned Dan and Kate's commentator's desk to center stage. Clad in a white pearl suit with crystal sparkles embroidered on his wrists, Dan does a forward shimmy in the present Penelope's direction. Folks, that was your Empress, and this is the 11th multiverse. I'm Dan, and that's my wife, Kate. And we welcome you to the conclusion of what they're now excitingly calling the Empress's Run. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the show ended rather abruptly the other day, and for that, we sincerely apologize. Penelope sensed a wave of heat rushing towards her face, while the overhead monitors displayed each of the round 2 competitors' photographs as well as their stage names. But not to worry, folks, my boss says to me. Dan, this last show is a special one, so take all the time you need, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Kate, will you please present all of us here with the letter? I have it right here, Dan. Dressed in a similar yet curvaceous white pantsuit, Kate waves the envelope in front of the crowd. Empress, 4 days ago, I asked you to guess what was in that envelope, and your answer to me was... Even during her defeated state of mind, she remembered her response. I said, my Earth believed I would win. Dan and Penelope then both looked to Kate for some form of confirmation. She opened the letter, then read aloud the contents of the envelope. They said, you would win round 2. The sizable crowd cheered with lively enthusiasm at Penelope's correct guess. You are correct. Since the Empress, as well as Earth C-27, both guessed accurately, no penalties will be handed out for round 2. That being said, this still puts the Empress ahead of her world by 2 correct guesses. And with only 1 more round remaining, I'm afraid your Earth as a whole will not be collecting any bonus points this season. And there will be pre-arranged consequences if your player answers correctly one last time. Now, Kate dear, let's recap the Empress's winnings so far. With Penelope and Sam's victory in the preliminaries, they won our squeaky clean prize bundle, where we'll be disposing of up to 10% of her entire Earth's non-recyclable waste. Next, in the first round, she won our Capping the Ice Caps prize package, where our rapid cooling facilities will become mounted on each of her planet's polar regions, while preventing the worsening of her Earth's rising temperatures. Kate hits a few keys on her table, sending an image to the screens above. An artificial satellite drifted in outer space around an unnamed parallel Earth, as narrow rocket engines maneuvered its rectangular mass into position. The deployed main body was dark in colour and difficult to distinguish in the blackness of outer space. Several translucent windows displayed rows of adjacently arranged circuit boards within, while rounded solar panels shifted periodically in order to capture the light of their nearby star. These specialized satellites encapsulate excess solar winds produced by the sun, essentially giving the magnetic field of your Earth fresh energy. You need 6 of them to be truly effective within your planet's exosphere. All 6 of them can be yours. That is, if you desire them for your world, said Dan. Now that she was aware of the imminent threat to all Earths within the multiverse, she gave her response without hesitation. I want them for my planet. Her Earth's protection from cosmic radiation had been weakening at an alarming rate, and once they lost their magnetosphere's protective shielding, no amount of sunscreen in the world would help them survive on the Earth's surface. Dan spreads out his arms towards the audience. They're all yours, then. After the applause had subsided, he advances towards the centre-most portion of the bleachers. We even have a returning guest to grace us with her royal presence once more. Just as Mary had stated a few days before, the Queen of Inspiration sat exactly where she couldn't be missed, defiant until the very end, Prudence stared straight ahead at Penelope, while refusing to even acknowledge Dan's existence. Even though her entourage mirrored their queen's demeanour, none of them donned their expensive dresses, nor did they wear sparkling circlets atop their heads this time. Prudence, nonetheless, still wore her Burmese ruby crown with deep red teardrops lining its base, while her rich brown hair extended all the way down to her arms. Penelope stared back at her, waiting for an influx of righteous indignation to fully overtake her. She saw herself rushing towards her would-be assassin, then snapping the queen's neck before she could unleash her vocal powers on the surrounding people. But those intense emotions were soon swept away like the ocean tides. Only Mary's disappointed reaction to her sister's shameful behaviour occupied those dwindling, dark thoughts. Not knowing what she would honestly say, Penelope stepped forward to address the Queen of Inspiration. "Your Majesty, I wish to say something." The husband and wife team stepped out of the camera's frame, satisfied at watching their ratings soar from the sidelines. Prudence's stony face faltered a bit when Penelope addressed her directly. "I know you don't care for me very much, and that's fine. The feeling's mutual. But I want to say something about Brittany, your page of inspiration." Prudence's face visibly hardened with rage upon hearing her page's name being uttered by the individual who killed her. The two attendants sitting beside her promptly detected their queen's displeasure and discreetly scooted beyond her reach. When we all fought down in the catacombs, she was the only one among us strong enough to break the Red Touch's control, and with her final breath, begged for her queen's forgiveness. Then she permitted me to end her life with honour, rather than to serve the infection for even a second longer. Her strength is only a testament to the strength of her queen, in which I shall never forget. She then delivered a quick bow to Prudence before taking a step back, suggesting that she had finished speaking. The Queen of Inspiration, unable to hide her surprise, gave Penelope a curt nod of acceptance. "That's correct," said Dan, heading towards centre stage to break the crowd's hushed silence. "You're not the only one who found her resistance surprising. We'd like to thank Brittany's family yet again for donating her body to aid in future scientific research. Her brave legacy will endure for countless generations to come." Penelope envisioned the page's body being spirited away to some undisclosed location for additional examination. "Folks, the Empress has surprised us at every turn this season. While her ingenuity and never-say-die attitude will inspire former and potential players for years in the future. I have just one question. Empress, when the games are all over, what are the plans for your future?" Not prepared for this line of questioning, she froze when all eyes once more turned to hers. "We don't mind if you'd like to keep it a secret." "No," said Penelope, loud enough to induce Dan's silence. She regained her composure and spoke again with more self-assurance. "No, Dan, it's not a secret. I want to become an Earth Ranger." The audience members began murmuring amongst themselves at this unorthodox career choice, given her unique position as a new member of the royal family, while Prudence now gazed at Penelope with an undisguised curiosity. This unexpected answer would give the Queen of Inspirations something new to consider about the young woman. Dan knowingly smiled at her and nodded to himself as though Penelope weren't the first player that had been bitten by the adventure bug. "I'm sure the Rangers would be lucky to have you." So, no consideration for the 12th multiverse or higher. Penelope felt as though she was standing in front of her high school classroom on some morbid career day. She didn't need to consider the games because they would never be a viable option for her. No amount of fame or fortune could alter the fact that the dangers always outweighed the reward. Besides, Penelope loved to explore. It didn't matter if she searched inside abandoned homes, walked along sandy beaches that stretched on for miles, or even wandered around the forest beside her neighborhood. She realized that joining the Earth Rangers was just as dangerous as participating in the games themselves. Nevertheless, hearing Jacob's stories had sparked something within her that was very difficult to ignore. "No consideration, Dan. That's what I want to do." "Well, We here at the 11th Multiverse wish you the best of luck in all your future endeavours. And with that being said, let's start the show. At Dan's secret queue, colourful spotlights danced across the expansive stage. My dearest wife, where is the Empress headed off to today? She's on her way to Earth F-47. It's a common world, with naturally occurring load points. Dan leaned against the commentator's desk, feigning utter disappointment. Well, that sounds boringly easy to me. I assure you, husband, it is not. No one has ever successfully completed this particular round before Dan perks up after hearing the 0% completion rate. You're not just saying that to make me feel better? This isn't just another Earth H-50, is it? No, dear, I assure you that the werewolves are real this time. I promise Penelope kept eye contact with Dan, refusing to fall for their back-and-forth Abbott and Costello routine. Sam had combed through previous multiverse episodes in an effort to learn everything he could about the husband and wife gimmick, and soon uncovered that they enjoyed tricking the contestants into letting their minds wander about the challenges ahead, when, in fact, the speculation alone did more harm than good. Empress, your goal is quite simple. Take this bag, said Dan, dangling a silver-lined cloth sack in front of her, and put the thing we're about to show you inside of it. However, I can't stress this enough. Do not touch the item in question with your bare hands. Screens around the stage blinked to life, revealing a crystal branch backlit by flickering torchlight. Penelope pretended to feign interest in the strange plant to whomever was watching, while within her thoughts, the blood in her veins ran ice-cold at the highly dangerous extraterrestrial. Not only did she recognize the crystal entity, but she had swallowed one of its kind when the preliminaries threatened her life with certain death. No wonder this particular round had a 0% success rate. Even though CD didn't appear that way when they first met, Penelope knew that his shattered form was the result of his crash landing on her Earth. And now, displayed on the screens above her, sat a completely unbroken version of his kin. No one here had any idea what sort of creature they were dealing with, and Penelope had only scratched the surface of CD's full capabilities. Dan handed over the bag before escorting her to the freestanding door. She then deliberately walked through it without turning back. Upon entering the dense humidity of the tropical forest, a sudden stabbing sensation within the bounds of her mind brought Penelope's already wobbly legs rushing towards the ground. She grasped her throbbing skull with both hands in an attempt to keep her head from splitting open from the excruciating pain, while her sheathed blade dug into the forest's muddy soil, keeping her flailing body from striking a nearby tree. When Penelope checked her fingers for blood and found none, she attempted a diagnostic of her brain before she passed out entirely. As she had feared, the mysterious assailant didn't hurl a rock at her head from a distance, which negated all physical injuries. The attacker's true target was Penelope's consciousness, and no amount of head-holding was going to ease her suffering. Therefore, she encased her awareness within an impregnable cube of 6 steel walls that surrounded her head entirely. As the stabbing pain eased to a gentle throb, her new mental defenses continued deflecting the telepathic barrage. It was one of the first things CD had taught her in order to shield her mind against uninvited guests. Once Penelope was back on her feet, she felt a stinging pressure below her right cheek. The moment foreign parasites invaded her bloodstream, she recognized what they were. Penelope slowly peeled off the blood-sucking worm with one trembling hand. The subtropical green leech attempted to reattach itself to one of her fingers by wriggling energetically from left to right. She tossed it aside and uncovered 2 more leeches on her neck and inside her hair. Then Penelope issued a directive to all of her supercharged nanobots. They were to eliminate any foreign bodies left in her system by the hungry worms. With Penelope's mind no longer susceptible to psychic attacks, the sounds and smells of the rainforest began emanating from every direction. Macaw parrots spoke to one another across treetop branches, while the surrounding forest came alive with the constant buzzing of native insects. Even as the scent of clay and vegetation tickled her enhanced senses, Penelope observed the sun setting over the dimming western sky behind an all-too-familiar backdrop, as bright streaks of reds and oranges dazzled in between the massive treetops. Several meters to her east, the lofty trunk of a coconut tree stretched upward before dipping considerably at a 90-degree angle. By placing a hand on what she knew to be the canopy tree's twisting roots, Penelope was able to determine her location within the Earth's globe. At the base of the tree, purple orchids sprouted outward, seeking safety from other, more aggressive flora. Along with a diverse flower species, as well as high levels of heat and humidity, she found herself in Central South America, amid one of its ever-dwindling rainforest's ecosystems. As Penelope walked beneath a row of short fan palms, the crystal branch still lashed out at her from its concealed location. As strange as the relentless onslaught was, it brought her to the area where the entity lay. The rough terrain descended into a deep gully where a military aircraft sat in disarray, while a significant amount of the debris sat converted into makeshift shelters. At the core of the wreckage, someone had constructed an oblong-shaped tent with a line of torches encircling the handcrafted structure. She tried using her tendrils to sense if any human life rested within, but her mental barrier hampered any non-physical activities. Penelope surveyed the large campsite before descending below several gently sloping cliff faces. The first cluster of bodies she encountered greeted her near the outermost shelters. By way of their cinnamon-brown complexion and light, well-worn clothing, she could tell that they were indigenous to the region. Penelope began checking the pulse of each individual as she approached them, one after the other. As soon as she made physical contact with one of their necks, Cd's diagnostic abilities came roaring back to life, so she examined each of the corpses to determine their cause of death. Horrified to learn that the majority of the casualties were due to starvation, Penelope ceased caring about physical assaults and began searching for survivors in earnest. Were the psychic attacks of the crystal entity so severe that it prevented these victims from pursuing their basic needs? Penelope wouldn't really know for sure until she conducted a detailed investigation. Although it wasn't the reason she was here, any new information gained would safeguard her from becoming one of these poor souls. She unearthed her first living human alongside the outer wall of the main shelter. A barely conscious elderly male with sunburned skin and a long white beard composed of little more than a skeletal structure muttered something underneath his breath. Wearing what she could only assume was a potato sack with a hood attached to it, the old man repeated his chant despite his deteriorating condition. "The light! The light! I need the light." As Penelope examined his somewhat steady pulse, the act alone bolstered her belief that there may be more individuals out there desperately clinging to life in a similar manner. Chapter 19. The Star Resumed. Penelope had on occasion heard of the phrase, "at death's door," but until this very day had never seen the like for herself. The elderly man's gaunt features reminded her of the enshrined Egyptian royalty, whom she used to read about while hiding inside her bedroom closet. Contemplating some way to help, she picks up a nearby sliver of the plane's metal, then uses some of her strength to fold each of the corners into a bowl-shaped container. After filling the improvised vessel with water from a neighboring stream, she pricked the tip of her finger, then allowed a few drops of her blood to disperse throughout it. Once her supercharged nanobots signaled that the bacteria-laced water was now clean of any foreign bodies, Penelope took a small sip from the bowl to make certain for herself. Free of any harmful organisms, she offered the water for him to drink. The vessel's sharp edges cut the corners of the old man's mouth as he greedily drank from the receptacle's rim. And once she took away the empty bowl, it prompted the man to lick his lips in desperation for more of her iron-rich water. Now that her nanobots were inside his digestive system, she sent them to key locations of his body to do what little they could for him. Penelope cured the majority of his ailments, which were brought on by long-term exposure to the rainforest's environment. In addition, she repaired several fractures sustained by countless brawls over the past few days. Penelope decided, however, not to treat his toxoplasmosis-caused blindness, which was associated with parasites found inside a feline's feces. Once his dengue fever and Chagas disease was taken care of, she moved him inside the tent while glancing briefly at the sentient branch before exiting. They appeared to be worshipping the entity's existence before her arrival here, since the extraterrestrial crystal rested on an improvised pulpit that was surrounded by rows of procured airplane cushions. A search of the remaining campsite uncovered the presence of yet more individuals barely still alive. 2 teenagers about her age wore the trademark jumpsuits of the Multiverse games. The excitement of discovering fellow players on this Earth spurred her determination onward to aid them the moment their eyes met. A man with pale olive skin and short blonde hair sat leaning against a tree, his head drooping to one side. In a primarily red jumpsuit with white streaks along its borders, he watched her approach, with eyes struggling to stay open. While his intimidating muscular physique threatened to rip his already threadbare garments apart. The second man, that was of Asian descent, proved to be somewhat more lively as he crouched over a pile of small orange fruits and stuffed handfuls of the fresh produce into his mouth. Penelope regarded the scene with dismay and hoped that they weren't harmful for him to ingest in large quantities. Upon noticing his long, straight black hair and exceptionally gorgeous face, she was a little surprised by how appealing his features were. With his delicately sloping chin and strong, symmetrical nose, he could have been a pop idol heartthrob based on his looks alone. As soon as he caught her staring at him, the man donning a dark green jumpsuit discarded his bounty of fruit and rushed at Penelope with reckless abandonment. After dodging several weary swings, she ducked behind the player's last attack, then seized his arm in a hammerlock and twisted it toward his scapula. Instead of shrieking in pain from the double-locked hyperextension, he fell to his knees in submission, exhausted from debilitating thirst and hunger. Optimistic to find someone that could still stand, Penelope started erecting telepathic walls of protection around his mind. The young man began surveying his strange new surroundings as his now walled-off consciousness steadily came back to him, in small pieces. "Don't touch it," he said with exhaustion underlining his rasping voice. Penelope lifted the young man to his feet as she supported his unsteady balance with an arm around the waist. "Don't worry, I won't. What's your name?" "Shewu." "How long was I out for?" "I don't know." "Most here are either dead or dying," as he shook the cobwebs out of his head. The flexible dark green fabric tugged at his neck. "Aren't we all dying in one way or another?" "Great, the first person I talk to here is a bloody philosopher." "Who, me?" "No, not really. Just a chronic smartass. When I first got here, most of them were still alive, and that old bastard inside the tent was their ringleader." Shaiwu sags to the ground, poised to pass out as a result of his various ailments. "Hold on, I'll get you both something to drink." Penelope returned to her water duties after leaning him against the tree alongside their fellow player. After a few trips to the nearby stream, they both were awake and pummeling her with barely coherent questions. "Gentlemen, please. I know just as much as you do." They handed me this bag, then told me to get that crystal branch. Penelope shot a thumb behind her back, indicating towards the central tent. "I assume that's why we're all here as well." Both men nodded at her assumption. "Well, I just got here, so that's all I really know." "We're missing someone," said Shaiwu, scanning the area. Now released from the entity's control, the other player, known as Pretty Ricky, moved to get up. "I know her. We have to help." "That's my job for now. You both still need to rest and recover," said Penelope, shoving Ricky gently against the tree. "After I find her, we'll need to get inside the shelter before the weather changes again." "Thanks. Her name's Alice." Penelope searched the outer perimeter of the encampment for the fourth competitor, who was also tasked to secure the crystal being. A woman lying face down on the aircraft's displaced door told her that this was Alice, and that she had been here the longest out of the four of them. As Penelope approached the motionless body, filthy, matted black hair obscured Alice's face. Some kind of wild animal had ripped the back of her pink and blue jumpsuit to shreds, revealing a light brown skin tone beneath. Alice moaned in anguish as Penelope carefully turned her body over. A broken spear crafted by hand protruded from her lower abdomen, leaving a dark pooling stain around the cauterized wound. Penelope had no idea how she performed the emergency medical treatment while still underneath the alien crystal's influence, but the deed, in of itself, bought her at the very least a few extra days and possibly saved her life. Flies swarmed around her blistering gashes while inspecting their squirming larvae within her deep lacerations. Penelope could smell the foul odor of sepsis setting in her veins, so she added a few more drops of her blood before administering the superwater to Alice, then ramped up her nanobot factories so that they would keep reproducing themselves. The fragile woman inside her arms was resilient enough to have survived this long, but the extensive exposure to this unforgiving ecosystem had already taken its toll. Cracked, dry lips, a pale light brown complexion, and petite square jawline gazed back at her with tired, dark eyes. Her entire situation suggested to Penelope that climbing on top of the plane's departure door probably kept her from dying some time ago. After a few moments of rapid triage surgery, the nanobots provided her with their report. Like all the others, Alice starved for food and water while harboring invasive parasites, as well as harmful bacteria that generated a multitude of issues. Penelope yanked the spear fragment out in one swift motion, then began the process of cleaning the infection around her wound. Alice let out her first real scream of pain before searching around her location in earnest. She shifted her head to one side as she was unable to see Penelope from her current vantage point. "Who are you?" asked Alice. "The name's Penelope, and I think Ricky's worried about you." She snorted out a sarcastic laugh. "Who, that hack? Worried about me?" The young woman soon winced in pain from the impromptu overexertion. "That meathead's still alive down here?" I figured he would have lost by now. So, here's the thing. Technically, you both lost, but you definitely win the prize for being too stubborn to die. "Ain't that the truth, honey bear?" said Alice, looking down at her vanishing injuries. "Are you a ranger come to take us home?" Penelope grinned at being mistaken for an Earth Ranger, but then frowned at the answer she would have to give. "No, I'm a player like you." Just the next one in the old multiverse meat grinder, Alice shifted her body further over to get a clearer look at her rescuer. The fading sun's light was now long gone, and was replaced with a countless number of stars, along with other celestial bodies. She touched the side of Penelope's face, but only stopped when her hand reached the silver circlet around her forehead. "I highly doubt that," she said, dropping her hand to the aircraft's door. "You wouldn't happen to be wearing an all-black jumpsuit now, would you?" "Yes, I'm wearing an all-black jumpsuit." "Well, it's nice to meet you, Empress. Thanks for the save, or whatever you did to me." "No problem." In one swift motion, Penelope lifted Alice from the ground as if they had just gotten married and carried her toward the others. With a total of 8 now recovering from the crystal branch's influence, Penelope relocated everyone that couldn't walk into the main tent. This included 3 multiverse competitors, 2 men in hiking gear, a mother and daughter couple, and the elderly man, all resting in their own corners of the small shelter. Grateful to still be alive, no one in the tent inquired about Penelope's and the others' peculiar dress, and they provided no explanation in return. Strategically placed tarps and airline cushions gave them much relief from the biting fire ants that seemed to be everywhere you sat. Circular palm tree logs were used to strengthen the tent's salvaged walls, as the plane's aluminum sheets were used to cover the oval-shaped roof, while large architectural flaws permitted the occasional downpour to invade the mostly dry space. Still displayed on its mantle, the crystal branch provided a vital light source within the cozy shelter. Penelope walked around the entity, studying the familiar light that persistently emanated from its leaves and stems. "Are you like Seedy?" she asked the thing with searching eyes. Fragments of her crystal friend popped in and out of her thoughts with no real way to piece this coincidental encounter together. "You're not going to touch that thing, are you?" asked Alice from behind. "No, just looking." "Keep it down over there. Some of us in here are trying to starve to death," said Ricky, turning his massive body away from the pair of women. Alice folded her arms in open defiance. "It's not our fault you're a muscle-bound meathead who thought bulking up in a game of long-term survival was a smart idea." Shaiwu approaches Penelope and Alice near the branch's pulpit. "I don't know what you did to save us, and it's no less than a miracle. But as much as I hate to admit it, Ricky has somewhat of a point. All my injuries are gone, but we're still starving to death in real time over here. We need food, or you'll be carrying us uphill and to the door one at a time." Since it was already difficult enough transporting all the sick and injured to the central shelter, it would be nearly impossible to carry everyone to the doorway by herself, and her nanobots could do nothing to provide proper nourishment for the group as a whole. "I'm more than happy to hunt for food, but the cleaning and skinning part would be a brand new experience for me." Shaiwu smiled at Penelope with his pop star-like grin. "Don't worry, I got you covered there. You find me the animals, and I'll clean and cook them for us." "Okay. What should I be looking for, then?" Shiwu pondered her inquiry for a moment before snapping his fingers with the appropriate answer. "When I was still myself, I saw a capybara, not too far from here." The cute rodent's image soon appeared inside Penelope's mind. Their short brown fur and adorable blunt snouts made her want to pursue an uglier kind of game. However, she had too many mouths to feed to be that selective. If she were to hang around her nearby watering hole, the capybaras were sure to make their appearance for a drink. So Penelope strolled along the narrow footpath that was nestled amid the jungle's dense overgrowth on her return to the winding stream. While hoping to come across something suitable along the way, the first animal she killed in the rainforest was a lengthy bushmaster snake. The brown and black-striped reptile leaped out of a concealed patch of undergrowth, sinking its fangs into her rear calf muscle. Instead of scrambling to purge her system of the blood-coagulating bite, Penelope's super nanobots disregarded the spreading, paralyzing agent entirely. Now hobbling along the animal trail with the snake's fangs still attached to her leg, Penelope attempted to burn the poison away as she had done with the red touch's infection. But the venom's numbness encompassing her bitten leg soon faded away as swiftly as it had arrived, and when she finally stopped to examine her lower leg, a lifeless snake sat dangling from her exposed calf. While its dried, withered body appeared as though it had been stuck there for years, and once she yanked the mummified reptile free, the 2 puncture wounds around Penelope's back leg quickly reopened themselves. Without any orders from her, the nanobots had entered the snake's body, sucked it completely dry of all fluids, and went back inside her as if nothing had transpired. They even erected small warehouses within their facilities to contain the reptile's venom,